Sha Palang Chapter 71 to Chapter 103. Zhang Fenghan was speechless. He stared at the note for a long time and his face changed. What does this mean? This? What is this hidden danger of Wu Ergu? Liao Ran frowned as if he didn't know where to start. After a while, he hesitantly said, "It's a kind of poison from the northern people. His Royal Highness Yan Wang wandered to Yanhui town when he was young and was persecuted by the northern people's witch. Even now, the Qin family is still trying to find a way to completely cure him," Zhang Fenghan said incredulously. "There's such a thing? Is the Imperial Academy of Medicine all dead?" This? Please calm down, Du Wanquan interrupted him. In the past few years, because of the ancient Silk Road, I often walked around the northwest area and heard about the barbarians' voodoo. I heard that this Wu Ergu seems to be harmful to people's minds. I think General Zhong is also concerned about this and is worried that your highness is overthinking. When the country is in danger, the Marquis of Stability still rushed to the northwest even though he was injured. Yan Wang is not a stingy person. Duke Du's words are disappointing, Zhang Fenghan said seriously. Moreover, Master Liao Ran also said that he had this poison since he was young. Until now, I can't see anything wrong with him. It may not affect him much in the future. If General Cheng doesn't trust Yan Wang, can he find someone else to take over the abyssal wooden tablet? Ever since the capital city was besieged, Zhang Fenghan had become a loyal fan of the Wild Goose King. The umbrella that hung beside her hand was something that she had just taken from his carriage. Whenever the Wild Goose King was mentioned, she would become hot-headed. She wished that she could tell the whole world that His Highness is the best in the world. At this time, old Ling Shu still had not vented his anger, so he continued, "This time is different from 200 years ago. At that time, the imperial court was tyrannical and had lost the hearts of the people. That was why there were heroes everywhere. Now, there are foreign enemies in the country. The emperor. Although the emperor's methods are too harsh, he is diligent and loves the people. He is not wrong. In these troubled times, if the Lingyuan wooden tablet falls into the hands of someone else, who can guarantee that he will not be disloyal? His Royal Highness Yan Wang was originally a descendant of Heaven's Imperial Majesty. In the face of crisis, he could have succeeded the throne and fled to the eastern capital. But instead of going to Luoyang, he stayed on top of the city gate tower. If such a person is not worthy of the Lingyuan wooden tablet, who else is worthy? Du Wanquan was used to being tactful and didn't want to argue with him. He just smiled and said, "I believe that. His Royal Highness Yan Wang's character and talent are impeccable. But when it comes to his body, we laymen can't say anything, right? Why don't we all listen to Miss Chen and order some food and wine first? When Miss Chen's letter arrives, we can make a decision. What do you think?" Zhang Fenghan's expression relaxed slightly. He shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "I'm old, but I still have a bad temper. Don't take it to heart." Before he finished speaking, the three of them heard the sound of flapping wings coming from outside the window at the same time. Du Wanquan smiled and said, "Speak of the devil." Wealth God Du pushed open the window. A lively little wooden bird drilled in and gently pecked the table twice. It lay down and didn't move. This wooden bird was even more special than General Zhong's, because the latter was sent by a trusted person. Qin Qingshu's bird was released from the northwest on the way back from the army. The abdomen of the wooden bird was sealed with a special method. It wasn't a symbolic seal like General Zhong's, but a series of seamless locks. There were 27 holes in it, and a thin needle had to be inserted in order. Otherwise, it would ignite the remaining purple gold in the wooden bird's abdomen. People who didn't know the secret key wouldn't be able to get anything. The craftsmanship of this special wooden bird was extremely complicated. There were only a few in the Lingyuan pavilion. Even Chongqing didn't know about it. When the Westerners besieged the city, he was worried about the safety of the wooden bird's communication. Du Wanquan took out a silver needle. The other two pairs of eyes fell on his hand at the same time. For a moment, Zhang Fenghan felt an indescribable tension in his heart. Wait. Just as Wealth God Du was about to open the wooden bird's seal and take out the letter, Zhang Fenghan suddenly stopped him. Du Wanquan and Liao Ran looked up at him at the same time. Although they both belonged to the Lingyuan pavilion, Duke Feng, who had been immersed in the Lingshu temple all year round, was not familiar with Chen Qingxiu, who was a wanderer in Jianghu. They had never seen each other before, let alone understood each other. But for some reason, he had a premonition that the result might not be as he wished. Zhang Fenghan's face tightened. He said slowly, "Right now, the south of the Yangtze River and the coast of the East Sea are in the hands of the Westerners. General Cheng is personally guarding the front line, but he is only guarding. He doesn't dare to act rashly. With his military strength and war preparations, it is impossible for him to cross the river. I heard that the Westerners are barbaric and cruel. They have already burned down the Jiangnan Academy. That's not a big deal. If the books are gone, they can be printed again. But if we can't save them, then we can't save them." Old Lingshu's voice trembled. "The land of osmanthus seeds in 3 autumn, 10 miles of lotus flowers has now become a mass of scorched earth. Our treasury is empty, and the purple flowing gold is in urgent need. The wind is leaking everywhere. If the Linyuan Pavilion doesn't do anything, we might as well disperse and go home to take care of our children. What is our destiny? Since we can't be silent, the wooden plaque has to come out. Although we are only peddlers, we don't want to entrust ourselves to the wrong person. In today's world, there is Yan Wang in the court, and there is Marshal Gu outside the Great Wall. Marshal Gu. I don't want to say this, but he has long had dealings with the Linyuan Pavilion, but he has never expressed any intention of getting close. He has the Black Iron Battalion in his hands. He doesn't care about us and has no time to take care of our messy and disorderly resources. If you pass His Royal Highness Yan Wang with this kind of groundless reason, what do you plan to do next?" He spoke with sincerity and did his best to pull Du Wanquan to his side. Even Liao Ran was slightly moved. But God of Wealth Du was a shrewd person. He wasn't so easily impulsive. After listening to him, he appeared to be fervent and angry, but his mouth still avoided the important point and dwelling on the trivial. In fact, His Royal Highness Yan Wang has a close relationship with the Linyuan Pavilion since he was a child. He can be considered a member of the pavilion. When the capital was besieged, wasn't it Your Highness who used the Linyuan Pavilion to build the communication network? When the country is in danger, if there is anything we can do for you, no one will say anything. Whether or not we entrust the wooden plaque to you doesn't make much of a difference, right? That's not the case. You're mistaken. Liao Ran shook his head and said, "If we don't have this wooden plaque, the Linyuan Pavilion will only be able to provide some small convenience. With this wooden plaque, the people of the pavilion will be able to do everything they can to help. That's different. Linyuan Pavilion has been silent for 200 years. It's all because of this wooden plaque that it maintains and gathers people. In troubled times, everyone wants to protect themselves. If we don't have this wooden plaque, even you and I can only use our power to run errands and send letters. I'm afraid we won't be as useful as the bigger gangs in Jianghu." His words were meaningful, and Du Wanquan's face changed slightly. God of Wealth Du was different from Duke Fenghan, who was so poor that he had to keep a dog company. God of Wealth Du had a big family and a big business. If he was barefooted, his whole family wouldn't be hungry. If there was someone who didn't want the wooden plaque to reappear in the world, it was undoubtedly God of Wealth Du. Liao Ran didn't directly expose him. The wooden plaque could mobilize the most mysterious Hall of Dao in Linyuan Pavilion. If anyone in the pavilion didn't agree with the arrangement of the wooden plaque and defected, the Hall of Dao would chase that person to the ends of the earth. In other words, without the wooden plaque, God of Wealth Du might only need to give some pocket money as a token. With this wooden plaque, he had to accept it even if he had to spend all his money. Liao Ran put his Buddha beads on one by one. "Mr. Du, please bring out the Chen family's wooden plaque." Du Wanquan was silent for a while, and then he opened the belly of the wooden bird. The last wooden plaque fell out. As soon as it fell on the table, it automatically merged with the other wooden plaques and completed the word yuan. Chen Qingxiu's scribbled C-pattern paper rolled out. Liao Ran wiped it away and saw that the note said very simply, "The Chen family will do its best." Zhang Fenghan was a little stunned for a moment. "That's it?" Liao Ran smiled helplessly. Chen Qingxiu was a little taciturn. She usually spoke verbally, but when it came to pen and paper, she didn't have the patience to write a long speech. If she could, she could. If she couldn't, she couldn't. No matter how big a matter was in her hands, she would just say a few words. Since Miss Chen said so, the chronic poison in His Highness should not be a problem. Liao Ran turned to Du Wanquan. What do you think, Mr. Du? The wooden plaque was divided into 5 pieces. No one was qualified to veto it alone. At this time, it was 3 against 1. Du Wanquan knew that whether he agreed or not, the result had already been decided. Wealth God Du smiled bitterly. Master Liao Ran is too polite. I heard that His Royal Highness Yan Wang is recently promoting fire beacon tickets. When the time comes, if you need this Du's help, please don't hesitate to ask. Zhang Fenghan tactfully advised, Mr. Du, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. When the world is in turmoil, people in chaos are not as good as dogs in peace. Wealth is no different from quicksand flying water. Isn't this the truth? Du Wanquan, who was forced to board the pirate ship by a group of poor people, was still very upset. He half-heartedly cupped his hands and said, Yes, Mr. Du is righteous. The 3 of them hurriedly ate a simple meal, each with their own thoughts. They didn't touch the wine and then went their separate ways. Just as they made this decision, Changgung also returned to the Marquis mansion. Guchen was waiting for him in the study. Changgung told him not to disturb him, then quietly walked in and closed the door. The Marquis mansion was empty and there were few people. Among the group of old servants, there were some who were deaf and some who had trouble with their legs. It was unknown whether they were serving their masters or enjoying their retirement in the master's home. Often, no one would come when he was ordered around. Sometimes, he even had to serve tea and pour water himself. However, there were also places where it was convenient. For example, he didn't always have to guard against the walls having ears. As soon as Guchen saw Changgung, he stood up. There was a hint of nervousness on his naturally doll-like face. Changgung was very calm and unperturbed. He waved his hand at him. Did you cut it off? Guchen responded and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. As you said, I secretly cut off the wooden bird under the pretext of repairing the forbidden sky net. The note inside was changed and the seal was repaired flawlessly. Guchen pursed his lips and said, At the end of the year, Xiaoqiao went to the north to find Miss Chen and saw her take the wooden bird. After that, he secretly caught it and used a mold to copy the seal inside. There shouldn't be any problems. Big brother, why did we have to cut off Miss Chen's wooden bird? What did she write on the note mean? Changgung didn't answer for a moment. He unfolded the wrinkled note and read it. The handwriting on it was the same as the one that Liao Ran and the others received. The only difference was the content. This note said, I have little talent and knowledge. After many years of searching, I still couldn't find the method to solve the Wooer's bone. I have failed you. As for the matter of the Linyuan wooden tablet, I hope you will be careful. Changgung didn't feel anything after reading it. He wasn't surprised and thought, as expected. Based on his understanding of Linyuan Pavilion over the years, there were either 3 or 5 people in charge. The possibility of 5 people was very high. Linyuan Pavilion had many unique and extremely exquisite fire engines and steel armor. Therefore, there must be people from the Lingshu Temple. The Qin family who treated Gu Yun's eyes and ears in the past did it in the name of Linyuan Pavilion. Gu Yun couldn't trust them unconditionally. The old marquis old subordinates must have pulled strings. Therefore, there must be people who represented the military. Liao Ran had always acted as a liaison between the 4 parties. He might also be one of them, representing the Hugua Temple. As for the other 2, it was very likely that one party controlled the wealth and the other party was the Qin family of Taiyuan Prefecture. Among the 5 people, only Liao Ran and the Lingshu Temple were more confident. The other 3 parties were still undecided. In this world, other than Changgung himself, only Miss Chen knew how terrifying Wu Ergu was. She had always been a person who didn't care about the person. It was impossible for her to support him because of personal feelings. The people who controlled the wealth were usually easily burdened by their family business. In this case, they were likely to shrink back. As for the one who represented the military, if it was really General Cheng as Changgung guessed, then Zhong Chan might not necessarily speak for him. The people behind the 2 parties had their own ways of doing things. It was very difficult for him to get in touch with them. Only Xianxia followed the army to the northwest. When the time came, he would definitely send a wooden bird to deliver a letter. This would give him an opportunity to take advantage of. Changgung finished reading the sea-patterned paper and put it over the brazier. The faint light of the fire illuminated his young and handsome face, making him look somewhat unreal. Big brother. Guchen called him slowly. This round-faced guy was loyal to his Prince Yan since childhood, but he was not stupid. He could roughly guess that Xianxia's encrypted wooden bird might be related to the final decision of the Linyuan Pavilion. Although he had followed Changgung's instructions and secretly changed the note, he still had doubts in his heart. Changgung had always been frank and open-minded. He had never done such a shady thing. This time, for the sake of the Linyuan Pavilion, was it for the sake of power? I don't necessarily have to get the Linyuan Pavilion. Changgung seemed to know what he was thinking. He calmly explained to Guchen, but I haven't been in the imperial court for long. Although I have the emperor's support for the time being, and I have the Lord Jiang and other new talents following me, my foundation is still shallow. There are many things that I can't do. I can wait for other things, but the purple gold and silver on the front line can't wait. At this time, I can only retreat and ask for the power of the Linyuan Pavilion. If there is time, all the problems can be solved slowly and openly. I'm just afraid that the foreigners won't give us the time. Hearing this, Guchen straightened his back. The doubts in his heart suddenly disappeared. Instead, he felt a little embarrassed. Xiao and I both understand this. Big brother, you should also take care of yourself. Otherwise, when Marquis returns to the imperial court, you will be exhausted again. Won't he come to make trouble for me? After saying this, he seemed to imagine the specific process of how Marquis would come to make trouble for him. He was so scared by himself that he shivered. Changgung's expression softened a little. I'll take care of this crisis until it's over. When the world is at peace, who would be willing to do such a thankless thing? We can't work for them for nothing. When the time comes, I will ask the emperor to give me a mountain with the best scenery. I will make a peach blossom forest on the mountain. I will admire the flowers in spring and eat peaches in summer. There must also be a hot spring at the foot of the mountain. I plan to raise chickens and ducks all over the mountain. When they lay eggs, they will be thrown directly into the hot spring to cook. Guchen's stomach growled. Changgung was stunned. Then, the two of them laughed at the same time. Changgung jumped up. It's too late. Let's not disturb Uncle Wang and the others. Let's make some dumplings to eat. Guchen was quite embarrassed. No, big brother. How can we let His Highness cut the dumplings and roll the skin? This is too. Changgung glanced at him. Do you want to eat or not? Guchen said resolutely, eat. Thus, the two of them sneaked into the Marquis's mansion's kitchen in the dark. They chased the old cook who was dozing off back to sleep. They tossed and turned for a while, listening to the sounds of the night watch. One of them held the lid of the pot, and the other leaned against the fence. They did not pay attention to the details and directly ate more than 60 dumplings in the kitchen. Guchen was so hot that he cried out in pain. He vaguely felt as if he had returned to the time when he was a young boy in the countryside. The good times all happened in the middle of the night. Even in broad daylight, they still had to be cautious at every step. A month later, the fire beacon votes were still not implemented. Even Emperor Li Feng was annoyed by the noise. A quiet purge gradually began. First, the supervision yard sent 3 memorials in succession, accusing Prince Yan of covering up the sky with one hand. The Grand Council secretly withheld memorials from the officials of the imperial court, causing the complaints to obstruct the hearing of the heavens. The so-called fire beacon votes were completely nonsense. They were throwing the imperial court's face on the ground and trampling on it. Prince Yan ordered people to put all the memorials sent and returned by the Grand Council in the imperial court. All the memorials returned were recorded, including when and why they were returned. All the memorials were sent to the Warm West Pavilion. There was not a single discrepancy. The court was dumbfounded. Immediately, Prince Yan used the excuse that his talent was shallow and his learning was shallow, so it was difficult to convince the masses. He asked the Emperor Longyan to remove him from his position. As usual, Li Feng refused. This prince, who had just turned 20, was young and impetuous. He turned his head and resigned from the imperial court, saying that he was sick. He ran back to the marquis's mansion and shut himself in. The imperial court was full of old fox spirits who spoke human language when they saw people, and spoke ghost when they saw ghosts. There was really no one who would so brazenly throw a tantrum. Li Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But before he could go out of the palace in plain clothes to coax him, Prince Yan left, and immediately the imperial court was in trouble. First, the Grand Council was like a group of dragons without a leader. Every day, memorials were sent to Li Feng's desk like snowflakes. Everywhere was asking for money and purple gold. Seeing this, he was badly battered. Then the two ministers of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War almost fought in the imperial court. In his fury, Li Feng investigated and found that even at this stage, there were still people who were exploiting and taking advantage of the military budget. He was immediately flustered and exasperated, and investigated a major case that shocked the imperial court. From the grand second-level officials to the low-level seventh-level officials, a large number of people were implicated. Even those gossips from the supervision yard were mysteriously implicated. In September, an autumn rain washed the capital into a bleak and desolate atmosphere. Jiang Chong personally went to the marquis's mansion to pass down an imperial edict inviting Prince Yan back to the imperial court. At this point, some people seemed to understand something. Prince Yan once again raised the issue of fire beacon tickets, which were pushed out with almost no resistance. At first, some people were worried that the first batch of fire beacon tickets wouldn't be sent out. Unexpectedly, as soon as they were released, Jiangnan's richest man, Du Wanquan, and others contacted a group of civil merchants to help. In less than 3 days, the first batch of fire beacon tickets was sold out. Real gold and silver poured into the national treasury. At this point, no one said anything more. Long and 7th year ended. The two armies on the front lines of Jiangnan were still in confrontation. Along the way, the Marquis of Stability joined forces with the Central Plains garrison to clean up the rebellious mob. Finally, they returned to Jiayu Pass. The next day, the Western Region's coalition army under the city walls retreated 30 li. At the end of the year, Gu Yun wrote 14 personal letters to the kings of the Western regions to wish them a happy new year. At the same time, he was sharpening his blade, preparing to kill when the imperial court sent the next batch of armaments. This year, there were no lanterns or colored banners outside Jiayu Pass. The fire beacon was on the verge of being ignited. The imperial court had finally sent the long-awaited military provisions and war preparations. However, the person escorting them had a special status. Gu Yun had just returned from patrolling with a group of light cavalry. He hadn't even dismounted when he heard that Yan Wang had come. At that moment, he was stunned. He didn't even take off his light coat before throwing the reins of his warhorse and running. Gu Yun sprinted all the way back to the encampment. The group of bodyguards behind him didn't know what was going on, so they could only follow him as if they were training. The Xiantai light cavalry didn't change shifts or regroup. They sprinted wildly, causing the encampment guards to feel as if they were facing a great enemy. They even thought that another group of foreign enemies had come from somewhere, so they all activated their clairvoyance and looked around. In the Black Iron Battalion encampment at Jiayu Pass, the carriages from the capital were already lined up in a row. The person in charge of the military supplies was busy in full swing, but Gu Yun suddenly stopped in his tracks without warning. The bodyguards also quickly stopped and looked at each other in dismay. Gu Yun looked back at them in confusion. "Why are you all running in a panic?" The bodyguards, Gu Yun coughed dryly and flicked away the non-existent dirt on the Xiantai light fur coat. After dispersing his virtue, he changed into a calm and leisurely manner without any hindrance. With his hands behind his back, he sauntered into the commander's tent. Other than the ones on duty and those who didn't return from the patrol, Gu Yun's subordinates were all inside, surrounded by a person. That person was dressed in a brocade court robe. A section of his wide sleeves was exposed under the snow-white fox fur coat. He was the new noble of the imperial court, Prince Yan. When he heard the movement, he turned around and his gaze unexpectedly collided with Marshal Gu, who was leaning against the doorframe without any style. Yan Wang seemed to be shocked, but then his eyes lit up. The dust from the journey was washed away. He raised his hand uncontrollably and cleared his throat slightly. His cough was actually a little out of tune. With this cough, everyone looked at the door and stood up one after another. Marshal. Some meetings and disagreements happened in the blink of an eye, while some meetings and disagreements felt like a lifetime ago. In the middle, there was an intertwined anger and cold war. That was the blink of an eye. In the middle, there were layers of unclear truths and ambiguous feelings that couldn't be picked up or let go. That was the feeling of a lifetime ago. In any case, Gu Yun had mixed feelings and all of them rushed to his heart, blocking his heart that was as wide as the mouth of the Yangtze River. After a long time, a little bit of hot water seeped out from the middle and continuously melted into her limbs and bones. Gu Yun's palms, which were behind her back, were slightly sweaty. He waved his hand like a wolf, indicating that there was no need for formalities, and strolled in. The border is not stable now. Why did you come in person? Chongqing, it's the New Year's Eve, so I'm here to send some New Year's goods. It's not easy for you. His Majesty, the Emperor. And since he said so, Chongqing had no choice but to announce the imperial edict. Once the imperial edict was announced, the generals on both sides immediately knelt down. Gu Yun was about to kneel down to receive the imperial edict, but he was stopped by Chongqing. Chongqing held him up. It's His Majesty's verbal order. Imperial uncle, you just need to listen to the imperial edict. There's no need to salute. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when Chongqing said the two words imperial uncle, his voice was slightly lowered. Li Feng had been calling him imperial uncle all day long, making Gu Yun feel annoyed whenever he heard the word imperial uncle. But when he was suddenly called by Chongqing, it was as if there was a small hook that hooked him. The words etiquette cannot be abolished that came to his mouth did not come out in order. It was late winter in the 12th lunar month. In the bitter cold of the northwest, Gu Yun was covered in a cold armor that almost made him sweat. Even the imperial edict was inattentive. Fortunately, Li Feng's official matters were usually mentioned in military reports and replies. The imperial edict was filled with nonsense about rewarding the army. It didn't matter if he listened to it or not. Gu Yun didn't have time to recover until the surrounding generals thanked the heavens in unison and stood up. Generally speaking, in this kind of situation, the person with the highest rank should come forward and represent everyone to say a few heroic words about serving the country. Only then would the imperial edict be considered conveyed and everyone could do what they were supposed to do. But Gu Yun suddenly became strangely silent, so everyone could only remain silent with him. The generals of the Black Iron Battalion collectively stared at each other. They didn't know what opinion the Marquis of Stability had on this rather vague imperial edict. With the surroundings so quiet, Gu Yun realized that he had embarrassed himself. He acted as if nothing had happened and said with an unfathomable expression, "Oh, Your Majesty's words are too serious. It's something that should be done. Old He, get people to prepare a welcoming feast for His Royal Highness Yan Wang. Don't make it so complicated. We're all on the same side. Everyone, be quick. Before it gets dark, check the military supplies and war preparations. What are you looking at? Hurry up and disperse. Don't you have anything to do?" The generals were in awe of Marshal Gu, who remained unfazed by favor and humiliation, and filed out. The Black Iron Battalion each carried out their duties with great efficiency. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left. The commander's tent, which had been noisy just now, suddenly quieted down. Gu Yun sighed softly. He felt that Chongqing's gaze was glued to his body, so much so that he almost had to use all his strength to turn his head away. He didn't know if it was because of the fox fur coat on his body, but he felt that Chongqing seemed to have lost some weight. On the northwest road, Huolong's words and Miss Chen's words alternately flashed through his mind. This was the first time in his life that Gu Yun didn't know where to start when facing someone. There were thousands of emotions in his heart, and he didn't know what expression to make on his face. Instead, he appeared cold and calm. He acted as if he had just left home the day before and said to Chongqing, "Come here, let me take a look." Chongqing couldn't figure out his attitude for a moment. He temporarily restrained his unbridled gaze and suddenly became nervous. He had caused a big commotion in the past 6 months. He didn't know how much the border had heard, and he didn't know what Gu Yun's reaction would be if he knew. When Gu Yun left the capital, the relationship between the two of them was neither good nor bad. After such a long time, it was like a jar of wine that had been hurriedly buried underground before the ingredients were finished. In just a few short steps, Chongging's heart was like a revolving lantern, and the feeling was indescribable. Who knew that at this moment, Gu Yun would suddenly reach out and pull him over? The light fur armor of the Xian Tai was tightly wrapped from the shoulder to the second joint of the 5 fingers, making Gu Yun's embrace appear very firm. The small portion of the fingers that were slightly exposed were as cold as the light fur armor in the cold wind of Jiayu Pass. The coldness seemed to have penetrated the fox fur coat on Yan Wang's body in an instant. He shivered violently, and in an instant, he was overwhelmed by the favor and didn't know what to do. Gu Yun closed his eyes slightly and slowly tightened his arms. The soft fur collar swept across his face, and the smell of the Xianxia followed like a shadow. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the smell was stronger than before. More than 20 years of Wu Er's bones were like a file, grinding his bones and carving his flesh to make him such a person. Gu Yun's heart ached terribly, but he didn't dare to say a word. Chongging had a stubbornness that didn't compromise with anyone. Since he was young, he would rather wait with his eyes open every night until dawn than reveal anything to him. If a person covered his wound and didn't let anyone see it, no one could forcefully pry his hand away. That wasn't taking care of him, but another stab in his heart. Zishi, Chongging didn't know what was wrong with him, so he could only say softly with some uneasiness, "If you continue to hug me like this, I will." Gu Yun barely suppressed his emotions, swallowed the bitterness, and expressionlessly raised his eyebrows at him, "En?" Chongging, he was stunned and didn't dare to say anything. His Royal Highness Yan Wang, who was eloquent, was speechless. Gu Yun looked at him and laughed. He reached out and gathered his fox fur coat. "Let's go, I'll take you out for a walk." The two of them walked out of the commander's tent side by side. The north wind outside the pass was as hard as a knife and halberd. The fluttering flags were like a giant rock spreading its wings in the sky. The sky was high, the ground was high, and there were no clouds in the distance. The convoy escorting the military supplies couldn't be seen at a glance. Since the outbreak of the war between the 4 territories, everything seemed to be stretched. It had been a long time since such a bustling scene appeared. Gu Yun stopped and looked for a while. He sighed, such a big mess. How much effort did it take to clean up a clue? Send this much first. I'll think of other ways, Chongging said. Now that the law of command has been cancelled, the Lingshu Temple added a few more steel armor academies this month. They are recruiting talents from all over the world. Those who are particularly accomplished in steel armor and fire engines, regardless of their background, will have the opportunity to enter the Lingshu Temple. Duke Fenghan vowed that the sea monsters of the Western Navy were nothing to be afraid of. As long as he was given time, he could also do it. Duke Fenghan has never eaten a full meal in his life. Is he going to eat one bowl and throw another bowl away? Gu Yun smiled. What's the use of that sea monster other than looking scary and being prodigal? It's okay if you don't have money. Even if you use light cavalry, I'll kick those things who come to other people's territory and behave atrociously back to their hometown sooner or later. He wanted to say, don't push yourself too hard, but when he turned slightly, his hand wrapped in half of the steel armor happened to bump into Chongging's palm. Chongging subconsciously grabbed his hand that was cold and painful. This action was immediately covered by his loose court robe. The sleeves contained his body temperature. It wasn't that Chongging couldn't keep his composure at all. It was just that Gu Yun's unexpected hug was like an open flame, igniting all the unbelievable expectations in his heart. He looked straight at Gu Yun and asked with a double meaning, "What?" Gu Yun forgot his lines for the second time today. In the eyes of outsiders, the two looked at each other for a moment as if they were sick. Gu Yun stood stiffly for a long time without responding. Chongging's expression gradually darkened. He thought self-mockingly in his heart, as expected, it was my illusion. Just as he was about to retreat, Chongging's pupils suddenly contracted. Because under the cover of the long sleeve, Gu Yun actually held his hand back. His cold and dry fingers had the strength of the steel armor. He did not dodge at all. Gu Yun sighed slightly. He knew in his heart that he had taken this step impulsively and unwillingly. There was no turning back in the future. Chongging, who had been tormented by Wu Ergu for so many years, could not bear it. Moreover, his attitude had changed repeatedly. He was really too much of a jerk. It was not that he had never said sweet words when he was acting. When he drank too much, he would also make careless promises. But in this life, he knew that the so-called pledge of eternal love was so heavy that it was difficult to say. When the words came to his mouth, he only said, "I asked you to take care of yourself. Where there is life, there is hope. You don't have to exhaust yourself so much. I am here." Chongqing was a little dumbfounded. Gu Yun's words entered his left ear and left his right ear untouched. He did not hear a single word. Gu Yun was a little embarrassed by his stare. "Let's go. Those bumpkins are waiting to admire Yan Wang's elegance. Why are we standing here stupidly and drinking the northwest wind?" In the territory of the Black Iron Battalion, it was impossible to have grape wine or beauty singing and dancing. During wartime, the military strictly prohibited alcohol. Those who dared to secretly drink a drop would be dealt with according to military law and would not be tolerated. And the only person here who was related to beauty, Miss Chen, also took the position of military doctor after Gu Yun removed the steel plate. She was so busy treating the wounded soldiers in Jiayu Pass that she did not appear for 10 to 15 days. Now, only Northwest Flower was left. Although she did not know how to dance, at least she could casually watch and did not need to pay. The so-called welcoming dinner for Prince Yen was just a matter of cooking a few more dishes. For the time being, the generals who were not in charge of setting up the defense came to accompany him. They could not stay too late because they had to take turns to cover the shift. A little rest time was precious. They did not dare to relax for a moment. Before night fell, everyone had left. Only Gu Yun was left to lead Yan Wang, who was still a little absent-minded, to settle down. "It must be very boring here, right? There's nothing good to eat or drink. The most outrageous entertainment all day long is a few people getting together to arm wrestle. There's no prize for winning or losing." Gu Yun turned around and said, "When you were young, did you still get angry because I refused to bring you here?" Although Chongqing did not drink a drop of wine, his footsteps were a little light. He felt that he was dreaming. He said in his sleep, "How can it be boring?" Gu Yun thought for a while and took out his white jade piccolo from his arms. "Let me play a new song from beyond the Great Wall for you, okay?" Chongqing stared at the piccolo with a particularly deep gaze. He felt that he would never wake up from this dream. At this time, Xianxia, who was reorganizing the defense, returned. He heard from afar that His Royal Highness Yan Wang had come in person. He planned to come over with complicated feelings. Unexpectedly, when he was still 100 meters away, he saw Gu Yun take out his precious flute. Xianxia immediately turned around and ran away as if he was facing a great enemy. The instrument in Gu Yun's hand changed from the bamboo flute to the jade flute. He also practiced in the bitter cold and boring border for half a year, but his skills miraculously did not improve. His ability to make people pee was still better than before. A little song from beyond the Great Wall made people's liver and guts burst. Not far away, a warhorse that was waiting to be readied was frightened as if it was surrounded by a pack of big wild wolves. It neighed with a heart-wrenching cry. The Black Eagle Scout fell from the sky. It staggered a step and lost its balance. It directly fell to the ground and looked like it was asking for New Year's money. Chongqing was speechless. He finally found some basis to prove that he was not dreaming. This movement had exceeded his narrow imagination. After the song ended, Gu Yun, who thought that he had a vague romantic moment, asked with some expectation, "Is it good?" Chongqing hesitated for a long time. He could only say sincerely, "It clears the heart and clears the mind. It has the ability to repel the enemy." Gu Yun raised his hand and knocked his head with the flute. He was not embarrassed by his crazy skills at all. "Just to wake you up. Are you going to sleep with me these few days, or do you want someone to tidy up a prince's tent for you?" Yan Wang, who was just a little sober, was suddenly hit in the face by this sudden teasing. He was stunned for a moment. Gu Yun watched Chongqing's ears turn red and spread all the way to his face. He couldn't help but think of the uncomfortable look when Chongqing changed his clothes for him when he had a high fever. At that time, he only felt helpless, but now his heart itched. He thought, "You took advantage of me when I could only lie down like a corpse with a pile of broken bones." Why didn't you think that there would be a day like today? Gu Yun said, why are you not saying anything again? Don't bother. Changping struggled for a long time. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I just want to see your injury. Gu Yun couldn't help but tease him, you only want to see my injury? Changping was speechless. There were problems with Gu Yun's lumbar vertebrae and cervical vertebrae. Changping didn't even need to check carefully. He would know after removing the armor and touching it through the clothes. He cleared his thoughts and frowned, Zishi, how long has it been since you removed the light coat? I've been wearing it since I removed the steel plate. Gu Yun suddenly felt that something was wrong. He paused for a moment and quickly added, oh, of course, I removed it when I took a bath. I'm not that dirty bald donkey like Liao Ran. Changping reached out and pressed him down, don't move. You still have the mood to criticize others. When these generals were young, they were extremely awe-inspiring. If they were lucky enough to live to old age, most of them would end up with a body full of injuries and injuries. It was normal for their lumbar vertebrae and cervical vertebrae to be dislocated. Although the light fur coat was light, it was directly attached to the body, unlike heavy armor which had its own support. Gu Yun did not take it off even when he was sleeping. Over time, his bones and muscles did not get any rest. When Chang Gung pressed a little harder, he could hear his muscles and bones creaking. You can't feel it now because the muscles in your waist and back can still support it. What will you do when you get older? Changbing's hand stroked his back and shoulder blades heavily and kneaded his stiff shoulders. Every time Shani said a word, he would get angry. However, when it was Changbing who said the same thing, Gu Yun was not unhappy at all. He lazily closed his eyes and listened. Everything in the army was simple. Even the Marquis of Stability did not have any special privileges. There was only a camp bed in the tent and a gas lamp hanging at the head of the bed. The light was dim and half covered the two people. Changbing asked, does it hurt? Gu Yun shook his head and slowly said in a low voice, the news of you delivering this batch of things must have already spread. The Western Alliance army is a motley crew with ulterior motives. Everyone has their own little calculations. Now that the Westerners can no longer support the unconditional provision of fire engine steel armor to them, in a few days, there will definitely be people who will betray us and secretly defect to me. Pfft, wait a moment. Gu Yun did not respond when he was massaging his shoulders. However, when Changbing's fingers went down his spine to his ribs, Gu Yun suddenly tensed up and laughed, itchy. Changbing's fingers were so stiff that they were almost stuck in his bones. If they stayed for a while longer, his skin would be bruised. He said helplessly, how can such a strong hand make it itchy? Can you differentiate between pain and itch? It's obvious that your skills are not good enough, Gu Yun said, however, their surrender will not be too sincere. These bastards have done too many double-dealing things. If we don't beat them into submission, they will cause trouble in our backyard. I plan to send troops on New Year's Eve and beat them up for New Year's Eve dinner. Changbing pressed Gu Yun's shoulder with one hand and used his other hand to press down on Gu Yun's spine with his elbow. Is the Black Iron Battalion at Jiayu Pass enough? Even if it's not enough, we still have to. Gu Yun's entire back arched, ha ha ha, I won't press anymore, I won't press anymore. Changbing did not listen to him. He used his elbow to press down on him and stroked both sides of his spine from head to toe twice before he stopped slightly. Gu Yun laughed until his stomach hurt and tears were about to fall. He took 2 deep breaths with great difficulty before he continued, that's about it. Let's make an agreement in advance that as long as they get lost, we won't make a move. When the time comes, we will launch a sneak attack first. Then, we will press on with heavy armor and make a big commotion. We will mainly scare away as many as we can and deal with the rest one by one. Changbing moved his finger slightly and laughed, aren't you afraid that others will say that you don't keep your word and that you are a traitor? Gu Yun said carelessly, a bunch of tribute-paying subordinate countries rebelled and their sons beat their fathers. Why don't I see them keeping any kindness? Ah. You are a barefoot doctor. Changbing pressed on the acupuncture point on his waist. Gu Yun cried out and bounced up like a live fish. With a bang, he hit the bed board. Changbing had no choice but to retract his hand, bear with it. The military doctor in the camp hasn't massaged you before, right? Gu Yun, let me think, don't think about it. No one can hold you down. Changbing stood up and changed his fingers to his palm. He knelt beside him with one leg, then I will try to be gentler. This time, he changed his fingers to his palm and increased the strength of his palm bit by bit. He pressed the area below his palm against the acupuncture point and gradually increased the strength from light to heavy. Gu Yun did not know how to cooperate at all. The stronger Changbing's palm was, the tighter the muscles in his waist and abdomen became. The traces of his waistline under his unlined clothes were particularly clear. Changbing was momentarily dazed and had the illusion that he could wrap his arms around Gu Yun's waist with both hands. His heart, which originally did not have any evil thoughts, suddenly trembled and began to beat wildly without warning. The movements of his hands involuntarily became lighter and he changed to another method of tickling Gu Yun. This time, it was not enough to make him bounce up, but there was a layer of something that could not be explained that flowed up along Changbing's hand. Gu Yun was extremely embarrassed as he turned around and grabbed Changbing's hand. It's done. Changbing was startled, his blood rushed to his head and his neck turned red. Gu Yun coughed dryly and asked, "What about you? When will you return to the capital?" Changbing stared at him and said, "I want to leave after visiting Shirlu." Gu Yun, these words were too heartwarming. Gu Yun was lost in thought and whispered, "It's better if you don't stay here for so long." Changbing looked away and said with a bit of embarrassment, I was just casually saying." Although the fire beacon ticket allowed the national treasury to breathe a sigh of relief, there are still many unresolved matters in the imperial court. "I'd better, your presence here is too demoralizing." Gu Yun interrupted him sternly, this martial spirit. Changbing, Gu Yun reached out and pulled him down. Changbing was kneeling on one knee by the bed and was caught off guard. He was pulled down and almost fell on Gu Yun's chest. Gu Yun reached out and inserted his hand into his hair and held the back of his head. He suddenly said, "I heard about your fire beacon ticket." Changbing's pupils contracted slightly. Gu Yun paused and did not mention a word about the big case he made up to eliminate dissidents. He only instructed, "When you go home, look under the door and under the bed. See if you can find a few taels of silver to buy some from him. In the future, your imperial brother does not need to return the money. Just reward him with a manor for his retirement." Changbing's emotions fluctuated and he could not help but blurt out, "What do you want a manor for?" Gu Yun gently twirled his hair and whispered, "I've thought about it a while ago. When the time comes, I'll split the Black Iron camp into 3. The Eagle, the Armor, and the Cavalry will each hold 1/3 of the commander's seal. In the future, they can cooperate with each other and restrain each other. The Black Iron Tiger Talisman should be returned to the Ministry of War. After this battle, not only Daliang, but also the foreign countries outside the 4 great regions will have a layer of skin peeled off. It won't be a problem to change a generation of people and provide 30 to 50 years of stability. Anyway, your imperial brother doesn't like me, so I won't serve him. Let the future generations worry about the matters in the future. I'll find a beautiful manor to make, that betrothal gift." Changbing listened for a long time and did not speak. Under the steam lamp, there seemed to be a flash of tears in his eyes. "You did not say that last time." Gu Yun, Changbing, last time you said that I should not be afraid and that if I follow you, you will treat me well in the future, does that count? Gu Yun flatly denied, "When did I say such disgraceful words?" Changbing mercilessly brought up old scores. "Last year in the first month of the Marquis's mansion, in your room, you said it when you took off my clothes." Gu Yun was embarrassed, "That was Changbing could no longer hold back and lowered his head to cover his mouth. "My general," he thought, with a mixture of sweetness and sorrow, how many generals in history have ever been able to retire from their armors and return to their fields in peace? Aren't these words poking at my heart? Changbing's heart was too excited and he did not know what to do. He appeared to be restrained and anxious. Soon, Gu Yun, who had regained her senses, turned the tables on him. Gu Yun turned over and pressed him into her arms. She suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the ancients said that a gentle home was a hero's grave. To hug such a considerate person in the cold winter, there was no need to be in the Marquis's mansion or imperial residence. As long as they were in an ordinary courtyard, there was a small bedroom the size of a palm. It was enough to warm some wine. His bones were melted. He did not even want to go to court, let alone go to war. This time, it seemed to be different from the kiss of life and death on the city wall. It wasn't as desperate and intense. Gu Yun suddenly felt a corner of his heart collapse, and the softest part of his heart was freed. He thought, from now on, she's mine. After a long time, both of their breaths were a little unstable. Gu Yun raised her hand and turned off the steam lamp. She touched Changging's face and said, "You must be tired from the journey. Don't provoke me today. Have a good sleep, okay?" Changging grabbed her hand. Gu Yun kissed his face and teased, "There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with you in the future. Go to sleep." Changging, this seemed to be a little different from what he had expected. But he was really tired. His mood had been fluctuating for a day, and it was too tiring. He fell asleep in a short while. Gu Yun only took a short nap. Just after the fourth night watch period, he put on his clothes and got up. If Changging did not come, he would have been working around the clock these days. He had to check the situation of the military supplies in the capital, how to distribute the salary, how much purple gold was left, how to distribute the troops, how to fight. All kinds of arrangements had to be reviewed by the Marshal Gu. Although his strategy of sowing discord was concise and to the point, the real skill was still in the details. The more preparations he made before the battle, the more likely he would win. Although Marshal Gu's flute was very lethal, if he only relied on the northwest flower-brushing face and demonic sound-piercing ear to defeat the enemy, his methods were too simple. Gu Yun lowered her head and looked at Changging, who was sleeping soundly. She could see that he was indeed not sleeping well, just as Miss Chen said. Other people would dream of what they thought during the day. However, no matter how happy Changging was before he fell asleep, there were no good dreams waiting for him when he closed his eyes. His eyebrows were knitted into a ball. Under the snowy moon outside the pass, his face looked pale. His fingers unconsciously tightened, as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw, as he grabbed a corner of Gu Yun's clothes. Gu was a kind of poison that consumed the mind. When one was awake, they could use their willpower to suppress it. However, after they fell asleep, the backlash would intensify. Gu Yun, who never slept enough, felt his hair stand on end when he thought about it. He tried to pull the corner of his clothes out, but he could not. Changging seemed to be alarmed by this movement. He tightened his grip, and an indescribable sternness flashed across his face. In the military camp, it was inconvenient for Gu Yun to go out with his sleeves cut off to discuss military matters with his subordinates. He could only sigh and stretch out his arm to untie the embroidered pouch on Changging's clothes. He took a cup from the side and poured a little of the Xianxia into the bottom of the cup. The strong Xianxia immediately spread in the tent. Gu Yun placed the cup beside the pillow and leaned over to gently kiss Changging's forehead. Changging might have woken up, but he was not completely awake. In his daze, he seemed to know who was beside him. The painful expression on his face finally lessened, and he let go of his hand. Gu Yun looked at him with some worry, and went out in the night. This year's end was extremely bleak. On New Year's Eve, the lonely sound of firecrackers could be heard from the pass. The cold wind swept past, and only red confetti could be seen fluttering in the wind like colorful butterflies. There were no children lighting the firecrackers in the distance. Even in the capital, half of the kite restaurant had already collapsed. The red-headed kite that high officials and nobles spent a lot of money to fight over in the past had also disappeared. A large number of refugees crossed the river. A group of them froze to death, and another group starved to death. There were cases of people swapping children for food. In the beginning, the local governments were not willing to open the granaries to distribute grain. Before the year's end, Changging personally led an imperial envoy. On one hand, he traveled between the various large chambers of commerce for the sake of the fire beacon tickets. On the other hand, he borrowed a group of troops from the General Cheng. Along the way, he dealt with a group of unscrupulous merchants and sycophantic officials who did not distribute grain. With thunderous methods, he killed the chickens to warn the monkeys. This allowed the refugees who filled the streets and alleys to have a place to receive gruel. Regardless of whether it was a well-off family or a poor peasant, the little bit of wealth that people had accumulated over hundreds of years and several generations were not willing to eat or wear was all destroyed in one day in less than a year. Thinking about it, the vicissitudes of life were like a violent storm. In the end, worldly possessions could not be brought with them when they were born and could not be brought with them when they died. Exhausting one's mind and soul was also an illusion of doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. As usual, the Black Iron Battalion at Jiayu Pass prepared 3 carts of fireworks in preparation for the upcoming 8 years of the Long'an. On the night of New Year's Eve, lanterns were hung on the city gate tower. The guards also appeared particularly inattentive. A thievish-looking Western Region scout, draped in dried grass, secretly snuck into Jiayu Pass. He watched Jiayu Pass for an entire day through his clairvoyance. He saw that the Black Iron Battalion's guards at the pass appeared very lax. The sentries who usually stood like javelins were reduced by half. Some were constantly scratching their ears and cheeks, some were looking left and right, and some were constantly looking back, as if they were all waiting for something. This absent-mindedness was explained after a while. It turned out that a batch of letters from home had arrived from the nearest relay station. Through his clairvoyance, the Western Region scout saw that the messengers had directly ascended the city gate that day. Many of the people who received the letters immediately opened them up. The light cavalry patrolling the city gate only appeared once every day. They made a perfunctory round of the city gate at a distance and then returned. The Black Iron Battalion was also human. Throughout the year, there were always a few special days that affected their hearts. Ever since the emissary from Dalian came from the capital, the entire Western Region coalition army became nervous. They sent people day and night to keep an eye on Jiayu Pass. They waited until fireworks were set off on the city gate tower of Jiayu Pass, and the people of the Central Plains faintly heard the sound of firecrackers. Seeing that it was going to be a quiet new year, the scout on duty cautiously confirmed that the Black Iron Battalion had indeed not made any movements. He quietly gathered his men and withdrew. Just as he was about to leave, a boulder on a small hill not far away suddenly shook and split into 2 from the middle. It was actually a mysterious eagle armor. The back of the black eagle's wings was painted the same color as the gray stones around it. There were even fine lines drawn with meticulous brushwork. At first glance, it could be mistaken for the real thing. He kept waiting for the lurking Western Region scout to run far away before he quietly rushed straight into the sky. A thin wisp of white mist streaked across the night sky like a blade and suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was night. Under the cover of the fireworks, the Black Iron Battalion at Jiayu Pass split into 3 groups and disappeared into the night. The lanterns on the city wall hung high in the night sky. It was clearly a lively scene. The long shadows of the lanterns were cast on the 1,000-year-old city wall, but there was an indescribable sense of loneliness and desolation. The matters in the capital were piled up like a mountain. Chang'ing only had time to have a quick chat with Gu Yun before he had to start his journey back before the new year. On New Year's Eve, he happened to arrive at the wounded soldiers' hospital. Chen Xingshu had already received the news. She held a wooden bird and waited for him at the entrance of the hospital. Seeing each other again after half a year, there was no awkwardness between the two. It seemed that Chen Xingshu did not object to Chang'ing taking over the Linyuan wooden tablet, and Chang'ing did not secretly change her note. The Linyuan wooden tablet had been handed over. Even if she had reservations about the choice of her companions, she had to obey the instructions of the wooden tablet at this time. "Your Highness, don't go any further," an accompanying bodyguard whispered. "There are not many people with full arms and legs. Looking at them makes people feel bad. You just look at them and you feel bad. What about those with broken arms and legs?" Chang'ing glanced at him. The bodyguard was so embarrassed that his face turned red. "I'm here to give a New Year's greeting to the brothers who have served the country and the people." Chang'ing turned to Chen Xingshu and said, "The imperial court will give out rewards and pensions together as a New Year's gift. Just wait here for a while." Chen Xingshu, wait for what? "News of victory." Chang'ing said, "The first news of victory. I just happened to bring it back on the way back. I'll discuss the next step of the policy of division and suppression of the countries in the Western region with the military council." Chen Xingshu carefully looked at Chang'ing's face and said, "I heard that your highness has been traveling non-stop. First, you went south to Jiangbei to rectify the cruel officials and profiteers along the canal. Then, you returned to the capital to dispatch the Ministry of Revenue and the Lingshu Temple. You rushed to the northwest at the end of the year without any rest. But you seem to be in good condition? This matter was quite bizarre. When she left the capital, the Wu bone in Chonggung's body had almost reached the point where it couldn't be cleaned up. She had originally thought that he had exhausted himself mentally and physically for the past half a year, and she didn't know how far he would go. When she received the waterside woodbird, Chen Qingsu's heart was almost a bit uneasy, afraid that she would see the ominous red light in his eyes. Who knew that Chongging's complexion was much better than she imagined? Prince Yan's "I'll be at peace even if the sky falls and the earth sinks" state seemed to have returned. It was similar to the years when he followed General Cheng and roamed Jianghu. But it seemed that there was a little difference. He didn't seem to be as indifferent as before. He didn't lack the smoke and fire. It's just a few errands. It's not that bad. Chongging didn't care. It said that everything is difficult at the beginning. In fact, I don't think the beginning is the most difficult. You see, now that the court has reached the point where they have to cut off all means of retreat. If I don't do it well, at most, the capital will be besieged by the foreign soldiers again. It can't be worse. The people in the court are probably used to it and won't blame me too much. Your Highness, you're really narrow-minded. You've learned some of Marquis teachings. Chen Qingxu vaguely dragged out Gu Yun, who didn't care about anything, and whipped her corpse. After whipping the corpse, she thought about it carefully and felt that it was somewhat reasonable. So, she said, yes, sometimes it's harder to accept the decline after the peak than to reform the country. Then it's none of my business. Chongging said to her casually, Zishi was in poor health when he was young. He needs to recuperate as soon as possible. If he doesn't go to war, he won't be able to stay in the Black Iron Battalion for many years. If he leaves, I'll go with him. Chen Qingxiu, it took her quite a while to realize who this Z she was referring to. Her entire being was in a state of chaos and confusion. Suddenly, she realized, His Royal Highness Yanwang's face, which covered the dust of 1,000 miles, was not his complexion, but the color of spring. For a moment, Miss Chen didn't know what to say. If such unimaginable feelings could blossom, then why didn't anyone dare to express their feelings to her, a girl who wasn't uglier than anyone else, who mingled with men all day long? Was it because her naturally cold face was too lethal? Or was it because although Marshal Gu's upper beam was crooked, his lower beam was not crooked, and his strictness in commanding the army was amazing? However, although Chongging's seemingly careless words evoked Miss Chen's indescribable jealousy, it was undoubtedly equivalent to giving her a reassuring pill. Although the northwest border was far away from the emperor, His Royal Highness Yanwang's methods in the court could still be heard. While Chen Qingxu was grateful, she couldn't help but worry that he would be bound by power in the future. It wasn't that she didn't trust Chongging's character, but Wu Ergu was always like a dark cloud that couldn't be dispelled. He could stay true to himself for 3 to 5 years, but what about 8 to 10 years? Would power and poison speed up the erosion of his mind? When the time came, he would hold the Linyuan wooden token in his hand and have great power. Who could stop him? It wasn't until she heard this that she felt slightly relieved. No matter what, as long as the Marquis of Stability was fine, there would always be someone in this world who could restrain him and give him a hand. Thinking of this, Chen Qingxu secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the Linyuan wooden token wasn't affected by her vote and was ultimately handed over to Chongging. Otherwise, Daliang wouldn't necessarily be able to recover in just half a year. On New Year's Eve, the Black Iron Battalion finally gathered momentum to swallow mountains and rivers. The Black Iron Battalion divided into 3 groups and launched a surprise attack on the Western Region Allied Forces encampment. The Western Region Allied Forces and Jiayu Pass had been confronting each other for a long time, and hadn't received any supplies from the foreigners for a long time. Their own skills weren't good enough, and they couldn't repair the broken steel-armored chariots. Looking around, their allies were all indescribable idiots who couldn't be counted on at all, and they all had thoughts of retreating long ago. On the same day, Shirlu's allied forces received a report from a scout saying that the Black Iron Battalion didn't make any movements, so they were relieved. The guards were strolling around, and the commanders of various countries were gathered together to concentrate on quarreling without any preparation. The entire encampment was pitch black, and the sudden appearance of the Black Crows was as if they had descended from the sky. Many people couldn't wait to fight in a panic without even putting on their pants, but they were swept away by the menacing Black Iron Battalion like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. A small country far away saw that the situation wasn't good, and quickly calculated the strength of their own country, which didn't have any family background. The king and the commander made a prompt decision and led their people to escape first. Their escape was like a signal, and the allied forces were in an uproar. Just as things were getting out of hand, the Black Eagle threw down a pile of copied letters from the sky, scattering them everywhere like paper money. Previously, a few small countries in the western region had secretly colluded with Sisi and Guyane, and had written a few ambiguous personal letters. At this time, the Marquis of Dingen, who had turned his back on them, printed a pile of letters and pasted them down from the sky. Together with the first batch of fleeing vanguards, it was particularly shocking. Before those two-faced small countries in the western region could make an oath with their allies in exasperation, Daliang's copper roar came from the sky like a tsunami. A sharp-tongued Black Eagle used Daliang's official language and the common language of the various countries in the western region to name a few of the small countries that had rebelled, and then brazenly announced, "Since you have surrendered, disarm yourselves and retreat to the side. If the sword has no eyes and accidentally injures the friendly forces, the Black Iron Battalion will not be responsible." The western region allied forces were in an uproar. At this time, who had the leisure to stop and carefully analyze the twists and turns of the paper? Hurriedly skimming through the beginning and the end, and seeing the corny address and humble attitude, they first took it as conclusive evidence and believed 80 to 90% of it. The troops of the various countries in the western region were in a mess. There were strong enemies outside and traitors inside. No one seemed to be a good person when they bumped into each other. Immediately, they fought without distinguishing between friend and foe. It was the first day of the 8th year of the Longan, the first day of the 8th year. After the return of the commander-in-chief, the Black Iron Battalion, which had been dormant and retreating, finally revealed the fangs that had been suppressed for more than half a year. The Iron Sword roared to the west and swept through the western region allied forces' encampment like chopping melons and vegetables. The allied forces were defeated and scattered for a time. In one night, they saw the real fighting power of the Black Iron Battalion, which had been able to sweep through 18 tribes with only 30 cavalrymen. On the second day of the new year, a group of defeated soldiers from the western region retreated while fighting. The Black Eagle captured the head of the allied forces of Shirlu, the king of Chotsi. At the same time, the news of victory reached the wounded soldiers' hospital. This was the first real news of victory in Daliang since half of the country had fallen. The whole hospital for wounded soldiers was boiling. Whether it was the wounded soldiers of the northwest who had lost their arms or legs or the well-dressed attendants of Prince Yen, they all hugged each other and cried bitterly. Chongqing heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He wanted to open his mouth and order the servants to immediately prepare to return to the capital. Unexpectedly, when he called out, no one cared about him. He could only helplessly shake his head, take a handkerchief, and pass it to Xianxia, who was crying silently. They had been waiting for this day for too long. In the midst of the storm, the building was about to collapse. However, as long as the pillars did not fall and the Xiantai army's strength of spirit did not break, there would always be a day when they could clean up this ruined country. On the 4th day of the new year, the allied forces of the western region retreated to the entrance of the ancient Silk Road. The news of their whereabouts was leaked by the captured Han slaves, and they were ambushed by the Lulan people. When the allied forces of the western region invaded Daliang, they had occupied Lulan in one fell swoop and killed the old king. The young drunkard prince was forced to go into exile in a foreign land. Now that he finally had a chance to take revenge, he was simply bloodthirsty. At this point, the allied forces suffered another heavy blow and were completely defeated. On the 5th day of the new year, the Black Iron Battalion was unstoppable and recovered the 27 passes of the ancient Silk Road. They directly attacked the former encampment of the 10,000 kingdoms and captured all the foreigners who did not have time to withdraw. Shani ran into the tent and reported, "Commander, those bastards from the western region have shrunk back. They are afraid that they will not be able to explain themselves to those foreigners who depend on them for their livelihood. They want to exchange the Han slaves they captured before for the prisoners." "What do you think?" Guyun immediately agreed, "Exchange." As soon as he said this, there was an uproar in the commander's tent. "Commander, please reconsider." Shani was shocked. "Commander, the battle report has not yet been sent to the imperial court." There are many foreign dignitaries in this batch of prisoners. Is it appropriate to deal with them privately? Gu Yun raised a hand and interrupted him. If the Black Iron Battalion had not retreated at that time, these people should still be in their own country. Even if they become refugees, at least they can still line up and get a bowl of porridge. They will not be captured and humiliated like animals for no reason. I am not blaming you. At that time, the order to retreat was also sent out by Yen. I was the one who sent it out. The Black Iron Battalion was able to survive and win the war today. The contribution of the people who were captured and humiliated is above us. No one can be slighted, but not a meritorious person. As soon as he said this, there was silence in the tent. No one raised any objections. However, they soon realized that Gu Yun did not intend to arbitrarily dispose of the prisoners of war. Both sides exchanged their prisoners at the agreed place and time. However, just as the Western Region Coalition Army was about to leave dejectedly, a light armored cavalryman suddenly took a wooden arrow shaft without an arrow tip and gently poked the chest of the person next to him. The person's chest was already filled with chicken blood, so it broke with a poke. From afar, blood flowed, as if he had been shot by an arrow. The person who was shot was very dedicated. He walked back and forth in a circle on the spot before he felt at ease and played dead. Gu Yun faced the stunned enemy and coldly ordered, "These bastards are worse than pigs and dogs. They are addicted to treachery. In the name of exchanging prisoners, they actually launched a sneak attack on our army with arrows. Take them down." The light armored cavalrymen at the front suddenly dispersed, and dozens of heavy armored cavalrymen came out from the crowd. Before Gu Yun's voice died away, the heavy artillery had already sounded. When Gu Yun was young, he was still inexperienced when he quelled the rebellion in the Western region. He was not so shameless. Later, when the ancient Silk Road was opened and both sides were on friendly terms, the Marquis of Stability had always maintained the demeanor of a great country and restrained his subordinates. He always had the demeanor of a scholarly general who was benevolent, righteous, courteous, intelligent and trustworthy to outsiders. Who knew that he could actually turn a deer into a horse, invert black and white, and lie through his teeth? The Western Region Coalition Army, who had agreed to exchange the prisoners of war, were stunned together with the prisoners of war. Before they had time to indignantly resist, the Black Eagle who was lying in ambush descended from the sky and cut off their retreat. He shot an arrow in the air and silenced the signal flare that was half released. They were dealt with quickly and easily. Gu Yun then turned to Xianxia and said, "I just borrowed the prisoners of war to fish. It can't be considered arbitrarily disposing, right?" Xianxia, most of the prisoners of the Central Plains who were captured by the Western Region Coalition Army were merchants who had traveled thousands of miles to make a living. At that time, they had made a mistake and did not retreat with fortune God due, so they ended up in this situation. Among these people, there were people who did small business on their own, and there were also people who followed the caravan to make a living. Altogether, there were more than 30 people left. The rest had already died in the hands of the Western Region people. That night, these people of the Central Plains who had been humiliated and treated like cattle and horses finally returned to their own country under the escort of the Black Iron Battalion. They were still more than 100 feet away from the entrance of the ancient Silk Road. Before they could pass through, someone took the lead and knelt down, kowtowing to the ground and crying bitterly. The entrance of the Silk Road was filled with cries of grief. Zhang Guhong could not bear to hear it. Gu Yun waved his hand and ordered the escorting soldiers to stop and not rush them. He waited silently at the side. Among these captives, there was only one person who did not cry. That man was about 30 years old. He was dressed in a refined manner and had the appearance of a scholar. Beside him was a 16 or 17-year-old boy. He walked up to Gu Yun and did not overstep his boundaries. Separated by a group of bodyguards, he stood at a distance. A bodyguard whispered in Gu Yun's ear, "Marshal, I heard on the way that it was this scholar who gathered the refugees who had been captured by the Western Region people and protected so many people. He also schemed to leak the whereabouts of the Western Region thieves, giving the Prince of Lulan Kingdom a chance to sneak attack." Gu Yun was stunned at first. Before he could think carefully, he saw that the scholar had already knelt down with the boy beside him. Although Gu Yun had just finished acting like a hooligan, he did not dare to be disrespectful to these people. He hurriedly said, "Mister, you don't have to be like this. Please get up. How should I address you?" The scholar refused his help and said in a deep voice, "Marshal, this commoner's surname is Bai and my name is Chu. I'm a poor scholar who failed to pass the imperial examinations for a long time. I'm very useless. Because my parents died early and my family was poor, I gave up on the imperial examinations. Last year, I brought my younger brother to the ancient Silk Road to earn a living by writing and calculating. Unexpectedly, we met with such a disaster. Although I'm not talented, I'm still a disciple of a sage. I know the principle of not dishonoring one's ancestors, not dishonoring one's body, and not dishonoring one's language is the integrity of a scholar." Guyun was shocked and did not know what to say for a moment. He personally stepped forward and stood in front of the two brothers. He said in a deep voice, "We're late." Bai Chu said, "We've been struggling at death's door until now because we want to see with our own eyes the imperial army reclaiming the lost land." Guyun cupped his hands solemnly. "Mister's contributions are illustrious. I'll definitely report it to the imperial court." Bai Chu laughed softly. "How can a broken body dare to claim credit? It's just that this commoner has a presumptuous request." Guyun said, "Please say it." Bai Chu said, "I have a younger brother, Ming Jing. He's Shi Lu and hasn't reached adulthood yet. Fortunately, he's born with strength. Although most of the 6 arts of nobility are not good, his horsemanship and archery skills are still acceptable. This commoner knows that the Black Iron Battalion is the country's sharp weapon. The soldiers are all elites. With his aptitude, he's not worthy. I only hope that he can be an errand boy and follow the marshal around for a few years to be trained. In the future, if the marshal's spirit is in heaven, let him grow up to be an indomitable man." Guyun glanced at the young man. He saw that he had a dignified appearance and did not interrupt. He was wiping his tears with red eyes. He sighed inwardly, "Mister, please get up quickly. This is a small matter." Bai Chu pressed the young man's head and took a few steps forward, forcing him to kneel in front of Guyun, kowtow to the marshal. Bai Jing was probably an honest child. When he was asked to kowtow, he kowtowed with all his might without any hesitation. The stone tiles under his feet shook when he kowtowed. Guyun had no choice but to bend down to help him up. However, when he touched the young man's shoulders, he was stunned. He felt that the child's shoulders were trembling. It did not seem like he was excited, but more like, he was afraid. A few thoughts suddenly flashed through Guyun's mind. The Western Region Coalition Army was attacked at the ancient Silk Road because their whereabouts were leaked. They suffered heavy losses. How could they not be angry? Then, they would take the brunt of the attack on these Central Plains captives who were highly suspicious. Other people could be put aside first, but the leader would definitely be implicated regardless of whether he had anything to do with this matter. The enemy would not care whether he was wronged or not. There was no need for evidence. As long as there was a little suspicion, they would not let him live. It was fine if they released some old, weak, sick, and disabled prisoners, but why did they release Bai Chu as well? Just now, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, when Bai Chu and dozens of people said those words in the background, he felt agitated and guilty, so he did not investigate further. Guyun was alert and immediately retreated. At this moment, he heard a loud roar. Bai Chu swelled up. His thin face was bulging and his skin cracked inch by inch. A torn human skin mask fell from his face. "Marshal!" An anthracite rushed over without hesitation and hugged Guyun. He turned around and used his 3 layers of steel plates as a shield to protect him. With a loud bang, Bai Chu exploded. A huge wave of fire swept in all directions. The young man lying on the ground was beheaded on the spot. Guyun's ears buzzed. He felt a sharp pain. His back hit the ground heavily and his vision turned black. Shen Yi, who was ordered to bring up the rear, heard the loud noise and looked back. He was so scared that his lungs were about to burst out. He immediately wanted to chase after them. However, General Shen had been on the border for many years. After all, he was no longer the high-spirited scholar from the Lingshu temple. In his shock, the horse under him shook its head. Shen Yi had already regained his senses. He tightly held on to the horse's reins. He immediately pursed his lips and whistled, "Black cavalry, don't panic. Black Eagle, investigate the enemy's movements. Pass on my order, but before he could finish, a Black Eagle scout suddenly landed in front of him, reporting. Marshal. Wait, Marshal can't leave. Xianxia stopped him, what's going on? Just tell me first. The Black Eagle scout quickly said, General Shen, after the Western Shirluk Kingdom retreated to their country, they regrouped and gathered a total of 18 chariots preserved by various countries. They are marching towards our camp. I'm afraid they are going to counterattack, Xianxia asked in a low voice, how many people? If we don't count the chariots, from the sky, there are at least 20 to 30,000 armored and cavalry, General Shen. One of Gu Yun's personal guards ran over. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and almost stretched his neck. His scalp was numb. He didn't dare to imagine how they would guard the 27 checkpoints at the entrance of the ancient Silk Road if something happened to Gu Yun. Were they going to retreat again? The personal guard panted, Marshal orders you to immediately behead the king of Guzi Kingdom and hang his head on the flagpole in front of the two armies. Cut off all means of retreat. The Black Iron Battalion will not leave a single soldier to defend the city. Immediately send out troops to meet the enemy. When Xianxia heard the first half of the sentence, his heart that was about to get stuck in his throat fell back into his stomach. He almost didn't hear the second half of the sentence clearly. For the first time, he asked the nervous bodyguard to repeat it again. Only then did he raise his voice and shout, Rebel, cough, the rebel army is an arrow at the end of its flight. The grasshoppers after autumn will jump for the last time. Listen to my order, prepare for war. At the moment of the explosion, Gu Yun was protected by a heavy armored soldier. The black armored soldier was beheaded on the spot. Gu Yun fainted for a moment and spat out a mouthful of blood from the shock. She couldn't hear anything in one ear. After waking up, Gu Yun couldn't care about anything else. Her first reaction was that the enemy wanted to take this opportunity to counterattack. The countries in the western region rebelled twice. The deep hatred with Daliang couldn't be resolved in 1 or 2 generations. Now that they were intimidated by the Black Iron Battalion, they finally knew how to be afraid. This would probably be their last attack. He Ronghui dragged Gu Yun out from under the heavy armored soldier. Half of Gu Yun's body was covered in blood. Some of it was his own, and some of it was other people's. In a split second, the potential in his body exploded. Countless thoughts rose and fell in his mind. He grabbed He Ronghui's arm and passed the order to behead the prisoners and fight. Then, as if he had exhausted the last bit of his strength, he said intermittently, Shin Jiping will temporarily take over my position in the military affairs. Don't make it public, He Ronghui almost cried. Gu Yun's ears were buzzing. For a moment, he couldn't hear anything clearly. Naturally, he couldn't detect other people's sorrowful voices. He just muttered, seal the news. If anyone dares to leak a word about what happened today, they will be punished according to military law. Go to the wounded soldiers' hospital and ask Miss Chen to come. Ugh, when Gu Yun said this, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The old injury obviously hadn't healed in time. At this moment, there was a new injury. His vision turned black, but his mouth didn't stop. Wait. Let the messenger make sure that Yan Wang's carriage leaves before calling Miss Chen. Don't tell her what happened here first. Invite her secretly. You must. He couldn't go on. His hand that was holding He Ronghui dropped weakly. He Ronghui was scared half to death. He trembled as he reached out to feel his breath. Although the breath was weak, it was still there. He Ronghui gasped for breath and bent down to pick up the unconscious Gu Yun. Xianxia looked at He Ronghui, whose eyes were red, from afar. He whistled and roared, kill the king of Qiuzi. Brothers, follow me to wipe out the rebels. The Western region allied forces knew that they couldn't defeat the Black Iron Battalion. While retreating in a panic, they came up with a vicious plan. They arranged for the Western region men of sacrifice, who were proficient in disguise, to assassinate Gu Yun. At this time, when they heard the explosion, they thought that they had succeeded. Their spirits were lifted and they planned to take down the Silky Road in one fell swoop. However, before they reached the Silky Road, they encountered the Black Iron Battalion. The explosion seemed to have completely enraged this group of iron warriors. The commander-in-chief of the Chotzi kingdom thought that after forcing the Black Iron Battalion to retreat, he would be able to welcome the king back. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, he saw the king's head hanging high on the flagpole, swinging along with the banner like a shabby tassel that had been tied into a knot. The commander-in-chief of the Chotzi kingdom screamed and fell off his horse. The leading Xiantai general had an iron mask on his face. It was impossible to tell who was who under the black mass of Xiantai's heavy armor. As if he was afraid that the enemy couldn't see clearly what was hanging on the flag, the general waved his hand in the whistling wind. A light cavalry soldier twisted the wind-cutting blade into a flower and cut a rope tied to the flagpole. The king's head fell to the ground and rolled out. The commander-in-chief of the Chotzi kingdom scrambled over and hugged the king's head. He stared at the bald head for a moment before he finally couldn't help but let out a cry and howl in front of the two armies. This cry seemed to be the bugle call of the Black Iron Battalion. In the next moment, the entire group of heavy armor moved. The commander-in-chief, who was draped in a light fur coat, sat upright on the back of his horse. He raised the wind-cutting blade in his hand and suddenly slashed it down. The previously silent 20,000 black crows moved together with their horses, suppressing their battle cries under the rumbling sound of their footsteps. The Western region soldiers were shocked. Other than Gu Yun, which other general in the Black Iron Battalion would dare to kill the king of the Chotzi kingdom directly? Could it be that Gu Yun actually didn't die? Looking at this situation, not only did they fail to kill Gu Yun, but they also angered the Black Iron Battalion. That night, the Sea of Sand was covered in blood. The Anthracite army fought against the Western region's war chariots and retreated 20 li outside of the ancient Silk Road. The Western region's allied army failed to counterattack and was defeated once again. The Black Iron Battalion viciously pursued the enemy all the way to the borders of the various countries in the Western region. They beheaded nearly 10,000 enemies and slaughtered all of the Chotzi nobles. Chen Qingshu had just sent off Yan Wang's convoy, which had returned to the capital with the news of victory. Before she could recover from her joy and excitement, 2 Black Eagle soldiers flew directly to the Northwest Hospital for wounded soldiers. Miss Chen, the commander-in-chief requests your presence. When Gu Yun woke up again, someone was trying to force open his mouth to feed him medicine. His surroundings were in a mess and he couldn't hear anything clearly. Gu Yun lightly gasped for air. He felt a sharp pain in his heart and lungs, as if they were burning. He was in so much pain that he wanted to cry. He was still not completely awake. In a daze, he thought, am I going to die soon? As soon as this thought appeared, Gu Yun fiercely gritted his teeth. No, he thought, Kalei Yingho is still alive. Jiangnan is still falling. I can't die in peace. This fierceness was like a dose of chicken blood that directly entered his heart. Gu Yun quivered and suddenly woke up. Shen Yi, who was feeding him medicine, couldn't pry open his teeth. She was so anxious that she broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, she suddenly felt Gu Yun's teeth loosen and he could swallow on his own. She was immediately overjoyed and repeatedly called out, Zishi. Zishi, open your eyes and look at me. Chen Qingshu hurriedly said, he's awake. He'll be fine if he can take the medicine. General Shen, don't tremble. You're choking him. Give it to me. Gu Yun wasn't killed by the Western region's men of sacrifice. Who knew that he would be fed a bowl of medicinal soup by Shen Yi? He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he struggled to push the scourge away. As soon as he moved, the entire commander's tent boiled over. A large group of burly men wailed and wailed. They all wanted to go up and help. Chen Qingshu couldn't bear it anymore. Enough. All of you, get out. Gu Yun keenly smelled a unique fragrance on a woman's body. He knew that Chen Qingshu had come. He slightly tilted his head to avoid the bowl of medicine that was delivered to his mouth. He struggled to open his eyes. Chen Qingshu knew what he was worried about. He hurriedly wrote word by word on his palm, Yan Wang has already returned to the capital. He doesn't know. The corners of Gu Yun's pale lips curved slightly, as if he was smiling. He forced himself to drink the medicine. His consciousness was scattered again. Gu Yun's internal organs had been injured by the shock, and his old injuries had relapsed, causing him to have a high fever for the entire night. The words died with remaining grievances supported him like a boulder. The next day, he was able to get up in amazement. He drank the medicine like it was water, and immediately called all the generals under him to listen to the battle report. After the meeting, Xianxia brought a bowl of medicine in front of him. Gu Yun took it and drank it in one gulp. He didn't know if it was because he injured his head or because the loud noise hurt his ears. His ears, which were originally maintained by the medicine, were buzzing. Putting down the empty bowl, Gu Yun's first sentence was to ask, "When did Yan Wang leave?" Xianxia spoke sparingly, "Early in the morning of the third day of the new year." Gu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. The front line of the western regions was under his control. As long as Chongqing had left, not a single word about this matter would spread to the capital. At this point, he was relieved of both public and private matters. He automatically regarded this matter as a false alarm. He smiled at Xianxia and said, "Recently, I've been a little forgetful. I didn't check for a moment and made a fool of myself." Xianxia didn't laugh. Instead, he pulled a chair and sat down. He looked as if he wanted to have a long talk. "Marquis, I have a few words to tell you." Gu Yun was stunned. Some doctors were flustered and exasperated. If the patient showed any signs of disobedience, they would jump up and down violently. There were also some doctors who were free to do whatever they wanted. "If you came to me, I'll take care of it. If you don't want to, then forget it. I won't force you." Xianxia undoubtedly belonged to the latter. Whether it was when Gu Yun went to the front line with a steel plate or when he repeatedly increased the dosage of medicine, she didn't say anything. She was rarely this serious. Gu Yun said, "Miss Chen, please." Xianxia said, "No part of a person's body is alone. The eyes and ears are also connected to the internal organs. Marquis has been poisoned when he was young. In this battle, he injured his muscles and bones, causing his lungs to be shaken and his internal organs to be restless. Since the chaos in the western regions has been suppressed, in my opinion, it's best for Marshal to take the opportunity of escorting the prisoners of war to return to the capital to rest. Otherwise," Gu Yun said, "there will be a day when no panacea can cure me, right?" Xianxia's expression didn't change. She nodded and said, "Marquis must be aware of his own body." Gu Yun made an O sound and didn't say anything for a long time. When a person was in their 20s or 30s, it was very difficult to feel the old and illness brought about by the passage of time. Occasionally, their body would feel unwell, but generally, they wouldn't think about it in a serious way. They didn't feel it personally. Other people's exhortations like "take care of yourself" and "take care of yourself" were mostly unheard of. There were too many things that were ranked in front of this stinky body. Fame and fortune, loyalty and righteousness, country and duty, even romance, love and hate, love and hatred. Gu Yun was no exception. Until this moment. He had always felt that his final destination was to be buried at the border and die in the mountains and rivers. He thought of himself as a bunch of fireworks. After he was done, he would be considered to have restored the Gu family's reputation as a loyal martyr. But at the last moment, Chongqing appeared out of thin air and pushed his established trajectory away from its original direction. He couldn't help but have delusional thoughts. He wanted to ask for more. For example, after the country was exhausted, there was still a little time left for Chongqing to live. If he died early, Chongqing would have to bear the vicious curse of Beiman alone. What would he do in the future? If one day, Wu Ergu acted up and he really... Who would take care of him? Who would care about him? Xianxia wasn't good with words. She was originally worried that she wouldn't be able to persuade Gu Yun with her clumsy tongue. Who knew that before she could finish her speech, Gu Yun suddenly said, "I understand. Thank you very much. In the future, I will have to trouble Miss Chen to take care of me. In the current situation, recuperation may not be possible. But as long as I don't enter the palace to meet the emperor and there is no urgent military situation at the border, I will try my best not to use the medicine. Is that okay?" Xianxia was stunned. She suddenly realized that Gu Yun seemed to be different. The third generation of the Black Iron Battalion was passed down to Gu Yun. It was like an iron plate. His words were absolute. Under Gu Yun's blockade of information, the capital only received news of the great victory in the western border. Duke Fenghan wept as he listened in the imperial court. The entire country was in an uproar. Even Gu Yun's later submission of a memorial to ask for forgiveness, saying that he killed the king of Qiuzi without permission, seemed like a minor detail. In any case, Gu Yun's methods in front of the living donkey battle wasn't something new. Even Li Feng felt that it was something he would do. Only Changding frowned when he saw the letter of apology sent to the Grand Council. Although he couldn't explain why, he felt that there was something hidden inside. Unfortunately, before he could think about it, the Black Eagle envoy who delivered the letter took out another letter. "Prince, this is a letter from Marquis to your family." The last time Gu Yun wrote a letter to him was when that person had just left for the ancient Silk Road 2 years ago. The other letter was written by Xianxia on his behalf. Changding's self-restraint was top-notch. He calmly received the letter and expressed his thanks. His sincere and well-mannered words came out of his mouth. The Black Eagle envoy, who hadn't seen much of the world, had tears in his eyes. He wished that he could kowtow and swear that he would serve his country. He was sent away in a daze. As soon as the envoy left, Changding immediately waved away the young eunuchs on both sides. He couldn't wait to open the letter. His hands were nimble, and he was extremely careful when he opened it. The envelope wasn't torn at all. If he took it out, it could still be used as a complete letter. As soon as he opened it, a small piece of pressed apricot flour fell out. Gu Yun seemed to have been possessed by Xianxia. He wrote a lot of words, no matter how big or small. He was originally a sarcastic person, and when he described the Western Region Coalition Army, he wasn't stingy with his wicked ideas. The enemy's frightened state was as if it was right in front of him. If there were still people in the Grand Council, they would probably be horrified. Who would have seen the calm and collected Prince Yen laugh so heartily behind a mountain of documents? At the end, Gu Yun wrote, "There were a few apricot trees at the pass. Because of the flames of war, most of the tree trunks were burned to ashes. Insects and ants didn't grow. I thought they had died long ago. One day when I returned from patrolling the camp, I saw the withered trees come back to life. Amidst the ashes, buds grew and bloomed overnight. It was pitiful and lovely. There were countless people in the army who spoiled the scenery. Talking about cherishing flowers and loving flowers was like playing the lute to a cow." Marquis of Stability wrote a sentence at the end of his running script that could be handed down from generation to generation. Changding could vaguely make out that it was, "I hope that in the early spring of next year, I can cut off a few spring plum blossoms in the Marquis mansion." Later, he probably felt that it was inauspicious to talk about the future, so he erased it again and wrote a signature in a carefree and unrestrained manner. It was unknown whether it was intentional or coincidental, but he vaguely left an imprint of a flower branch across the word Gu. Just by looking at the imprint of the flower imprint, one could feel a faint fragrance assaulting one's senses. It was indescribably elegant. Changding was inwardly flirted with his face. Regardless of whether these young masters of aristocratic families usually looked coarse, crude, or careless, they all knew how to sing the wind and play the moon. Everyone had a few tricks up their sleeves. Changding couldn't help but recall the time when Gu Yun drank too much of the yellow soup. She was stuck between being romantic and being vulgar. He didn't feel jealous because of those unwarranted romantic affairs. Instead, he felt that this kind of Gu Yun was strangely adorable. Changding held a bowl of herbal tea and slowly read Gu Yun's letter from beginning to end 3 to 4 times. He hated that he couldn't imprint every word in his mind. He could even write an exact copy of the letter with his eyes closed. Only then did he put the letter and dried flowers into his embroidered pouch and kept them close to his body. Then, he wrote the 2 words aristocratic family on a piece of paper and closed his eyes slightly. The 3 words Prince Yen represented the imperial family. In this time of national crisis, the aristocratic family and the imperial family had the same interests. As long as he didn't overstep the line, no one would blindly jump out to make things difficult for him. Many affluent aristocratic families even expressed great support for the fire beacon tickets. This time, they more or less contributed some silver. Then what's the next step? Once they started at the border, it would be a huge amount of military expenses. There was still an endless stream of refugees crossing the river. The people in Daliang were in a state of panic. There was no production. The emergency fire beacon tickets would soon be used up. The imperial court couldn't rely on borrowing money to survive. It was urgent to reform the land system, the tax system, the civil and commercial systems, and so on. Casually changing any of these systems would cause serious damage. At that time, all the aristocratic families in the imperial court would be his enemies. Chongqing's warm and smiling expression turned cold. He lightly hooked his brush and crossed out the two words aristocratic family. Under the lantern, the young prince was extremely handsome and also extremely cold. Whether it was Duke Feng, Gu Pengxiao, Miss Chen, or even Gu Yun, they all seemed to think that the person who provoked Daliang would gently put down Daliang and leave when the building was completed. But how was that possible? The two words power had always been a path of no return in times of crisis. A few days later, news of the Western region's countries asking for peace reached the capital. After the Grand Council presented a memorial to the Emperor Longan, they urgently discussed for a day before replying to the Marquis of Stability. They had to ensure two things. First, that the rebels would not be able to turn the tables for 3 to 5 years, so that they wouldn't have trouble in their own backyard when they were dealing with the foreigners. Second, they wanted the violet gold, the more the better. The national treasury's crisis was temporarily resolved, but Daliang's violet gold problem had not been eased. The reason the Four Territories siege had begun from the west was partly because the Black Iron Battalion was there, but partly because they wanted to solve the violet gold problem as quickly as possible. The Marquis of Stability could decide on other matters at his discretion. Soon after, Prince Yan entered the palace to meet the emperor. He gave a brief report to Li Feng about the war and the results of the fire beacon tickets. Li Feng counted on his fingers and was almost shocked by the effect of the fire beacon tickets. He couldn't help but ask, how come there are so many? This is not strange. The officials in the court are anxious for the emperor and are willing to destroy their families to save the people. How can they protect themselves at a critical time? They have all done their best. Chongqing first flattered him unhurriedly and then said, as for the people, there is a saying, merchants in summer are rich, in winter they are rich, in drought they are rich, in water they are rich, in drought they are rich, in water they are rich, in waiting for exhaustion. People who can become tycoons are not merchants who only chase after small profits. Li Feng muttered to himself for a moment and then asked, then according to what you mean, what do they plan to chase from me? Chongqing said without hesitation, merchants are rich, but they also have to go through wind and rain. From a certain point of view, they are not much better than farmers who live by the whims of heaven. Sometimes, a decree from the court can make a family go bankrupt. Or, if they meet a strong force on the way, their lives will be in danger. Now that the country is in danger, the tycoons of the Chamber of Commerce led by Jiangnan's richest man, Du Wanquan, have stepped forward. On one hand, they want to serve the country, and on the other, they want to find you as a backer. Li Feng had heard too much flattery and was not so easily moved. He looked indifferently at Prince Yan, who had a hidden meaning in his words. Chongqing didn't keep him in suspense and struck while the iron was hot. We are in need of money, and the court is planning to send a second batch of fire beacon tickets. Brother, do you think we should give these leaders of the Chamber of Commerce some benefits to encourage more people to help us? Li Feng didn't say anything. He looked at Chongqing with a strange gaze. Sometimes, sincerity has a time limit. For example, when the capital was besieged, Emperor Longan was filled with grief, indignation, and guilt. He wished he could kill himself in the tomb of the late emperor. His decision to pass the throne to Chongqing was sincere. Now that the situation was gradually stabilizing, the way he looked at Chongqing was slowly changing with time, and it was also very sincere. Yan Wang, Li Min, was just in his early 20s. In an ordinary family, he was just a young boy who had just started to learn how to carry beams. However, in just half a year, he had single-handedly eased the crisis of Daliang. At this time, he was quietly standing in the warm pavilion in the west. He was elegant and steady, which made people feel indescribably jealous. Imagine the emperor of a generation. Just a few years after he ascended the throne, he was beset by 2 rebellions and a lot of lawsuits. He also caused the Beidang Mutiny, which was the most ridiculous thing in the world. In the end, he was invaded by the iron hooves of the foreign race, and the people everywhere were displaced. After all these things passed the lowest point, they began to slowly improve when Prince Yan took control of the military affairs. How would Li Feng feel, How would historians evaluate this period of history 100 years later? Li Feng really didn't want to know at all. The most important thing was that he was still so young. Li Feng's heart was gloomy, and his attitude also became cold. He said neither lightly nor heavily, all the land in the world belongs to the king. Since they are the people of Daliang, isn't it their duty to go bankrupt for the sake of the country and the people? What benefits do you want me to promise? Isn't that really buying and selling official positions? What a scandal. Chang'ing was very good at reading people's expressions. He made light contact with Li Feng's eyes and immediately knew why the emperor was indifferent for no reason. Although he was laughing coldly in his heart, his face revealed an expression of shock and confusion that didn't seem to be fake. Your Majesty, Li Feng impatiently interrupted him. That's enough. How to reward the people who are deeply righteous. Later, let the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Rights come up with a plan. Don't overdo it. Chang'ing put on a sullen expression. A moment later, he reluctantly said, yes. Li Feng glanced at him and suddenly said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, the Minister of Appointments, Wei Shu, is very old. Last night, it was raining, and he woke up early to rush to court. In a moment of carelessness, he fell in his own home and broke his leg. I have sent the imperial physician to take a look. It looks like it won't be good. The Wei family has already sent me a memorial to retire. As a result, the position of Minister of Appointments will be vacant. Amin, you are in charge of the Grand Council. Do you have anyone to recommend? This was a not very clever sounding out, but not clever didn't mean it was ineffective. For someone like Li Feng, who was naturally suspicious, whether Chang'ing was taking advantage of the situation to win over his own people or answering too flawlessly, neither was what Li Feng wanted to see. The former showed that he was too ambitious, and the latter showed that he was deliberately scheming. Chang'ing was first surprised and then instinctively blurted out, what? Something happened to Sir Wei? He looked as if he really didn't know anything. After saying this sentence, Chang'ing seemed to come back to his senses and realized that he didn't answer the question. Thus, he frowned and pondered for a long time before he sighed at the Longan Emperor, this imperial brother, please forgive me. This subject has been circling around this little bit of silver every day for a while and really has no time to care about other things. I might not have had time to see the Ministry of Personnel's report. The position of minister is very important. I can't think of a candidate at the moment. Li Feng suspected that he was evading the responsibility. There's no harm. Just say it. Chang'ing reached out and pressed the space between his furrowed brows. He paused and replied, how about this? Brother, why don't you have a public evaluation in court and let the capable person take the position? Li Feng was speechless. This answer was really unexpected. Li Feng was stunned by Yan Wang's unconventional and imaginative way of doing things. He was almost led away by him. He blurted out, what kind of evaluation? For example, the official's resume, what achievements they have, how many years of contributions they have made, and so on. Chang'ing paused slightly and then continued, you can also add criteria like whether the person is responsible, righteous, and so on. For example, whether they have subscribed for the fire beacon tickets. Speaking of this, I thought of something. In order to promote the fire beacon tickets smoothly in the future, can you include the number of fire beacon tickets they hold in the evaluation criteria? This doesn't count as selling official titles, right? Li Feng was speechless. After talking for so long, he was back to square one again. Li Feng felt that if he pried open Yan Wang's handsome head at this time, the brain matter inside would have probably formed the shape of ingots. Emperor Longan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You bastard. This time, Chang'ing didn't go along with the flow. He apologized in a low voice, and there was a bit of unconcealable sadness between his eyebrows. With these few words, the gloominess and doubts in Li Feng's heart dissipated. He could also see that Prince Yan's heart really wasn't in the Ministry of Personnel. No matter what, Li Feng thought, he can be considered to have done his best. Thinking of this, Li Feng's expression became slightly better. He waved his hand to Chang'ing and said, forget it. You go back first. Let me think about it. Chang'ing responded, bowed, and left. He knew that he had passed this test. However, just as he was about to leave the warm West Pavilion, Li Feng suddenly stopped him. Wait, Min, there's one more thing, Li Feng said in an amiable tone. You're not young anymore. It's not right for you to be alone all the time. It's time for you to get married and start a family. Chongging's heart skipped a beat. Li Feng said kindly, Grand Secretary Feng's granddaughter is 17 years old. She's waiting to be married. I heard that this girl has a good reputation. She's a girl from a scholarly family. Her upbringing must be good. Her background isn't a disgrace to you. She's a good match. Your sister-in-law heard that and wants to help you arrange it. Let me ask, if you like, I can make the decision for you. What do you think? This marriage was not only good, it was simply too good. Although Grand Secretary Fan Hong had retired many years ago, more than half of the important officials in the court wanted to take him as their teacher. He had 3 sons, all of whom were very promising. One of them had just taken over the position of Minister of Revenue. Since the Yuan era, the aristocratic families had been vaguely led by the Feng family. Chongging's expression became extremely ugly in an instant. Li Feng raised his long eyebrows and asked, What's wrong? Chongging turned and lifted his clothes to kneel. His face was tense, but he didn't make a sound. Li Feng asked curiously, What are you doing? Chongging didn't say a word. He knelt and didn't make a sound. No matter how amiable Li Feng was, he was still the emperor. Seeing him like this, his face fell. If you don't like her, just say so. You're a grand prince. Who can force you to marry? Who are you showing this face to? Qin Di is not willing. Chonggung made a deep bow to him, his voice strange. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Qin Di has failed to live up to Empress Nyangyang's love. Imperial brother, please punish me. Li Feng frowned. Because of what? Did you hear something bad about that girl, or do you have someone else in your heart? There are no outsiders here. You don't have to hide it from anyone. Just say it. Chongging's gaze swept across the Xinguan pavilion. He stubbornly refused to make a sound. His eyes were slightly red. Of course, Li Feng didn't want to find a good marriage for Yan Wang. He also didn't want to see the Feng family and Yan Wang get married. He mentioned it so hypocritically. In reality, it was because he hadn't finished probing. He didn't expect to arouse Yan Wang's intense emotions. He was curious and waved his hand to have the chamberlain leave the hall to wait for the decree. Only the 2 brothers were left in the Xinguan pavilion. Li Feng asked, Can you say it now? Chongging bowed deeply to him. He didn't make a sound, but first slowly undid the collar of his court robe. Li Feng was shocked. He stood up. Yan Wang's young chest was covered with old scars. The most shocking one was a burn. It was very close to his throat. It was a thin line, as if he had been whipped by a burning stick. Please forgive me for my rudeness in front of the emperor. Chongging said in a low voice. There was a slight tremor in his voice. Li Feng recovered from his shock. He was stunned for a while. Then he softened his voice and asked in a low voice, Is it the barbarian woman from that year? Chongging's face was pale. He reached out his hand and slowly pulled his clothes back. On the city wall, he pulled the bow and shot the Japanese bandit leader with an arrow. His fingers trembled violently. He lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, Although it is a coward's act to despise the world because of one person's mistake, but, he gritted his teeth. His voice couldn't help but pause. He bowed to the ground. The Feng family's daughter is pure and beautiful. She should have someone to entrust her life to. I have a strange temperament. I don't like people to get close to me. What marriage? Imperial brother, please don't mention it again. Li Feng was stunned. What are you talking about? You are a prince. How can you not get married in your life? Chongging said expressionlessly, Then why don't your majesty give up my title and let me roam the Jianghu with those wild monks? Li Feng was speechless. Yan Wang looked like a gentleman who was well educated and reasonable. In fact, he had a small temper. Moreover, when he was angry, he didn't throw cups and bowls. He just said, I quit. You can find whoever you want. Li Feng was speechless. He couldn't do anything about him. He immediately lost his temper and told Yan Wang to get out. Yan Wang left without another word. The eunuch caught up with him and asked eagerly, "Wang Ya, are we going back to the Grand Council?" Yan Wang didn't necessarily go home for 10 days to half a month. He almost always lived in the Grand Council. Chongqing paused. His gaze was a little dazed. He seemed to be in a daze. The eunuch didn't dare disturb him. He could only stand by the side, not even daring to breathe loudly. "No," Chongqing said in a low voice. "Let's go home." Chongqing didn't even let Guyun see the old scars on his body. He always thought that it was like an untouchable period. He didn't expect that today, it would become a tool for him to delay and deal with Li Feng. The carriage rumbled through the capital's wide and well-connected bluestone roads. Chongqing, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. One day, all of this would become unmanageable. One day, he would be even more unscrupulous than he was now. But he didn't feel bad in his heart. Because he had taken each step himself. He had already thought about it. There was nothing to regret. He didn't disturb anyone on the way back to the cold and cheerless Marquis of Stability Fu. He didn't eat anything. He went to Guyun's clean and simple bedroom and lay down. He closed his eyes. It seemed that there was still a light medicinal fragrance on the quilt. Half a month later, after countless wrangling and arguments in the imperial court, the Emperor Long finally rejected Yan Wang's absurd proposal of the first batch of people to purchase the fire beacon tickets will be promoted according to the amount of money spent. He only promised the Chamber of Commerce that when the situation stabilized in the future, he would open up the military to protect the trade routes from the attacks of bandits. At this time, those who had purchased the fire beacon tickets could directly obtain the qualifications to join the Chamber of Commerce. They didn't need to pay any fees. And after another month, a decree that shocked the court was implemented from top to bottom. The fire beacon tickets would be an important indicator of the civil officials' governance. A blade that no one could see at this time slowly revealed itself. When this decree came out, the whole world was shocked. The imperial court of Daliang didn't treat the officials unfairly. Their salaries weren't low, but the social interactions in the officialdom also cost a lot. Especially during the reign of the previous emperor, the country's power was unprecedentedly strong for a few years under the imperial emperor's iron and blood development. Extravagance had already faintly become the norm. At this time, the officials were encouraged to purchase the fire beacon tickets for their future. How much money could they make by relying on the state's salary? Wouldn't it encourage corruption and fraud in the future? In just a few days, the news reached the border. Zishi. Shani threw the reins of his horse into the hands of a bodyguard and directly barged into the commander's tent. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a platinum glass mirror on the bridge of Guyun's nose. He knew that he hadn't taken his medicine and could only swallow his words. He didn't know what was wrong with Guyun recently. As long as he didn't see outsiders, he increasingly didn't take his medicine. It was as if he planned to be a blind and deaf person with a peaceful state of mind. Shani just raised his hand. Guyun said, "No need. Just say it. I also want to practice lip reading." Shani sighed. "Have you heard about the official governance reform?" Guyun could read lip reading. However, he had been relying on medicine all these years. The people around him would also use sign language to take care of him. It made him a little rusty. He had to slowly get used to it. He reacted for a while before he understood what Shani was referring to. Guyun's eyebrows slowly wrinkled and he slowly nodded. What's going on with His Royal Highness Yan Wang? If this continues, won't he be afraid that people will say that he's the beginning of a corrupt and treacherous official? Even if he can solve the immediate problem, what will happen in the future? It's fine if he's from a prestigious family, but won't the poor scholars in the world break his backbone? You said that he's in charge of the Grand Council alone. A tall tree will attract the wind and easily attract jealousy. I'm really. Xingyi's words were full of worry. When he was worried, his mouth would move up and down like a chicken pecking at rice. It made Guyun dizzy. He didn't understand most of it, but he understood the last sentence. Shani, how does he plan to deal with it in the future? Guyun fell silent. Shani, Zishi, say something. I can't continue to fight. Gu Yun answered absent-mindedly. Shani. He sighed heavily. He suspected that Gu Yun didn't hear what he was saying at all. He thought, practice lip reading? Practice my ass. It's more like practicing my mouth. Shani was about to exchange communication methods when Gu Yun continued, I was a little too impatient and rash earlier. I deserved to be bombed. Fortunately, there's no danger here. However, I've been thinking a lot these days. Calais Ingho isn't a bunch of good-for-nothings in the West. I'm afraid that there will be a few tough battles over there. I'm afraid that we don't have the resources to fight in one go. We have to think about it at length. Shani was stunned, you're planning to. I've already burdened the imperial court, Gu Yun said in a low voice. It's time to rest. Long in 8th summer, the countries of the western region couldn't hold on any longer. They gathered their remaining soldiers, opened their gates, and jointly submitted a letter of surrender to their sovereign state. At the entrance of the ancient Silk Road, the countries of the western region sat together with the representatives of Daliang for the second time and were forced to negotiate peace. Gu Yun was too lazy to show his face to his defeated opponents. He only sent Shani to represent him. Shani came with Daliang's harsh demands. First, he wanted to extort a large sum of gold and silver. Second, he wanted to build Daliang garrisons in the countries of the western region to monitor the vassal countries. From then on, other than Lulan, the other vassal countries were not allowed to have a single piece of flamethrower steel armor. All of them, including the light fur coat, were to be destroyed. Finally, Daliang demanded that the vassal countries pay tribute to Daliang of more than 70% of the purple gold they mined every year. Shani felt his teeth hurt when he read this clause. It was simply scraping his bones. The representatives of the various countries immediately cried for their parents. The first negotiation failed. The next day, Gu Yun brought 300 heavy armor to attack the remaining soldiers of the western region who had already surrendered. He blew up the heavenly earth and completed the main content of the second clause for them. He publicly announced that it didn't matter if they didn't agree to the other two clauses. He would immediately bring people to massacre the city. Massacring the city was against the natural order. Usually, only Bayman would do this. Daliang's army rarely had this kind of atmosphere. However, the people of the western region were worried that Gu Yun would be jealous of the bombing. They suspected that he would do anything. At first, they were stubborn. When Gu Yun ordered people to blast open the city gates, the representatives of the allied forces at the negotiating table finally gave in. After several rounds of bargaining, the Lulan New Treaty was signed 3 days later. Under the deterrence of Gu Yun's heavy military force, the various countries first cleared out their internal war preparations at the fastest speed. Then, they bitterly pieced together the purple gold that they had dug out a year ago and didn't have time to use it. At the end of May, Gu Yun and Shani secretly escorted the purple gold back to the capital from the western region. A heavy rain washed the streets and alleys of the capital. Fragmented locust trees covered the streets. There was a lot of talk about the government reform, but there was little rain. Miraculously, the chaos that everyone imagined did not happen. First of all, the aristocratic families were not stupid. Even if they were dissatisfied with Yan Wang's method of taking money from their pockets, they also understood that compared to them, those poor scholars who had taken the imperial examinations and could not find a few taels of silver all over their bodies hated this policy the most. It was not worthwhile for them to stand out for others. Therefore, at the beginning, this group of people all hid and prepared to watch a joke. Unexpectedly, this matter was really strange. Other than a few stubborn old scholars who stood out and said a few nonsense words like propriety and propriety, there was not even a splash in the imperial court. Chongbing first submitted a memorial to the emperor and presented his long-term vision for the fire beacon ticket to Li Feng. He wrote down the ins and outs of the matter clearly, skillfully concealing and skillfully exaggerating. Finally, he painted a big pie for the emperor. In time, the fire beacon ticket would be implemented from top to bottom and all the gold and silver in the world would be collected into the national treasury. The people could buy and sell the tickets, and the amount of tickets would be determined at the discretion of the imperial court. There would no longer be a situation where the people's gold and silver would be filled with dust and the national treasury would have no money to use when the country was in danger. Li Feng previously felt that some of Yan Wang's ideas were too unorthodox and improper. Only now did he realize that this person was not improper. He simply wanted to trample the word propriety under his feet. In the past, there was the first emperor who collected all the weapons in the world to cast gold men. Today, there was a Prince Yan who collected all the wealth in the world. However, this idea was too tempting. After Li Feng slightly understood the concept of using a few pieces of paper to replace gold and silver, on one hand, there was a faint uneasiness in his heart. On the other hand, he really could not resist this temptation. He kept the memorial for 3 days and thought it over and over again. In the end, he still ate this pie without hesitation and ordered Chongqing to get to work. However, he repeatedly warned that the methods could not be too extreme, especially toward the rising talents in the imperial court who came from poor families. They had to plan slowly. What Emperor Li Feng did not know was that as early as when Yan Wang submitted a petition to change the governance of officials, the richest man in Jiangnan brought 13 people from all over the country to the capital and invited them to the small restaurant where the Linyuan wooden tablet had chosen its owner. The small restaurant was originally run down and unknown. In the past few years, it had been covered by the light of Qiyuan Lu like a firefly under the moon. Those with poor eyesight could not find it at all. This time, it was very lucky to have survived the devastation of the capital. At the beginning of the year, it was reorganized and officially opened its doors to welcome guests. The original 2-story building was built with 2 more stories. The broken bricks and tiles were very clean and tidy. It was renamed Wangnanlu. When people saw it, they felt a sense of sadness out of nowhere. It was very appropriate for the occasion. Very few people knew that this originally half-dead restaurant was Du Wanquan's property. When the 2 sides first negotiated, it was not very smooth. Scholars considered themselves to be noble and had been in the bureaucracy for many years. They really did not want to deal with these people who reeked of money. Most of them came to entertain him perfunctorily. Who knew that after interacting with him, they would realize that Du Wanquan was not a simple person. Du Wanquan had personally sailed to the Western Ocean and had seen the real world. His manner of speaking and the gully in his heart were like heaven and earth compared to ordinary merchants. His silver tongue could make a dead person come back to life. In addition, Jiang Chong quietly mediated between them. Very soon, many people's thoughts were wavering. Just as the decree of the government reforms silently infiltrated everywhere, Du Wanquan and the others opened the largest private room in Wangnanlu. For the second time, they invited Jiang Chong to a banquet for 8 important officials of the court. They all had no one to rely on in the court. They became officials through the imperial examinations and started from scratch. This time, the secret meeting lasted for a full 8 hours. When the moon was high in the branches, the head of the table, Jiang Chong, finally raised his cup to end the meeting. Jiang Chong stood up solemnly and looked around. Many people had drunk too much during the toast. Today's wine and food are full, and everyone is tired. I won't spoil the mood. Let's raise a cup. Everyone has drunk some wine and can disperse. Jiang Chong said, as long as we continue to fight this war, the implementation of the fire beacon ticket is imperative. Everyone is of one mind for the country. At this point, Jiang Chong paused in the middle of nowhere. With a smile, he drank the wine in his cup without a word. If you are of one mind for the country, please consider your own way out. For many years, the tycoon, who had no say in the current situation of the court and was eager to have his own spokesperson, met with a group of civil officials who had no power or influence and were not involved in politics, and formally formed an alliance. After Du Wanquan sent off the civil officials and merchants in the room one by one, he returned to Wangnanlu alone and went to the room next to the private room. There was not a single servant in the room, and the lights were not lit. There was only a dim yellow gas lamp hanging above his head. On the table were 2 tails of yellow wine, a bowl of porridge, and a plate of side dishes. The porridge was half eaten, the wine was left over, and the side dishes were only slightly eaten. The person at the table had already put down his chopsticks. Du Wanquan did not have his smooth and slick appearance. He respectfully went forward and bowed, Master Yan Wang. Chongqing politely nodded. Master Du Wanquan's eyes swept over the porridge and side dishes on the table. He hurriedly said, Wang Ye's frugality is admirable. But this Wangnanlu is our family's property. Why didn't you order something more natural? It's going to be summer soon. I had them prepare something that clears the heart and nourishes the body. Don't be busy. I like eating this. Chongqing waved his hand and said, today's matter is all thanks to Master Du. Thank you for your trouble. Du Wanquan hurriedly said he did not dare. Seeing him get up to leave, he politely raised the umbrella at the side and said, the carriage has been prepared in the back courtyard. Wang Yi, this way please. At the beginning, when Liao Ran gathered the Linyuan wooden tablet, the person who was the most unwilling was undoubtedly Du Wanquan. In his early years, he had relied heavily on the power of Linyuan Pavilion. However, Du Wanquan could not admit that Linyuan Pavilion had helped him to earn this family business. At this time, he was not willing to devote his life's efforts to a person he had never met before. But after interacting with Yan Wang for half a year, the person who was most willing to be at Yan Wang's beck and call was Du Wanquan. God of Wealth Du had traveled extensively for many years. His knowledge was greater than the average person. He faintly felt that Chongqing was saving the country from danger, but more importantly, he was paving the way for something. Du Wanquan had an indescribable feeling of excitement. Daliang's stormy road had risen because of Emperor Wu. Emperor Yuanhe had declined from the peak of prosperity, and Long an emperor had reached the end of the road. Now, the country was about to enter a new era of transition. Yet, he was able to board this ship with just a wooden token. Chongqing had just walked to the door when he unintentionally touched his waist. His footsteps paused. Du Wanquan's sharp eyes saw and hurriedly asked, Wang Yi, what are you looking for? Nothing, Chongqing paused and said absent-mindedly, I've run out of incense. These days, he had been taking care of everything. The Enshensen had been consumed too quickly, so he hadn't had time to concoct it. Chongqing sighed and said to Du Wanquan with a smile, it's fine. Master Du, please don't see me out. Tell Master Feng Han that the thing he's been thinking about will come true one day. Chongqing's tolerance for alcohol wasn't very good. With his status as a prince, no one would dare to force him to drink under any circumstances. Although Chongqing had never been completely drunk due to his self-restraint, judging from his ability to get headaches after 2 or 3 cups, his tolerance for alcohol might indeed be poor. Chongqing usually didn't touch a drop of alcohol. But today, he had been listening to the corner for more than 8 hours. He was really tired, so he ordered a tail of yellow wine to stimulate him a little. But this tipsy feeling didn't help him sleep. When he went back at night, it made it difficult for him to fall asleep. Chongqing tossed and turned on the bed for a long time. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning before he fell into a daze. While he was half asleep, he seemed to hear someone enter the room. He turned over and woke up with a start. He raised his hand and turned on the small gas lamp hanging at the head of the bed. In the end, the gas lamp only flashed for a moment before it went out. He didn't know if it was because of the damp rain in the capital or because the room had been empty for several days. The person who came sat on the small couch next to him and said with a smile, "What are you doing on my bed?" Chongqing was startled. His eyes were already used to the darkness. With a little bit of light, he saw that Gu Yun had returned. He hurriedly asked, "Didn't you say that you would arrive in the capital in 2 days? Why are you so fast?" Gu Yun casually stretched and leaned to the side. "I missed you, so I rushed back in advance by myself." The last time they parted was at the end of the year. In the blink of an eye, winter had passed and spring had arrived. Now, it was summer. He hadn't seen him for half a year. Although Gu Yun's battle reports often contained personal information and he would send a letter every once in a while, how could it compare to seeing him in person? Chongqing missed him so much that he immediately wanted to pounce on him and hug him. However, Gu Yun leaned back and dodged his hand lightly. His body was like a piece of paper as he landed in front of the window. The rain outside had stopped. The moonlight quietly meandered into the room from the puddle. Gu Yun stood with his back to the light. Chongqing saw the light leather armor on his body that hadn't been removed for thousands of years. "Why are you touching me as soon as you see me?" Gu Yun said, "I just came to see you." Chongqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the first half of the sentence. He thought to himself that Gu Yun was the one who complained first. He didn't know who liked to touch more. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, his smile suddenly disappeared. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Zishi, what's wrong with you? Guyun didn't say a word and just looked at him. The two of them, one sitting and one standing, looked at each other silently for a long time. It was as if they were bidding farewell. Chongging's heart beat wildly for no reason. It was so shocking that his chest could barely contain anything else and he couldn't breathe. He couldn't bear it anymore. He got up and walked towards Guyun. It was only 4 or 5 steps from the bedside to the small window, but he couldn't seem to reach the end. The more he moved forward, the more Guyun had to move back. Chongging didn't care. He turned around and grabbed the gas lamp at the head of the bed. He crazily twisted the mechanism on it. The gas lamp made a few popping sounds and suddenly lit up. The room was blazing. Chongging ignored the glare of the light and hurriedly turned to Guyun. However, he saw the person standing by the window with a face as white as a sheet. He didn't look like a living person. 2 lines of blood flowed down the corners of his mouth and the cinnabar mole at the corner of his eyes. The gas lamp went out with a bang. Guyun sighed softly, I can't see the light. Why did you light it? Chongging, I'm leaving now. What did can't see the light mean? Chongging almost went crazy on the spot. He rushed forward recklessly and reached out with all his might. However, he only grabbed a cold and bone-piercing profound armor. Chongging hissed, stop right there. Where are you going? Guzi Shi. I'm going to where I should go. Guyun's voice was cold, you're now fully fledged. You took over the Linyuan pavilion and seized the Li family's power. You have all the opportunities in the world in your hands. What kind of methods are you using? Didn't Li Feng die in your hands? It's useless for me to stay any longer. I'm here to bid farewell. Chongging said anxiously, no, wait. I didn't, he instinctively wanted to refute that he didn't. However, he couldn't say it out loud. He was confused and felt that what Guyun said was indeed his doing. Guyun said coldly, I was entrusted by the late emperor to bring you back from Yanhui town and take care of you until you became an adult. I hoped that even if you weren't a pillar of the country, you would at least be a good person with good character. What did you do? In the early summer night, Chongging suddenly felt an unprecedented cold. I followed the late emperor's orders and took care of you until you grew up. However, I didn't expect that the one I raised was a wolf from the mountains. Guyun sighed softly, it's been 200 years since the founding of Daliang. I thought it would last forever. Who knew that the imperial jade seal would be destroyed in the hands of my generation? Chongging wanted to grab him fiercely or cry out loud. However, his entire body seemed to be fixed in place. He could only stare blankly as Guyun turned around and said, I'm going to the underworld to ask for forgiveness. There's no need to see you again. Then, he went through the wall and disappeared into thin air. The open window was empty. Chongging's internal organs were burning. He woke up with a scream. His heartbeat was like thunder. After 3 breaths, he finally regained his senses. He slowly exhaled the pent-up air in his chest. Belatedly, he realized that it was just a realistic nightmare. He didn't know if it was because of the alcohol or something else. His head was throbbing and his limbs were sore. Sleeping for a night was more tiring than not sleeping at all. After calming down for a moment, Chongging planned to get up to drink some water and close his eyes to rest for a while. However, just as he propped himself up, he suddenly saw a black shadow on the wooden chair by the window. The person's breathing was very slow and long. It was obvious that he was an expert. Chongging was so shocked by the sound of his heartbeat that he didn't realize it. He instinctively shouted, "Who is it?" That person laughed softly and said, "What are you doing on my bed?" There was no bigger shock than this. Chongging hadn't woken up from the nightmare. At that time, his elbow went soft and he fell back onto the bed. Guyun's broken bed, from the bedboard to the pillow, was hard. This collision was no small matter. The meticulous and calm Prince Yan was almost knocked unconscious by the pillow. Guyun was shocked and hurriedly rushed to the bedside to help him up. He left Shani and the group of bodyguards behind him and rushed back 2 days in advance. He planned to rest for the night and give Chongging a scare tomorrow morning. Who knew that when he entered the room, he would find that the bed was occupied by a certain someone. He knew from Miss Chen that Chongging didn't sleep well. It was already difficult for him to fall asleep. When he fell asleep, he would be easily disturbed. Thus, he didn't bear to wake him up. "Where did you bump into?" "AI, let me see." Gu Yun was baffled and said, "Although your behavior of occupying a magpie's nest is very bad, I didn't say anything." "Why do you look like you saw a ghost? Tell me, what good things did you do behind my back?" Chongqing trembled and grabbed his wrist. This time, he grabbed onto the person's warm body temperature. This warmth allowed him to catch his breath. Gu Yun found that Chongqing's mood was a little unstable. He wanted to say a few words to ease it, so he said, "Why didn't you ask me why I rushed back 2 days in advance?" Chongqing's expression changed immediately. Gu Yun jinxed it and said, "I missed you, so I rushed back by myself." Chongqing shouted sternly, "Don't say it." His shout was too tragic. Gu Yun paused and then asked carefully, "Chongqing, what's wrong?" As he spoke, he reached for the gas lamp at the bedside. But with just a gentle twist, the gas lamp jumped messily twice. Then, with a pop sound, it stopped moving. It was broken. For a moment, reality and nightmare overlapped in an incredible coincidence. Chongqing let out a low, hoarse scream. The vague soreness in his limbs surged into his heart like a tide, turning into 108,000 terrifying illusions. The illusions opened their bloody mouths and swallowed him whole. Gu Yun had actually seen Wu Ergu act up before, but at that time, he was still in the dark. Coincidentally, Chongqing's condition was not very serious, so he always mistook it as qi deviation. He had never seen such a scene before. Chongqing's entire body curled up into a ball. The muscles all over his body were tight and as hard as iron. Not long after, he began to tremble violently, as if he was enduring great pain. Moreover, his strength was so great that Gu Yun could not hold him down. Chongqing suddenly shook off his hand. His 10 fingers were like eagle claws, fiercely clawing at himself. Of course, Gu Yun could not watch him harm himself. He stretched out his hand to block his arm and shouted in a low voice, "Chongqing." His voice seemed to bring a glimmer of clarity to Chongqing, but it only made him pause for a moment. The gas lamp hanging at the head of the bed that dropped the chain at the crucial moment creaked for a while before it finally lit up again. The light was dim and unstable, illuminating Chongqing's blood-red eyes from time to time. Gu Yun was shocked. He saw that Chongqing's face and lips were deathly pale, as if all the blood in his body was enveloped in his eyes. Moreover, there was a vague double pupil in his originally normal eyes. He really looked like an evil god in the legends. When Gu Yun heard the name Wuer's bone from Miss Chen, he only felt distressed and didn't really believe in some of the unbelievable parts. Until now, a chill slowly crept up his spine. Chongqing's eyes, which were emotionless and full of vigor, actually made this veteran general feel a chill all over his body. Their gazes met. Gu Yun suddenly had the illusion that he had encountered a wild beast in the wilderness. He did not dare to look away for a moment. He slowly spread out his empty hand and tentatively reached out to Chongqing. Chongqing did not dodge. The moment the warm palm touched the side of his face, he slightly lowered his head and indifferently rubbed Gu Yun's hand. Gu Yun asked in a low voice, trembling with fear, "Do you still know who I am?" Chongqing lowered his eyelashes, which were thicker than those of ordinary people from the Central Plains, and called out in a low voice. "Zishi." It was good that he could still recognize people. Gu Yun did not notice the strangeness in his tone and heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was relieved too early. Before he could relax, Chongqing suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed his neck. "You're not allowed to leave." Gu Yun, the throat was a vital part of the human body. Gu Yun instinctively leaned back and blocked the cold hand. Chongqing took the opportunity to grab his wrist and fiercely pushed it down. Gu Yun had no choice but to bend his fingers and hit the tendon between his elbows. In the extremely narrow space, the two exchanged several blows. The lunatic was originally skilled in martial arts. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by an evil god and had infinite strength. He was rampaging. Gu Yun was afraid of accidentally hurting him. He was sweating profusely and cursed in exasperation, "I just came back." "Where are you going?" Chongqing suddenly paused. Gu Yun's hand that landed on the side of his neck also stopped. He used the back of his hand to gently slap his chin. "Wake up." This light slap might not have been strong enough. Not only did it not wake him up, but Chongging's eyes that looked like they were about to bleed suddenly narrowed. Like an enraged leopard, he turned around and bit Gu Yun's arm. Gu Yun, if he had known earlier, he would have slapped him, Gu Yun hissed softly. The corner of his eyes twitched fiercely. In his life, he had been hacked, bombed, and bitten by someone who wanted to swallow him alive. However, this was the first time he had experienced this. He really wanted to fling his arm and break the lunatic's front teeth. However, his arm stiffened for a long time. In the end, he could not do it. After a while, Gu Yun slowly relaxed the muscles on his arm. He pinched the back of Chongging's neck from time to time. He gasped and said softly, "Skin you, pull out your tendons, and eat your flesh. Do you hate me that much?" These words seemed to have touched Chongging's nerves. He blinked his eyes slightly, and then 2 streams of tears flowed down without warning. Chongging did not make a sound. He only held Gu Yun's arm in his mouth while crying silently. The tears seemed to have diluted the terrifying bloody light in his eyes. After a long time, Chongging's teeth actually loosened slightly. Gu Yun tried to pull out his bloody arm. He glanced at it and cursed softly, "Bastard." However, although he cursed, he still pulled Chongging into his arms. He reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of Chongging's eyes and patted his back from time to time. Chongging leaned on his chest for almost an hour before he gradually recovered from the chaos with difficulty. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream. He was at a loss for a long time before those messy memories gradually came back. Once he remembered what he had just done, Chongging's hair stood on end. He was originally a lump of mud. With such a sudden stiffening, Gu Yun knew that he had recovered. "You're awake?" Gu Yun pretended to be calm and lifted his shoulder. He moved his stiff shoulder slightly and stretched out his hand to ask, "How much is this?" Chongging's heart was in a mess. He did not dare to look at him. He lowered his head and saw Gu Yun's arm that had already scabbed over. His expression became even uglier. He held it with both hands. His lips trembled, but he could not speak. "Oh, it was bitten by a dog." Gu Yun glanced at it indifferently. Then, he said sarcastically, "The dog's teeth are quite intact." Chongging staggered slightly as he got up. He found a fine silk cloth and clean water and lowered his head to wipe his wound. He looked as if he had just been ravaged. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were not at home. It was indescribably miserable. However, for a man like Gu Yun who was born with an excessive desire to protect, regardless of feelings, frailty would probably move him the most based on what he saw with his eyes. Beauty came second. His gaze immediately softened. He raised his hand and clasped his 5 fingers together. He gently tidied up Chongging's messy hair. "Last autumn, Ji Ping and I went to the Central Plains. On the way, we encountered a group of bandits who used the name of Uprising to loot a burning house." Gu Yun used a tone that was gentler than the movement of his hands. He said slowly, "We joined forces with Elder Kai to deal with this group of scourges and captured the bandit leader. The bandit leader called himself Fire Dragon. He was covered in scars and had even been burned by fire. During the interrogation, we found a barbarian woman's knife on his body. It belonged to Hu Gur." Chongging's hand trembled violently. The fine silk cloth in his hand fell to the ground. He lowered his head to pick it up with a stupefied expression, but Gu Yun caught his hand. "Gu Yun, how can you remember at such a young age?" Chongging's hand was as cold as a corpse's. Gu Yun sighed, "Actually, Miss Chen has already told me." "About that," Chongging cut him off, "don't say any more." Gu Yun obediently kept his mouth shut and looked at him silently. Chongging sat stiffly for a moment. His movements suddenly became nimble. He quickly dealt with the bite and then stood up abruptly. With his back facing Gu Yun, he said, "It has been a few years since Yan Wang's residence was built. No one has been managing it. It's not right. I'll return to the Grand Council at dawn. After I'm done with this, I'll move in." Gu Yun's face darkened. Chongging suddenly stopped talking incoherently. He couldn't help but think of Gu Yun's flattering attitude when he went to the northwest to reward the army at the end of the year. So, he only knew the truth about Wu Ergu? Was he just pitying him? It seemed unreasonable. Chang'ing could unscrupulously display his old scars in front of Li Feng, but he didn't even want Gu Yun to see any clues. Who knew that even though he thought he covered it up tightly, the wind still leaked out through the gaps between his fingers. Chang'ing clenched his teeth tightly. He could still feel the blood in his mouth from when he went crazy just now. It was fishy and sweet. Ever since he received the report that Gu Yun was preparing to return to the capital to report on his work, he had been looking forward to it day and night. Every moment felt like he was dragging on. However, when the person he had been waiting for finally came, Chang'ing wished he could immediately escape from Gu Yun's sight. His mind was in a mess. He subconsciously wanted to escape, so he turned around and walked out. Gu Yun, stop, where are you going? Chang'ing was muddle-headed and ignored him. Gu Yun suddenly shouted in a low voice, Li Min. Ever since he was young, Gu Yun had never spoken harshly to him. It was even rarer for him to be angry. However, he had always been a man of his word in the army, and his authority was extremely high. Chang'ing shuddered and instinctively stopped in his tracks when he heard his slightly angry shout, which carried a faint murderous tone. Gu Yun sat by the bed with a gloomy face, get back here. Chang'ing said blankly, if you walk out of this door today, Gu Yun said coldly, I will break your legs. Even the emperor won't be able to save you. Come back, don't make me say it a third time. Chang'ing was the first person who dared to say that he wanted to break Gu Yun's legs after King Yin took over the Grand Council. Chang'ing was stunned by Gu Yun's sudden outburst. He did not dare to walk out of the room for a moment. He gathered his courage and turned around to look at Gu Yun. All kinds of grievances and pain that he could not express in words surged up from his chest. However, there were still traces of tears on his face. He was too sober and couldn't cry. Gu Yun couldn't stand his gaze. He had no choice but to compromise and get up. He hugged Chang'ing from behind and threw him on the bed half forcefully. He pulled the cold blanket over him, why didn't you tell me all these years? Chang'ing took a deep breath and whispered. I was afraid. Afraid of what? Gu Yun was slightly stunned. Then, he lifted Chang'ing's face with one hand, afraid of who? Me? Chang'ing looked at him deeply. This look made Gu Yun understand what fear born from love meant. Gu Yun originally wanted to ask, afraid of what? Afraid that I will dislike you? Is he suspecting you? But he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. For a moment, he had nothing to say, so he directly made his move. He grabbed Chang'ing's collar and kissed him fiercely. Chang'ing's breathing suddenly became heavy. Gu Yun put his hand on the side of his ear and raised his eyebrows. Are you still afraid now? Chang'ing, Gu Yun looked at him condescendingly. His heart suddenly felt warm. He licked his lips. He planned to play the rogue to the end. He raised his hand and reached for Chang'ing's messy clothes. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there were a few knocks on the door that spoiled the mood. An unlucky person with the surname Hu shouted from outside, Prince, it's almost time. It's time to prepare for the morning court. Do you want to change your clothes? Gu Yun, it turned out that after this torment, the sky had already begun to brighten. Huadan knocked on the door, but no one answered. He thought that Chang'ing was too tired to hear him. Just as he was about to knock again, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Commander Hu was shocked when he saw the person who came in. He said in shock, Ho, Marquis. When did their family's Marshal Gu, who was behaving more and more strangely in private, return? How did he come in without alerting a single family guard? Did he jump over the wall? Chang'ing, who was in the room, was a little embarrassed. He tidied up his miserable appearance and replied, Gu Yun interrupted him without any explanation, go and tell Prince that he's on sick leave. He won't be going today. Huadan was shocked and hurriedly asked, then, should we call for an imperial physician? Imperial physician? Imperial physicians are all good for nothings. Gu Yun said in a bad mood. He turned around and entered the room, instructing, don't disturb us if there's nothing important. Leave quickly. Huadan, Chang'ing, who was grounded, looked helplessly at Gu Yun, who acted on his own initiative, I'm not sick. If you're not sick, do you think I'm sick? Gu Yun took out a small handful of nerve-soothing incense and lit it on the incense table at the side. Now that things had come to this, there was no need to hide anything. Miss Chen asked me to bring this back for you. A refreshing fragrance filled the room. Chongqing sniffed it lightly. Miss Jin changed the prescription? Gu Yun rubbed the teeth marks on his arm. It's specially used to treat little lunatics who bite people. The nerve-soothing incense quickly took effect. It filled the lungs and made people feel lazy. They couldn't muster up any strength or anger. Chongqing leaned against the headboard, exhausted. His gaze was empty as he stared blankly at Gu Yun. He looked haggard, his hair was messy, and his confused eyes kept chasing after her. He looked a little sickly and didn't look like he had a mouth of iron teeth. Chongqing murmured, "Zishi, can I hug you?" Gu Yun said in her heart, "You're so lovey-dovey." Then she walked over and sat next to him, allowing him to unrelentingly lean over and hug her waist. "Let's call in sick." After a long while, Gu Yun suddenly said, "Isn't there already a Grand Council?" Xianxia could also be considered capable, but he lacked some opportunities in the past. This time, he was unexpectedly promoted, so presumably, he would be able to make a big difference. The purple gold tribute from the western regions has almost arrived in the capital, so we can rest and recuperate for a year or two. The barbarians don't produce anything. We can afford to delay, but Calais Ingho can't. The war situation in the north will change as time passes. There's only Jiangnan left. After all, the foreigners came from thousands of miles away. They spent a lot of money. Even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Chongqing lay in her arms and opened his eyes slightly. He felt Gu Yun's calloused fingers unconsciously shuttling back and forth between his head and neck, making his scalp itchy and numb. "The reform of governance has just begun," Gu Yun said in a low voice. "Although this matter was initiated by you, I think the officials didn't cause much of a stir. They basically tacitly agreed. If you withdraw now, whether you succeed or fail in the future, the merits and demerits will belong to others. If we don't fight for the merits, we might not fall behind. Don't care about those things. Go home and recuperate for a few years, okay?" Of Xingyi's thousands of words, only Gu Yun heard, "How will it end in the future?" The Gu family had been conferred the title of Marquis for generations, and they were also relatives of the emperor. He had seen the rise and fall of power and the ups and downs of the officialdom. He was also well aware of the fate of powerful officials and valiant generals. Even if they were of noble descent, if they were in the limelight, could they avoid being punished by those in power and the spring and autumn annals? "We can't withdraw," Chongqing said in a low voice after a while. "The first cut of the reform of governance has already been made. It's like scraping someone's bones to treat poison. His skin and flesh have already been cut open. If we withdraw now, should we let him wait with his skin and flesh exposed, or should we sew it back up again?" The reform of governance was only the first step. If they only saw it as a means to promote the fire beacon ticket, they would stop at this step. After the war in the future, even before the war, there would be a situation in the imperial court where everyone would fight for the fire beacon ticket. At that time, not only would corruption become the norm. If there was no sensible person to check, the fire beacon ticket would end up worthless in the end, and Daliang would probably die even faster. Gu Yun's hand that was hugging him tightened. When Chongqing opened his eyes again, the blood-red color and double pupils in his eyes had faded. He suddenly turned over and pressed the person he had been thinking about day and night on the soft and light brocade quilt clumsily. "Zishi, do you know what Wuergu is?" Gu Yun was slightly stunned. Wuergu is a kind of evil spirit. It's also the most ancient curse of the barbarians. When their entire tribe was destroyed, they would leave behind a pair of children and cultivate them into Wuergu. The person who cultivated them like this would have unparalleled power and would definitely bring about a reign of terror. Even the greatest enemy could be ended. Chongqing leaned on her. His chest trembled slightly as he spoke. His voice was as gentle as before, but there was an indescribable hoarseness. "Before Hugu died, he said to me, 'My heart has only been filled with hatred, brutality, and suspicion. I will definitely be brutal and bloodthirsty. Wherever I go, there will be a reign of terror. I am destined to drag everyone down with me to a horrible death. No one loves me, and no one treats me sincerely.'" Gu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. In the past, he always felt that Chongqing had too many thoughts when he was young. There were countless twists and turns hidden in his mind, making people unable to figure him out. However, he didn't know that behind the countless twists and turns, there was actually such a heart-wrenching sentence. But there are people who love me, and there are people who treat me sincerely, right? You were the one who called me back just now. Changing whispered, she has never shown me any warmth, and I will never do as she wishes. Do you believe me? Zishi, as long as you say a word, I will walk through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. He was Prince Yan, the commander of the Grand Council. However, every time he was startled back from the nightmare of Xianxia, the only person he could think of and hope for was Gu Yun. A person's weight was too heavy. Sometimes, it was too heavy for him to bear. Master Liao Ran once said to him, people's sufferings are to be held and not let go. The more you hold, the more your hands are full, and the more difficult it is to move forward. Changing felt deeply and admitted that he was right. However, one Gu Yun was already more important than 1,000 caddies to him. He couldn't let go, because if he let go of this one, his hands would be empty. If a person lived without any thoughts, wouldn't he become a broken flag that was blown by the wind? Gu Yun raised his hand to hold his shoulder and gently knocked on his neck. Changing felt the pain, but he didn't avoid it and looked at him. Gu Yun asked, why should I let you go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames? I want the country to prosper one day, the people to have something to do, and the world to be peaceful. My general doesn't have to defend the border. I want to untie the knot between the imperial power and the purple gold like Duke Fenghan has always resisted. I want the lighters running on the ground to be in the fields, and the kites flying in the sky to be filled with ordinary travelers who are bringing their families back to their hometown to visit their relatives. Everyone can live with dignity. Changing held his hand tightly and put his 5 fingers through the gaps between his fingers, intimately intertwining them. Gu Yun was stunned. This was the first time Changing told him what he was thinking, and it made it difficult for him to restrain his passion. Unfortunately, when he thought about it carefully, no matter what it was, it sounded impossible. I can do it. Zishi, let me try. Changing whispered. Since he had the power of the evil god, couldn't he try to pry open the bloody path of the world and open an unprecedented path for mortals? That year in Yanhui town, a 13 to 14-year-old youth had also confided in the young general about his dream of not living in vain. At that time, Gu Yun, who was still frivolous, poured cold water on him and told him coldly, heroes don't have good endings. Today, after experiencing the desert and going back and forth between the palace and the prison, General Gu himself truly understood what it meant by heroes don't have good endings. However, he couldn't say the same thing to Changing. Putting himself in Gu Yun's shoes, if someone were to point at his nose and say, Gu Yun, hurry up and go back to the Marquis estate to retire. You're lucky to have lived until now. If you don't leave now, sooner or later you'll die without a burial ground. What would he think, in today's world, 1 foot in cold water and 1 foot in mud? It was inevitable that it would be difficult to move forward. After walking for a long time, one would be cold from the inside out. It was not easy to have a heart that would still bleed with passion and persevere on a path that one knew was impossible. If others, especially those close to him, also poured cold water on him and acted as a stumbling block, wouldn't that be too pitiful? He didn't speak for a long time. Just as Changing was feeling imperceptibly nervous, Gu Yun suddenly said, we have kissed and hugged. What else do you want me to say? If a man talks too much, he won't have time to do anything else. Do you understand this principle? Changing was stunned. He saw Gu Yun snap her fingers and the half-dead gas lamp at the head of the bed immediately went out. Before dawn, the room was dark. The bed curtains that were usually hung up fell down and swayed slightly from the cool morning breeze that came in through the window. Changing didn't have time to react. His waist belt was loosened and he didn't know when it was taken away. He hadn't recovered from the mountain of daggers and sea of flames oath just now and his face turned red. Zishi, Gu Yun responded indifferently. She impatiently flung the silk cloth off her arm and leaned lazily on the soft brocade quilt. Her fingertips brushed across Changing's lapel. Back then at the hot spring courtyard, you said you thought of me. What did you think? Changing, aren't you quite good at talking? Gu Yun laughed softly, tell me about it. Changing had never seen such teasing and teasing flirting. He was tongue-tied. When it comes to this kind of thing, it's not enough to just think about it. Gu Yun caressed Chongging's waist through his clothes and touched his thigh. Chongging almost jumped up. He couldn't even breathe. He struggled to grab Gu Yun's mischievous hand. A fire burned from his lower abdomen to his throat. He felt like he was going to be burned to ashes. Gu Yun had already opened his lapel. Chongging felt a chill on his chest. He suddenly realized something and pressed Gu Yun's hand down. However, it was too late. The scars on his chest and neck were suddenly exposed. The feeling of being touched by those slightly calloused fingers was indescribable. On one hand, Chongging couldn't help but dodge. On the other hand, his mouth was dry and his ears were ringing. He didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Gu Yun had been on the road for days and waited by the bed for an entire night. Coincidentally, the drug in his body had worn off and he couldn't see clearly. However, the atmosphere was just right. It was inconvenient for him to take out a glass mirror and wear it. Wearing that thing made him look like a long-armed engineer preparing to dismantle steel armor. It ruined the mood. At this moment, he was relying on the touch of his hands to skim over the uneven scars on Chongging's body. It was even more shocking than seeing it with his own eyes. Gu Yun, does it hurt? Chongging lowered his head and looked at him deeply. He didn't answer the question and said, "It has already formed scars." Gu Yun's heart was filled with all kinds of feelings. Even his surging lust lessened a little. He narrowed his gradually blurred eyes and carefully rubbed those scars. Chongging couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't bear it anymore and softly whimpered. He clasped Gu Yun's wrist. "Don't be afraid," Gu Yun coaxed, "I'll dote on you." If this half-blind man could see Chongging's expression, he probably wouldn't say the words, "Don't be afraid." Chongging bent down and kissed him. Gu Yun's heart was burning from his kiss. Just as he was about to turn over and execute this person on the spot, suddenly, Chongging did something wrong and called out to him, "Godfather, Gu Yun." He directly made Chongging's voice soften. No matter how great his lust was, it was extinguished. He was rolled into a ball and locked in an iron cage. Gu Yun took a few deep breaths. He wanted Chongging to shout, "Why are you blindly calling out in this kind of situation?" However, in retrospect, he didn't call out wrongly. He heard that some men especially liked this kind of immoral taboo feeling in private. They were most willing to let their bed partners call out randomly under the quilt. Unfortunately, Gu Yun didn't have this hobby and couldn't understand it at all. In the past year and a half, he finally got used to Chongging calling him by his full name. He gradually stopped treating him as his godson. Who knew that he would suddenly encounter the two words godfather at such a crucial moment? It really made him dizzy. Chongging seemed to be unaware of his awkwardness. He couldn't help but call him a few times. He kissed him again and again without any rhyme or reason. There was a bit of devotion in the intimacy that made the old hooligan feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. The effect was excellent when combined with the address of godfather. Gu Yun felt as if there were ants crawling all over his body. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and turned his head. "Don't call me that." Chongging stopped and stared at him quietly for a moment. Suddenly, he leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Godfather, if you can't see clearly, just close your eyes, okay?" No matter how deaf Gu Yun was, he could tell that he was doing it on purpose. Besides, he didn't have time to be deaf. "Are you in high spirits?" Chongging's eyes were shockingly bright in the dark bed curtain. He didn't give up and lowered his voice. He whispered in his ear like a spoiled child, "Godfather, you said back then, even if I go to the capital, you will protect me. Do you still remember?" Gu Yun's expression changed a few times. He really couldn't resist Chongging's new trick to pass the time. He could only plan a strategic retreat. He pushed Chongging and said, "Enough, don't be shameless. Do what you should do." Hiss. "What should I do?" Chongging took advantage of the position just now to press him down again. His hand had already reached Gu Yun's lower back. When he was setting Gu Yun's bones at Jiayu Pass, he had already grasped Gu Yun's lower back. At this moment, with the precision of a doctor, he suddenly made a move. Gu Yun trembled violently and instinctively wanted to curl up. Chongging pressed several acupoints in succession, and half of his body was numb. Only then did Chongging calmly continue the second half of his sentence, "Didn't foster father just apply for an illness for me?" Do you want to love me? Gu Yun, he realized that he was probably unlucky this year. He seemed to have offended Tai Sui and failed repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the sky was bright and the sun was high in the sky. The bright early summer sunlight penetrated through the bed curtain without any explanation. Chongqing's eyes were brighter than the sun. He truly understood what it meant by after years of wishful thinking, one day of chi deviation. Nightmares were scarier than reality, but reality was much crazier than spring dreams. After the craziness, he did not feel empty at all. His heart was very steady. He had never felt so steady in his life. His hands were still moving around Gu Yun's body endlessly. He kept calling him by Gu Yun's ear. He felt a little annoyed, but he couldn't control himself and couldn't stop. He called Godfather for a while and Zishi for a while. He kept calling her Godfather and drilled into her ear. Even a deaf person who was under the effects of the drug would be forced to listen. Gu Yun could still feel a steady stream of hot air by her ear. Just now, he missed the opportunity and was tormented by that brat enough. Now that he was sleepy and tired, he was not allowed to sleep. There was simply no way to reason with him. She brushed him away in annoyance. Don't be noisy. Chongqing caught a glimpse of the tiredness on Gu Yun's face and obediently shut his mouth. He gently pressed down on Gu Yun's waist with just the right amount of strength. It relieved Gu Yun's tiredness and did not touch Gu Yun's itchy flesh. Gu Yun, so he did it on purpose in the past. Did that Chen guy teach him how to treat illnesses and save people or how to practice evil? Gu Yun was about to flare up when suddenly, Chongqing frowned. He gently pressed his palm on the bones between Gu Yun's chest and abdomen a few times. Then, he pinched his wrist's pulse. Gu Yun said angrily, "You're not done, Chongqing. When did you get a new injury?" Gu Yun, it's over. Other than practicing evil, that Chen guy seemed to have taught him some real skills. He could even feel it. At this critical moment, Gu Yun had no choice but to use the "I'm deaf, I can't hear anything" technique. He innocently turned over and stopped moving with his back facing Chongqing, indicating that he was already asleep and that unrelated people could kneel down and rest. Chongqing examined him from head to toe. However, it had been some time since the frightening explosion. Firstly, Chongqing's medical skills were not as godly as Chen Qingxiu's. Secondly, Gu Yun's injuries had mostly healed. They did not find out anything, so the two of them fooled each other like this. His Royal Highness Yan Wang claimed to be sick and did not show up for the entire day. The palace, the military council, and a group of important officials sent people to ask about him, but they were all sent away by Huadan. Huadan was born in the military, so he would definitely abide by the commander's orders. If he said that he was not to be disturbed, then he did not dare to disturb him. He quietly stood at the gate like a guardian. At the same time, he was still puzzled by the question of how did the commander come in. Since he had nothing to do, he began to tidy up the lax defense of the Marquis's residence. Gu Yun ran back 2 days early as if he was in a rush to reincarnate. He did not sleep for the entire night. He finally managed to eat meat, but his posture was not right and he almost choked to death. He was simply mentally exhausted. He slept until the afternoon. When he woke up, his body and mind were still very strange. He did not know whose sick leave it was. He wanted to flare up, but he felt that it would be petty to flare up over such a trivial matter. He could only sulk and think to himself, next time, I must sew his mouth shut. After Gu Yun got up, he searched around for the glass mirror. However, he did not know where that little thing went. He searched for a long time but could not find it. Instead, he was held by a warm hand. Chongqing leaned over and whispered in his ear, General Shen and the others have not arrived yet. You don't have to go out today. You don't have to take medicine, okay? I will take care of you. Gu Yun did not use it much anyway. He nodded his head indifferently, there is no need to take care of me. I am used to it. I can't find my glasses. Go and get me a new one. Chongqing hugged him and said, I was the one who took away the glass mirror. The relationship between the two seemed to have undergone a subtle change. It was indescribable. In fact, since childhood, when they were still adopted father and son, their relationship was very close. When Chongqing's affectionate feelings were unscrupulously released during the war, Gu Yun first softened and compromised. He even fell deeply into it. Letters and battle reports came and went together, one after another. Their feelings could not be said to be not deep. However, there were many things that were not as passionate and ecstatic as this moment. It was as if even if there were another foreign enemy besieging the capital, they could forget about it. Heaven and earth had melted into a square inch, let alone other things. Gu Yun asked in surprise, "Why did you take my glass mirror?" Chongqing smiled and said, "I like it." After saying that, he carefully helped Gu Yun put on his clothes and bent down to help him put on his shoes. He did his best and was meticulous and considerate. His Royal Highness Yan Wang was like a monk who abstained from sex all day long. Those who did not know him would think that he was a gentleman. However, after this battle, Gu Yun finally understood that under this sanctimonious appearance, there was a bunch of unimaginable interests that normal people could not understand. What did he like? Did he like that he was blind? Chongqing did not speak loudly. In order to let Gu Yun hear him, he always whispered to him, saying things like "Be careful of the threshold." When they walked to the door, Chongqing instinctively reached out to support himself on the door frame. He was gently stopped by him without any explanation. Chongqing said willfully, "Don't touch anything else. Just support me." This unprecedented sense of complete control almost drove Chongqing crazy. He was unwilling to let go for a moment. Sometimes, he would say a few words and come over to ask for a kiss. He was never tired of it. After a while, Gu Yun was so tired that he felt goosebumps all over his body. Gu Yun could not understand even if he was beaten to death. He was originally alienated and restrained. He would not even look at her when she changed his clothes. How did he become so crazy after just one night in bed? Gu Yun said, "I'm not disabled even if I can't see. You don't have to keep supporting me. Aren't you busy all day long?" Chongqing said, "Then come with me to the study." After Gu Yun left, his study was basically Chongqing's territory. Gu Yun, who had been at the border all year round, suddenly felt a little unfamiliar. Chongqing helped him to sit down. The sun shone on the faces of the people in the study from a very familiar angle. Gu Yun suddenly felt something. He stretched out his leg and, as expected, touched a small stool under the table. "This thing is still here." Chongqing bent over and picked up the small stool. He saw that there were a few vivid little tortoises on the wooden stool. They were biting their tails and forming a circle. There were childish words engraved on the side, "Although the divine tortoise lives long, 10 people surround it." The donkey's lips did not match the horse's mouth. Chongqing laughed for a long time. He pulled Gu Yun's hand and pressed it on the engraving. He asked, "You did this?" "Don't laugh. I didn't study seriously for a few days when I was young." Gu Yun smiled slightly. "I read books in the palace with the emperor and the Prince of Wei. The old marquis's knowledge was ordinary. He only read a little more military books. He found a sour old scholar to recite scriptures for me. I fell asleep after listening to him for a while. I could only find entertainment for myself." "Oh, go on with your work. I haven't been home for a long time, so I'll just walk around." "Don't," Chongqing hurriedly said, "I like to listen to you." "Then what?" Gu Yun looked embarrassed. This was not something to be proud of, but it was rare for Chongqing to be happy. Gu Yun took it as making him happy and continued, "At that time, I was very troublesome. Teacher was afraid of me and did not dare to discipline me in person. He ran behind my back to complain to the old marquis. Other than beating me, the old marquis punished me to do a horse stance on the stool. If I trembled, I would fall off. He was really not like his own father. Later on, I felt that the old goatee was really not a good person for complaining all the time. So I discussed with Shin Jiping and stole some laxatives to put into teacher's tea. Laxatives were originally nothing. It was just that we were both young and did not know how to control our strength. Teacher was also old and his body was weak. He almost drank it to death. The Gu family had not had such a crazy prodigal son in 200 years. The old marquis was furious and wanted to beat me to death. Fortunately, the princess stopped him. Oh, my mother later admitted that it was not that she did not want to beat me. It was because her body was cold and it was not easy for her to give birth. She was afraid that beating me to death would end the Gu family's line. Chongqing imagined it and felt that if he had such a naughty child, he would also beat him to death. However, he immediately remembered that the unlucky child was Gu Yun. He felt that if he were the old marquis, even if this person really killed someone, he would probably have to personally pay for it with his life. He would definitely not bear to touch a single strand of his hair. He could not help but laugh for a long time and asked, "What happened after that?" Gu Yun paused for a moment. He really could not maintain the smile on his face. He restrained his expression and was silent for a moment before he said, "Later on, the two of them felt that they would be out of control if this continued, so they simply brought me to the Black Iron Battalion's encampment in Beijiang." His childhood, where cats and dogs didn't like him, came to an abrupt end just like that. That was probably the most unforgettable pain in his life. When Gu Yun said this, he did not want to continue. However, perhaps because those words had been in his heart for many years, he could not stop himself from saying them. Beijiang is really bitter. After the war, there are wounded soldiers everywhere. Every day, the sun sets in the yellow sand. I can't even drink a sip of hot tea in the princess tent. How can it compare to being a young master in the capital? At first, I insisted on going back, but the old marquis refused. He was annoyed by me and brought me to the barracks. Every day, when the soldiers of the Black Iron Battalion were training, I had to accompany them to practice martial arts. If I slacked off, he would beat me in front of those iron giants. The old marquis knew his son's temper. Although he was naughty and spoiled, in front of everyone, even if this little thing was not as tall as someone's thigh, he would never cry and embarrass himself. Chongqing leaned on him and rested his chin on Gu Yun's shoulder. He leaned close to his ear and said, "If I was born 20 years earlier, I would have carried you away and raised you well in the brocade forest." Gu Yun imagined that scene and was speechless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, thinking about it carefully, there were many families that declined after 3 generations. For a child of Gu Yun's background and only child, if he was really allowed to grow up lawlessly in the capital, who knows how mischievous he would be when he grew up. The old marquis was so cruel that he could punish him so that the Black Iron Battalion would not be without a successor. However, no one expected that the price of becoming a talent was so high. Uncle Wang said that your temperament changed after you came back from Beijiang. You don't like to see people and don't care about anyone. Chongqing paused for a moment, pulled his hand and wrote, "Do you hate the late emperor?" Gu Yun paused and subconsciously wanted to touch the wine pot at his waist. When he reached out, he remembered that he had decided to quit drinking and did not have the wine pot with him. Gu Yun pursed his lips, "I don't hate. Pour me a cup of tea." Chongqing almost thought that he had misheard. The siege of the capital had just been lifted, and Gu Yun was so injured that she couldn't even get up. Yet, the moment she opened her mouth, she still recklessly asked for wine. How did she know how to recuperate after going to the western regions and fighting a battle? Although Chongqing had always been critical of this drunkard, seeing his sudden change in attitude, his heart skipped a beat. Instead of being happy, he was shocked. He got up and made a cup of spring tea for Gu Yun. Once again, he was worried and paranoid. Without batting an eyelid, he grabbed Gu Yun's wrist. He hated himself for not being good enough and not being able to figure out anything. Although it was inconvenient for him to hear and see, Gu Yun could still feel his nervousness. He immediately reacted and realized that he had given himself away. Chongqing was too sensitive. If a person had a bad record, he might as well just stay bad. The people who followed him around to clean him up were already used to it. On the contrary, Chongqing's sudden change in personality made people at a loss. Thus, Gu Yun drank the tea as if nothing had happened and licked his lips. "I don't know where the wine pot is. Do you still have the self-made wine that old Shin sent last time?" This sentence sounded more like Gu Yun's style. After all, he was thirsty from talking for a long time. Chongqing was slightly relieved and flatly refused, "No, I'll just make do with the tea." Gu Yun made a half-serious tisk sound. Then, something was sent to the side of his mouth. A sticky and sweet smell of glutinous rice entered his nose. Gu Yun leaned back. "What's this?" "I don't want it." "Oh." Chongqing held it in his mouth and fed it to him. Gu Yun frowned. He naturally did not like to eat sweet things. He was choked by Chongqing and that piece of tea, but he did not spit it out. Just like the egg noodles with half an eggshell in it many years ago, he ate it in one gulp. From the overly sweet bean paste filling, he chewed a little bitterness that was too sweet. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. He felt that Chongging's greasy energy was abnormal. The sudden tension and paranoia when he heard that he did not drink was also abnormal. Extreme great sorrow and great joy usually did not last long because it consumed too much energy. Usually, it would only last for a short while. After that, it would either turn into numbness and chaos, or the person involved would divert his attention to dilute these emotions to protect himself instinctively. Gu Yun said seriously, "Chongging, give me the glaze mirror." No, Chongging encircled him from the side in a similar manner as if he was imprisoning him. He asked relentlessly, "Why don't you hate him?" His last question was fervent and indifferent. He was so eager to get to the bottom of the matter. He wanted to get an answer of hate or not hate. It was as if he would take action as long as Gu Yun admitted that he hated him. He was so indifferent that he seemed to have forgotten that the late emperor in his mouth was his biological father. He casually mentioned him as if he was talking about a cat or a dog by the roadside. Gu Yun's heart sank slightly. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What about you? Do you still hate Hugur now?" Chongging did not expect him to throw the question back at him. He blinked his eyes in surprise. If Gu Yun could see clearly at this moment, he would find that his eyes were not red anymore. However, there were still double shadows in his pupils. Chongging replied in a dignified manner, "If she was still in front of me, I would definitely skin her alive and pull out her tendons. However, she has already died without a burial place. Even if I wanted to dig her out and whip her corpse, it would be futile. No matter how much I hate her, there is no way to resolve it. Instead, it will speed up the poison as she wishes, right?" These were definitely not his true words. Gu Yun could hear it no matter how big his heart was or how deaf his ears were. Gu Yun was about to speak when he suddenly felt the person leaning on him tremble. It was the kind of tremor that came when one was suddenly interrupted while concentrating. A thin breeze blew behind him. It seemed that someone had knocked on the door of the study. Gu Yun turned his head and asked, "Is it Uncle Wang or Old Hua?" The old housekeeper at the door raised his voice and shouted, "Marquis, it's me. Someone from the Lingshu temple is here to look for His Royal Highness Yan Wang." Chongging's double pupils shrank back. At first glance, it seemed that he had been stimulated by a strong light. He subconsciously let go of Gu Yun and revealed a bit of restraint as usual. Halfway through his restraint, he thought of something and a blank expression flashed across his face. Gu Yun pretended not to notice. "Go do your business. I haven't had a proper meal for a few days. I'm going to find something to eat. Just now, you stuffed something into my mouth that I don't know. It made my stomach churn." Chongging was stunned at first. Then, he fiercely slapped his forehead and rubbed his eyebrows in annoyance. He stood up and said in a panic, "I'll ask the kitchen to make something for you to digest." Uncle Wang hurriedly said, "Yes, this old servant will go now." Chongging walked to the door of the study in one breath. Then, he thought of something and searched his body. He took out Gu Yun's glass mirror and returned it to Uncle Wang. The metal chain and frame were warm from his touch. Chongging carefully wiped the mirror clean and placed it on Gu Yun's nose. His gaze lingered on Gu Yun's face for a long time. Suddenly, he whispered, "Zishi, I feel like I'm dreaming." Gu Yun was tormented by his strange nagging for the entire afternoon. When she heard this, she was very angry and wanted to say, "I'll slap you and see if it hurts." However, before she could say anything, Chongging paused slightly and stood up straight. He smiled bitterly and self-mockingly, "I've never had such a good dream in my life. It's good that I can't wake up." Gu Yun, as soon as he returned to normal, Gu Yun couldn't bear to scold him harshly. He felt that if this happened a few more times, he would have to follow suit. He could only put on a calm appearance, unable to distinguish between joy and anger, and waved his hand to dismiss him. Long Yan's 8th summer, although Marshal Gu had been offending the Taisui fungus, Dalyang's national fortune seemed to have slowly recovered after falling to the bottom of the valley. It was like after a long winter, under the boundless white snow, bits and pieces of sprouts began to emerge. At the beginning of summer, the Marquis of Stability quickly pacified the chaos in the western vassal states and signed the new Silk Road Treaty. The Black Iron Battalion escorted the purple gold tributes from the western regions to the capital. At this point, under the siege of Daliang, there was finally an opening. Shani and the others had just arrived when another piece of good news came from the Lingshu temple. Gu Yun's big iron bow, which had been unable to be promoted in the army, finally had a new breakthrough. Gu Chan, a rising star from a butcher family, was indeed a genius. He had designed a brand new golden box that was extremely light and could be installed on a bow and arrow. It could be perfectly controlled by human hands. Originally, only peerless experts could pull the bowstring of the iron bow. The weight of the bowstring had been reduced by more than half. It could be effortlessly shot with both hands. The accuracy was extremely high. The iron arrow was heavy and would not be easily affected by the wind. Once this batch of bows was produced on a large scale, the white bow would disappear from Daliang's army. Furthermore, the iron arrow could be added with a lighter system. After the special iron arrow was shot, it could be accelerated twice in the air and could even explode in the enemy's ranks. At the end of June, under the situation where the Black Iron Battalion was eyeing covetously and the conflict in the western countries gradually became prominent, the war situation in the north and south temporarily stabilized. Daliang was able to take a breather. The entire court knew that the most important thing now was to calm the hearts of the people, especially the refugees who had been exiled by the war. But how were they going to recuperate? How were they going to settle down? It was absolutely impossible to rearrange the land for these refugees. Which lord would be so noble and virtuous as to give up their own land for others to share? The Grand Council organized a few court meetings to gather the officials to discuss, but in the end they did not come to a conclusion. They only collected a pile of rotten ideas, such as organizing refugees to open up wastelands and so on. This angered the emperor long and so much that he flew into a rage in court and accused the officials of doing nothing. Why don't you all say that we should gather the refugees and send them to the East Sea to imitate the elite guards? Suddenly, Prince Yan of the Grand Council took the lead in remaining silent. He also did not express his position. The 6 ministries and various local officials pushed the blame to each other and quarreled in court. At this time, Du Wangquan brought his 13 merchants from all over the country to write to the court. They stated that they were willing to imitate the Westerners and set up private factories in various places to gather refugees from all over the country for production. In this way, they would not need much land. At the time, Chongqing had confiscated land from corrupt officials who had dealt with the refugees along the canal. They also planned to use the farming puppets from Jiangnan as a blueprint and gather a group of civilian long-armed engineers to create a series of civilian lighters. With the release of the second batch of fire beacon tickets, an undercurrent of power gradually coalesced in the court. When they were dormant and did not move, at first glance, they did not seem to form a faction. However, at this time, they secretly began to push for this matter. They urged the Emperor Longan to give some special rights to the civilian merchants who stood up first to carry the fire beacon tickets. For example, they could directly write to the Grand Council and ask the Emperor himself for special approval. Then, under the condition that the military supplies were guaranteed, they would be allowed to purchase a certain amount of purple gold every year. This memorial was first presented from the Ministry of Works. The Minister of Works, Meng Ju, was a scholar from a poor family. In the memorial, he said that this was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did it solve the refugee riots in various places, it also showed that the court would not treat those who had done meritorious deeds unfairly. The money earned from selling the purple gold to these merchants at a high price could also be used for military supplies and war preparations. This stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. This time, someone from the Jiaying aristocratic family, who had a keen sense of smell, finally came back to their senses. Gu Yun, who had not attended court for a long time, was fortunate enough to sit in and listen to the grand scene of swords drawn and bows bent. He was dumbstruck and felt that this place was more dangerous than the frontline positions of open spears and hidden arrows. With a single memorial from the 13 merchants, the accumulated contradictions between the landowning and poor families suddenly intensified. At this time, those with brains had already discovered that those officials and merchants were colluding and trading under the table. Those with keen sense of smell had already sensed that this new power would be difficult to resist in the future and would shake the foundations of the landowning class. A sense of crisis, like the sun setting in the west, quietly arose. In the court, the pro-merchant faction accused the aristocratic families of forming cliques for personal gain, bringing disaster to the country and suffering to the people, and of standing and talking is easy. There were even some who flew into a rage and pointed at the noses of the other party and scolded, "You have an idea? How about letting the refugees settle down in your noble residences?" Several aristocratic families argued with red faces and thick necks, "How can merchants be allowed to enter the Hall of Elegance? And how can the treasures of the purple gold fall into private hands?" In the end, they simply said, "I don't know how many bribes the several Darren have received to wear the same pants as these peddlers." Then, a row of generals looked at each other in dismay under the Marquis of Stability's silence. They stood on the wall and watched. In the end, the Grand Council ran out to smooth things over. Gu Yun raised her head and glanced at the Emperor Longin. She only felt that Li Feng was really old. He was only in his 30s, but his hair was already gray and his head was badly battered. For a moment, Gu Yun suddenly thought, if he was nailed to death by a stray arrow on a red-headed kite when the city was about to fall, would it be a good thing for him? Li Feng seemed to have sensed something and just happened to raise his head and meet Gu Yun's line of sight. After the court was adjourned, Gu Yun was left in the palace. The two had a falling out before the war. After that, they were constantly fighting everywhere. There was almost no chance for them to interact in private. This time, they were once again chatting in the place where they grew up together. It was almost as if a lifetime had passed. Li Feng had left Gu Yun behind on impulse. When they really walked together in the Imperial Garden, he realized that he had nothing to say. It was really awkward. At this moment, the Crown Prince passed by after school and came over to greet him. Li Feng was not obsessed with the harem and did not have many children. The Crown Prince had just turned 8 years old and had not started to grow. He was childish. When he saw Li Feng, he was a little reserved. He went forward to greet him properly and said, "Imperial Father." Then, he cautiously glanced at Gu Yun. He wanted to talk but did not know who this person was. Gu Yun smiled at him, "This official Gu Yun pays respect to Your Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince was shocked. Little boys loved to listen to stories of great heroes. When he saw the real person, he was excited. On the other hand, he had to forcefully maintain the Crown Prince's dignity in front of his father. His little face turned red and he stammered, General Gu." "No, that. Imperial Granduncle, you don't have to be so polite. I have learned Imperial Granduncle's calligraphy." Gu Yun's expression was a little strange. "Your Highness is too polite." The words Imperial Granduncle gave him a blow to the heart. It made him feel like he had grown a 2-foot-long beard. That day, Li Feng dismissed everyone and only left the Crown Prince to accompany him. No one knew what he and Gu Yun talked about. The palace servants only knew that the little Crown Prince seemed to hit it off with the Marquis of Stability. He kept pestering him and refused to leave. In the end, he fell asleep on Gu Yun's shoulder. It was the Marquis of Stability who personally sent him back to the Eastern Palace. Before leaving, the Emperor Longin specially instructed Gu Yun that if he had the time, he should often enter the palace to take a look and give pointers to the Crown Prince. Previously, when the Emperor and the Marquis of Stability fell out, the matter of the separation between the military and the government seemed to be a ripple that was deliberately forgotten. At this time, Jiang Chong hurriedly rushed into the private room of Wang Nanlu. He took out a secret letter from his sleeve and handed it to Chongqing. "Wang Ya, take a look at this. Our foundation in the imperial court is not stable yet. This time, we might have acted a little too hastily." It was a rubbing of a memorial. Jiang Chong lowered his voice and said, "It was leaked from the imperial palace." After the imperial court ended, several major aristocratic families jointly passed the memorial to the emperor through imperial uncle. "I'm afraid that this has been premeditated for a long time." Chongqing's expression didn't change as he took it. "Imperial uncle? Did he clean up his own mess?" During this period of chaos, General Tan died in the capital. "Does he think that no one will pursue him?" Jiang Chong lowered his voice even more. "Wang Ya, imperial uncle is from the Empress Dowager's maternal family. As long as he doesn't rebel, the emperor won't touch him. Moreover, who would dare to mention the matter of that year? If this reason was used to overthrow imperial uncle, Wouldn't the previous emperor have the reputation of being an incapable ruler who was blinded by a vile witch and harmed loyal people? The son doesn't talk about the father's mistakes. It's impossible for the emperor to punish imperial uncle because of this matter. Chongging's face was expressionless as he skimmed through the rubbing. Suddenly, he made a sound of surprise. Jiangchong, what's wrong? Chongging, this doesn't seem to be something that imperial uncle, that good-for-nothing, could come up with. Whose work is it? Jiangchong, oh, speaking of which, this person has a deep relationship with Xianxia. Didn't the Feng family want to form a marriage alliance with Xianxia? The person behind this is Miss Feng's uncle, the current Minister of Revenue, Feng Qin. He was originally the Zhuangyuan scholar appointed by the previous emperor in the 18th year of the Yuan dynasty. He was the only one in the previous dynasty who won 3 Zhuangyuan in a row. He has been known for his talents since childhood. Ever since Feng Qin took over the Ministry of Revenue, he handled everything in an orderly manner. He cooperated well with the Grand Council and never dragged them down. It could be said that he was a capable minister. Unfortunately, one's position determined one's head. He was born in the Feng family and represented the Feng family. He was destined to be an outstanding stumbling block. Half of the dynasty's Minister of Revenue, unparalleled in the limelight. Chongging gently knocked on the table. The former Yan of the Wang Xiatang should also fly to the common people's homes. Jiangchong heard the murderous intent in his words and his heart jumped. Before Jiangchong could see it clearly, Chongging praised as if nothing had happened. Minister Feng is indeed talented. He is truly a capable minister in governing the world. Prince Yan's words were light, and his praise seemed to be sincere. It was as if the indescribable killing intent was completely in the Lord Zhang's imagination. Only the words governing the world were used subtly. Feng Qin's memorial pointed directly at the Emperor Long An's heart. He didn't comment on whether it was good or bad to put the refugees into the factory. He only focused on the issue of the safety of the purple gold. He even dragged Gu Yun out to say, tens of thousands of Black Iron Battalion soldiers fought bloody battles on the front lines. If it wasn't used properly, wouldn't it chill the hearts of the loyal officials? Gu Yun probably wouldn't care too much, but Li Feng's reverse scale had been properly poked. When Chongging persuaded Duke Feng to give in on the purple gold issue, he said that ever since the wise and powerful Emperor Wu, the purple gold to the imperial family was like another imperial jade seal. Furthermore, the imperial family's private treasury that had been accumulated for generations in Jinghua Garden had been burned to the ground. From then on, Li Feng would only feel more insecure. Later on, Feng Qin also listed a long list of possible consequences of selling the purple gold to private merchants. For example, if they opened this loophole, how would they be able to identify whether the purple gold in the private merchant's hands was bought from the imperial court or smuggled? If the price of the purple gold smuggled from outside was lower, then the profit-seeking merchants would naturally use the special license to smuggle it. The private possession, private sale, and private transportation of the purple gold among the people had already been banned repeatedly. Wouldn't it be even harder to control it in the future? Another example was that if there were no accidents, the factory industry would always have a longer lifespan than a mortal. Even if the imperial court only gave the 13 private merchants the special license, what about their descendants? The burning of the purple gold would only increase in the future. Otherwise, it would be difficult to continue. In that case, did the imperial court want to give the special license to their descendants? What if their descendants split up? What if the factory was bought by someone else? If the right to use the purple gold could be bought and sold, then wouldn't it be too convenient for criminals to secretly hoard steel armors and fire engines to rebel in the future? However, if this kind of concession was only a one-time deal, it would benefit the people and not the factory. In the future, when the 13 people who held the concession died and the factory collapsed, wouldn't the refugees still run rampant? The current generation of refugees knew that it was foreign enemies who had caused them to lose their homes, and that it was the imperial court who took care of their food and arranged places for them to go. But what would they think when they saw refugees again in a few decades? They would only feel that the imperial court, which had forcefully taken back the franchise rights, had destroyed their livelihood. In this way, wouldn't they have resolved a temporary crisis and buried endless disasters? In addition, there were various other concerns. Feng Qin finally summed it up in elegant terms. In summary, The people who encouraged the sale of the purple stream gold to private merchants were either simple-minded and didn't care about the consequences at all. They only looked at what was in front of them and didn't think about how to deal with it in the future. Or they were simply stirring up tea and fishing in troubled waters. No one knew what their intentions were. Xianxia was very talented. Every word in the long memorial stabbed into the Emperor Long An's heart. If this memorial was sent to the Grand Council through the normal channels, we would have the ability to stop it, Jiang Cheng sighed, but, Wang Yi, the Fong family has deep roots in the imperial court. Chang Gung suddenly laughed silently. Jiang Cheng was confused by his laughter. He saw Prince Yan leisurely pick up the tea on the table and take a sip. Seemingly unintentionally, he said, "What Master Fong said was an urgent matter and not some nonsense. Everything he said was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. Even if it was sent to the Grand Council, what reason do we have to stop it? Hansher, was what you said appropriate? What kind of place do you think the Grand Council is, a place to bully and cheat?" His tone was gentle, but his words were very serious. Jiang Cheng was shocked. Wang Yi, Chang Gung's expression changed slightly. He lightly interrupted him and said, "Today, these words came from your mouth and entered my ears. It won't spread to a third person, so I'll let it go for now. But I don't want to hear similar words in the Grand Council." Jiang Cheng quickly replied with a serious face, "Yes, this official misspoke." Chang Gung's expression softened. He lied through his teeth, "My experience is limited. When it comes to matters, I don't have enough self-restraint. I treat you as one of my own and don't have a filter on my mouth." My words were light and heavy. "Brother Hansher, don't take it to heart." Jiang Cheng repeatedly said, "I don't dare." He had been promoted by Yan Wang. Everyone thought that he was Yan Wang's confidant, but he felt more and more that he couldn't see through this superior who had recognized his worth. The power led by the Fong family wouldn't sit and watch the new nobles take advantage of the country's lack of money to rise to power. They would certainly spare no effort to suppress them. This was certain. Others might not know, but Jiang Cheng was well aware that these so-called new nobles were precisely supported by Prince Yan. Since the reform of governance, or even earlier, when the issuance of fire beacon tickets, this matter had already been laying the groundwork. If he had laid the groundwork for a long time to set up a trap, then where would it lead to in the end? Was His Royal Highness Yan Wang really just selfless? Was everything he did to alleviate the country's temporary crisis? Was he really as unambitious as he had always shown himself to be? Was he really an idle prince who would immediately return home as soon as the foreign enemy retreated? If that was the case, why would he need to rack his brains to set up such a big stall? But if Yan Wang was only using this big lie to deceive the world and had other plans in his heart, what could he want? He was the only living brother of the current emperor and the only prince of Daliang. If he wanted to go further, he could only take that position. But this didn't make sense at all. If Yan Wang really wanted the throne, why would he refuse when the Emperor Long An personally ordered him to succeed the throne? Taking a step back, even if he refused at the time and later changed his mind, why would he offend all the important officials in the court with his status as a prince? Wouldn't it be normal for him to try to rope them in? Jiang Cheng was confused. He asked carefully, "But Your Highness, after reading this memorial, even I am full of doubts about the private business of setting up a factory, let alone the emperor. But if this really doesn't work, then not to mention how the court will appease old man Du and the others who have made contributions to the country, how will the refugees settle down?" "You're wrong." Chongqing smiled meaningfully. After reading it, the emperor will only be full of doubts about the private business of purple stream gold. Since Master Fong has made it so clear that the private business of purple stream gold is not feasible, why don't we think about how to solve this problem? Won't that be the best of both worlds? Jiang Cheng was stunned. Chongqing said, "Go back and prepare. Come early tomorrow. The Grand Council will discuss this matter before the court meeting. Don't let my brother down." Jiang Cheng nodded and got up to leave. For a moment, he heard an indescribable certainty in Yan Wang's calm words. It was as if he had already expected Fang Qin's memorial and had already thought about how to deal with it. But, since there was a solution, why didn't he mention it at the beginning? Why did he have to beat around the bush? What was the use of this except to intensify the conflict between the new nobles and the aristocratic families? "Oh, right, Hansher." Chongqing called out to him. Jiang Chong, who had a lot on his mind, came back to his senses. He thought that Yan Wang had something important to say and hurriedly listened. Chongqing said, "By the way, tell them to fry 2 caddies of salted crispy small yellow croakers for me and wrap them up. I'll bring them back later." "Thank you." Lord Jiang slipped and almost fell down the stairs. At this time, Gu Yun, who had been left behind by the Emperor Longyan, had just left before the palace doors were locked. The Marquis of Stability had to take a look at the deployment of war preparations before it could be reported to the Grand Council for the Emperor's approval. Originally, the latest purple gold deployment plan was to be handed over to Gu Yun after the court meeting. Who knew that the Emperor would leave him behind until this time? Shani had no choice but to wait until nightfall. Just as he was yawning in boredom, he saw Gu Yun slowly walking out. "What took you so long?" Shani greeted him. "I thought you had quarreled with the Emperor again." Gu Yun took the memorial that he was about to present and casually flipped through it. "Wait for me to take it back." "What's there to quarrel about? We're already so old." Shani, he looked at Gu Yun in shock and stuttered, "We're already so old? Marshal, are you okay? What did the Emperor say to you?" He actually called the flower of the Northwest, who was always showing off, as already so old. Gu Yun glanced at his shoulder with melancholy. The little crown prince was still drooling on his shoulder. If a person was single for a long time, it would be easy for them to feel that they were still young. Unexpectedly, they had accidentally become the generation of great-uncle. Only then did they suddenly realize that with their age, if they were replaced by someone with a shorter lifespan, perhaps half of their life would have passed. "It's nothing," Gu Yun said absent-mindedly as he walked. "Maybe he was annoyed by the court meeting and said a few discouraging words to me. The Emperor has always been competitive since he was young. He always wants to suppress others in everything he does. When he just ascended the throne, he also thought about the Mount Tai pilgrimage. After all these years, it's not easy for him." Shani put his hands behind his back and listened silently. Every time it involved the rotten matters of the imperial family, he felt very tired. Led by Yuan He, who had already entered the imperial mausoleum, one was more capricious than the other. If it was good for 3 days, they would let you enjoy unparalleled glory and wish that you could rule the world. If they were annoyed for 2 days, they would turn you into a prisoner in the blink of an eye. If they were not careful, their little life would be hanging on someone's blade. Just like Yuan He, if he could cut the Gordian knot, Gu Yun would have been able to marry a wife when she reincarnated. However, that person wanted to get rid of the Gu family and couldn't bear to do it several times. He was like a ruthless hunter who destroyed a tiger's den. He had already done it, but he couldn't bear to kill the cub and insisted on bringing it home to raise it like a cat. He killed it sincerely and doted on it sincerely. In the end, he raised Gu Yun, a root of disaster, with deep affection. It was unknown whether he succeeded or failed. Shani sighed and said, "When we were fighting outside, we didn't know the difficulties in the imperial court. Only when we came back did we know that His Royal Highness Yan Wang really didn't have it easy for more than a year. Guess what? My father was still talking to me yesterday, saying that it was a blessing in disguise. Although my family wasn't a prestigious family, we had been in the imperial examinations for generations and were properly paid the imperial salary. Back then, I stubbornly wanted to enter the Lingshu temple. My old man didn't do anything, but all my aunts and uncles went crazy. Later on, I ran out of the Lingshu temple to join the army with you. It was even more outrageous. Don't mention it. In the eyes of those aunts and uncles in my family, I was simply a hopeless prodigal." Gu Yun said discontentedly, "I have real military merits." "How is that a prodigal?" "That's right. But now, my old man is actually a little happy," Shani said. "He said that there are undercurrents everywhere in the imperial court, and the situation is becoming more and more complicated. Instead, it's better to follow you to fight outside. At least the muzzle of the cannon and the tip of the sword are pointed at the enemy." Gu Yun's heart didn't feel much at ease. Instead, it was more tightly packed. He didn't know what kind of role Chongqing played in the chaotic imperial court. So far, the Grand Council seemed to be a temporary organization that coordinated the country's power and coordinated the officials in order to prioritize war throughout the country during a special period. Although the power of the Grand Council was similar to the previous dynasty's system, it was the center of state affairs and directly reported to the emperor to command the 6 ministries. However, everyone in the Grand Council still retained their original positions. It seemed that once the war was over, the Grand Council could be abolished at any time. With Prince Yan as the head, the Grand Council always revolved around the emperor and the needs of the major military regions. Everyone's position seemed to be behind a heavy fog. "Let's not talk about these vexing things," Shani said, interrupting his thoughts. "Oh right, is His Royal Highness Yan Wang still living in the Marquis Fu? What's going on between you and him?" Gu Yun, Shani couldn't see the hard-to-explain expression on his face at all. He continued to chatter. "I heard people say that His Royal Highness Yan Wang used to live in the Grand Council for 10 days to half a month. Recently, he started to move around on a regular basis. It seems that it started when you returned to the capital. AI, speaking of which, if he didn't take it seriously, he probably wouldn't dare to make fun of you." He lamented for a long time. It wasn't clear whether he lamented that Prince Yan didn't have it easy and wanted Gu Yun to quickly accept it, or he warned Gu Yun that this love was too shocking and that he should make a decision if necessary. In any case, Gu Yun didn't get the message. He frowned and said, "I don't understand." "What do you mean?" "I mean that I also don't know what to do about this matter." Shani scratched his ears and cheeks and said, "I'm just worried about you." Gu Yun, he felt that Shani wasn't worried about him. Instead, he felt that he was just making things difficult for him. However, they had already slept together. Xingyi's words and laments were already too late. But no matter how thick-skinned Gu Yun was, this kind of truth was really inconvenient for him to announce to the world. He glanced at Shani, who was still following him blindly and didn't seem to have any intention of going back home. He raised his eyebrows in annoyance and said, "Why are you still following me? Are you going to the Marquis Fu to see how I'm worried?" Shani laughed awkwardly and said, "Zishi, we've been friends for so many years. Can't you let me have a meal?" Gu Yun asked curiously, "Is your family so poor that you can't afford to eat?" Shani was not his usual talkative self. He hesitated for a while before saying, "My father recently wanted to arrange a marriage for me. That is a little too enthusiastic. I can't afford to offend him, so I can only hide from him." "Hey, that's enough. Don't laugh until you sprain your back. How can you repay kindness with enmity?" "Oh, if you're worried, I'll help you. If I'm worried, you'll gloat." Halfway through his words, Gu Yun laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. "I have really broadened my horizons. This is the first time I've seen a general who has to eat rice from 100 families because he's being forced into a marriage." "Shani. Guzishi, is our friendship still there? If it is, then quickly shut up. Treat me to a good meal and I'll forgive you." He really regretted that he didn't take advantage of the time when Gu Yun couldn't get out of bed to take revenge. Sure enough, honest people were always bullied. Gu Yun was tired of laughing, so he perfunctorily comforted him, "Be content. If someone urges you, it's because my father is still alive. If I want someone to urge you, no one will." Xingyi's expression was a little lonely when he heard this. "My father is probably afraid that I'll die on the battlefield and is anxious to leave an heir for the Shin family. After so many years, I've indeed made him worry. It's just that. I know myself. I'm born to be very trivial. If I have a wife and children, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for my mind to stay at the border. You're already lonely enough. If I leave..." Gu Yun stopped laughing and turned around to look at him from 2 steps away. "Shani, recently, I can see that you have the intention to retire after you succeed. If you really beat the foreigners back, His Majesty won't be able to find trouble with you no matter what. Besides, His Royal Highness Yan Wang is still there. His Royal Highness is careful and benevolent. He also treats you well. I think he can take care of you. I've been sloppy for so many years. It's time for me to settle down and start a family." Jipping, Gu Yun said, "Could it be?" Shini waited for him to continue. "Gu Yun. You also have a crush on me?" Shini tripped over a stone on the ground. Gu Yun shook his head and sighed. It's hard to give up on one's natural beauty. AI, it's also troublesome to be too handsome. Shini finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared, "You're so shameless. General Shen's melancholy turned into anger for a moment. He fought with Gu Yun all the way back to the Marquis Fu. Unexpectedly, he met Prince Yan, who had just returned from Wangnanlu at the gate. In front of General Shen, Chongqing greeted him very politely and handed the small yellow croaker to Gu Yun. It just happened that it was cooked. Adoptive father said it was delicious last time, so I bought it on the way back. Shenny laughed dryly. Gu Yun coughed dryly. Chongqing's gaze and expression made Shenny feel that it was a mistake for him to come to the Marquis Fu to freeload a meal. He was blind. Gu Yun's back hurt when he heard the word adoptive father, so he didn't say anything. As soon as King Yan showed up, he subdued the two lively generals. With a big smile on his face, he led the two generals into the mansion. In any case, Shenny was the leader of a region. Only Gu Yun could get along with him casually. They had a deep friendship after exchanging a few words. Others couldn't treat him as an outsider and had to treat him as a guest. Since Gu Yun didn't care about the matter, Chongqing personally went to explain it to his family. Shenny was tense from the moment he entered the Marquis Fu's door. At this moment, he fidgeted for a moment and carefully glanced at Yan Wang's tall and slender back. He moved closer to Gu Yun and asked, "Did you make a move?" Gu Yun was at a loss for words. He hesitated for a moment and answered perfunctorily, "N." Xinyi's entire body felt unwell. He finally understood why Gu Yun had been so evasive on the way here. For a moment, he felt shocked, but for a moment, he felt helpless. You. For a long time, he was at a loss for words. It was inconvenient for Gu Yun to say more. Like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, he sat at the side, opened the oiled paper bag, and pinched out the salted crispy fish to eat. Shenny knew that he was a little simple-minded, but he didn't expect him to be so simple-minded. His meddlesome heart of a housekeeper surged up and down. He said bitterly and hatefully, how can you be happy for a moment? What will you do in the future, huh? Continue to mingle around like this? What's going on? You're so powerful that no one dares to interfere. What about Yan Wang? Will the emperor agree? What if there's an unforeseen event in the future? How can we part on good terms? All these years of friendship are gone. What can I say to you, Gu Zixi? You're simply a beast. Gu Yun smacked the salt and pepper on the corner of his mouth. The word beast hit him on the head. He felt so wrong that he wanted to die. He could only sit at the side mysteriously and didn't explain. Xinyi's words were obvious nonsense. Gu Yun had naturally thought about it. If it was just that he couldn't control himself, then it wasn't that he couldn't control himself. He could just restrain himself. The world was complicated. If he couldn't restrain others, why couldn't he restrain himself? If the feelings were unforgettable and engraved in his heart, he could simply find a brick and knock it against his head, causing his sea of consciousness to crash. His grandfather, his mother, his ancestors, his own surname, anyone could be wiped clean, let alone his feelings. However, that was not the case. It just so happened that Chongqing had the Wu-Er's bone on him since he was young, so he couldn't let go of him no matter what. Who knew that this matter seemed to be a little self-defeating? Not only did he fail to appease Chongqing, but it also seemed to make things worse. To this day, Gu Yun didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to take that step. It's just that there's no way to tell others about the dangers, entanglements, and melancholy. Gu Yun's countenance was not surprised as she said, "In the future when I take back Jiangnan, I will take him with me. I don't care what other people say. As long as I'm alive, I will protect him." He said it so easily, but Shenny was so angry that he panted for a while on the side and rolled his eyes at Gu Yun. Gu Yun held a small crispy yellow croaker in her mouth. After thinking for a while, she broke off half of it and gave Shenny. She said to him, "In a while, hurry up and eat. After you're done, hurry up and leave. Don't you see that the Grand Council is so busy all day long? Grow some eyesight." Shenny almost choked to death on the fish, which made him so angry that he fell backwards. He lowered his voice and said angrily, "I came all the way here to worry about you, yet you treat me with this face of forgetting righteousness for the sake of sex. Zixi, you finally understand what it means to see a person's heart with time." Gu Yun was speechless. There were a bunch of hot-blooded men in the army. Some of them were from the Hanlin Academy and were able to enter the Emperor's Hall, while others were ordinary martial artists who didn't know a single word before they joined the army. They all had different tastes and joked with each other without restraint. In private, they often said some dirty things that couldn't be shown in public. Some of the originally normal things, when they were made up, could also lead to countless wretched associations. Guyun said, "How can you be so vulgar?" Xianxia was stunned at first. He carefully recalled his last unintentional sentence and reacted. He was sure that Guyun was incurable and roared, "You're the vulgar one." Chongqing was originally talking to Uncle Wang at the door. When he heard the roar from inside, he inexplicably turned around to look at General Shen, who was shouting again and instructed, "Do you still have the loquat cream that was sent from the palace last time? Bring a bowl for General Shen later. I'm afraid that he'll hurt his throat from shouting." Guyun calmly crossed his legs and sat to the side. He pinched the small yellow croaker in the oiled paper bag and ate it. When Xingyi's anger gradually subsided, he suddenly said, "All right, Jipping, I know that you're annoyed. Although it's the order of the parents and a matchmaker's agreement, if you don't like her, you can choose not to marry her. Who cares whose daughter she is? No matter how complicated the Shen family's roots are, can they control the people of my Black Iron Battalion?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment and his expression became gloomy. "I'm not afraid, it's just that," Guyun nodded. They grew up together as young masters of aristocratic families. There was no need to speak about each other's difficulties. They were well aware of each other's difficulties. "When I was very young, I heard my aunt and grandmother talking about my father. They said that he was a good-for-nothing. He was neither proficient in literature nor martial arts. All day long, he took idle jobs in the Imperial Astronomer and fooled around with a bunch of monks." Xianxia sighed slightly. "There are 3 people in my father's generation. My eldest uncle's leg was crippled and his career was difficult. My father's temperament was unconventional and he didn't like to curry favor. Those years, we relied on my 3rd uncle alone. That year, when I resigned from the Hanlin Academy and entered the Spiritual Pivot Academy, my grandfather almost fainted when he found out and wanted to expel me from the family. It was my father and 3rd uncle who protected me with the crime of being unfilial. At that time, they even used the family discipline. My grandfather made a mistake and in order to protect me, 3rd uncle was whipped. He usually had to deal with people and was already exhausted. My grandfather hit him on the spot and he spat out a mouthful of blood. From then on, his health deteriorated and he died before the age of 35. At that time, I resolutely left the capital and joined the army with you because of this. For the sake of guilt, for the sake of not having to go home and look at others' faces, and also for the sake of making a name for himself to show off to his arrogant family. In the eyes of outsiders, how many extravagant and luxurious meals were envied by others? Whoever was in the family would know the helplessness inside. Sometimes, I just feel that it's boring, Xianxia said. It's too boring. After several life and death struggles, you have to put on airs. When you go home and open the door curtain, what awaits you is still the same. Unless you cut off all your relatives and expel yourself from the family, you will always be at the mercy of those complicated relationships. Alas, I'm just complaining casually. Don't take it to heart. It's not a big deal. Compared to your family's matters, my family's matters are really trivial. Guyun smiled and said, "It's all idle worries. Isn't it?" Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. "Did you see the booklet in the General Cheng? Other than military intelligence, it also details the desolation of the disaster victims in Jiangbei. It's still summer, but it's already autumn. If they can't settle down, I don't know how they will survive. Every day is precarious. Only people like us who are in positions without doing anything are still worrying about the matters in our own backyard." After he finished speaking, he faintly sighed. The two were silent for a moment. Guyun suddenly said, "Tomorrow, let me take a look at General Zhong's booklet. If the time is right, submit it during the morning court. I'm really tired of listening to their quarrel." Xianxia was stunned. The Marquis of Stability's attitude was fully representative of the military. For so many years, he hadn't expressed his stance on internal affairs. This time, he was going to stand behind the Grand Council. Prince Yan, at this time, Chongqing, who had walked in at some point, interrupted, "No need, adoptive father. It's just a small matter. Why do you need to personally appear? When Xianxia saw him coming, he hurriedly removed his posture and couldn't help but sit up straight and said, Prince is exhausting himself for the sake of the common people. We, the prodigal Qiu Ba, who only know how to spend and not earn, also want to do our part. Chongqing smiled and said, General Shen, what are you saying? Only when the soldiers are bathed in blood will we have room to breathe. The matter of setting up a factory along the canal has many implications. If you get involved, it will be easy to create problems. I can still settle it. Don't worry, I guarantee that everything will be settled before the winter freezes over. The current Prince Yan was no longer the ignorant youth of Yanhui town. When the country was in danger, there must be someone to shoulder the burden. Although he was young, he was in charge of the Grand Council. He already had a steady and dignified aura around him. A few words that seemed like idle chatter, but when it came out of his mouth, it seemed to be powerful and resonant. Xianxia suddenly remembered that ever since Yan Wang took over the Grand Council, they got money and food whenever they wanted. Batch after batch of fire engines and steel armor were sent to the front line without hesitation. If they didn't come from the capital and know how the imperial court was riddled with holes, they would probably be puzzled. Why were their days more comfortable than before the war? Xianxia cupped his fist and said, no matter what, I thank Prince on behalf of the tens of thousands of soldiers at the border. Chongqing smiled and said, General Shen, what are you saying? It's what I should do. Besides, adoptive father has already thanked me, right? Gu Yun, this little bastard. Chongqing took the oiled paper bag from his hand and said softly, it's enough to eat some snacks to satisfy your cravings. You should at least control yourself. There will be a main meal later. Xianxia, this old bachelor, was too embarrassed to sit here. This time, even without Gu Yun chasing him, he wanted to quickly leave after eating. The food at the Marquis of Anning's house was really unsightly. In the evening, after sending away General Shen, who was both physically and mentally injured, Chongqing took away the wine cup that Gu Yun refused to put down. Gu Yun smiled lazily and said, there's no more wine. There's only one cup. Let me smell it. Chongqing threw him a packet of Xianxia. You like to smell this? Gu Yun shook his head helplessly. He was indulgent, but as long as he wanted to control himself, he would not be careless. He did not touch a drop of wine for many days. When Xianxia came, he only drank 2 or 3 cups. It was basically the amount that he touched his lips to moisten his throat. He knew that Chongqing wanted to control him, so he did not take the initiative to put down the cup. Chongqing really loved to control him. He took care of everything and never let others do it. It was as if this could make him feel at ease. These were all small matters. Gu Yun was also happy to quietly indulge him. The two washed up and went back to the room. However, there was no romance. Gu Yun patted the bed and said to Chongqing, bring the silver needles over. That day, Chongqing was shocked and sorrowful. He almost fell into an illusion. Then, his long-cherished wish came true. He was so happy that he went crazy. Gu Yun restrained himself and did not express anything. 2 days later, Xianxia and the others arrived at the capital. He went to look for Miss Chen. Miss Chen came over to take a look. At that time, she stabbed Yan Wang, who had double pupils that appeared from time to time, into a hedgehog. She said meaningfully, since ancient times, extreme joy begets sorrow. It's not uncommon to lose one's mind due to extreme joy. Even ordinary people are like this. In Wang Ye's case, it's better to control yourself. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Gu Yun vaguely. The word beast seemed to flash through her words. She pasted it on the Marquis of Stability's head from afar and imposed a ban on alcohol, spicy food, noise, and sex. She instructed Yan Wang to use silver needles to calm his mind and stabilize his heart before going to bed every day. If there were places he could not reach, he could only let Gu Yun do it for him. Gu Yun learned from Miss Chen for several days. Fortunately, he had practiced martial arts since he was young and could accurately find the acupuncture points. Chongqing peacefully lay on the bed and untied Gu Yun's hair bun. He grabbed a strand of his loose hair and played with it. He left his back to Gu Yun's 2 knives. He was not afraid that Gu Yun would stab him wrongly. No matter how mentally and physically exhausted he was every day, this moment was the most relaxed time in his heart. He hated that he could not stay like this until the end of time. Guyun did not know anything about acupuncture and moxibustion, so he had to memorize everything that Miss Chen had taught him. In the past, he had often heard rumors among the common people that if a needle was not inserted properly, it could paralyze a person. Therefore, he did not dare to be distracted at all. He did not dare to make any mistakes in the depth of the needle. It was really difficult for his blind eyes. Only when the last needle was placed properly did Guyun let out a slight sigh of relief. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his body. He casually picked up the sweat towel beside him and wiped his hands. When he turned around, he saw Chongqing staring at him without blinking. The blood and double pupils in his eyes were gone. His gaze was quiet and distant, reflecting the faint light of the gas lamp. It was like a pair of fireworks in the mortal world under the ancient Buddha. Guyun asked, "What are you looking at?" The corners of Chongqing's mouth twitched stiffly. However, with the silver needles in his body, he was sealed with facial paralysis and could not smile. Guyun's gaze hurriedly swept across his smooth back. Although he wanted to take revenge, he did not dare to go against the doctor's orders and touch him at this time. He coughed dryly and said, "All right, stop smiling. Hurry up and rest. Don't you have to wake up early tomorrow?" Zishi, Chongqing's facial muscles were not many, so he could only speak softly. He seemed to be acting coquettishly. "Kiss me, okay?" Guyun glanced at him warningly. "Are you looking for trouble? You're already a hedgehog, yet you're still seducing me." Chongqing had already seen through him. A godfather was enough to make someone surrender. This kind of upright gentleman among the hooligans would not take advantage of the fact that he was covered in needles to touch him. Therefore, he looked at Guyun fearlessly and only smiled. The corners of his mouth could not be raised, but his eyes were full of smiles. Guyun thought, "He's climbing over my head." However, he was not an old monk after all. He looked at the young man's bare shoulders and narrow waist. His hair was scattered like satin. It was impossible for him to remain indifferent. He could only sit at the side and close his eyes to rest. Not long after, he heard a rustling sound from the side. Guyun opened his eyes and saw Chongqing crawling up like a zombie. He came in front of him and touched his lips first. Then, he gently sucked on his lips and pondered back and forth. His thick eyelashes trembled slightly, forming a sharp contrast with his face that was stupefied. Guyun wanted to push him away, but Chongqing's body was covered with needles. Before he could open his hand, Chongqing threw him onto the bed. His sweetheart's black hair was scattered and he threw himself on top of him half-naked. Guyun's throat moved obviously. He felt that he was about to become steel after enduring 100 times. He was so angry that he slapped His Royal Highness Yan Wang's buttocks. "The needles are still on your body. You're going crazy again." Chongqing leaned on him and rested his chin on Guyun's neck. He murmured, "I'm fine. It's just that when I thought of you in my arms that day, I felt like I couldn't wake up from a dream. I don't have any good dreams. I'm always afraid that if I'm happy at the beginning, some evil spirit will appear and stab me. I'm a little scared of myself." Guyun raised his eyes and looked at the bed curtain. He thought for a while and asked, "What do you dream of in a nightmare?" He did not know if Chongqing heard him. He only looked at him and did not answer. He pecked his cheek again and again. Guyun reached out his hand to stop him. "Don't get tired of it. You didn't even put out the fire." Chongqing sighed. For the first time, he did not want to listen to the doctor's advice at all. He became obedient and whispered, "You look really good in court attire." Guyun picked a place where there were no needles and lazily hugged him. "What do I not look good in?" He was already a little sleepy. As Chongqing could not sleep well, the room was constantly lit with Xianxia. It was hard to say whether the Xianxia had awakened from Chongqing's sleep. Anyway, Guyun, who was implicated, was getting sleepy earlier and earlier. He was plotted against by the people of the western regions and his old injuries had relapsed. It had been half a year. Although his injuries were getting better, he could feel that his spirit was not as good as before. When he was at the front line, his heart was still tense. Now that he was back in the imperial court, he did not have to wait for dawn every day. Once the string in his heart was slightly relaxed, his body would often feel a lingering tiredness. At this time, he had only spoken a few words before he closed his eyes in a daze. Chongqing loved his self-righteous shamelessness. He laughed softly. It would be good if you only wear it for me to see. If you wear court attire, I will look at it alone. If you wear armor, I will look at it alone. If you wear casual clothes, I will look at it alone. No one is allowed to covet it. His words were half true and half false. Gu Yun, who had already closed his eyes, only treated it as a playful whisper in bed. He smiled mischievously and replied, I'm afraid that won't do. However, I can only show it to you alone if I don't wear anything. Chongqing's gaze suddenly changed. A few silver needles were erected from the back of his hand to his wrist. However, it did not delay his hand from slowly moving upwards. He moved his hands and feet and woke Gu Yun up. Gu Yun could only avoid the silver needles on the back of his wrist. He pressed down on Chongqing and said sleepily, Stop fooling around. Do you want to receive a few more needles? At this moment, the window lattice was gently knocked from the outside a few times. The sleepiness in Gu Yun's eyes cleared, and I'll go. He gently placed Chongqing down and pushed open the small window. A dirty wooden bird flew in and fell into his hand. The wooden bird was very old. A sandalwood fragrance had been pickled and faintly entered Gu Yun's dog nose. Gu Yun returned the wooden bird to Chongqing. Is this the bald donkey Liao Ran? Where did he run off to? Hugua Temple had been cleansed by Li Feng. He originally wanted to give the position of abbot to Liao Ran, who had rendered meritorious service in rescuing the emperor. However, Liao Ran stubbornly refused to accept it. He still had a title in the temple and continued to wander around the world as an ascetic monk. He's helping to settle the refugees in Jiangbei. Chongqing crawled up uneasily. Sometimes, a monk's words are more effective than the government. As he spoke, he opened the wooden bird and took out Liao Ran's letter to read it. The lingering smile on his face gradually disappeared. After a while, he sighed slightly and put the letter aside. Gu Yun took it and glanced at it. Jiangbei's epidemic. Why haven't I heard about it? The climate there is humid and hot. Many people have died. If it's not dealt with in time, it's not strange for an epidemic to occur. Last year, the canal area was renovated. I assigned them the task of settling the refugees and included it in my political achievements. Bastards, they actually learned to hide it. Chongqing said softly. He sat by the bed. His entire soul seemed to be fixed in his body by a few silver needles. He looked particularly tired and stupefied. His gaze fell on the corner of the bed. The bedside lamp cast a large shadow on the bridge of his nose and spread over his thin face. I thought that I could at least clear it for 2 years. I had to endure these 2 years first. Who knew that it would be so? If it wasn't rotten to the core, there wouldn't be such a daring local official. Gu Yun saw that he wasn't surprised and asked, You already know? Chongqing was silent for a while. Zishi, help me insert the needles. It's almost done. Many people were exhausted from running for their lives. Many people were losing their lives. However, the court assembly was still quarreling. Gu Yun removed the silver needles from Chongqing's body quickly. She picked up a thin shirt from the side and draped it over Chongqing's body, then hugged Chongqing's waist. Don't think about it. Have a good sleep. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Don't always shoulder it alone. These words touched a nerve in Chongqing. He suddenly turned to look at Gu Yun. Will you help me no matter what? Gu Yun thought for a while and replied, Justice and ethics are always above. Apart from that, I won't. Give you the moon if you want the stars. Even if it's cloudy and rainy, I'll set up a ladder for you to pluck, okay? At the end of his words, he seemed to have the intention of teasing Chongqing with a mischievous grin. But this time, Chongqing didn't laugh. Perhaps it was because his sealed body hadn't completely stretched out, or perhaps he had heard the meaning behind Gu Yun's words. Gu Yun gently touched his ear. Come here and lie down. Chongqing turned around and clasped Gu Yun's chin. His eyes, which were as calm as the sea of stars, suddenly turned into a storm. His usual gentle and refined exterior was removed. His cheeks were pale, his eyes were extremely dark, and the veins on the back of his hand were violently popping. He faintly hid the legendary ancient power of the evil gods. Chongqing only loosened his grip on Gu Yun's fingertips when he saw her frown. He stared at Gu Yun for a moment with an indescribable expression. Zishi, don't take back what you've given me. Gu Yun's face was calm as she replied, okay. I'll give you the Marquis' residence's salary. However, can you give me 1 or 2 taels of silver as pocket money every month? Changbing's expression darkened when he heard her evasive words. Gu Yun smiled and hugged him to the bed. I won't leave you behind. I swear to God. Why are you so paranoid? Go to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Changbing did not give up. I won't leave you behind even if I really go crazy. Gu Yun rested her head on her curled-up arm. She patted Changbing's body lightly and said with her eyes closed, if you dare to go out and hurt people, I'll break your legs and tie you up in the room. I'll look at you all day long. Are you satisfied? Why did you have to come here in the middle of the night to be scolded? He obviously did not say anything good. Changbing's breathing suddenly quickened and his eyes lit up. He wished he could swallow the person in front of him in one gulp. However, he immediately remembered the doctor's advice. After all, he still had a sense of propriety and did not dare to rashly take risks with Wu Ergu. He only stared at Gu Yun for a moment before finally lying back down unwillingly. Changbing closed his eyes and imagined the scene. His entire body tensed up. He wished he could really have his legs broken by Gu Yun and be locked up in the room. A small dark room was fine too. He would never complain. He tossed and turned for a moment. Finally, he could not help but reach out and hook Gu Yun's wrist. Let's make a deal. If I go crazy, you'll lock me up. If you die before me in the future, you'll give me a bottle of Crane's Crown Red. After I send you away, I'll end my own life. Hiss. Gu Yun raised her hand and slapped his buttocks. This time, it was not a caress. She really used all her strength. It was burning with pain. Gu Yun, break a lantern. Shut up. If you don't want to sleep, get out. Yan Wang, who had started to ramble after the injection, finally became obedient after being slapped. He shut his mouth. Gu Yun's consciousness was still worried when she fell asleep. Changbing's words of end my own life might really be true. She did not know if it was his nature or Wu Ergu was also subtly changing him. Although Changbing tried to hide it, Gu Yun could still feel the stubbornness and extreme temperament in his bones day by day. How could this go on? The Emperor Long An's imperial court meeting was originally held once every 10 days. However, it was a special period recently. Many things had been pending, so it was changed to every day. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court had to wake up in the middle of the night. However, the Grand Council arrived an hour earlier than all the courtiers. The next day, when Gu Yun was woken up by Huadan, Changbing had already left and did not wake her up. She did not know if his movements were too gentle or if Gu Yun was sleeping too soundly. Extinguish that thing, Gu Yun rubbed her temples and pointed at the incense burner. I'm about to fall asleep because of it. Huadan followed her instructions and extinguished the incense burner. However, he said, Marshal, this is just an ordinary sleeping incense. Why is it that other people are fine after inhaling it, but it's like a knockout drug for you? You can't blame the incense burner. You're so tired every day. It's obvious that your vital energy and blood are weak. You're so young. How can you continue like this? Gu Yun gave him a look and said in a low voice, tomorrow, I'll go ask Miss Chen to prescribe me some medicine. Don't be so long-winded with others, do you hear me? Commander Hua was particular about military orders are like mountains. He immediately replied, yes. At the same time, he calculated the words in his heart, Marquis wants me to be less long-winded. He doesn't want me to talk too much or shut up. Then I'll have to think about how to reasonably allocate the opportunities to complain. Today, as soon as the imperial court meeting started, the atmosphere was tense. As expected, several aristocratic families joined hands and threw out the memorial that Jiang Chongtua had sent to Changbing the night before. Afterwards, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lu Chang, took the lead and vehemently accused the leader of the Ministry of Works for recommending the 13 merchants to set foot in the violet gold because they were ambitious. The two groups of people almost tore into each other in the main hall, but they were stopped by the furious Long An emperor. Fang Qin calmly watched from the sidelines. When he saw the emperor's ugly expression, he gave a look to his henchman. He knew that he had poked the emperor's sore spot. As expected, Li Feng let out a long sigh. He pinched his temples and slowly said, "This matter needs to be discussed at length." Zhen also feels that the private sale. Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Chong suddenly stood up and said, "Emperor, the officials of the Grand Council came early this morning to discuss this matter. Their concerns coincide with Assistant Minister Lu's. They all feel that the private sale of violet gold to private merchants is inappropriate." His words stunned everyone. Fang Qin looked at Yan Wang with hesitation. He suddenly didn't know who the secretive prince was sitting on the same bench as. He also didn't know what kind of play he was putting on today. Li Feng had a good impression of Jiang Chong, a pure official that he had personally promoted. When he heard what Jiang Chong said, he also felt that what Jiang Chong said was to his liking. He waved his hand and indicated for Jiang Chong to continue. Jiang Chong said, "However, the disaster of the refugees is imminent. There are already many bandits in the Shu region of the Central Plains. Even if the Marquis of Stability killed a fire dragon, who knows if there might be a water dragon or wind dragon hiding among the people, waiting to take action. As long as there is profit, there will be an endless stream of bandits. Today, the refugees are good people, but if they are forced to the point that they can't survive, they will become bandits tomorrow. Right now, the 4 regions are already plagued by war. If there is a fire in our backyard, how can we talk about recuperating? Wouldn't our enemies laugh their heads off when they see us? What's more, a while ago, this official heard that there was a plague in Jiangbei. If it is true, it will be one disaster after another." Before he finished speaking, there was a boom in the imperial court. Li Feng's vision darkened. Plague? What plague? Fang Qin, who was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos, was stunned at first, but then he realized something. He looked up in disbelief at the aggressive Assistant Minister Lu. Last year, a large number of officials along the canal were pulled down by Yan Wang. All the aristocratic families were busy installing their own people in the government. The governor of Liangjiang was Assistant Minister Lu's brother-in-law. The head of the Lu family was not very powerful, but they had many in-laws. Imperial concubine Lu was the birth mother of the eldest son of the emperor and had a very deep foundation. But Fang Qin never thought that they would be so bold. In the Daliang dynasty, the sky was high and the emperor was far away. If there was a disaster in a place, it was common for the disaster to be concealed and exaggerated. The former was for the sake of their own reputation and achievements as officials, while the latter was for the sake of cheating the country for more disaster relief funds. Now that the country was poor and weak, they were afraid that the emperor would be more worried about the people and the purple gold. So they deliberately concealed the news. Fang Qin immediately understood what was going on. He glared at the man surnamed Lu, wishing he could bleed from clenching his teeth. Why didn't they think about the fact that paper couldn't contain fire? Yan Wang had unexpectedly inspected the canal last year, and now it had only been a few months. The head of the previous emperor had not rotted into a skeleton yet. The emperor Longan was diligent and frugal. He hated corruption and fraud the most. Yan Wang was a freak who did not form cliques or pursue private interests. He looked smooth and slick, but he actually turned hostile. The Lu family was simply courting death under the eyes of those two. If they failed at the last step, it would all be because of this group of people who thought themselves clever. Li Feng angrily said, "Beloved Minister Jiang, speak clearly." Chang'an calmly stepped out and said, replying to the emperor, "This subject brother likes to copy scriptures and worship Buddha. He has a close personal relationship with Master Liao Ran. After Master Liao Ran resigned from the position of Hugua Temple, he went south to help settle the refugees in the Jiangbei area. However, he was a commoner, so it was inconvenient for him to disturb the local officials. Therefore, he went around begging for alms, preaching and preaching. He raised some money from the local rich to solve the urgent needs. A few days ago, Master Liao Ran sent someone to deliver a private letter to this subject. He told this subject that the disaster was serious and asked this subject brother to think of a solution as soon as possible. However, the letter mentioned that the situation in the Jiangbei area was very serious and this subject had never heard of it. I just received the letter and the real situation has not been verified yet. Lord Jiang spoke without thinking. Please do not blame me. As Yan Wang spoke, he glanced at Assistant Minister Liu without any anger. Soon after, his eyes seemed to intentionally or unintentionally pass over the ashen-faced Minister Feng. Li Feng took a deep breath and said, "The 6 ministries and 9 ministers, the important military places, I did not hear any news." Instead, it was revealed by a plain-clothed ascetic monk. If this is true, he was silent for a long time. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know who is covering the sky with one hand in the imperial court." The officials in the main hall all knelt down. Assistant Minister Liu's back was covered in cold sweat. His entire body was in a daze. Feng Qin inwardly sighed, "What a useless thing." He stepped forward and slowly said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. This official feels that this matter may not be as serious as Master Liao Ran described it to be. Jiangbei is humid and hot, and the summer is difficult to endure. The refugees are also weak and sickly. It's not strange for a few people to have a fever. It may not be an epidemic. Your Majesty, if there really is someone who has the ability to cover the sky with one hand, why can't they stop Master Liao Ran from sending a letter back to the capital?" Chongqing listened without raising his head. When he heard this, he chuckled and said, "Master Feng, I don't understand what you mean. Are you saying that Master Liao Ran can't distinguish between an epidemic and a fever? Or are you saying that the monk is extremely daring and wants to frame an important official? Or is this prince looking for trouble and casually fabricating some evidence to eliminate the dissidents?" Feng Qin hurriedly took a step back. "Your Majesty, please understand. This official would never dare." When Li Feng frowned, Chongqing followed his advice and cupped his hands. "I am young and inexperienced, so I speak without thinking. Master Feng, please don't take it to heart. Master Liao Ran burns incense and prays for blessings on the 1st and 15th of every month. He will hand-draw a protective talisman and seal it in a brocade pouch to send it to this official. He wishes for the prosperity of the country and for Imperial Brother to be healthy and healthy. Once the protective talisman is sealed, it is not easy to open it. Imperial Brother also knows this. However, this official recently received a few protective talismans that showed signs of being opened and then put back together. I don't know who it was that couldn't bear to see this little private wish of mine." Feng Qin was choked by his words. Chongqing took out a letter from his pocket. It was not the letter that Gu Yun had seen the night before, but a handful of old paper strips that had been kept for who knew how long. They were as wide as a finger and had been pieced together again. Each piece of paper had a string of indecipherable ink marks on it, but when they were pieced together with the paper strips next to it, one could see a complete sentence under the complicated patterns. Together, it read, "The epidemic in Jiangbei is serious. The dead are everywhere. The road to the courier station is closed. Make plans to go to the Imperial Court early." Imperial Court. Chongqing, a line of words divided into 4 pieces of paper and sent in a messy order. Sanskrit and totem patterns. Emperor Long could recognize Liao Ran's handwriting. Feng Qin was about to speak, but Chongqing cut him off before he could say anything. Chongqing, but as Master Feng said, this item was not obtained through proper channels. Its authenticity is still uncertain. Therefore, this subject brother did not immediately report it. Originally, this subject brother wanted to ask Your Majesty to allow this subject to go to Jiangbei to check on the situation of the refugees so that they can settle down. On the way, I can also verify whether this matter is true or not. However, the Lord Jiang was impatient and blurted it out. Jiang Chong hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me." As soon as these words were spoken, the meaning behind Yan Wang's words gave everyone goosebumps. Feng Qin's head was about to explode. Prince Yan wanted to go to the south again. The law cannot punish the masses was meaningless to Yan Wang. Last time, when he went from the south to the north, his feat of killing people along the way was still vivid in his mind. He didn't seem to be afraid that there would be no work for him in the imperial court. He didn't care about making thousands of enemies. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. He was neither a group nor a faction. He didn't give anyone face. In any case, he was the emperor's younger brother. As long as he didn't rebel, no one could touch him. The Feng family once wanted to express their goodwill to Yan Wang, but every time, they were blocked by him. If they wanted to give Yanwang a gift, the first day they gave it to him, the next day, they would send a fire beacon ticket printed with the Lingshu Temple's special anti-counterfeit seal to their door. He didn't care about money, nor did he care about beauties. Some people had sent beauties, but they would return them the next day. If they couldn't return them, he would throw them to Yanwang's mansion and have them clean the courtyard. Yanwang's mansion was an empty shell. Since it was built, Yanwang hadn't gone back to spend a night. The legitimate daughter of the Feng family was nothing in his eyes. At first, there were people who coveted Yanwang's empty position of princess consort, so they racked their brains to find a way to enter the imperial harem. Who knew that later, the emperor seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. Because of this, even the empress was angry. His original words were, "Ignorant women shouldn't reach out to the imperial court." He simply wanted to condone his younger brother to die alone. For a time, no one dared to mention this matter. Fang Qin saw the opportunity very quickly. He changed his tone and immediately said, "Your Majesty, I heard that a lot of bad people are mingling among the refugees in Jiangbei. They cause trouble every day. That place is close to the front line, and there are foreigners eyeing it covetously. Wang Ye's identity is precious, and the Grand Council can't leave Wang Yi for a day. I'm afraid it's too risky for the White Dragon to sneak into that chaotic place." Li Feng frowned. He turned to Chongqing and said, "Just send someone to investigate. How can you do everything by yourself?" On the one hand, he admired Chang'eng's frivolous attitude of not letting go of any target that he had. He felt that Chang'eng was useful but not too shrewd, making people feel insecure. In addition, Chang'eng was his only brother. Even if the two of them did not grow up together when they were young and did not have much affection for each other, Li Feng had no choice but to reluctantly place his little familial affection on Chang'eng when his country was in ruins. However, while the Emperor Longan was relieved, he couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Yanwang was usually gentle, considerate, and didn't put on any airs. When the soldiers were at the city gates, he dared to throw his imperial sword back. Now that he was in charge of the Grand Council, no matter who offended him, he didn't recognize anyone. "Li Feng, there's no need to talk about this matter. Chongqing, imperial brother, there are many refugees in Jiangbei. There are refugees in all directions. I don't know what the situation is. We didn't even take a look at them. We only talked about how to settle them in the court. Isn't that just talking on paper? Since everyone has their own reasons and no one can come up with a plan, why don't this subject brother go and report to imperial brother when I come back?" The corners of Li Feng's eyes twitched. At this moment, Gu Yun, who had been a wallflower, suddenly stepped out slowly and said, "Since Yanwang has this intention, why don't your Majesty grant it? If Jiangbei's corrupt officials run amok, others may not have the weight to suppress them. If you don't feel at ease, this subject can escort you along the way. Isn't it just a few refugees and bandits? There's no need to put them in your eyes." Chongqing stared blankly. He didn't expect him to suddenly appear. This wasn't arranged. Shani secretly glanced at Gu Yun. Gu Yun lowered his head and gave him a look. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem proper. Shani turned his face away as if he had a toothache. He felt that most of the adulterers in novels had this face. No matter who said this, it would seem arrogant and unreliable. However, coming from Gu Yun's mouth, it was incomparably resolute and decisive. Gu Yun thought about it and added a ready-made excuse, "Jiangnan will eventually be taken back. This subject just happened to want to investigate the situation at the front lines. These 2 days, I originally wanted to submit a memorial to ask for an imperial decree. Coincidentally, I'll send His Royal Highness Yanwang over. I guarantee that he will be brought back intact." Once the Marquis of Stability appeared, no one needed to argue. Li Feng issued an imperial decree the next day. Yanwang was appointed as the imperial envoy, and the right deputy inspector of the supervision court, Su Ling, was appointed as his assistant. They were to thoroughly investigate the case of the concealed report of the epidemic in Jiangnan. The Marquis of Stability escorted them along the way. Along the way, he brought along a person from the Lingshu Temple, Gu Chen, to investigate the battle preparations of the Jiangnan Western Army. After coming down from the court, Fang Qin's heart was flustered and exasperated. However, he was too shrewd, and it was not convenient for him to show it in front of others. He could only sit in the carriage with a gloomy expression. His literary talent was outstanding, and he had once been praised by the previous emperor. His methods were extraordinary, and he was able to raise the Fong family, a prestigious Daliang, despite not being the eldest son. He had connections left and right in the court. Ever since he took over the Ministry of Revenue, his political achievements were outstanding. Even the thorn-covered Master Yan Wang of the Grand Council was amiable when he saw him. He had a lot of praise in front of people and behind them, yet he had to spend all his time in the company of lowly people like Lu Chang. People say, a gentleman does not belong to a party. However, people also say that the two words, power and influence, are inseparable. Without power, there is no power. Without influence, where does power come from? Before ascending to the Hall of Sons of Heaven under the tutelage of a sage, he was naturally different from those good-for-nothings who relied on their family background to get by. Who didn't want to make a name for themselves and leave behind a good story? If his surname wasn't Fong, he would definitely join Yan Wang and clean up this messy and rotten imperial court. Unfortunately, people can't choose their own family background. For the first 30 years, they lived a luxurious life and were protected by their family. They could have whatever they wanted. However, for the next 30 years, they would have to work hard for their family and be imprisoned until they died. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. A family member outside whispered, "Master, Lu Darren stopped the carriage. He said he has a few words to say to you." Fong Qin's face turned cold. He couldn't wait for Lu Darren to die. He sat there expressionlessly for a moment. Then, Minister Fong changed his expression back to a pleasant one. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and scolded, "Dog servant, do you know how to behave? Why aren't you inviting him in? What are you reporting?" The servants in the family were used to taking the blame for their masters. They pretended to be in fear and trepidation. They invited Lu Chang, who was full of complaints, into the carriage and went to Assistant Minister Lu's residence. Lu Chang's body was covered in cold sweat. As soon as he entered the door, he bowed and said, "Minister Fong, please save my life." Fong Qin sneered in his heart, but his face turned pale with fright. He helped Lu Chang up and pretended to be ignorant. "Brother Yan, what are you doing?" Of course, Lu Chang also knew that Fong Qin was pretending. However, when things came to a head, he had no choice but to hold on tightly to his savior. He couldn't care less about his attitude. He hurriedly and meticulously told Fong Qin how his brother-in-law, the current governor of Liangjiang, Yang Ronggue, dared to hide the truth about the epidemic in Jiangbei, purged the local powers, and imprisoned all the dissidents who dared to betray him. He also sent people to seal off the relay station, assassinated the 18 scholars who went to the capital to file an imperial complaint, and faked them as refugees and bandits. Fong Qin's heart, liver, and lungs trembled. Lu Chang complained tearfully, "Minister Fong, this lowly official hid the truth not because of my relatives, but because of our grand plan. Think about it, the emperor is desperate. He even sent out something like the fire beacon tickets, which would harm the reputation of our ancestors. If he knew that Jiangbei had reached this point, and with the Grand Council fanning the flames, he might really agree with those cheap merchants and let them build some factory." Fong Qin looked at Assistant Minister Lu Chang's crying and snot appearance and felt sick of it. He thought to himself, bullshit. However, on the surface, he only sighed worriedly. "Yan, you're muddle-headed. Do you still remember that time when Zhang Fenghan of the Lingshu Temple went crazy and asked the emperor to ban the sale of violet gold among the common people, and Prince Yan sent the memorial back? Prince Yan always hangs out with those pedantic scholars. Have you forgotten his surname? His surname is Li. No matter how bad the Li family is, how could they allow a group of common merchants to resell violet gold? Yan Wang didn't want to use those merchants to do anything. He clearly knew about your brother-in-law's actions and used this as a diversion to attack us." Assistant Minister Lu was speechless and could only cry loudly. He originally didn't have any color to speak of, and now he looked absolutely disgusting. Ignoring Fong Qin's attempts to stop him, he knelt down again and kowtowed repeatedly. "Darren, please save me." Fong Qin didn't want to save him. He just wanted him to die early. He evaded, Yan Wang his Gu Marquis by his side. With a single word from the Marquis of Stability, he can transfer all of Jiangbei's General Zhong's frontline troops over. Can't he deal with a few Yamans? Yanian, it's not that I don't want to save him, but it's beyond my reach. After he finished speaking, he seemed to be overcome with grief. He covered his face with his sleeves and sobbed miserably. Back then, Yang Gong and I were schoolmates. We were so happy when we went to Qingyu Lake together. Now that he's in trouble, do you think I don't want to save him? Lu Chang, he came to ask for help, but instead, he made him cry. It was really strange. Fang Qin was indeed the most ruthless person in the Fang family. Lu Chang clenched his teeth in his heart. He said with a mournful expression, Master Fang, if this matter gets out of hand, it'll be a great crime that will result in 9 familial exterminations. You and I have been friends for generations. Even if our bones are broken, we're still connected. You can't just ignore this. Fang Qin's cheeks twitched fiercely. Lu Chang's words had hit his soft spot. Fang Qin had a half-sister from a different mother. She was born from a Tong Fang and wasn't favored. Until she was 10 years old, she didn't talk much with her brothers. However, when Miss Fang was young and inexperienced, she played a big game. She had an unsuccessful elopement with someone. In fact, after the opening of the sea route, etiquette and music had collapsed for many years. If this had happened in the eastern coastal areas, where folk customs were more open, it wouldn't have been a shocking event. It would have been fine if there were idle women and idiots talking about it. Perhaps there would have been people praising the girl for her courage at such a young age. There were so many foreign women walking down the street with their backs exposed, and no one in their family had any objections. However, it was the Fang family. Since the beginning of the Yuan era, there had gradually been a trend in the imperial court. The more open the folk customs were, the more conservative the aristocratic families were. It was as if they didn't do this, they couldn't show their nobility. The Fang family's matter could be said to be a slap in the face. They originally wanted to be locked up for a few years and sent to a temple to be a monk. However, at that time, the Lu family wanted to curry favor with them. Seeing this opportunity, they were secretly delighted. They hurriedly threw themselves at them like flies encountering feces. In the end, one of Lu Chang's cousin, who had spent money to become an official, married Miss Fang. There were only a few reputable families in the capital. They were married off to each other. Everyone had some sort of relationship with each other. It could be said that they were bound together for good or ill. Lu Chang's words were a reminder, but also a threat. Fang Qin stopped crying and slowly straightened his back. He scrutinized Lu Chang for a moment and thought, a mere assistant minister dares to threaten me. This person can't be allowed to live. Lord Lu, please rise, Fang Qin muttered to himself for a moment and then slowly said, I still say the same thing. It's useless to beg anyone for help. If you want to turn things around, you have to start with His Royal Highness Yan Wang. When Lu Chang heard this, he brought the topic back. His face was as bitter as a gourd, but that, Fang Qin raised a hand to stop him from speaking. He used the teapot on the small table to pour some water. He lowered his voice and said, what kind of person is Prince Yan? The entire national treasury passes through his hands. Would he be interested in your small gifts? In addition, some men have a natural desire for cleanliness and don't want people to get close to them. It's not strange that they don't like women. The women you've gathered aren't any exceptional beauties. Even I don't like them, much less Yan Wang. Lu Chang paused, then, Fang Qin dipped his hand into the tea and slowly wrote the words yellow gown on the body on the table. He then looked meaningfully at the stunned Lu Chang and reached out to wipe away the words on the table. Lu Chang was dumbfounded for a long time. He sat down to the side and his lips trembled. Master Fang, this is, Fang Qin smiled coldly, but what? What are you going to do? Kill Yan Wang midway like you killed those poor scholars who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken? Do you think the Marquis of Stability is just for show? He doesn't say a word in court all day long? Or do you really think your brother-in-law can cover the sky with one hand in Jiangbei and make the imperial envoy return without any results? If that's really the case, how did the demon monk's letter get to the Grand Council? He doesn't rub sand in his eyes. Thinking back to when he fell out with him, he even imprisoned the Marquis of Stability. Do you really think he'll care about the Lu family, about us? After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Lu Chang absent-mindedly got down from Fang Qin's carriage and entered the Lu manor like a wandering ghost. Fang Qin ordered the driver, return to the manor. He indifferently lit incense in the carriage, as if he wanted to completely isolate Lu Chang's smell. He should let some people know that in this world, there was no such thing as being able to manipulate others as they wished just because there was a common interest. Green smoke filled the carriage. Fang Qin sat upright on one side with his eyes closed, resting. He thought to himself, if I can drag Yan Wang down with me, then it'll be killing two birds with one stone. Even if Yan Wang was truly selfless and had no distracting thoughts. He didn't even care about the imperial jade seal. Even if he couldn't bring him down this time, he still had a trump card in his hands. King Yan's methods were ruthless, and he was stubborn. Right now, he did not reveal his true strength. He seemed to be a pure minister. However, if one were to think about it carefully, Daliang's every step had his shadow behind it. If he couldn't stand side by side with this kind of person, he would definitely become a formidable enemy. Even if he was a prince, he still couldn't do without him. After briefing Jiang Chong and the others on various matters during his journey to the south, Chongqing finally rushed back to the Marquis' estate before sunset. He saw Gu Yun beginning to instruct his family to pack their luggage. He himself was leisurely sitting by the railing in the courtyard, playing with the white jade flute that Chongqing gave him in his hands. Occasionally, he would bring it to his mouth and play a few ecstasy notes. If there was anything that Chongqing regretted at this time, it was giving Gu Yun a flute with eyes. If he had known, he would have given him a solid wooden club to play with. Seeing Chongqing return from afar, Gu Yun waved at him and said, "Chongqing, come over here. I will play a little song for you." Chongqing was afraid that he would be serious. He hurriedly walked over and grabbed Gu Yun, who was on the railing. He pulled him down and whispered in his ear, "Leave your mouth open and do something else." Gu Yun, he realized that one who was close to ink would be stained black. Chongqing was becoming more and more elegant. The two of them walked into the inner courtyard together. Chongqing asked, "Why did you suddenly say that you were going to the Jiangbei front line during the imperial court today? You gave me a fright." Gu Yun put his hands behind his back and rubbed the white jade flute back and forth between his fingertips. There was a slight smile on his lips. "I didn't want to stay in the capital for a long time. It is better to be at the front line every day in this foul atmosphere." Chongqing laughed in spite of himself. "Don't tell me you are going there to relax?" Relax," Gu Yun said, "I am also worried about you." Chongqing was stunned, and the smile on his lips gradually froze. For a moment, he knew that Gu Yun was just worried about him taking a few scholars to the refugees near the front line when he said that he was worried about him. However, a strange thought still uncontrollably rose from the bottom of his heart. A voice said in Chongqing's heart, "Why is he worried about me? Is he afraid that I will do something, or is he afraid that I will join forces with Elder Zhong's Jiangbei garrison to force someone into the palace?" Gu Yun saw him suddenly stop and looked back at him inexplicably. "What's wrong?" Chongqing met his calm gaze and immediately took a deep breath. He reached out and rubbed the space between his eyebrows, saying in his heart, "What am I thinking? Am I crazy?" Gu Yun used to be his consolation. Now that he thought about it, this consolation stopped at the moment when his emotions overflowed. From the moment Gu Yun turned around to look at him, it was no longer his consolation. Being emotionless could be a consolation, but being affectionate was a demonic barrier. There were emotions, desires, colors, fragrances, sounds, day after day of greed, fear, jealousy, hatred, and sorrow of separation. The 7 emotions and the spirit were turned upside down, and the 6 roots were covered by the world of mortals. Chongqing rushed up and grabbed Gu Yun's hand anxiously. It was as if his heart would only be at ease if he held it in his hand. Gu Yun raised his long eyebrows and did not mind. He opened his palm and let Chongqing stuff his hand into his palm. In the scorching summer, the general's hand was not warm. There was only a little heat in his palm, and it was all given to Chongqing. At this moment, Uncle Wang walked over quickly and happened to see the two of them pulling in the courtyard. He immediately lowered his head with a strange expression. "Out of sight, out of mind," he reported, "Marquis, His Highness the Crown Prince is here." "Ah?" Gu Yun was shocked. quickly invite him in. Chongqing let go of Gu Yun and secretly frowned. A moment later, the 8-year-old little crown prince ran to Gu Yun on his short legs. The marquis's residence was too big. In order to maintain his dignity, the little crown prince refused to be carried by others. When he came to Gu Yun, the tip of his nose was already sweating. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he caught a glimpse of Chongqing. He immediately stopped running and walked in with serious steps. He first wanted to greet Imperial Granduncle, but he remembered that Gu Yun did not seem to like it, so he cupped his hands and greeted like an adult, Marshal Gu, 4th Imperial Uncle. Gu Yun half-squatted and spoke to him. Why did the Crown Prince come out of the palace so late? I heard from Imperial Father that Marshal Gu is going south with 4th Imperial Uncle, so I came to send Imperial Uncle and Marshal Gu off, the little Crown Prince said seriously. He forgot what he was going to say halfway through. He rolled his eyes and thought for a while. His ears were red, but his face pretended to be calm. He continued, I hope you have a safe trip to Jiangbei and return soon. Gu Yun was amused by him and laughed as he listened. The little crown prince secretly glanced at him. He was not angry even though he was laughed at. He clumsily took out 2 protective talismans and gave one to Gu Yun and Chongqing. Gu Yun teased him, Crown Prince, do you have any other instructions after your trip? The little crown prince was embarrassed to say it at first, but he could not hold it in after a while. He carefully tugged at the corner of Gu Yun's clothes. I still want to ask for Marshal Gu's calligraphy. Imperial Father said that he used to have Imperial Marshal Gu's calligraphy. Gu Yun liked it very much. Without saying a word, he bent down and picked up the little crown prince. He directly wrote a copy for him in the study room. The little crown prince ordered the palace servants to put it in a brocade box and happily rushed back to the palace. After sending the crown prince out of the fu in a courteous manner, Chongqing said, back then, the late emperor used me as a chess piece to tie you down. Now, is Li Feng using the same trick and using the crown prince to repair your relationship with you? Gu Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. What are you talking about? You're jealous of a child? Chongqing looked at him with a faint smile and suddenly said, adoptive father is biased. He has never held my hand and taught me how to write stroke by stroke. Gu Yun, back then, who imitated his handwriting so seamlessly that he Rong Hui of the Black Iron Battalion was fooled. Gu Yun, are you also 8 years old? Chongqing calmly used his words to poke at his heart. When I was 8 years old, no one taught me. Hu Guer only knew how to use a fire stick that had just been taken out from the stove. Okay, Gu Yun hurriedly said, I'll make it up to you, okay? As Gu Yun spoke, he took the brush from just now and gave it to Chongqing. He then held his hand from behind and propped his other hand on the table. He lowered his eyes slightly and thought for a while. Then, he brought Chongqing to write a block script, Min, on the paper. Chongqing's body was covered in the faint medicinal fragrance from his body. He calmly took a deep breath. Writing one word is not enough. When I was in Hugua Temple, I had to copy scriptures. Gu Yun flung his hand away. Go to hell, do you want to tire me to death? Chongqing did not say anything and just stared at him motionlessly. After a while, Gu Yun gave in. He accepted his fate and put his chin on Chongqing's shoulder. His left hand wrapped around his waist, and he half lay on his body. He copied his cursed scriptures stroke by stroke. He felt that this person was becoming more and more arrogant because of his favor. He simply could not control him. 3 days later, the Imperial Envoy and the Deputy Imperial Envoy, Prince Yan, and Right Deputy Inspector Su Ling, left the capital under the escort of Gu Yun and 20 personal guards. Lingshu Temple's Gu Chen also accompanied them. Su Ling was the Tanhua of the first year of the Long'an, Li Feng. He was just like his name. He had delicate features and a powdered face. If it were not for the murderous Marquis of Stability's personal guards destroying the atmosphere, just by standing next to Yan Wang, this deputy inspector looked like 2 young masters traveling together. After leaving the 9 gates, Gu Yun directly brought the group to Beidang. Su Ling was a scholar, but he was not afraid of Gu Yun's legendary Xian Tai. He bluntly asked, Marquis, what is the purpose of us coming to Beidang? Gu Yun smiled and said, change horses. This trip was full of setbacks. Inspector Su was prepared to be devastated and exhausted from dealing with corrupt local officials. Even with the Marquis of Stability accompanying them, it did not increase his sense of security. Especially when he found that the Marquis of Stability was in a very happy mood, as if he was not going to charge into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, but rather to go on an outing. While Su Ling was scratching his head in confusion, Guchen had already familiarly entered Beidang. After Guchen became Duke Fenghan's disciple, he gradually took over the military and war preparations from Duke Fenghan's hands. He often came to Beidang to run errands, so he was familiar with the place. Guchen led the group into Beidang's steel armor warehouse with ease. "Wangya, Lord Su, this way please." Soon after, Su Ling was shocked. He saw a kite on the flat ground. It was about the same size as the red-headed kite in the past, but its outer appearance was much simpler and more low-key than the red-headed kite. It did not have the carved railings and jade pillars that looked like pleasure boats. There was only a gray Xianxia shell on it. This kite was eerily and quietly parked in place. There was not a single fire wing on either side of it. Instead, there were several rows of holes that were as thick as iron cannon muzzles on each of the 4 bases. The lines were extremely smooth and elegant, just like an eagle armor that had been enlarged countless times. Su Ling gasped in amazement and said, "What is this?" Guchen proudly introduced it. "It hasn't been named yet. There is only one of this in the whole of Daliang. We tried to install the eagle's power into this little kite, but we failed many times before we succeeded. This thing can not only transport people, but it is also much faster than the giant kite. It is just that it is not mature yet. There is only one of this in the whole imperial court. It consumes a lot of fuel and can't carry many things. This is the first time it is used outside of the test flight. When the fuel consumption problem can be solved, this air chariot will be able to send those foreigners back to their hometown in a short time. My master said that if it can be used in the army, it might as well be called Big Eagle." Su Ling looked at Chongqing in disbelief, who was not surprised at all. Did His Royal Highness Yanwan premeditated to deal with those vermin in Jiangbei? He even prepared a vehicle that could travel thousands of miles in a day. "We will go directly to the front line in Jiangbei," Chongqing said. "Marquis has already talked to Mr. Zhong. We will leave this thing at the frontline garrison and find a way to disguise ourselves and go north from the south. The courier stations in the north and south must be waiting for us. Why bother to fall into their trap? What do you think? Does Lord Su dare to sit in this air chariot that no one has touched before?" Su Ling came from a poor family. He disdained to kneel to the powerful and disdained to be associated with the merchants. Although he was known as a child prodigy and was obviously a talented person, along the way, he had to make way for those who traded with power and money many times. He was even a great scholar who was famous in the capital and wasted countless years in the imperial court. How could he not feel resentment in his heart? Before this, there was a rumor in the imperial court that Prince Yan regulated the banks of the canal last time. It seemed to be swift and decisive, but in fact, it was just a chance for the aristocratic families to plant their own people. This time, Su Ling came with Yan Wang. He knew that the local officials in Jiangbei had a deep foundation and their power was intertwined. It was impossible for him not to feel nervous in his heart. He was afraid that in the end, he would not know who to work for. It was not until now that he felt a little that Yan Wang might really want to do something. While his heart was surging, he said loudly, "How dare I shrink back when I have eaten the emperor's food? Prince, please." In the past, Gu Yun used the eagle armor to fly from the northwest to Jiangnan. It only took 2 or 3 days. This air chariot was large in size. It was slower than the Black Eagle, but it was not much slower. From the capital to the front line in Jiangbei, it only took 2.5 days. At this time, the news of Yan Wang leaving the capital had not yet reached the ears of those who wanted to know. And as soon as they left, some people in the capital began to become restless. The emperor longed and loved to be diligent and thrifty. Ever since the war became urgent, the atmosphere in the capital was very tense. It was even quieter than a national funeral. All singing, dancing, and entertainment stopped. No one wanted to get on the bad side of the emperor Longin at this time. More than 10 brothels closed. It was hard to even find a place to pass the time. After Gu Yun left, Shani had one less place to drink and chat every day. He really had nowhere to go. He hated that he could not live in the military camp. In the beginning, nothing happened. Who knew that after hiding for 2 days, the Shen family would come to take him back? Shani had no choice but to go back with his manservant as if he were going to the execution ground. Who knew that before he even entered the door, the eighth brother that was hanging at the door opened its mouth and shouted at him, "The two-legged little bastard is back, the two-legged little bastard is back." Shani picked up a chaff and flicked it at the bird's head. "Shut up, feathered little bastard." The bird was hit and was very unsatisfied. It shrieked and cursed, "Little bastard has no feathers, you jinx little bastard has no feathers." Shani was stunned. He handed the reins to his manservant. He had not heard the phrase jinx for a long time. He couldn't help but tilt his head and ask, "Who came?" The servant replied, replying to General, "Third Madam came with young Master Hui. They are inside talking to old master." Shani suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. The third madam was his third uncle's widow. His third uncle had been burdened by him and died young, leaving behind only an orphan and a widow. His cousin, Shen Hui, had been frail and sickly since he was young. When he grew up, he had the bad habit of being unrestrained. All day long, he had nothing else to do. He only knew how to mingle with women, his face full of excessive indulgence. Although old Master Shen had always felt guilty towards Shani, his aunt had always blamed his third uncle's early death on Shani. The two families had not interacted for a long time. Shani still remembered the mourning woman's appearance when she pointed at him and cursed him as a jinx. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why did aunt come?" The servant said, This little one is not very clear. I just saw third madam bringing a lot of gifts. She was also very polite when she entered the door. I think it's not a bad thing to visit relatives." Shani made an "oh" sound and walked in with a heavy heart. Sure enough, he saw his third aunt and cousin were both there. The beautiful widow in the past was now old. Third madam's cheekbones were protruding and her lower jaw was so sharp that it could stab a knife. Shen Hui's condition was even worse. The dark circles under his eyes almost fell on the backs of his feet. His whole person was like an empty shell with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. When he saw Shani, he smiled flatteringly, which made people feel uncomfortable. Without waiting for Shani to finish greeting, third madam had already stood up. The handkerchief in her hand was rolled into a ball. She smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for many years. Jipping has actually become so promising." Southwest Admiral. That's a high-ranking official. Your future is limitless. Alas, as a mother, I'm not as cruel as your father. If I had known earlier, I would have kicked your good-for-nothing brother out of the house and let him wander around. Shani didn't know what she meant, but he was polite and didn't say a word. Third aunt seemed to be a little afraid of him. She reluctantly greeted him warmly and then sat to the side, not daring to look at him. After a few words, Shani understood the meaning of third aunt's words. After all, it was his cousin, Shen Hui, who caused all this trouble. Shen Hui wasn't proficient in martial arts, nor was he skilled. He was just a low-ranking official, so he didn't do much. A while ago, the Emperor Long and explicitly prohibited officials from going to brothels. However, there were some ignorant people who didn't take it to heart. They didn't dare to go to the open brothels, so they gathered a group of disreputable friends to visit the unlicensed prostitutes. Not only did they have an affair, but after a few bowls of yellow soup, they also got into a fight because of jealousy. The matter was brought to the capital magistrate's court. The whole country was gloomy, yet this group of people still had the mood to do this kind of thing. The capital magistrate immediately sent the group of wastrels who participated in the fight to prison. Originally, they were all respectable people, so they would be released after a few rounds of networking. Who knew that the Emperor Longan was trying to rectify the situation, and they bumped into the muzzle of the gun. After Shani heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He said in his heart, "If this brat Shen Hui was my son, I would have killed him long ago. Why would I let him go out and embarrass himself?" Third madam wiped her tears and said, "For this evil creature, I begged my grandparents and used all the connections I could. Later, it was a close friend of mine, who was married to Minister Liu of the Ministry of Justice. She came forward and said a few good words for this evil creature. Only then was he redeemed." Shen Hui indifferently ate melon seeds on the side, as if he wasn't the one who caused the trouble. Shini didn't say anything for a while. Although he was born in an aristocratic family, he rarely mingled with this group of people. He didn't know who was whose wife and whose in-laws were. Old Master Shen said, since that's the case, we should also pay them a visit and thank them. That's right, Third Madam said energetically. The next day, I personally prepared a generous gift and went to Minister Lu's house to thank them. Who knew that not only did they not accept the gift, they were also very polite. They said that it was a small matter and that they only wanted to establish good karma with our General Shen family. In the future, we might even become relatives. Only then did I know that they were basking in our General Shen's glory. Shini looked at her, and then looked at his father. He couldn't smile anymore. Shini said stiffly, I don't know where Auntie's words came from. He went in and out of the battlefield. No matter how scholarly he was, it was inevitable that he would be tainted with a bit of a murderous aura. He looked up with a cold face. Third Madam's face twitched, as if she couldn't bear to look him in the eyes. She awkwardly looked away and said evasively, isn't second brother looking for a marriage partner for the general? The general may not know, but my close friend's twin sister is the second wife of Minister Lu of the Ministry of Revenue. Minister Lu's daughter is waiting to be betrothed to him. She is talented and beautiful. She is famous in the capital. It's just that our general is busy with state affairs every day and has never had much contact with civil officials. The girl's face is also thin. It's not good for her to rashly ask, so she asked me to find out. Half an hour later, Shini said that he had something to do in the evening and had to make a trip to Beidang, so he would not be eating at home. Old Master Shen was left alone, reciting scriptures all day long and walking his bird. He did not know anything about the court or the harem, so it was inconvenient for him to ask his brother's orphan and widow to stay for dinner. Third Madam and her son bid farewell and left. The mother and son had just walked to the door when they heard the Shen residence's godlike Bagu speak again. The feathered great immortal's eyes followed Third Foreign's small sedan chair and made threatening gestures as he flapped his wings and said, "Whore walking shameless dog, mangy dog." Shen Hui's face darkened on the spot. Shen Yi, who was pinching his nose to send off the guest, lowered his head and rubbed his nose. He covered the smile on his face. He originally thought that the bird's mouth was dirty and annoying, and that he should pluck its feathers and stew it some other day. He did not expect that in the face of foreign enemies, it would still be able to fight and break through the enemy lines. He was very relieved and decided to make some good rice for it to eat with wine. However, on the surface, Shani still explained, this beast hangs at the door all day long, and people come and go. Everyone who sees it will laugh at it and learn to speak vulgarities. Cousin, don't lower yourself to the beast's level. Shen Hui was a prodigal son who had been hollowed out by wine and women. He did not dare to say anything in front of the Southwest commander. He could only smile like he had a toothache and flee. Shani watched the mother and son leave before his face darkened. He stood at the door for a moment and reached out to touch the bird's tail. He said to himself, I've only heard of poor people who can't afford to eat and sell their children. Have you ever seen someone come to the general's mansion to buy a general? Eighth brother did not distinguish between friend and foe. It turned its head and gave him a bite. Bah, stupid beast. You can't even get a stitch in your pants. Shani, it's better to stew it. He laughed at himself and walked back. He saw old Master Shen waving at him from afar. Ji Ping, come here. I have something to say to you. Just now, Shani was too embarrassed to get angry in front of outsiders. At this time, he walked over in big strides and said to old Master Shen, the Lu family has produced a noble consort. I can't afford to marry her. If you want to marry her, you can marry her yourself. Don't talk about third uncle's kindness. Even if you want to repay his kindness, you can't directly ask someone to marry you. Old Man Shen was silent for a moment, then slowly said, You've always disliked dogs since you were a kitten. As your father, I didn't expect that one day you would be able to wait for a good price. It's really an honor. Shani choked for a moment and said angrily, You don't know anything. Stop it and go take a walk. Don't meddle in my business. Although I'm old and can't breathe, I still know a little about the outside world, Old Man Shen said calmly. Since the imperial emperor, my dynasty has been especially afraid of the civil and military officials secretly marrying each other. I've heard about the generals who have military power marrying princesses, but it's rare to see them marrying the young ladies of noble families. Not to mention you, even Marshal Gu. Didn't he just get engaged and didn't have time to marry into the family before his bride died? Old Man Shen spoke as if he was singing an opera. He even dragged his voice, making Xinyi's eyelids twitch. He felt that there was a lot of hidden meaning in his long voice. Old Man Shen ignored him and shook his head and sighed. Since the capital was besieged, the emperor was forced to Xiantai with Marshal Gu. In today's world, there are some people who increasingly don't put the emperor in their eyes. How did he bring Gu Yun into this? Xinyi didn't come back to his senses for a long time. After thinking carefully for a long time, he finally understood something. Since the Westerners besieged the city, Li Feng was first forced to return military power to Gu Yun. Then, the Westerners burned the Jinghua garden in the west of the capital and the purple gold that had been secretly stored by the imperial family for generations. Until now, the crisis of the four territories had not been resolved. The Emperor Long An's powerlessness was slowly seeping out. Presumably, Li Feng himself was aware of this. Otherwise, with his bad temper, why would he take the initiative to repair the awkward relationship with Gu Yun? Old Man Shen pretended to be mysterious and said, "Yesterday, I observed the stars and saw the greedy wolf snatching the crepe myrtle light. The stardust in the four directions dimmed, and people were as anxious as weeds. The deer had gone to the central plains, and I'm afraid that chaos will begin." Xinyi asked, "Father, wasn't it cloudy last night?" Ignorant boy, Old Man Shen didn't even look at him. "Let me ask you, what is the name of the current commander of the Imperial Guards?" Xinyi was stunned for a moment. There were many young masters in the Imperial Guards. However, according to the usual practice, although they also had experience and family background, the highest commander was usually a person who was transferred from Beiding and had military achievements. However, when the capital was besieged, more than half of the Imperial Guard's elites and the former commander, Han Qi, died in the west of the capital. His mother's family, Beiding, was also almost completely wiped out. The guards in the capital suffered heavy losses, and the talents were really withered. Most of the remaining Imperial Guards were young masters who were not favored by Han Qi and were left behind to make up the numbers. After this battle, these young masters were considered to have military achievements, and their positions also rose. The highest commander was the first time that he hadn't been trained by Beiding. He was a general under Han Qi, and his name was Lu Chongshan. He was the younger brother of Lu Cheng's eldest sister-in-law. Xinyi pondered in his heart for a long time before he finally understood this complicated relationship. His heart turned cold, and he walked 2 steps forward. He lowered his voice and said to Old Man Shen, "Father, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Why don't you give me some advice? Commander Gu and Yan Wang have just left, and the Lu family is already doing this. What are they thinking?" Old Man Shen hit the ground with his rosewood walking stick and groaned, "I only know how to walk the bird. I don't know anything. Aren't you all grown up? What advice do you need?" Xinyi was bullied by Gu Yun every day, and he had already developed the temperament of a man who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He pretended not to hear the sarcastic words that poured into his ears. He frowned for a moment, and lowered his voice to ask, "Could it be that a mere assistant minister dares to, mere assistant minister?" Old Man Shen raised his head and glanced at him. He sneered, "Great general, the Feng family is half the head of the government, and the Lu family is married into the country. Do you believe that it would be easy for them to crush you, a country bumpkin who leads troops in a remote and desolate place?" Xinyi said, "I don't believe it. Since ancient times, there have been so many Ado emperors, and I've never seen anyone who wanted to rebel all day long. This kind of thing is against the principles." "Principles? Yan Wang has already gone to Jiangnan. The Lu family must have gotten themselves into big trouble. If they continue to act against the principles, they will be waiting for their entire family to be executed. Are the current Ado emperors? Are they willing to be bullied and restricted by others?" As Old Man Shen spoke, he used his walking stick to fiercely hit Xinyi's left leg. "If you walk this way, it's a dead end." Xinyi instinctively leaned his body to the right to dodge. Old Man Shen raised his walking stick again and firmly hit his right leg from the other side. "If you walk this way, as long as you dare to think and do it, after you have a chance to survive, you will be able to become a minister." Which leg do you want to take? Shini frowned fiercely. They want to use Yan Wang. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. The imperial guards had always been the emperor's trusted aides. If the emperor's trusted aides rebelled, and he wasn't on guard, Beidang, who couldn't enter the capital without being summoned, wouldn't be able to save him in time. And once Yan Wang compromised and was really pushed to the throne by them, what would Gu Yun do? Would he connive with these people who stole the country because of his personal feelings? According to Xingyi's understanding of him, Gu Yun definitely wouldn't. However, the enemy was eyeing them covetously. Half of the country had fallen into the enemy's hands. If Li Feng were to die, would Gu Yun launch an attack on King Yan at this critical juncture? Would he still be able to govern the 8-year-old crown prince? Shini found that he didn't dare to make this guarantee. But no matter how Gu Yun chose, whether it was the father-son relationship, friendship, or the relationship between a man and a woman that was difficult to tell outsiders, it would probably come to an end. Xingyi's mind turned rapidly. No, he could think of it, but how could Yan Wang not think of it? As long as he really valued Gu Yun so much, Yan Wang would never. Old man Shen interrupted him and said, "How about this, you write a letter and think of a reasonable and reliable reason. Then you personally go to the Lu family's door and postpone this marriage." Sheni was stunned. If you want to postpone it, then just postpone it. Why delay it? Moreover, it's not like I want to cancel the marriage. Why do I have to go there personally? Old man Shen looked at him deeply, snorted, and ignored Sheni. A moment later, the stunned expression on Xingyi's face faded slightly, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. His father actually wanted him to take advantage of both sides and not offend the Lu family at this critical juncture. Sheni couldn't help but raise his voice. "Father, other than facing the enemy on the border battlefield, I have never done such a two-faced thing to others. If I want to marry a girl from a family, I will go out and find a matchmaker. If I don't want to marry, I will just postpone it. There's no need to feign civility on this matter. What kind of person would I be? Do you really think that a group of motley crew can take down Yan Wang?" Old man Shen stopped. With his back facing Sheni, he said, "Ever since Yan Wang entered the imperial court and took control of the Grand Council, he first solved the shortage of the national treasury, then escorted military supplies, and single-handedly pushed the Black Iron Battalion to the western regions. He pacified the 4 directions and resisted the invaders. What kind of achievements are these? Do you know what he is thinking in his heart?" Sheni angrily said, "When has Yan Wang ever formed a clique to pursue personal interests and ambitions? He just wants to return peace to the world, and then, return to seclusion and retire from the imperial court. He is still young. Do you think it is easy for him to work hard? Behind him is a group of old fools who make wild guesses. You are simply unreasonable. Stepped on your tail?" Old man Shen sneered. With Yan Wang's achievements today, does he still need to form a clique? There are plenty of people who are willing to follow him. Do you know what 3 men make a tiger means? The first person is a new official who took advantage of the fire beacon votes and the new government policies. The second person is someone who really wants to pacify the country and do something for the country and the people. There is also a third person. The third person is the people he has offended. The first 2 people can't wait for him to wear the yellow robe, and the third person can't wait to roast him on the fire. These 3 people are the same from the root. The first 2 people are willing to push him to the top, and the third people are willing to add fuel to the fire. When his conspiracy is exposed, he will be punished for the crime of rebellion. Except for the crime of rebellion, who can touch the prince? Xingyi's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. Old man Shen said, "Do you know what is forced to go to Liangshan? Do you know what the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind means? People's hearts are not like water, and the ground is full of waves. With those 3 people who become a tiger, do you think that in the future, will the emperor allow him to succeed and retire? Who is the foolish one?" Sheni froze for a moment. He stood still for a moment. Finally, his face was livid. He turned around and left without saying a word. Old man Shen shouted, "What are you doing?" Sheni didn't even turn his head and said, "Doing what needs to be done. Go walk your bird." The whole capital was filled with people who couldn't sleep. At this time, Gu Yun and the others secretly arrived at the front line in Jiangbei. They traveled as fast as lightning and were very happy. Who would have thought that when they were about to land, there would be a problem? They came at the wrong time and caught up with an earth-shattering thunderstorm. The air war chariot couldn't be too heavy in order to balance its speed and fuel consumption. When there were no clouds for thousands of li, it could travel 1,000 li in a day. It was very impressive. However, when it encountered a storm, it was over. The eagle became a bald quail. The entire giant eagle was swayed left and right by the howling wind in the sky. The others were still able to endure it, but Gu Chen, the important old spiritual pivot, was the first to collapse. He was so dizzy that he could not even get up. The Wild Goose King wanted to use acupuncture to alleviate Gu Chen's symptoms. However, as soon as the needle was inserted, the giant eagle suddenly tilted. If Gu Yun had not been quick enough to grab Gu Chen's collar, Gu Chen would have almost hit the foot of the bed. The needle that had just been inserted into the acupuncture point would have been wedged directly into his body. Under the guidance of Gu Ling, who was on the verge of death, the group of bodyguards had no choice but to change their direction. They bypassed the rainy area and went around in circles in confusion. Gu Yun's clairvoyance was blocked by the heavy rain and couldn't see anything clearly. She could only command based on her feelings, go down a little, go down a little. Another bolt of lightning struck down, almost brushing past the eagle. In the fierce wind, the eagle trembled and screamed like it was about to die. Its whole body flipped to one side. Gu Yun staggered a step and fell right into Chonggung's arms. Chonggung took advantage of the situation to hug him. One hand grabbed the railing of the eagle, the other held Gu Yun tightly. His face was wet from the rain of Jiangnan. Su Ling clung tightly to a mast at the side. He didn't want to go up to the sky again in this life. He trembled and asked, "Marquis, can we still live to investigate that group of corrupt officials?" "It's okay," Gu Yun said with a smile. "Lord Su, don't worry. Who hasn't fallen from the Black Eagle a few times? Don't panic. I'm here. I guarantee that no one will fall to their death." Su Ling, in the bleak wind and rain, the bodyguard shouted, "Go forward. Marshal, we see land." Su Ling took a deep breath. Before he could say ba, he heard another bodyguard shout, "Marshal, Gu Ling said that there might be a problem with the right wing. The angle of our turn is too big." Gu Yun, what? Before he could say what, he felt a warmth on the side of his neck. Chongqing secretly licked Gu Yun's neck while everyone was shouting themselves hoarse and competing with the eagle. In the noise, Chongqing whispered in his ear, "It's not bad if we can die for love like this, right?" Gu Yun, Prince Yan was unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. In this situation, he still had the mood to do this kind of thing. Gu Yun was convinced by him. He suddenly felt that Duke Fenghan's words were reasonable. Did His Highness not know what it meant to be anxious? The bodyguard shouted, "It's about to land. Hold on tight. Be careful." Gu Yun only saw darkness in front of his eyes. The eagle fell to one side and with its neck tilted, it suddenly plunged into the ground. The person on the eagle was almost thrown out. Chongqing hugged Gu Yun and rolled 3 times, only stopping when he hit a mast. With a cautious sound, Gu Yun grabbed Chongqing's collar and pulled him to the side. Then, the mast fell straight down, narrowly brushing past them. The bodyguards scattered around were collectively shocked and cried out. Only then did Gu Yun realize that he and Chongqing's hands and feet were intertwined. It looked very ambiguous. In front of others, he hurriedly tried to cover it up. He coughed dryly, got up, and looked around. At this time, it was late at night. The place where the eagle landed was a deserted field that stretched as far as the eye could see. The surroundings were unbelievably quiet. There were no village houses, roosters, or dogs barking. There were only a few quiet sounds of summer insects occasionally. Gu Yun suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, "Where is this?" A bodyguard staggered forward, still panting, "Marshal, we seem to have crossed the river when we were not careful." Lord Su, who had not gotten up, heard this and staggered and fell down again. They actually plunged into the enemy's formation. Chongqing turned his head and smiled at Gu Yun, "Marshal, we flew too far." Gu Yun rubbed his nose a little awkwardly, "Such a big movement. Don't attract the Western soldiers later. Go and ask Xiao Ge, how should we deal with this unreliable broken eagle? Two bodyguards dug out Guchen, who almost went to see the late emperor. Guchen used all four of his limbs to push the people around him away. Wretch, don't bomb at first. Guyun grabbed Guchen's collar and did not let him lower his head. He said forcefully, tell me first, can this thing be dismantled? Guchen heard that the general Shen always wanted to strangle the Marquis of Stability more than 300 days in a year. At this moment, he understood him. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the Marquis of Stability's personal guards had followed Gu Lingshu's instructions and dismantled the large eagle's kinetic system with a flurry of clangs. They dismantled it into 4 pieces and had each of them carry it on their backs. All that was left was a pile of useless scrap metal. Guyun added a bit of violet gold into the cannon on top of the eagle and fished out a match. I'll count to 3. Run quickly. Su Ling was confused. He saw the Wild Goose King make a hand gesture, and 2 of his personal guards carried him on both sides. The group of people ran towards the direction where the wind was blowing. Soon after, there was a loud bang, and the huge firework almost shattered the gloomy and rainy sky. Then, there was a muffled thunder in the air, and the earth was rustling and trembling. Guyun blew up the wreckage into ashes. Su Ling's expression suddenly changed. Marquis, what if we attract the enemy? Nonsense, how can we go back if we can't attract the enemy? Guyun said, we can't swim across the river, right? Lord Su, it'll be fine if you follow me. Lord Su did not dare to believe him anymore. Lord Su used to be like everyone else. Before he came here, he had an irrational trust in the Marquis of Stability, who represented the Black Iron Battalion. It was as if as long as Guyun was around, he would be able to go to any dangerous place. Even if the sky fell, he would be there to support it. Of course, this trust was now shattered. Deputy Inspector Su's white face was ashen. He still held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked, Marshal, could it be that this crossing of the river was also your intention? How is that possible? Guyun looked at him inexplicably. Sigh, I already told Duke Fenghan that this thing is definitely not reliable. The Black Eagle can fly fast because it can rely on people to control it in the sky. He made such a big thing. It's fine if it's calm, but if it encounters a little storm, it will have to rest. Isn't it sending food to the enemy on the battlefield? Look, it really has rested. Guchen vomited violently. With tears in his eyes, he said, this official will definitely tell Duke Fenghan when I go back. Su Ling's courage was about to burst. He couldn't be as optimistic as Gu Lingshu. He felt that he might not be able to go back. Fortunately, there was still someone who could speak. Chongding turned his head and smiled at Deputy Inspector Su. Don't listen to him. He's just scaring you. This place is flat and there are no garrison tents as far as the eye can see. This means that the enemy's vanguard is not nearby at all. Tonight, there is a thunderstorm, and the sound of explosions and thunder are mixed together. He has already calculated that it won't attract a large number of enemy troops. At most, it will be vigilant patrolling soldiers who will come to take a look. Gu Yun had a smirk on his face. Su Ling looked at Prince Yan with tears in his eyes. Without mentioning anything else, he was completely in awe of Yan Wang's magnanimity and courage in the face of danger. He immediately said sincerely, Your Highness is wise. What wise? Chongding waved his hand, I've been fooled by him since I was young. I already have experience. Su Ling, he didn't know why, but he felt that there was a strange intimacy in Yan Wang's words when he mentioned Gu Yun. It didn't feel good to lie in ambush in the heavy rain at night. Fortunately, the Western patrolling soldiers came quickly. In a moment, someone was cursing and speaking in a foreign language. The ground trembled slightly. 4. I don't know. Gu Yun shook her head. Let's kill them first. Do you think anyone can understand their gibberish? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes focused on Yan Wang. Chongding and the 20 or so bodyguards looked at each other for a moment. Why are you all looking at me? Guchen was shocked. Your Highness doesn't know how to speak a foreign language? Chongding was puzzled. I know a few words of Suzhou slang, but when did I know how to speak a foreign language? It turned out that over the past year, everyone felt that he was unpredictable, or that he was scheming, or simply that he was a capable person. They always thought that no matter what he encountered, he would have a solution. He should know a little of everything. At this moment, Deputy Su suddenly said, I actually know a little. The gazes that had been staring at Yan Wang shifted collectively, including Yan Wang himself. Su Ling coughed dryly, but did not show any fear. He said, I won't hide it from your highness. In the past, when your highness and Marshal Gu were guarding the gates of the capital, hundreds of officials followed the emperor to the gates. I also joined them. I felt that a scholar was useless, but I didn't know the 6 arts. I wanted to go into battle, but I didn't have the strength to kill the enemy. So I decided to learn that foreign language. If I can't wear steel armor in the future, if I can follow the generals as an errand boy and learn how to speak, then my 7-feet body won't be in vain. His last sentence was almost sonorous. In fact, in this group, other than Deputy Su, they were all either Jianghu veterans or Xiantai Black Crows. They were crafty, cunning, and extremely fast. They would risk their lives and kill people. Along the way, they were full of thrills. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. It was hard for a weak scholar like Lord Su to bear the burden with his heart for the people. The wind and rain were gloomy, and there was a scholar between heaven and earth. Even Gu Yun rubbed his chin. He was too embarrassed to tease him anymore. I'll have to trouble Lord Su later. Gu Yun's playful eyes darkened, and there seemed to be a cold steel light in his eyes. They're here. As he said this, a group of Western patrol soldiers wearing light armor walked in front of him. One of them walked out of the crowd and circled around the fire and wreckage that the rain hadn't extinguished for a long time. He mumbled something. Su Ling whispered, he said, it's raining so heavily. There shouldn't be a fire for no reason. There are no outsiders in this area. What happened? What did he mean by there are no outsiders in this area? Gu Yun tilted his head just now. Another Western soldier picked up a piece of burnt wreckage from the ground. He held it in his hand and flipped it for a moment. Suddenly, he jumped 3 feet high and said something again. Su Ling hurriedly said, he said, there's the logo of the Daliang military factory on it. A Daliang spy has sneaked in. Commander Gu, they're starting to get nervous. Have we been discovered? Wood could be burnt, but stone and iron couldn't. It seemed that the logo of the Lingshu temple was recognized. Su Ling said, Commander Gu, I'm afraid that these barbarians will send a warning signal. Gu Yun pressed one hand on the wind-cutting blade at his waist and tilted his head to look at Chongqing. Chongqing calmly took out a clairvoyant lens that could be clipped to the bridge of his nose. His fingers gently wiped the water droplets on the lens and slightly plucked the bowstring, as if he was checking if it was damp. Then, under Su Ling's dumbfounded gaze, he slowly pulled the bowstring. Gu Yun waved his hand, and more than 20 Black Iron Battalion guards quickly passed through the weeds. A Western patrolling soldier untied a horn-shaped trombone from his waist and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to put it to his mouth to sound a warning, an iron arrow suddenly pierced through the air and accurately pierced his left ear. On the spot, the man's head turned into a rotten red and white watermelon. Brain matter sprayed all over his companion's body. The next moment, a few black shadows suddenly appeared and pounced in front of the Western soldiers who couldn't react in time. The wind-cutting blade made a fine sound in the air one after another. In the blink of an eye, a few heads fell to the ground. The remaining one who didn't have time to dismount raised his hands in fear and horror as he looked at the killers who suddenly emerged from the weeds. Only then did Su Ling let out a sigh of relief and finished his sentence in a daze. Call for accomplices. Gu Yun patted his shoulder and replied sincerely, we can't call for accomplices now. Strip him, tie him up and take him away. We can't stay here for long. Let's retreat first. Tu Xian. Thai guards heard this and seized the Western soldier. They stripped him of his armor and searched his body like peeling garlic. Then, they tied the Western soldier who looked like a white chicken into a lump of pork waiting to be slaughtered. They stuffed his mouth and took him away. I saw a small village over there. Let's borrow a place to interrogate him. Chongqing said as he walked, generally, in this kind of riverside area, those who can run away during the war have all run away. I'm afraid that only some old, weak, sick and disabled people are left in their homes. When we meet the people later, we can ask the local people about the situation in the fallen land. However, we still have to ask Lord Su to go first. The brothers of the Black Iron Battalion are always murderous even when they don't talk or move. Don't let them scare the people. Su Ling hurriedly said, yes, this official obeys. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Chong Gung. The Wild Goose King had already been drenched by the rain. A strand of hair fell from his temples, dripping with water. He was clearly walking in the middle of a muddy pond in the desolate wilderness. The expression on his face seemed to remain unchanged, as if he did not care at all. On his back, he carried the bowstring that was earth-shattering as soon as it was drawn. Chongqing inadvertently raised his head and happened to meet Su Ling's gaze. He asked pleasantly, "What does Lord Su want to say to me?" Su Ling's expression changed a few times. In the end, he swallowed the words that were about to rush into his mouth and only politely shook his head. The group of people walked into the small village and saw that it was like a ghost village. It was quiet. Except for the sound of the wind and rain and their respective footsteps, there was no movement at all. The dilapidated wooden doors were half open and half closed. The weeds in the courtyard grew to half the height of the wall. Everywhere they looked, there were broken tiles and decayed tiles. A child's pea green doo-doo was hanging in front of the door. Mud and water dripped everywhere, and it had already become a piece of ragged cloth. The most spacious place in the village was the ancestral hall. The courtyard could be seen from afar and could be used as a place for outsiders to rest. Guchen took out a stick the size of a small fire. After unscrewing the lid, a faint light shot out from inside. The roof tiles of the ancestral hall were no longer complete. It was raining heavily outside and drizzling inside. The tables and chairs in the room were either toppled or broken. There were only a few pieces of ragged cloth left in the corner. They were printed with the plain prints of Jiangnan and vaguely showed the prosperity of Osmanthus in the third autumn. Su Ling looked around the inside and outside of the ancestral hall and asked, "There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Marshal Gu, could it be that all the locals have run away?" Gu Yan also frowned slightly. He called for a few personal guards to search around and bent down to pick up the printed cloth in the corner. "The last time I went to Jiangnan, it was spring and the flowers were in full bloom." Gu Yun said, "The flowers were splendid and the warm wind was blowing. Even the rebels were not in a hurry. They got some merchant ships filled with incense to secretly transport the purple gold." Before he finished speaking, a personal guard quickly rushed in. "Marshal, quickly take a look. Behind the ancestral hall, in the backyard, there is." Gu Yun raised his eyebrows. "What is it?" The personal guard's expression flickered for a moment. He avoided Gu Yun's gaze and said with difficulty, "The villagers." The small village in Jiangnan was winding and graceful. There was a small river in the village, and the houses on both sides of the river flowed along it. There was no distinction between north and south, east and west. Now, they were all dilapidated. Half of the 4 loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness stone tablets at the entrance of the ancestral hall had been broken. The broken stone rolled into the pile of weeds. Su Ling didn't know what he kicked. He looked down and almost jumped up. It was a piece of a dead person's skeleton. Su Ling, this. While they were talking, Yan Wang had already taken the lead to enter the backyard of the ancestral hall. He saw that the ancestral tablets were scattered everywhere in the courtyard. The ruins of the collapsed gods and Buddhas were covered in dust. On the black stone slabs, countless corpses with their heads separated from their bodies were neatly arranged. Men, women, old, and young were all connected. The black eye sockets of the white bones were already covered with spider webs. Su Ling gasped and unconsciously grabbed the door frame. "This place is accessible in all directions." Chongqing was silent for a long time before he said in a low voice, "There are open seas and canals in the north and south, and official roads in the east and west lead to the south and sea. In the past, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. There are many plains here. If the foreign race forcibly occupied this place for a long time, it will be difficult to continue. It will be easy for our people to sneak in." Su Ling asked blankly, "What do you mean by thoroughly?" "Send out heavy armored soldiers to slaughter the village," Chong Gung said in a low voice. "Draw a circle and gather all the people in the circle together. Clean them up and don't let any living people in. Then, we just need to send people to guard the entrances of the roads. This way, the incident of thousands of Black Iron battalions sneaking into the southwest under the guise of traveling merchants won't happen again. Now I finally understand why there were only a few patrolling soldiers. Because this place is simply a no-man's land. While Chong Gung was speaking, he suddenly launched an attack and kicked the Western captive in the stomach. The captive's intestines were hanging by a thread from his angry kick. Unable to scream, the captive could only moan mournfully on the ground like a pig being slaughtered. Gu Yun took the light from Gu Chen's hand and illuminated a piece of soaked wood. There was a line of words carved by fingernails on it. A bodyguard asked, "Marshal, what is that?" Gu Yun's throat moved slightly. Only half of the words are written in Hu Chen's Tears of the Remnant People. There was a skeleton under the large wooden pillar. It had already rotted into a ball, and the white bones were mottled. It was a horrifying sight. Only an index finger that had been gnawed clean by insects and ants was still pointing at the ball of writing. It was as if it was still asking silently, "Where are the general's iron cavalry in the land of fish and rice?" After being drenched in the rain all night, it was only now that the chill finally seeped out from his bones. The words "Jiangnan has fallen" also penetrated the paper with an unprecedented force. The entire ancestral hall was dead silent for a moment. After an unknown period of time, Chongqing gently pushed Gu Yun, "Don't look, Zishi. A long night is fraught with dreams. Let's leave here first. It's more important to meet up with Elder Zhong." Gu Yun's fingertips were tightly clenched. Hearing this, he straightened his back. For some reason, his vision darkened and he staggered half a step before he could stand firm. Chongqing was startled and held his elbow. "What's wrong?" Gu Yun's chest felt stuffy. A feeling of weakness that he hadn't felt for many years arose spontaneously. For a moment, he blankly felt an indescribable sense of weakness. Ever since he was injured at Shiguan, regardless of whether he stopped drinking or reducing his medication, he couldn't stop his body from deteriorating day by day. It was as if all the debts he owed in the past had all come to him. Now, faced with the questioning of a skeleton, he was speechless. There was even a trace of uneasy weakness in his heart. Gu Yun thought, "When can I take back Jiangnan? Can I still make it in time?" However, the many doubts and worries in Gu Yun's heart only appeared for a moment before he forcefully suppressed them. At least in the eyes of outsiders, he had returned to normal. "It's all right," Gu Yun tilted his head and glanced at Chongqing. He pulled his elbow out of Chongqing's palm and said to Su Ling as if nothing had happened, "Lord Su, ask that white-haired monkey where their nest is, how many people they have, how many armors they have, and where the steel armors are hidden. If he doesn't answer after asking once, cut off one of his fingers and roast it for him to have a sumptuous meal." It was said that many of the Western soldiers were bought with money. They didn't have any moral integrity that didn't fear death. Gu Yun didn't even have time to use the many methods to scare him. As soon as the personal guard flashed the wind blade, he confessed everything. Just as Chongqing said, they cleared the vast plains by the river into a no-man's land. Only one sentry guard was left in each area. Each sentry post only had about 10 people, most of whom were cavalry. Part of the main force acted as the vanguard to confront General Zhong and the others. Another part. Su Ling pursed his lips with difficulty and translated, looted everywhere, forcing the captives to work as laborers, miners, and slaves. The looted goods were transported back to their country to shut the mouths of those who wanted the Pope to step down. At this time, the shower had stopped. The thick clouds had suddenly parted, revealing a thin layer of moonlight. Looking from afar, there was only smoke and desolation everywhere. The plowing puppets were busy in the fields, and the flourishing scene of farmers drinking tea and discussing the country could no longer be seen. Su Ling whispered, "I thought that the refugees in Jiangbei were already very poor, but they still have straw shacks to block the rain and 2 bowls of porridge to receive every day." Chongqing said, "It's useless to say more. Let's go. Let that Western dog lead the way to their sentry post." The 2 personal guards of the Black Iron Battalion immediately responded and lifted the Western soldier. "His Royal Highness Yan Wang." Su Ling took a few steps forward and called out to Chongqing, "When can I fight the Western dog?" Chongqing didn't stop walking and answered without turning his head, "If we can smoothly settle down the refugees in Jiangbei, God will not give us face and give us face." We can rest and build up strength for 1 or 2 years until the 18 armies run out of ammunition and food. We can then reopen the Purple Gold Channel in Beijing. I don't believe that we can't deal with this group of Western dogs. However, right now, the court was in turmoil and it was difficult to move forward. Tens of thousands of refugees were still homeless and destitute. How could they talk about rest and build up strength and unite against the outside world? Su Ling took a deep breath and his eyes were red. He caught up with Yan Wang's footsteps and said in a low and hurried voice by his ear, "Your Highness, do you know that your reforms in the court were too big? There have long been people who see you as a thorn in their side. Let's not talk about anything else, but this investigation in the south this time. If that young Ronggui really did embezzle and conceal the report, he will definitely receive news in the next few days. If he goes all out, he can exchange all the gold and silver in the manor for fire beacon tickets. He can only say that in order to forcefully push for fire beacon tickets, you used all kinds of unscrupulous methods to give the local officials targets that they can't meet. They are corrupt and have no choice but to bend the law. What will you do then?" Chongqing smiled faintly and said, "If there really is someone who can take over this chaotic situation, recover Jiangnan, and stabilize the 4 directions, what can I do if I pack my bags and leave? Lord Su, what I do is not for myself, nor is it for those people to say good things about me. Whoever is willing to participate can participate. I ask myself whether I am worthy of heaven's reasoning and conscience. It doesn't matter if I sleep in the Grand Council in the middle of the night or in the prison. No ancestors will come out to slap me in the face. Other than that." He didn't continue speaking. There seemed to be a bitter and mocking smile that flashed across his young and handsome face. Su Ling seemed to see the loneliness and helplessness that surrounded Yan Wang. His heart shook and his face burned with pain. The censorate had been slapped in the face by Yan Wang in public more than once. They had long wished that they could grab hold of some information that could be used against Yan Wang's party. The Supervision Institute was the gathering place of the clear stream in the court. They were all like Su Ling. They were unwilling to climb up to the powerful officials and disdained to wallow in the mire with the merchants who stinked of money. They boasted that they were only loyal to the emperor. They saw Yan Wang's actions as drinking poison to quench thirst. In addition, rumors and slanders were everywhere. They always felt that Yan Wang was a scheming traitor who played the emperor in the palm of his hand. Su Ling followed Yan Wang to the south this time. One reason was to investigate and punish the corrupt officials. More importantly, while the aristocratic families and the new nobles were fighting each other, the clear stream of the 2 courts had already planned to join hands to accuse Yan Wang, the initiator of all this. Su Ling's purpose for coming here was not simple. It was because the Emperor Longnan was worried about Yan Wang, Li Min. It was also because the 2 courts wanted to grab hold of the evidence of Yan Wang's disloyalty. Someone was working hard for the desolation of Jiangnan and Jiangbei, even if his methods were a bit harsh. Yet they were waiting in the court to accuse him of his mistakes. Who was the one who was bringing disaster to the country and the people? Su Ling couldn't help but choke with sobs. "Your Highness," Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Lord Su?" Su Ling couldn't speak for a moment. Gu Yun led the way in front without saying a word. Su Ling, the scholar, thought that he was whispering. In fact, with Gu Yun's hearing ability when he wasn't deaf, he heard every word downwind. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at his bodyguard who was listening to him with extreme anger. He then glanced at Gu Chen, whose expression was flickering. He more or less knew where the accident of accidentally entering the enemy's ranks came from. Gu Yun lowered her head slightly. She thought for a moment and knew who this trip to the south was for. To some extent, Gu Yun, who grew up in the depths of the palace, actually understood Li Feng better than Chongqing did. If a person's aspirations were too high and he or she lacked meaning, it was very easy to fall into Li Feng's situation. The Emperor Longnan understood the way of politics, but no matter how powerful a shepherd dog was, it could only herd sheep. Even if it had sharp teeth and could bite a wolf to death in a one-on-one fight, it could not be the Wolf King. The same principle. Gu Yun did not need to inquire about the different factions in the imperial court and what political views they held. No matter what Su Ling's purpose was, no matter which faction he belonged to, in reality, he was Li Feng's man. Li Feng liked this kind of blockhead who did not curry favor, did not form cliques, and had no status or background. He pursued the word pure official all his life. Regardless of what kind of concept pure official should be, in the Emperor Long An's eyes, this word had two meanings. First, it had to be promoted by the emperor himself, without any aristocratic family or powerful officials adding fuel to the fire, and the background was clean enough. Second, it had to make the emperor feel safe and controllable. In the beginning, Yan Wang, Li Min, walked this path. At that time, he had no foundation in the imperial court, had no one to rely on, and had no power or influence. He only had a little royal blood in his body, and it was a mixed blood that made people secretly suspicious. He was almost an ignorant and fearless person who provoked the Daliang of the Grand Council. He was just like a pure official in Li Feng's eyes. However, later on, Li Feng discovered that Yan Wang was not an ignorant person. He had too many tricks up his sleeves, big and small. The Emperor Longan was no longer able to control him and no longer dared to believe in his purity. Therefore, the Emperor Longan sent an even purer person to restrain him. Through the pair of swallow-like eyes on Lord Su's face, an emperor was peeking out. Unfortunately, this pair of clairvoyant eyes actually had a pure heart. Presumably, before Yan Wang had the time to use his many tricks, he had already taken the bait. Now, Daliang could not tolerate people who were truly upright, pure, and loyal. Although Guyan avoided suspicion and did not get involved in internal affairs for many years, he was well aware of the morals of those people. Even though he was far away at the border, he had heard a little about Changging's actions after entering the court. However, knowing and hearing were one thing, and seeing with his own eyes was another. In fact, until now, in Guyan's heart, Changging had always been the gentle and pure youth of the past. Perhaps he was overflowing with talent, but he was never arrogant because of his talent. Perhaps he had a little temper, but he didn't flare up easily. Even if he did flare up, he flare up very appropriately. He only wanted to tell the people who offended him, "I'm angry." Most of the people who were retaliated against would only feel as if they had been scratched by an intimate little animal with its claws, leaving a white mark and not breaking the skin. It could make people feel pain to the bones. It was so real and warm, so real that even though Guyan knew in his heart, he still could not emotionally associate him with the decisive and murderous Prince Yan, Li Min. Now, under the bleak wind and bitter rain in Jiangnan, these two seemingly unrelated images finally gradually merged into one. For a moment, both of them seemed unfamiliar. Guyan's chest, which had been out of breath earlier, hurt even more. However, he was in the enemy's formation, so it was not convenient for the commander to feel sad for no reason. He could only maintain an almost frivolous and relaxed expression and silently endure this pain. The group quickly followed the Western captives to the nearest sentry post. According to the Western captives, the people at the sentry post were divided into two groups and rotated to patrol. It was very easy to patrol the no man's land. Over time, the Western cavalry became more negligent. They didn't even realize that the enemy had sneaked in. That Russian said there were only 2 sets of heavy armor in the sentry post, Su Ling whispered. There's nothing else. Commander, can the heavy armor help us cross the river? Yes, Gu Yun replied. It sinks as soon as it goes down. It soaks faster than a pig cage. It specializes in curing all kinds of adulterous men and women. Su Ling, just now, he thought that the Marquis of Stability was serious for a while. Now, it seemed that it was an illusion. Gu Yun wiped his face and wiped away the tiredness on his face. He also pretended to be very energetic. Don't be in a hurry. Let's first use these Russian sentries to sneak into the front line of the river and wait for an opportunity to get one of their fast-moving short-flood dragons. Lord Su, don't worry. I have already informed General Cheng. When we reach the river, there will naturally be support there. Su Ling stared blankly and said, Commander Gu has already contacted General Cheng? When did you contact him? Gu Yun said seriously, our hearts are as one. He started to talk nonsense again. Deputy Inspector Su, who had been fooled time and time again, finally learned to keep his mouth shut in front of Gu Yun. From this, he deduced where Prince Yan's calm and steady attitude came from. Changging was fiercely shocked. He had indeed informed General Cheng, but he used the method of Linyuan Pavilion. It was really inconvenient for him to tell Su Ling originally, he had prepared another show to Lord Su. Who knew that Gu Yun would silently take the blame for him with just a few words? Gu Yun held the Xiantai in his hand. During wartime, he could move around everywhere. It was not strange for him to have an inhumane way of communicating with the border garrison. Even the most foolish person would tactfully stop asking after hearing his evasive words. If they met with reinforcements later, Su Ling would not be suspicious. Chongbing's wet palms were instantly covered in a layer of cold sweat. He knows. Chongbing's heart swayed and sank coldly. Man proposes, and God disposes. No matter how intricately linked a plan, it was inevitable that there would be twists and turns and accidents in the middle. For Chong Gung, the first accident he encountered was that day in the imperial court when he invited himself to go south. He did not have time to give a fervent speech before Gu Yun unexpectedly stood out and made the final decision. The arrow on the bow had to be released. He could only brace himself and walk down the path, making his many arrangements more hidden. When it came to Gu Yun, the meticulous Yan Wang was always confused for a moment. It was not that he was not smart enough, but he really could not tell what his plan was. On one hand, he wanted to hide it from Gu Yun like how he hid it from Su Ling. After all, conspiracies and machinations were upright. He did not want Gu Yun to see how he was scheming and did not dare to think about how Gu Yun would view this matter. On the other hand, he faintly hoped that Gu Yun would be able to see through everything. It was almost like he was acting coquettishly towards someone who was very close to him. He wanted to let that person know that he was such a person. He was so contradictory. He was afraid of touching Gu Yun's hard bottom line, but he could not help but want to test it. Perhaps the most unpredictable thing in the world was not the enemy's viciousness, but the sweetheart's intentions that made people feel erratic from time to time, no matter how sincere they were. Gu Yun looked back at him intentionally or unintentionally. Chongbing's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, as if he wanted to dodge. Then, he looked straight into Gu Yun's eyes. His gaze was like a hook, trying to find some clues. However, at this moment, Gu Chen insensibly came over and whispered in Gu Yun's ear, "Marshal, I suspect that the foreign Russians' heavy armor has special craftsmanship. It's cheaper than ours. Why don't you guys deal with them first? I'll go and take a look at the heavy armor and steal it." Gu Chen's appearance just happened to divert Gu Yun's gaze. Chongbing could not figure out the meaning behind that glance in a hurry. Surrounded by outsiders, he could not go forward and ask clearly. He could only feel uneasy. When Gu Yun heard this, he pointed to a personal guard who was following Gu Chen and said, "If you can't steal it back, I'll take it that you're slacking off. When we go back, we'll deal with you according to military law." "Let's go." Under his order, more than 20 black crows quietly surrounded the small western sentry post. They quietly took care of the few western soldiers who were still dreaming inside. From the sentry post, they found a set of garrison defense maps and a few sets of light armor. The group of people each put on the light armor. When the time came, as long as they put down their masks, no one would be able to tell that the people inside were not the original ones. Gu Yun pointed to the trembling western captive, "Put the light armor on him. Put a fuse in the gold box. If he dares to cause trouble, fry him into dumplings." "Oh right, where's Xiao Gu?" Gu Chen quickly trotted over. "Hey, Commander, I'm here." Gu Yun saw that in such a short time, not only did this person dismantle the western soldier's heavy armor, but he also dismantled the entire core of the heavy armor. He tied it to his waist like a miser and refused to put it down. His eyes were as bright as a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. He ran over and said, "Commander Gu, do I have to pretend to be a western soldier too? I want to take this with me. Do you have light armor that's bigger than my stomach?" Gu Yun looked at him for a moment with an unclear meaning. He ordered his personal guards to tie Gu Lingshu up. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Why are you wearing light armor? It's dozens of caddies heavy. I have a more suitable role for you. You don't have to dress casually. How about pretending to be a spy who sneaked into the enemy's camp and got caught? If you're interrogated, we have an excuse." "Oh right, you'll look like you're caught red-handed with this thing. Tie him up." With a shocked expression, Gu Chen replaced the western captive. He was tied up by two emotionless personal guards. His hands and feet were hung on a long pole and he was swayed as he was carried away. Gu Chen was not stupid. He vaguely felt that he might have offended the great general and that Gu Yun was deliberately messing with him. He hurriedly looked at Chongqing for help. Wang. Wang what? Gu Yun put down the iron mask. His voice came from behind the cold mask like a layer of frost. Shut his mouth. The captive is not allowed to scream. Prince Yan, who was still in a state of confusion, did not dare to make a sound. With his silent consent, Gulingshu's whole body became a mass of injustice and was carried away by a long pole. The group swaggered while carrying the captive toward the western garrison. As dawn approached, they had already passed through a large area of no man's land in Jiangnan and were approaching the enemy's camp. At this time, Gu Yun and the others could already see the terrifying western water monster lying on the surface of the river. Those western flood dragons that came and went like the wind like tiger sharks ran amok. This was the first time they faced these whirlwind-like western flood dragons. Su Ling felt dizzy for a moment. The western defense line was too tight. His hands were covered in cold sweat. He did not know how these people could still swagger in the enemy's camp. Before they could get close to the encampment, several short cannons moved over and aimed at them. Su Ling swallowed hard. At this time, one of his shoulders was pressed down. Su Ling heard Yan Wang's voice in his ear. When you are afraid, don't think that we will die if we are discovered. You have to think about it. We have to take care of these people. If we don't kill them today, we will settle accounts with them one by one tomorrow. We are here to kill, not to be killed. Su Ling could hear the killing intent of a hunter from the Wild Goose King's clear and calm voice. He shuddered slightly, and the killing intent seemed to be transmitted to his body through the shuddering. Su Ling took a deep breath and thought of the piles of bones in the ancestral hall. He closed his eyes forcefully, and as expected, the fear in his heart lessened. Yan Wang said again, pull the lead wire properly. We don't understand the foreign language, so we can only rely on Lord Su. If he moves even a little bit, will Lord Su dare to kill him? Deputy Inspector Su had been studying since he was a child. He had never even killed a chicken. His hand that was holding the lead wire couldn't help but tremble. It didn't matter if he trembled. The western captive felt that his life was hanging by a thread and also trembled. Yan Wang's hand that was pressing down on Su Ling's shoulder pressed down. The force penetrated the steel armor like a pair of iron pliers and forcibly stabilized Su Ling with an external force. Su Ling gritted his teeth, I dare. Don't worry, Your Highness. This official will not disappoint you. Chongqing slowly withdrew his hand. He felt that Gu Yun was looking at him. He hid behind the iron mask and didn't dare to look back. He quietly wiped the cold sweat from his palms. He could tell everyone what to do, but no one would give him any pointers. At this time, the Western Guard said something through Tong Ho. The general idea was to ask them what they were doing. Su Ling cleared his throat and replied, we caught a spy from the Central Plains when we were patrolling the camp. We brought him here to see how we deal with him. The garrison guard looked at him in confusion. Gu Yun silently tapped the captive's back with the hilt of his sword, be sensible. Su Ling didn't translate, but the western captive already understood Gu Yun's meaning. He trembled as he lifted the helmet of his light armor. A tuft of familiar yellow hair dispelled the guard's doubts. The guard glanced at Gu Chen who was hanging on a pole and made a grimace. He waved his hand and several cannon muzzles slowly moved away. The garrison let them in. Let's wait for a while, the guard who let them in said, the Pope is receiving important guests. The adults are all accompanying him. No one will care even if we report it. Let's go and register first. Lock up this pig and roast it at night. The others didn't respond. Su Ling knew that even Yan Wang couldn't give him any guidance at this time. He swallowed twice and asked as calmly as possible, where did the guests come from? The Holy Land. The guard scratched his face impatiently, don't ask about things you shouldn't know. I really don't know when they will let us go back. This war will never end. Hey, brother, these useless people in the no man's land caught a spy. Give them some jerky and they probably won't be able to make any more contributions in this life. The group of Western soldiers laughed. Su Ling's heart was slightly relieved. He took the lead to push the Western captive in the direction that the guard pointed. Who knew that at this moment, the Western captive suddenly moved? The special lead that Su Ling was holding was exposed. The Western guard who hadn't left yet saw it and asked, "Wait, what's that behind you?" Su Ling broke out in a cold sweat. The guard suspiciously walked to Su Ling and looked him up and down. He suddenly reached out and pressed the sword at his waist. "Lift your mask." Su Ling's heart was beating wildly. He was so stiff that he couldn't move. At this moment, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in the distance. Flames soared into the sky and many Western soldiers ran past them. The Western guard who was interrogating them was distracted. Changgung suddenly took a step forward. A thin needle the length of an arm appeared in his hand and pierced the guard's neck at lightning speed. The Western guard didn't even make a sound. He stood there and died. A soldier took off the guard's helmet and turned around to cut Guchen's rope and put the helmet on his head. Su Ling gasped for breath and noticed that one of Gu Yun's soldiers was missing. In the next moment, Gu Yun gently snatched the lead from Su Ling's hand and said, "Let's go." Before Su Ling could react, he saw Gu Yun pull away the lead from the captive's back. The wind blade in his hand cut open something behind the Western man's light armor. He flew up and kicked him. A large cloud of white gas emerged from the captive's back. Using the force of Gu Yun's kick, the light armor pushed him forward. The Western captive let out a scream that didn't sound like a human's. At the same time, the strange movements here were inevitably noticed. The soldiers of the Black Iron Battalion were extremely well trained. With a signal from Gu Yun, they all carried out their duties and raised their crossbows and fired in all directions. Only then did the Western captive's light armor explode. The huge shock lifted the surrounding tents and the Western soldiers. Su Ling lost his balance for a moment. A hand buckled on the light armor grabbed him and pulled him forward. The group of people took advantage of the chaos to run. When they reached a corner, Gu Yun suddenly reached out and stopped Su Ling and Changgung who was pulling him. He quickly whispered, "He ran that way, chase him." "What do you mean?" Su Ling didn't have time to react. He instinctively translated these words into the Western language. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy chased after them. Gu Yun raised his hand and pulled out the sword on the Western light armor. He imitated the words Su Ling had just taught him and took the lead to carry the Western sword. He confidently and murderously chased out. They were all wearing the same armor and the same mask. It was impossible to tell who was who. Gu Yun had been in charge of the Black Iron Battalion for many years. He really had the temperament of a general. When he gave the order, the Western soldiers couldn't help but run with him. Su Ling, they inexplicably went from being rounded up to being chased. They chased all the way to the riverside. Su Ling saw a black shadow suddenly emerge from the crowd in the distance. The Western armor used for disguise had been removed. It was Gu Yun's missing personal guard. The Black Iron Battalion let out a long howl and then jumped into the river. Su Ling was quick-witted and shouted loudly in the Western language, "Get on the boat, chase him." Gu Yun didn't expect that Lord Su would be stained so quickly. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Su Ling didn't have time to be proud. He was thrown down from the riverside by Gu Yun with dozens of kilograms of light armor. He crashed into a Western flood dragon. The navy on the flood dragon also heard the commotion on the shore. They were puzzled and came over to watch. At this moment, a few black shadows landed one after another. They raised their swords and killed a few Western Navy soldiers. They were killed in one strike without any hesitation. There was no sound. Before the corpses fell, they were quietly helped away by the killers. To outsiders, it looked like they were just good comrades walking side by side into the cabin. A moment later, before the chaos on the shore was over, a Western flood dragon had already rushed out of the Western military port at lightning speed. Guchen felt that it was worth it to be able to personally drive this incredibly fast Western flood dragon out, even if he was hung up like dried pork for half a day. He was so excited that he looked like a lecher who had seen a peerless beauty. He touched the Western flood dragon's control panel with a wretched expression, almost drooling. A colorful firework exploded in the river. It was Gu Yun's personal guard who set the fire and jumped into the river. Guchen drove the Western flood dragon straight over, and in the next moment, a chain as thick as a child's arm swept out from the Western flood dragon, splitting the sea breeze and making a sharp sound. Fortunately, the person in the water was an elite of the Black Iron Battalion. Not only was he not frightened by the weapon, he even raised his hand and grabbed the chain. He followed the chain and swept half a circle, then used the force to somersault onto the western flood dragon. Guchen shouted, "Hold on tight. The Lingshu temple has been drooling over this western flood dragon for a long time, and we finally got one today. General, we can follow you around and pick up leftovers in the future, ha ha ha." Everyone was so distracted by Gu Lingshu's joyful running that they could only try their best to hold on to the railing next to them. Gu Yun's ears were filled with the roar of the river water hitting the flood dragon's body. She gritted her teeth and thought, I already tied him up just now, why didn't I think of beating him up? The western flood dragon flew under the sea monster, and at this time it was too late for the Westerners to react. Only then did the Western garrison on the south bank recover from the chaos. They anxiously planned to pursue and attack. Who would have thought that before the order was given, a black mass of long flood dragons on the other side of the river came out of the harbor without warning. Mr. Yu put down the clairvoyance in his hand in horror and quickly ordered, "Wait. Don't chase, it's a conspiracy. Gather the fleet and prepare for battle. Damn it, the people of the Central Plains have been hiding for so long, why are they suddenly going out to battle today?" The Pope's face did not look too good either. He personally accompanied a man with a mustache out of the tent. He was probably the so-called guest from the Holy Land. The two men looked at each other, seemingly in harmony, but actually at odds. The Pope turned his head and looked at the Jiangbei garrison with concern. In the blink of an eye, the rampaging western flood dragon disappeared into the Daliang's fleet. Just when both sides were ready for battle, the Daliang navy, under the stunned gaze of the enemy, suddenly changed from the rear to the front. Without any movement, they slowly retreated, as if they just came out to show their faces. Leaving aside the confused Western army, old General Zhong Chan was shocked when he received the message from Chongging's wooden bird. He secretly cursed this lunatic for doing things so incorrectly. However, when Prince Yan and the Marquis of Stability arrived in person, Zhong Chan and Yao Zhen, the two leaders of Jiangbei, one civil and one martial, had to personally welcome them. According to the rules, Zhong Chan bowed and said, "This general pays his respects to His Royal Highness Yan Wang, Marshal Gu." Those two had a master-disciple relationship with him, so no one dared to make him bow down. They hurriedly went up to help Zhong Chan up. Gu Yan's gaze inadvertently swept past the back of General Cheng's hand, which was covered with fine brown spots. It was so thin that it seemed like only a layer of skin was left. The smell of aging hit him in the face. Zhong Chan was already over 70 years old. Although his back was still straight, his hair was white. The light fur coat of a few dozen kilograms could no longer bear it. He only had a symbolic thin layer of armor on his body. Gu Yun looked at him, feeling a mix of emotions. He had once been incomparably envious of General Cheng and hated that he couldn't imitate him and remove both his official and noble titles. He could hide his identity and wander the Jianghu, where no one could find him. How happy would that be? However, after a round of envy, before he could leave, General Cheng had already returned in his old body. The two of them, one in the south and one in the north, each bowed to the utmost. Gu Yun felt as if he had seen a circle of fate that could not be avoided. Zhong Chan swept an unclear glance over Chongging and then looked at Gu Yun. He said, "Marshal Gu's complexion is not good." Gu Yun smiled and said, "I accepted the emperor's order to guarantee that Yan Wang and Lord Su, the two imperial envoys, would be safely sent back to the capital. In the end, we fell into enemy ranks before we even achieved victory. We were so scared that we were scared out of our wits. How could his complexion be good?" Zhong Chan said faintly, "Since that is the case, let's discuss the matter of welcoming everyone later. Zhong Zhe, first arrange for everyone to wash up and rest for a while before we continue. There are still some military matters during this time of crisis, so I won't keep you company." Finished speaking, he glanced at Yan Wang, cupped his fist in a neutral salute, and really turned to leave. Chongging probably knew that the old general was not satisfied with his arrangements, so he didn't make a sound. At Zhong Chan's age, the yellow soil was up to his neck. Who knew when he would meet the previous emperor, so there was no need for him to curry favor with anyone. Furthermore, the high-ranking officials in the court were all his juniors. Thus, regardless of whether it was Yan Wang or the Marquis of Stability, he spoke bluntly. His attitude stunned Su Ling, who had just narrowly escaped death. Only Yao Zhen was left with a headache on the side. He hurriedly racked his brains to find a way to smooth things over. He also hurriedly arranged tents for everyone to rest. Gu Yun hastily freshened himself up and changed out of his soaked clothes. Before he could do anything, he was already exhausted. He ordered that no one should disturb him, and then he went to sleep in the tent until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. By the time he woke up, the sky was already dark. Gu Yun's vision was blurry, and he couldn't hear the sounds around him clearly. As soon as he moved, a pair of hands reached out from the side. First, they thoughtfully gave him 2 sips of tea to wake him up. Then, a bowl of familiar medicine was placed in front of him. Without asking, Gu Yun knew who had come. Gu Yun didn't have much energy. After sleeping, his body was even more tired. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Chang'ing. He took the bowl and drank it in one gulp. Then, he fell back onto the pillow and concentrated on closing his eyes to rest, waiting for the medicine to take effect. Chang'ing sat quietly on the side, using his fingers as a replacement for the silver needles, and neither lightly nor heavily lingered on the acupuncture points on Gu Yun's head and neck. Gu Yun felt drowsy from Chang'ing's pressure, and felt that the little bit of clarity in his heart was like a flickering lamp in the wind, burning intermittently. After a while, his gradually clearing ears and the continuous tingling sensation rose at the same time. Gu Yun was completely awake. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Chang'ing's hand movement stopped. He lowered his head and gently kissed Gu Yun's furrowed brows. It was a tentative touch. Then, perhaps because he saw that Gu Yun didn't have any reaction, he gradually became bolder. He kissed along the bridge of Gu Yun's nose and finally landed on the lips that had a slight bitter taste of medicine. Gu Yun had just finished drinking the medicine and hadn't rinsed his mouth. His mouth was full of bitterness. He didn't really want to kiss him, so he tilted his head slightly to avoid it. Who knew that this subtle avoidance would somehow agitate Chang'ing? His quiet and silent breathing suddenly changed. His breathing suddenly became hurried. He exerted all his strength and fiercely held Gu Yun in his arms. With an indescribable sense of despair, he attacked her all at once. It was as if he didn't want to kiss her, but bit her with deep hatred. Gu Yun reached out to pinch the back of his neck, but Chang'ing grabbed her hand midway and forced her onto the bed. He was taking advantage of her. Gu Yun frowned. He turned his body sideways and brought Chang'ing's elbow to the edge of the bed. He knocked it neither lightly nor heavily and hit his tendons. As expected, Chang'ing was in pain. He instinctively let go of his hand, but in the next moment, he clung onto him without caring about anything else. Gu Yun used the art of capture to subdue him. "Where is this place? Are you crazy?" Chang'ing's breathing was frighteningly heavy. Even if he died, he would not let go. Even if he was caught, he would not let go. He still stubbornly twisted his arm to reach for the person. When his wrist was twisted to a certain extent, a crack sound could be heard. His stubbornness that would rather injure himself than retreat was truly frightening. Of course, Gu Yun couldn't break his wrist. However, when he loosened his grip slightly, Chang'ing pounced on him. It was as if he wanted to trap him in a small space between the bed and the bed. He stared at Gu Yun from above. His gaze was like a hungry wolf. It was greed and fear. It was as if he wanted to disregard everything, but also as if he was nervous and on guard at all times. Gu Yun's originally blurry vision gradually focused. He could already see his surroundings clearly. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly slept for an entire day. He rested at dawn. It was already past dusk and dusk was gradually fading. He looked at Chang'ing's eyes in the dim light. He didn't find the ominous bloody light and double pupils in his eyes. He knew that he was awake at this time and was purely looking for trouble. After staring at each other for a long time, the ferocious look in Chang'ing's eyes finally subsided like a passing tide. However, an indescribable pleading look slowly emerged. "Zishi, Gu Yun asked coldly, "You what?" Chang'ing couldn't help but shrink under his gaze. He slowly let go of him. His entire body was as stiff as a puppet. He closed his eyes slightly and slumped to the side. He was too sensitive when it came to Gu Yun. He was so sensitive that Gu Yun didn't even need to say anything. A single look from Gu Yun was enough to break his heart. Silence spread in the small tent. After a long time, Chang'ing whispered in the stillness, "This time, I want to force Li Feng to stand on my side. I want to test how big of a storm the aristocratic families in the imperial court can stir up. Those people are used to following the old ways and aren't monolithic inside. If my actions are too big in the capital, it's easy to be rebounded. It's better to use Jiangbei as an opening to lure them to lower their guard and take the bait. I also want to take the opportunity to push the new nobles onto the throne. I'm waiting for the next step to completely eliminate the dissidents and clean up the imperial court." There seemed to be an undercurrent sweeping through his words. He didn't mention the words "settling the refugees." It was as if he was avoiding suspicion in a fit of pique. He deliberately refused to mention his good intentions. He insisted on saying how sinister and cunning, how despicable and shameless he was. Who didn't know that Yan Wang spoke to people and ghosts? As long as he was willing, he could even coax an old prick like Zhang Fenghan to be obedient. However, in front of Gu Yun, he felt that he had become a younger version of Zhang Fenghan. He only chose to say things that Gu Yun didn't like to hear. Once he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop himself. He took a moment to catch his breath and continued to speak without thinking. "This group of new nobles was supported by my fire beacon votes. They took advantage of the national crisis to gather into a faction. In the future, there is no need to painstakingly support them. As long as I take care of them a little, they will be able to take advantage of the situation and become a major force. They can't wait to turn the old imperial court and the old system upside down. I want the emperor to be the sole dictator since the beginning of the martial emperor to be completely ruined in this generation. As for Li Feng, he can do whatever he wants. I'll only be happy if the entire Li family dies." At this time, Gu Yun finally understood that this bastard felt guilty and had deliberately come to him to make threatening gestures. He would only feel at ease if he quarreled with Gu Yun. Gu Yun's heart was burning with anger as he thought, "As you wish." Therefore, he asked in a very aggressive tone, "Your surname isn't Li? Then is your surname Zhuor?" "Go? Me?" Chang'ing gave a short laugh, "I'm born worse than a pig or a dog. I'm just a human puppet in the hands of the Nukecubi." Before he finished speaking, Gu Yun raised his hand to slap him. Chang'ing instinctively closed his eyes, but he refused to dodge. The slap came with a strong wind, but before it landed on his face, it stopped at the side of his neck. Merits and demerits will be judged by the world. What's the point of pestering me for praise and scolding? Gu Yun originally wanted to lower his voice, but who knew that he would become really angry in the end. "You cry, make a fuss, and force me to admit that you can do anything and everything you do is right. No matter how rebellious you are, I will agree with both hands. Are you satisfied? Are you sleeping soundly? Are you at ease with your conscience?" His voice seemed to carry a knife, and every sentence left a bloody wound. Chang'ing gasped slightly as if he was in extreme pain, trembling as he said, "What does the world have to do with me? It's the world that has let me down. I've never owed the world anything. I don't care who judges it. But a person's life is filled with thoughts. Zishi, at the end of my life, these thoughts can't be divided. They are all on you. If you want to cut off my thoughts, why don't you show me a path to death? I'll leave right now." "Oh, why? His Royal Highness Yan Wang wants to die for me to see?" Gu Yun almost made him laugh out of anger. "I hate it when people threaten me the most in my life." Chang'ing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar when he heard this, and he couldn't help but tremble. He didn't speak to Gu Yun for the entire day, and his heart was extremely uneasy. He also wanted to act like he had fooled Su Ling, to control the situation properly and run over to ask for forgiveness. That wasn't a difficult thing to do. However, there were 1,000 reasons. He was well aware of them, but he couldn't do it, and he couldn't help himself. However, knowing about love was like a double-edged sword without a handle, and it could easily hurt others and oneself. Gu Yun pushed him away. Chang'ing was shocked, and he hurriedly reached out to grab him. "Zishi, don't go." Gu Yun took advantage of the opportunity to grab his wrist, forcing him to open his palm. Then, he pulled out something from nowhere, raised his hand, and slapped Chang'ing's hand. With a paw sound, Chang'ing trembled violently. His Royal Highness Yan Wang, who had never been slapped by a teacher in his life, was stupefied. He even forgot to struggle for a moment. Gu Yun used the white jade flute to hit him. You treat yourself like a pig or a dog. Who would treat you like a human? You don't know how to cherish yourself, and who are you trying to seek favor from by making a scene? Aren't you cheap? Aren't you cheap? Aren't you cheap? As he scolded, he slapped Chongging's palm 3 times in a row. He specifically hit one spot, and there was a red mark after that. There was no dizziness at all. After he was done, Gu Yun used the white jade flute to touch his chin. What does it have to do with you how others treat you? If others respect you and fear you, then you are invincible. If others abandon you like a worn-out shoe, then are you really a king pile of mud? You are merely a barbarian woman who has been dead for 800 years. What can you do with a little voodoo that can mess with people's minds? Look at me and speak. Chongging, I heard people praise His Royal Highness Yan Wang for being knowledgeable, but I don't know what self-respect means. What is in your carriage? Straw paper? After Gu Yun finished speaking, he threw the jade flute aside and sighed. You have waited for an entire day and specially came to ask for a beating. Now that your wish has been fulfilled, get lost. Chongging sat on the edge of his couch in a daze, holding his red and swollen palm. He slightly recovered from the burning pain and raised his head to look at Gu Yun in disbelief. Gu Yun poured himself a cup of herbal tea with his back facing him. After drinking it slowly, his anger subsided a little, and he asked, when can the refugees of Liangjiang live in peace? Chongging said hoarsely. If it's fast, before the end of the year. Gu Yun asked the same question as Su Ling, when can we fight in Jiangnan of Beijiang? Chongging closed his eyes and replied softly, the Western countries are not monolithic. With this investigation, we will know that the Pope's own position is on the verge of collapse. He will send an envoy to negotiate with me within the year. If we beat them at their own game and recuperate for a year or two, we can fight with all our might after recuperating. Gu Yun was silent for a while. How long can there be peace after the war? Chongging, when the country is rich and powerful, it will naturally be respected by the 4 seas. Gu Yun nodded and said, you can go. Chongging did not reply for a moment. Where to? Gu Yun, didn't you and Lord Su want to investigate the matter of Yang Ronggui and Jiangbei cheating and concealing the report? Why, did I guess wrong? You don't plan to leave overnight, and you want to wait for Elder Zhong to welcome you? Chongging looked at him blankly. I have to stay in Jiangbei for a few more days, Gu Yun said, take those 20 personal guards with you. Unless the foreign navy crosses the river, they are enough to deal with the local officials' hired thugs and lackeys. It's getting dark, don't delay. Chongging stood up silently and tidied up his messy appearance. Also, Gu Yun paused for a moment, apply some medicine on your hand later. Chongging turned his face away with difficulty, as if he was enduring for a while, and said softly, Godfather, I want you. Gu Yun thought that there was a new problem with his ears. What did you say? Chongging did not repeat himself. His ears turned red, and he glanced longingly and evasively at Gu Yun. His gaze kept drilling into his snow-white lapel. Gu Yun, no matter how dissolute Gu Yun was, it was still a normal style and a normal flow. He still had the bad habits of the aristocratic family's children when it came to that matter. He had to pay attention to the refined interests of the right time, the right place, the right time, the right place, the right place, the right place. He really could not understand this kind of interest of having to call Godfather in bed and being beaten to the point of estrus. For a moment, his scalp tingled and he thought, this seems a little crazy. Therefore, he pointed at the entrance of the military tent and said curtly, get lost. Chongging did not dare to delay the proper business, so he could only suppress his desire. He glanced at Gu Yun in embarrassment, barely calmed his emotions, and escaped. There was a heavy rain along the 2 rivers, but it did not have the clear blue skies of the north. Instead, it became increasingly hot and stuffy. The Jiangbei garrison was a genuine miscellaneous army. It had only been under General Chung for a little more than a year, but it was already quite decent. If the enemy camp that Gu Yun and the others broke into had such quality, it probably would not have been so easy for them to turn the world upside down. Gu Yun and Zhong Chan led their horses and walked side by side. Neither of them was wearing armor, and neither of them complained about the other's slowness. I haven't been idle all these years, Gu Yun said. I don't know when was the last time I chatted with Master. The Marquis of Stability called him master in private, so Zhong Chan did not stand on ceremony. He accepted it without changing his expression and replied, "Little Marquis is becoming more and more mature. If the old Marquis was still alive and saw your achievements today, he would probably," Gu Yun continued, "beat me to death." Zhong Chan was stunned, and a stingy smile appeared on his chiseled face. "There's no need to belittle yourself." The river breeze came from the south, and there was a slight moisture in the air, making people feel that the surroundings were wet. Gu Yun brushed his unbound hair aside and looked towards the south bank without saying a word. The smile on his face gradually dimmed as he thought of the deserted village and the bones he saw with his own eyes. Zhong Chan followed his gaze and reached out to pat Gu Yun's shoulder. "It's difficult to describe fate. Not to mention mortals like us, even saints would find it difficult to go against the world. I'll take advantage of my seniority to say something rebellious. For today's plan, let's not talk about the old Marquis. Even if your maternal martial emperor was alive, it might not be beneficial. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. We'll have a clear conscience." Gu Yun was stunned. His teacher was really familiar with military books and was proficient in both civil and martial arts. When he taught him back then, he was really unreasonable. Unexpectedly, after roaming the martial world for so many years, he had become much more open-minded. "Zhong Chan, we're not afraid of fighting on land. The main thing is that the navy is still lacking. Look at the Westerners. They either take the sea route or the river route. They know this as well. I have some ideas on how to fight naval battles these days, but I'm not very mature yet. You won't be leaving for the next few days." Gu Yun nodded. "I know. Our Hai Jiao won't be able to do it either. This time, we've handed over a Xianxia. When we return, we'll let Guchen bring it back to the capital and see what the Lingshu temple thinks." Zhong Chan sighed. "Soldiers can be trained, but as for war preparations and violet flowing gold, this old man is truly unable to help. I can only rely on you youngsters to deal with them as best as you can." Gu Yun's brows twitched. He vaguely knew who General Cheng wanted to talk to him about. Sure enough, in the next moment, Zhong Chan said, "Yan Wang stayed by my side for a few years when he was young." Gu Yun, "Yes, I understand. Sorry for disturbing master." Zhong Chan, "Then do you know that the Linyuan wooden token is in his hands?" Gu Yun paused. He wanted to say "I don't know," but he felt a little guilty. He could only tell the truth. "He didn't mention it to me, but I have some guesses. I think that if it weren't for the Linyuan Pavilion, God of Fortune Du and the others wouldn't have supported him so easily." Zhong Chan made an O sound and said, "When Yan Wang was young, he rarely had the arrogance of a young person. He was self-controlled and calm. His temperament was a little stubborn, but he wasn't someone who blindly admired himself. He knew what was right and wrong, and he understood that benevolence and righteousness came first. He was much better than you when you were young." Gu Yun, Zhong Chan glanced at him and narrowed his eyes. He revealed an imperceptible smile that disappeared in a flash. "But from what I see, it's sometimes not a good thing for a young person not to be frivolous. He matured so early that it's against human nature. He must have suffered too much when he was young. I've also heard about the barbarian witch from the Chen family. What do you plan to do?" Gu Yun didn't answer quickly. He pondered for a moment. Zhong Chan said, "Wuer's bone entanglement wasn't his own will. Sometimes I think that it's unfair for me to have so many doubts about him. If he was just an ordinary person from an ordinary family, I wouldn't say anything no matter what. But he's not. He's connected to the throne of the country, Zishi. Now that there's a Yan Wang in the imperial court, a slight move in one part will affect the whole situation. We can't do without him, and we can't rely on him completely. Do you understand?" Gu Yun roughly understood the meaning behind General Cheng's words. He had to hold back and not let Yan Wang have too much power. When necessary, he had to think of ways to use the military to coerce him. He had to retreat when necessary. However, Gu Yun didn't respond. He only said, "I will watch over him." "Sure Fu, don't worry." Zhong Chan frowned. "I know that he grew up with you since he was a child, and you have deep feelings for him. But how long can you watch over him? The current head of the Chen family is that girl. She's so young. We can't count on her for the next 8 to 10 years. Can Yan Wang's divine intelligence last that long? As long as I'm alive, I'll ensure that he's clear-headed, Gu Yun said. Even if he really loses control one day, I'll be able to deal with him. Tens of thousands of Black Iron Battalion are still guarding the country's gate in the northwest. They won't let him act recklessly. Zhong Chan was slightly stunned. For a moment, he felt that he heard the hidden meaning in Gu Yun's words. Just as the two of them were blindly worrying behind their backs, Chang Gung and Su Ling brought the 20 personal guards that Gu Yun had assigned to them to Yangzhou and Jiangbei. It was too difficult for them to pretend to be refugees, so they pretended to be merchants. They only said that they were the shopkeeper of a pawnshop in Linan Prefecture under God of Fortune due because they were forced to move to Jiangbei because of the war. They had nothing to do. This time, the Chamber of Commerce asked the emperor for permission to build a factory along the canal to settle the refugees. Although the imperial court had yet to approve, it was estimated that there was a plan. Therefore, they were ordered to go north to do preliminary inspection. The name of the pawnshop in Linan, the identity and age of the shopkeeper just matched with Changgung. Du Wanquan had already made arrangements. Even if someone wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find any flaws. The story was made up flawlessly, and they swaggered to Yangzhou. In any case, God of Fortune Du was now the God of Fortune of the entire nation. He was deliberately flattered by Changgung. The Chamber of Commerce's last memorial was sent directly to the Grand Council. It was just like the Grand Imperial Merchant style. It was much better than the local small officials. It was reasonable for the local government officials to meet God of Fortune Du's people. Even if Yang Ronggue, a member of the Lu family, actually did not get along with Du Wanquan, they still had to do their job on the surface. They hosted a banquet at the Cornice Pavilion and invited Changgung and the others to eat. Ever since the foreigners invaded and the nation began to be in turmoil, the number of palace banquets during the New Year's festival was greatly reduced. Up until now, Qiyu and Lu had not been able to stand up again. Su Ling felt that it had been a long time since he had seen this kind of extravagant place. The Cornice Pavilion was famous here, and it was also called the Small Qiyu and Lu. Although it was not as grand as the Zhaixing platform and the Yunming Grand Temple of the past, it was more exquisite and extravagant. It had been a long time since the capital had banned the pursuit of pleasure, but here, the sky was high and the emperor was far away, so no one cared at all. The sound of singing could be heard from the eaves of the attic across the street, and the people coming and going were all men and women. Su Ling was speechless when he saw this. He said to Changgung in shock, "Wang, shopkeeper, is there such an imposing manner in your residence?" Changgung shook his head and said with a smile, "Not at all. It's just food and clothing. The little money my husband has is used to subsidize a bunch of orphans and widows. He doesn't have any plans. I think he'll have to sell his ancestral home some other day." Su Ling was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was not talking about the empty Yan Wang residence, but the Marquis of Stability's residence. Subsidize orphans and widows was probably compensation for the families of those who died or were injured. A few years ago, when there was no war, the national treasury was in a difficult situation. The emperor intended to reduce military expenditure, so the small amount of compensation was reduced again and again. Who knew how many times he had to argue with the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War? Those people would always drag it out and evade it if they could. Even like this, there were still times when he could not get it. It would be fine if the Marquis of Stability personally came to ask for it, but Gu Yun returned to the capital once every few years, so it was always beyond his reach. It was impossible for him to get it. During times of peace, the emperor was so negligent. Now that there was a war, the emperor's golden mouth and jade words said, all of the country's supplies must be given priority to the garrison troops. He had brought it out again. Presumably, in a few years, if the lost land could really be recovered, the survivors in the city would still have to rely on mending clothes under the lamp to maintain their families. Su Ling did not know what to feel in his heart. Changgung said to him in a low voice, "In a moment, the two of us are probably going to make a fool of ourselves." "Don't worry, they just want us to make a fool of ourselves. I've also prepared a joke for us to see." At this time, Su Ling decided to follow Yan Wang blindly. Hearing this, he did not say another word. He followed Chongqing in with a heart full of ambition to purge the country. This banquet was invited under Yang Rongui's name. Yang Rongui, assistant minister Lu's brother-in-law, was the governor of Liangjiang. It sounded very awe-inspiring, but in reality, in this unusual period of time, he did not have much power. First of all, Jiangnan was not under his control. The Jiangbei garrison troops were autonomous, and most of the Huainan area was not under his control. The area under his control was only a small area near Yangzhou. He had hurriedly brought it up because he wanted to use high-ranking officials to manage and coordinate the refugees from all directions and stabilize the front and rear lines. If he had the ability, in the future when the lost land was recovered, based on Yang Rongui's contributions, he would certainly be able to truly be one of the 8 governors for a long time. Unfortunately, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Since Yang Rongui took office, he was very dissatisfied with the current situation in Jiangbei. After getting drunk, he repeatedly complained to his confidants that he had the title of governor, but in reality, he was just a magistrate. However, even though Governor Yang's head was full of bumps, his arrogance did not decrease. In addition, he had the Lu family behind him. He naturally did not get along with the new nobles in the court supported by Du Wanquan. Naturally, he would not personally come to see the merchants. He only sent a few of the Yangzhou officials who had nothing better to do to accompany them. During the banquet, the Yangzhou magistrate condescended to show his face. Before he sat down, he said some empty words. Before he finished speaking, a follower entered the room and said something in his ear. The Yangzhou magistrate's face suddenly changed. He stood up and left. Su Ling's alias was Zhang Dafu. He was born with a white face. When he drank, his face would turn red. He looked very simple and honest. He forced himself to pretend to be a little drunk. Intentionally or unintentionally, he asked, "Hey, we only drank 3 rounds. Why did Magistrate Jing leave?" Someone next to him laughed and said, "Brother Zhang, you don't know. Originally, Governor Yang also wanted to meet him in person. Unfortunately, you came at the wrong time. I heard that person," he flirtatiously stretched out his hand and made a gesture of a wild goose flapping its wings. He whispered, "He just arrived in Yangzhou today." Governor Yang brought a group of officials to meet him in person. Su Ling thought he misunderstood. He was shocked and said, "Who? Why? Brother Zhang, don't you know?" The man accompanying the guests drank too much. He was not very eloquent. He chattered endlessly, "Yan Wang, Prince Yan. He is the younger brother of the current emperor. I really don't want to talk about this trivial matter. A while ago, there was a troublemaker who complained for some reason and caused a commotion in the capital. The emperor really took it seriously and actually sent King Yan down. That person is a great ancestor. If we don't serve him well, we might be beheaded in public tomorrow." As he spoke, the man shook his head and added, "We are innocent. If we are upright, we are not afraid of slanting shadows. He can investigate as much as he wants. Haha. It's just that official Yang and the others accompanied us the whole time. It's too hard." Before Su Ling finished listening, he turned his eyes to Chongqing, who was sitting at the table. If Yan Wang was really here, who did Yang Rongui and the others bring back? Yan Wang smiled at him gently. He didn't hesitate to pick up a crystal dumpling and throw it into his mouth. It would be a waste if he didn't eat it. First, he broke into the enemy's formation. Then, he brought back a living person. Although Lord Su was a scholar, he was flexible and adaptable. Otherwise, he would definitely be scared to death by Yan Wang. Su Ling reluctantly finished a meal that neither the host nor the guest liked. He helped himself and Yan Wang get rid of a few dancing girls who pestered them. He hurried back to the inn. After making sure there was no one on either side, he closed the door and asked in a low voice, "Prince, why is there another one?" Chongqing smiled and said, "Governor Yang has many eyes and ears. He must know when the imperial envoy left the capital. If we don't let him see the envoy from the capital, won't he be suspicious?" Su Ling thought about it and was still worried. He said, "That Yang Rongui has seen Prince. What if he shows a flaw? We've only met once or twice. We've never spoken within 100 steps. We're not that close. My friend knows some Jianghu tricks. He can't pretend to be someone else, but he can pretend to be me. Don't worry. Go rest immediately. We have plans for the evening. When Su Ling heard this, he knew that they were going to explore the refugee shelter at night. His spirits were lifted, and he immediately became alert. In the middle of the night, the two of them quietly left the city with two Xiantai bodyguards and went straight to the refugee shelter on the outskirts. The so-called refugee shelter was actually a few shacks on the outskirts of the city that housed refugees. It was currently hot and humid, so it wasn't cold to live in the open air. Nearby, there was a group of soldiers guarding the city to prevent them from causing trouble. There were also a few large pots by the street. Presumably, this was where they usually served porridge and food. In the middle of the night, the refugee shelter was very quiet. A bodyguard from the Black Iron Battalion took the lead to sneak in. His footsteps were very light. He didn't even disturb the stray cat sleeping under the tree. Su Ling said in a low voice, "Prince, something's wrong. Places where there's an epidemic are usually marked with lime. There's also herbal soup on the ground. It shouldn't be so quiet." Changbing's expression didn't change. Since Yang Rongui knows that we're coming, he won't be completely unprepared. Let's just watch. Before he finished speaking, the Xiantai bodyguard who had just entered slid out like a black shadow. "Prince, there are only about 30 people living in this refugee shelter. Most of them are young men and women. There's no sign of the epidemic. There are hundreds of thousands of refugees in Jiangbei, but there are only about 30 people in the refugee shelter outside of Yangzhou." Su Ling sneered. "Yang Rongui is treating people like fools. Are the people living there all sleek and smooth? Do they look like they have nothing to worry about? I think they're most likely fake refugees that he hired." The bodyguard asked, "Prince, what should we do?" "It's not a good idea to be blind," Changbing said in a low voice. "First, we have to find a way to contact Master Liao Ran. Let the brothers walk around in the next 2 days to see if there are any clues. There's no wall in the world that doesn't have a crack. I don't believe that Yang Rongui can hide the truth with one hand." That night, a fast horse left Yangzhou, carrying a secret letter north to the capital. It told the ambitious people in the capital that Yan Wang was already in the city. At the same time, the local city guards in Jiangbei received orders from the governor of Lianjiang. They came dressed casually and secretly increased the number of troops in Yangzhou. The entire Yangzhou was still singing and dancing, but it was already loose on the outside and tight on the inside. The poisonous snakes in the capital were waiting to be killed in one strike. They were patiently lying in wait, very quiet. Other than old Master Shen suddenly being seriously ill, it seemed like nothing else had happened. Old Master Shen was bedridden for several days. The imperial physicians came in and out like water. Even the divine doctor of the Chen family personally came to visit. Seeing that things were not going well, the servants of the Shen Fu went to the coffin shop several times, as if they were preparing for the funeral. No matter how disgraceful Third Foreign was, it was not good to talk about marriage at this time. The marriage alliance was left unsettled. Shinny asked for leave to take care of his old father. He closed the door and did not see anyone. At dusk, Miss Chen, who came to the Shen Fu every day for the morning roll call, left as usual. She did not attract the attention of those who were secretly watching her. When the car arrived at the secluded courtyard where Miss Chen was staying in the capital, the car door opened. A string of zither music floated out and a man, it was Shani, who was supposed to be at the head of the bed. Shani politely cupped his hands and said to the person in the car, "Thank you, Miss Chen." Chen Qingshu had a zither on her knees. She bowed and said, "General, please be careful. If you have any orders, please let me know." Shani looked at her again. He did not know about the Linyuan Pavilion incident. He only knew that this girl had no official position, no power and no influence. She was just an ordinary girl of Jianghu. However, she was willing to follow them and eat in the wilderness. She was willing to follow them and eat sand. Shani was really grateful. He said seriously, "Miss Chen is righteous and has the demeanor of a famous hero. I really admire you. I can't thank you enough." Chen Qingshu seemed to smile. When she smiled, it was not obvious. When she was angry, it was also not obvious. It was as if nothing could shake her. A string of zither music came out from her fingertips. Shini did not dare to delay any longer. He mounted his horse and went to the northern suburbs. Yang Rongui was 8 feet tall and had a striking appearance. When he was young, he was also a well-known young master. Now that he was a little older, he had a small mustache, which added a bit of maturity and steadiness. His treatment of people was commendable, and his style of conversation was not shallow. He was different from the repulsive face Su Ling had imagined. However, at this time, the real Su Ling had yet to meet him. Yang Rongui was very shrewd, and he rarely revealed what he was thinking. However, the Yangzhou prefectural magistrate, Zheng Kuan, who had been serving him all this time, could see it. After respectfully sending off Yan Wang and his group, Yang Rongui calmly stroked his mustache. Although there was no joy on his face, Zheng Kuan knew that he was in a good mood, so he went up and said, "It seems that official Yang and His Royal Highness Yan Wang hit it off very well." In other words, Yan Wang probably also knew that the officialdom was deep and did not want to pursue the matter to the end. He was just using this as an excuse to gather his own forces. Yang Rongui smiled and said, "His Royal Highness Yan Wang is young and talented. As long as he is trained, he will have great prospects in the future. Deputy Su is upright, a rare clear stream. However, I originally thought that the Marquis of Stability would go with them. I did not expect that Marquis would be so anxious about military affairs that he did not enter Yangzhou and directly went to Jiangbei. It is a pity that I was unable to meet with the military god of Daliang." Zheng Kuan had been by his side for a long time and was a clever bootlicker. He immediately thought that he understood Governor Yang's meaning. Yan Wang was young and inexperienced, but his ambition was not small. With just a few words, he had already exposed himself and was easy to deal with. Yan Wang was a wooden club that had become stupid from studying, so there was no need to worry about him. The most wonderful thing was that, whether it was because of the rule that military generals do not interfere in internal affairs or because Yan Wang had deliberately sent the Marquis of Stability away, they could go all out. Yang Rongui and Zheng Kuan looked at each other and smiled. Yang Rongui said, "This time, rumors and slanders from the unruly people have spread to the capital. It is reasonable for His Highness to investigate. Tell your subordinates to prepare. We are upright. There is no need to be afraid of investigation." Zheng Kuan understood and said with a smile, "Yes, rest assured." After sending away the happy Zheng Kuan, the slight joy on Yang Rongui's face disappeared, and his eyes were full of malice. He knew that Yan Wang was difficult to deal with. If it was not for Assistant Liu. What kind of methods? Prince. How could he be a young and inexperienced person? Even Zheng Kuan had not revealed the great plan that they had secretly planned. It had always been kept a tight secret. If the Wild Goose King had acted swiftly and decisively, using his saber and sword as soon as he arrived, it would have been fine. But if he had braced himself to deal with a situation like this, that matter had to be settled as soon as possible. While Yang Rongui and the others were taking the official and deputy imperial envoys to visit the refugee shelter on the outskirts of the city, Changgung and Su Ling disguised themselves and went around to inquire about the situation of the refugees. What puzzled Lord Su the most was that His Royal Highness Yan Wang was like a fish in water in the marketplace. He could chat with small merchants, peddlers, and people of Jianghu. He spoke to whoever he met. With the fake Yan Wang in front of them, no one cared about them. In a few days, Su Ling had already followed Yan Wang and made a few friends who could go to other people's homes to eat. They also gradually made progress in the matter they wanted to inquire about. That is to say, there used to be a lot of refugee shelters outside the city. Now, we don't know where they are, right? Wang. Innkeeper, be careful. While Su Ling was talking to the innkeeper, he stared at Yan Wang in fear. This was a small tavern on the outskirts of Yangzhou. The owner was a retired armed escort. His surname was Sunday. He had a fierce face and a valiant temperament. If a guest made him unhappy, he would often beat them out. Thanks to this person's good wine and the support of many Jianghu people, the business was on the verge of collapse. For some reason, Boss Sun and Yan Wang's temperament were compatible. At this time, the tavern was already closed. Yan Wang, on a whim, carved a plaque for him on the spot and personally stepped on a stool to hang it on the door. The stool was missing a leg, so without anyone touching it, it still swayed in the air. Boss Sun laughed and said, "Your innkeeper's martial arts are good. You don't need to worry. What's the point of asking about the refugees? Now that foreign dogs have occupied Jiangnan, there are many homeless people. It's worthless to die all over the place." Su Ling said, "I heard that there are 100,000 refugees in Jiangbei. Our boss ordered the two of us to come and explore the banks of the canal. He wants to take in these refugees to build factories. We came all the way here, but we didn't see many people. Who else can we find to work?" Boss Sun had already drunk half a liter of yellow wine. His face was flushed and his eyes were drifting. Hearing this, he looked at Su Ling drunkenly and smiled with yellow teeth. "Why? Are you trying to get information from me?" "Su Ling." Chongqing took the hammer and neatly nailed the steel nail into the door of the tavern. He jumped down. The three-legged stool didn't move from beginning to end. He smiled and shook his head. Lord Su didn't pay attention to the outside world since he was young. He grew up reading books and then became an official in the imperial court. He had been mingling in the capital all this time. How could he have dealt with these Jianghu people who had their heads on their belts? Boss Sun looked at Chongqing and said with a big tongue, "White dragon clothes. The shopkeeper is not simple." Su Ling was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Chongqing took the wine pot that Boss Sun handed over and drank half the pot in one gulp. "What white dragon or black dragon? Some people walk at night too much and will meet ghosts. I am that ghost." Boss Sun looked meaningfully at Chongqing for a long time and said with a smile, "How did the imperial envoy find me?" Chongqing's identity was exposed, but he still said without a change in expression, "Nothing. I just feel that Boss Sun's small tavern business is too good. There are only 2 or 3 tables of customers every day, but the wine and vegetables are like an endless stream. Can you finish it?" Boss Sun raised his head and looked at him. There was no sign of drunkenness on his face. His eyes were fierce. Su Ling's eyes were sharp. He saw that there was a ferocious-looking short knife hidden under his robe. Su Ling suddenly stood up. "Prince!" The people who were napping in the restaurant, the accountant, and the waiters all stood up. Their eyes were sharp and they seemed to have weapons at their waists. They were all martial artists. 2 guards from the Black Iron Battalion blocked the door. Su Ling subconsciously tightened his grip on the sword that he used to defend himself. Chongqing gently put the wine pot on the table. "On the way here, I was thinking about where they could hide with so many refugees. The worst-case scenario would be that Yang Ronggui was crazy to the extreme. He gathered all the refugees together in the name of the epidemic and killed them all." Chongqing said with a clack. "That's right." Boss Sun sneered. "His Royal Highness Yan Wang really understands the thoughts of the dog officials under you. He is indeed the leader of the dog officials." "The dog officials' leader is my big brother, not me," Chongqing said lightly. "But no matter how crazy Yang Ronggui is, he doesn't necessarily have that much ability. If he really forced the refugees out and killed them, there would be riots everywhere. It would be impossible not to alert the garrison in Jiangbei." Boss Sun looked at him coldly. Yang Ronggui claimed that he had already built a manor to settle the refugees. The manor was next to a mountain. He wanted to take this group of refugees to develop land and slowly settle them down. He also sent people to register them and gave each refugee a number plate. Based on the number plate, they were sent to different villas. He explained clearly how to divide the land and how to collect rent. He also let the groups of refugees choose their own leader. If they didn't want to go, then they were free to go. There was no more porridge outside Yangzhou. The people who were infected were isolated to other courtyards. There were doctors to treat them. All the doctors in Yangzhou were there that day. If they were Jianghu people, as long as they had a little bit of contact with the black and white sides, they would have already found a place to go. Most of the refugees were honest and poor people. These people's lifelong wish was to settle down and live a good life. As long as they could live, as long as they lived better day by day and had something to look forward to, they would never cause trouble. If Yang Ronggui said that he wanted to build a better shelter somewhere, someone would definitely feel that something was wrong. But Yang Ronggui clearly said that he wanted them to develop land and cultivate land. He even said the rules in a down-to-earth manner. He even said that the rent might be a little higher than the landlords in the past. In this kind of precarious situation, it was enough for these refugees to take care of themselves and follow his pace. Su Ling was very confused when he heard this. He originally thought that Yang Ronggui was a good-for-nothing who didn't do a single thing. His subordinates had caused an epidemic, so in order to shirk responsibility, he had lied to his superiors and concealed the truth. Who would have thought that after hearing this, he felt that he was quite organized? If he had done this earlier, how could there be so many refugees in Jiangbei? Su Ling said, developing land can also be considered a good method. Since Governor Yang has managed the refugees well, why did he hide the fact that there was an epidemic? Boss Sun darkly mocked, Imperial Envoy Darren eats the monarch's salary. He is truly carefree and naive. I wonder where the money came from. Su Ling was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he reacted. You're saying that Yang Ronggui embezzled the life-saving money that the court had allocated to settle the refugees. As soon as these words escaped his mouth, Su Ling regretted it because he had said it too unworldly. As expected, in the next moment, Yan Wang and Boss Sun laughed at the same time. Su Ling's face turned red and he hurriedly added, I just didn't think that Yang Ronggui would be so daring. The enemy territory is just across the river, and it's right next to Jiangbei Dang. How could he dare? Jiangbei Dang can't be casually moved, Chongqing said in a low voice. Once there is a change in the enemy, no one can take responsibility. If Yang Ronggui wanted to hide it, Elder Zhong and the others might not be able to know the situation here. Boss Sun laughed coldly, disagreeing with his explanation. As long as he controls the courier station in the north, he can cover the sky with one hand. Chongqing turned to Boss Sun and said, since Brother Sun knows so clearly, you must have helped a lot of refugees. Let me guess, there are a lot of fishermen in the area between the two rivers. Behind them, there is the Xianxia gang that is both on land and water. Which group is Boss Sun's friend? On the side, Su Ling didn't understand at first. He only felt that the three words Xianxia gang were familiar. Suddenly, he saw Boss Sun turn his head and smile, revealing a hideous scar from his ear to his jaw. Only then did he suddenly remember that the Xianxia gang's power spread throughout Jiangnan and Fujian. It was a big bandit gang. This Boss Sun wasn't an escort, he was a bandit. The restaurant wasn't Apricot Flower Village, but a place that sold human meat buns. Su Ling suddenly became nervous. He tried in vain to use his weak scholar body to block Yan Wang behind him. You are, Chongqing cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said, every dog butcher is righteous. There are also people with good temperament in the Lulin. Sorry for the disrespect. Boss Sun glanced at the several guards of the Black Iron Battalion behind him and said bluntly, Yan Wang, you don't have to be so polite. You came to investigate openly and secretly this time because you want to know how much Yang Ronggui embezzled, where the refugees were harmed by him, and whether there is an epidemic. I don't mind telling you directly that the patients who were brought to the other courtyard to save their lives received a bowl of herbal medicine as soon as they arrived at the other courtyard the day before. As a result, there was a big fire in the villa that night. None of the people inside ran out, and the corpses were destroyed. The others have either been imprisoned in the so-called villa in batches, or have followed my brothers and joined the gang. Chongqing's expression didn't change as he said, from the sound of it, if we didn't come, I'm afraid a riot would have happened sooner or later. Boss Sun sneered, it's normal for officials to force the people. But speaking of which, when Yang Ronggui killed the refugees, Jiangbei Dang didn't hear a single rumor. If the refugees rebelled, Jiangbei Dang would certainly have acted immediately. Don't look at how they can't beat corrupt officials or foreigners. They can't beat us ordinary people. All roads lead to the sky, but none of them can survive. Su Ling had seen the Jiangbei Dang's military camp tidy up, and had also seen the battlefield on both sides of the river with his own eyes. He was about to refute when Chongqing raised his hand to stop him. Chongqing said, if there is really no way to survive, why is Brother Sun waiting for us here? Boss Sun said, I am waiting here just to see if the imperial envoy in the court is in charge. If the esteemed envoy is just a snake and a rat's nest, then even if we have to endure the gunfire of Beidang, we can still fight with our lives on the line. I just don't know if the imperial envoy dares to come. I can't lead a wolf into the gang's house. If you want to investigate, then take this pretty boy and come with me. Leave those lackeys who are following you in the open and in the dark here. Su Ling said, Prince, you can't do that. Chongqing smiled and said, I couldn't ask for more. Please. Boss Sun cupped his hands and said, please. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and walked out. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at the signboard His Royal Highness Yan Wang had carved for the little tavern that sold human meat buns. The old bandit's expression finally changed. He saw that on the signboard, there were 4 words carved without any fancy words, righteousness for 1,000 years. At this time, if someone saw the Yan Wang in the Liangjiang governor's manor, they would definitely be shocked. They saw the elegant and graceful Yan Wang close the door to his room. In a few moments, he became a coquettish idiot. Governor Yang was very devoted to them. The room was elegant and luxurious. There were several small gold objects that were made of purple gold. In the inner room, there was a mirror that was as tall as a person. When a person stood in front of the mirror, they could see everything. The Yan Wang who was standing outside like a pine tree swayed his hips and swayed in. His 2 long legs were twisted together, but it wasn't enough for him to express himself. He came in front of the mirror and looked left and right. He winked for about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. No matter how much he held his face, it wasn't enough. The Su Ling next to him was like a wooden person. He didn't know if it was because he was numb or something else, but he really couldn't look at him. The Yan Wang clicked his tongue and praised, not to mention anything else, just my big brother's face, no matter how much I touch it, it's not enough. The Su Ling sneered and said, if you have the guts, go touch the real one. I'm the real one. The Wild Goose King shook his head and wagged his tail. I can pass off the fake as the real one. Sai, tell me, why can't he let me be a little more perfect? Since Marquis also came, just make one up. Why did he make up the lie that he went straight to Jiangbei to avoid suspicion? The Su Ling said, not letting you make it is for your own good. I'm afraid you will blaspheme Marshal Gu's face. When the time comes, you will be killed by the Black Iron Battalion. The Yan Wang rolled his eyes and ignored him. He concentrated on admiring his masterpiece face in the mirror. Suddenly, an accompanying bodyguard came to report, Your Highness, Lord Su, Governor Yang has something important to see you about. He is waiting outside. The Yan Wang and the Su Ling looked at each other. The Yan Wang said, we have acted out the play, and both the guests and the host have enjoyed themselves. The next step should be to drag us onto the pirate ship and bribe us, right? There must be boxes of gold, silver, and beauties waiting outside. Forget about the female beauties, but can the male beauties stay? Our big brother told us to keep the physical evidence well, but he didn't say what to do with the witnesses. Su Ling turned around and glanced at King Yan's well-defined and handsome face. Coupled with the words male beauty dripping with saliva, he suddenly felt a stomachache. However, before he could make any sarcastic remarks, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. There were guards outside the courtyard who shouted for them to stop, but the people who came barged in without any care. Soon, the sound of soldiers fighting could be heard. The Su Ling's face suddenly changed. He whispered, did we expose ourselves? Or... Before he finished speaking, the Yan Wang who had a wretched face just now suddenly looked serious. His expression was no different from the real one. He took a step forward and suddenly pushed open the door. He put his hands behind his back and looked down at the group of armored men led by Yang Ronggui who had barged into the courtyard. What does Governor Yang mean? The Yan Wang asked with an accent. The Su Ling behind him imperceptibly put his hand into his waist. He was ready to rush out after his identity was exposed. Who would have thought that in the next moment, Yang Ronggui, who was originally full of murderous intent, suddenly took a step forward and knelt on the ground with a plop sound. He loudly said, replying to Wang Ya, this lowly official did not do a good job. The local bandit gang rebelled and blocked the road from Yangzhou Prefecture to Jianbei camp. This lowly official had no choice but to gather the soldiers of the nearby cities to protect Wang Ya. The situation is critical. Your Highness, please be prepared to move. The Yan Wang looked back at the Su Ling. The Su Ling shook his head imperceptibly. He didn't understand what Yang Ronggui was doing. The Yan Wang could only say, I understand. Governor Yang, please stand up and reply, Yang Ronggui turned a deaf ear and continued to say in a clear voice, I have one more thing. The current emperor is muddle-headed and incompetent. The country is about to decline. There are internal and external troubles. There are barbarians eyeing the country covetously. Internally, there are mobs rebelling. The army is without a leader. I am willing to risk universal condemnation and follow the example of the predecessors. I am willing to follow the emperor. Before he finished speaking, the group behind him split in half. The four people in the middle carried a piece of clothing out of the crowd. The Yanwang eyes almost popped out. It was actually a dragon robe that could be passed off as a real one, Yang Ronggui said. I have worked hard for Daliang. In this time of national crisis, I don't dare to hide anything. I can only destroy my family. I have already handed over some of my family's wealth and my wife's dowry to the imperial court and exchanged them for fire beacon tickets. However, I am still suspected by the muddle-headed emperor. I am truly wronged. If there is a wise emperor, I am willing to use my life to assist him. These words sounded sonorous and powerful, as if they were an impassioned speech. In reality, there were 3 layers of coercion and bribery. First, I took bribes and perverted the law. It was all because of your fire beacon tickets. I am guilty. Yanwang, you are the instigator. Second, there is no need to talk about the bandits rebelling. If I say that he rebelled, then he rebelled. Third, it is up to your highness to decide whether or not he will die in a rebellion. When they came, the real Yanwang only told them to stall for time and deal with the traitor surnamed Yang. He didn't tell them that there would be such a scene. The pair of fake imperial envoys were stunned for a moment. After a while, the Su Ling took a deep breath and shouted, Governor Yang, you are openly rebelling. Have you lost your mind? The Marquis of Stability is in Jiangbei. Do you think that my Daliang's tens of thousands of elite soldiers are all dead? Yang Ronggui smiled and said meaningfully, the Lord Su's words are too serious. As a subject, how could I dare to rebel? It's just that the emperor was killed by Japanese assassins. Now that the country is in danger and the crown prince is still young, we can only do this and ask your highness to ascend the throne. Regardless of whether it was Gu Yun, Zhong Chan, or even the entire Daliang army, they were not very confident in naval warfare. Thus, they had no choice but to raise their spirits to deal with it. They first followed Gu Chen, the master of the Lingshu Temple, to dismantle the Western Navy. From the aspects of speed, defense, cannons, and the carrying capacity of the violet gold, they analyzed the combat habits of the Western Navy and the possibility of last-minute changes. When the two armies met on a narrow path, their subordinates and the other side had tens of thousands of sea serpents of various sizes. That was completely different from him escaping across the river with more than 20 masters. Anything was possible. What kind of situation they encountered and how to fight. Many of the seemingly last-minute changes were actually supported by the commander's countless experiences and skills. Furthermore, they also had to plan the future development of the Daliang Navy, how to organize it, what kind of warships the Lingshu Temple wanted, how to train the soldiers, how to allocate the violet gold, and so on. Gu Yun's situation was even more complicated. He was ordered to lead the 4 realms. Other than the Jiangnan battlefield, he had to consider many other aspects. Every day, he followed the patrolling soldiers to investigate the situation of the 2 rivers battlefield. At night, when he returned, he had to take turns meeting with General Cheng or Yao Shen for a long talk. Ever since Chongqing and the others left, he had basically been working non-stop. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to drink water. Today, just as he was about to bid farewell to Yao Shen, Gu Yun suddenly stood up. One of his legs suddenly went numb. His entire body swayed and he panicked. Yao Shen quickly supported him. Commander, what's wrong? It's nothing. I'm hungry. Gu Yun smiled at him and said with slight self-mockery, I won't hide it from you. If I took a chariot-sized sesame seed cake and burned the donkey pulling the cart, I could eat it in one gulp. Yao Shen frowned. Gu Yun definitely couldn't see his face right now. People described young people as full of vigor. A person's vigor was all on the face. Whether there was vigor or vigor, one could tell at a glance from his cheeks and lips. Yao Shen said, Why don't you come to my place today, Commander? My wife doesn't have any other hobbies. She likes to cook some food. I'll ask her to prepare some porridge and side dishes later. We don't have any delicacies, but we can still eat some warm home-cooked food. If it was in the past, Gu Yun would have followed after hearing this. However, he didn't know what illness he had recently. The more tired he was, the more he couldn't eat. He wanted to find a place to lie down and sleep, so he declined, "Thank you. Let's do it another day. It's too late today. It's not appropriate to disturb sister-in-law." It wasn't convenient for Yao Shen to persuade him any further. He accompanied Gu Yun all the way back to the tent. Before he left, he was still worried and exhorted, "Where there's life, there's hope. Grand Marshal should take care of yourself. It's enough to get through the winter. Don't worry." Gu Yun waved his hand. He raised his head and moved his stiff neck. Suddenly, he saw the stars in the sky like satin. He sighed. "I remember that although Brother Xianxia was talented, he didn't have any ambition. He didn't want the credit of quelling the rebellion of the Prince of Wei. He would rather guard his own family and live a peaceful life. Unexpectedly, he was forced to this point. Fate really makes fools of people." Yao Zhen said with a bitter smile, "There are many people in the court who like to attack those who don't like me. I'm just a scholar with no power or influence. Why would I go in and add to the chaos? How many benefits can I get by scheming? Instead of climbing up the ranks for personal gain, it's better to stay in a place far away from the emperor. My whole family will be there, and I won't have to worry about food and drink. My words still count. Isn't that a blessing?" Yao Zhongzi was too smart. He knew how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. As early as the Prince of Wei's rebellion, he had already seen the decline of the prosperous Daliang court. Therefore, he didn't want to work for this lousy court at all. He didn't want to be an official who was neither high nor low. Unfortunately, there were no intact eggs when the nest was overturned. He couldn't hide anymore. Gu Yun didn't want to let him go. He asked, "What about after the war?" Yao Zhen replied with conviction, "If the country is peaceful by then, I won't have anything to do. If it's still so chaotic, why should I join in the fun?" With the black iron tiger talisman in his hand, is Marshal Gu really happier than when he was a teenager and returned victorious from his expedition to the south, drinking wine with us? Gu Yun didn't know what to say. Yao Zhen thought of something and smiled. "I still remember that year when Commander Gu was drunk. He stepped on the thin railing with one foot and swayed as he picked up the embroidered sword used by others to carve words on the falling petals. He made the top courtesan's face turn red. It's still a beautiful story." Gu Yun was embarrassed. He almost got tongue-tied. "I didn't know anything when I was young. Don't mention this kind of thing again." Yao Zhen smiled without realizing it. He then looked to the south and said, "When Jiangnan is taken back, I'll be the host. I'll invite the commander to get drunk in the spring breeze at Nuerhong. You must come." Gu Yun thought, "I don't dare. It's already hard enough to have one in the family." However, it was inconvenient to confess such cowardly words in front of an old friend. Gu Yun could only smile mysteriously. Just as the two of them were chatting in the middle of the night, Gu Chen suddenly ran over with a big change in his expression. He held a piece of sea-patterned paper in his hand. "Marquis, it's not good. Yang Ronggui is going to rebel." This letter came from the fake Yan Wang. Afraid that the wooden bird would be captured by the bandits, the letter didn't dare to mention the real and fake Yan Wang. It also didn't dare to reveal that the letter was being sent to Jiangbei Dang. It only used a pleading tone to say that they were temporarily feigning civility to stabilize the rebels and didn't know what Yang Rongui's next step was to do to them. Gu Yun and Yao Zhen were stunned at the same time. Gu Yun had already thought that Yang Ronggui would act in desperation if he couldn't bribe the imperial envoy. However, he had been in charge of the Black Iron Battalion for a long time and more or less didn't care about these local armed forces. He thought that 20 personal guards were enough to flatten Yangzhou. Chongqing wasn't someone who was easily startled. Gu Yun raised his hand and took the sea-patterned paper from Gu Chen's hand. He saw that the handwriting on it wasn't Chongqing's. It was written very hastily, but the more he read, the more alarmed he became, especially at the end. The emperor was attacked by an assassin. Whether he is alive or dead is unknown. A few thoughts raced through Gu Yun's mind. He pondered until he broke out in a cold sweat. Detaining Yan Wang in the south and assassinating the emperor in the capital, if he thought about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. As long as he was brave enough. If it weren't for the Linyuan Pavilion's secret involvement and the waterside wooden bird that could fly out, given the current situation of Yangzhou being surrounded, information would be blocked. Yang Rongui could very well bring his henchmen and quietly detain Yan Wang to the north without alerting the Jianbei Dang. Moreover, once Li Feng died, the throne would be empty. This matter was worth considering. Yao Zhen, Commander? Go back to General Cheng and lend me a few eagle armors. I'll return them when I'm done. Hurry. Gu Yun had also forgotten that he had collapsed from head to toe. He quickly said, Xiao Ge, stay here. Think of a way to contact the capital to see what's going on. I'll take people to Yangzhou. Yan Wang and Su Ling, who were ordered to fake, had already been packed up by Yang Rongui. They were invited onto the pirate ship and left Yangzhou with the army to the north to force the emperor to abdicate. They were very secretive along the way. The epidemic in Jianbei was such a big matter, but the capital didn't hear anything. It was enough to show the control Yang Rongui and the other traders had over the post house along the canal. At night, they rested in the post house. Yan Wang and Su Ling were wronged in the same room. The guards around them had already been dealt with. Outside, there were 3 layers of Yang Ronghui's spies. It was difficult for them to fly out even if they had wings. He waited until the middle of the night before Wild Goose King looked out of the window. When he saw that the guards had loosened up a little, he touched his face and said to Su Ling in a low voice, If I had known that this job would be so difficult, I would have stayed with the barbarians. This time, His Highness owes me a big favor. I don't know if the wooden bird can be delivered to Guban Shao. I've even implicated the young master. If your father knew about this, he would be very anxious. Su Ling was about to answer when his face suddenly turned serious. He saw that the guards at the back door had silently fallen down. Then, a black shadow sneaked in as if it could fly. The protective items on Su Ling's body had already been taken away. He reached out and grabbed a porcelain cup on the table and threw it out with a strong wind. The person gently tilted his face and barely dodged the hidden weapon. Then, he opened his hand and rolled the porcelain cup into his sleeve. He quietly sneaked in through the back window. His movements were extremely agile. After a series of movements, the wind chimes on the window actually didn't move at all. After the person landed, he pulled off the mask on his face and made hand gestures, It's me. It was Gu Yun. Su Ling probably hadn't seen Gu Yun before and was stunned. Yan Wang, on the other hand, sucked in a breath of cold air. His face lit up with joy. Gu Yun actually felt that something was wrong. Su Ling threw the cup too hard. However, he didn't have time to think about it. He carefully looked outside and frowned. He quickly made hand gestures and said, How did it end up like this? Where are the guards? Before he finished his set of hand gestures, Yan Wang had already pounced on him like a swallow returning to the forest. His steps were so delicate that it made people gasp in amazement. Gu Yun had a dog's nose that no one knew about. When people were within 3 feet of him, he could smell that something was wrong. This Yan Wang in front of him didn't have the calming scent that he always had on him. Instead, there was an imperceptible smell of cosmetics. He suddenly took a step back and raised his hand to grab Yan Wang's throat. Who are you? Yan Wang didn't expect to be exposed as soon as they met face to face. He was very frustrated. He could only move his hands and feet and mouthed, Uncle Shirlu, it's me. The only people who would call Gu Yun Uncle Shirlu were Gu Chen and Chao Chunhua, who were brought back by Chongqing from Yanhui town. Although the 2 of them had grown up, they never called him that again. Gu Yun's hand loosened and he said in surprise, Xiao Chao. They secretly connected the dots. At the same time, on the 3rd day of the 7th month, a secret letter from Yangzhou passed through the 9 gates of the imperial city and reached Lu Chang's hands. After Lu Chang read it, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. He entered his room with a group of trusted aides and sent someone to invite Fong Qin's master Fong. The Fong family's residence wasn't far from the Lu family's residence. A family member quickly returned and reported, Master, the Fong family said that Master Fong had a bad illness recently. His entire body is feverish and has rashes. They said that they would send him to a villa in the suburbs of the capital. It's inconvenient for him to receive guests. This lowly one saw that a carriage had already been prepared in their courtyard. The bedding and clothes are being burned in the backyard. Lu Chang asked, "Does Master Feng have a message for me?" "Yes," the family member respectfully replied. "Master Feng asked this lowly one to pass on a message to you. He said that he wishes you success and all the best." Lu Chang sneered and waved his hand to dismiss the family member. He turned around and entered the study. "Feng Qin, that old fox, has a basket full of wicked ideas. When he's ordering others around, he's always pointing out the country. When he's faced with a problem, he's used to shrinking back. In this lifetime, he'll only have the ability to be a doghead military advisor. Don't worry about him." The doghead military advisor that Assistant Minister Lu Chang spoke of had burned his own clothes and bedding and left the city to recuperate. Afterwards, he rode an ordinary-looking sedan chair to the northern suburbs. Shen Yi, who had secretly left the capital like him, happened to be in Beiding. When he heard that Master Feng, who was sitting on an unknown bench, had come to visit, he was immediately shocked. The new commander of Beiding was one of Tan Hongfei's deputies. He knew that this was no small matter. He immediately said in a low voice, "General Shen, please leave for the time being. I want to see him." That day, Feng Qin stayed in Beiding for almost 2 hours. No one knew what he said. It wasn't until it was dark that he silently left in his sedan chair. At the end of July, the Emperor Long An's birthday was approaching. Ever since Li Feng ascended the throne, his birthday hadn't been celebrated. The Empress Dowager in the palace had passed away early. After the previous emperor died, he didn't have any proper elders to take care of things for him. He had been stingy all his life. However, this year's Emperor Long An's birthday, Li Feng finally made some moves. The site of the kite restaurant that had collapsed during the war was rebuilt. Li Feng thought that the appearance of the platform of stars was ominous, and the extravagance of the Yunming Grand Temple was too harmful to the harmony of the heavens. Therefore, he ordered the renovation of the kite restaurant into the altar of praying. The original extravagant function of eating, drinking, and playing was abolished. It became a proper altar for offering sacrifices to the heavens and praying for blessings. The imperial astronomer was also moved over. It wasn't clear whether the Emperor Long An had nothing better to do, or if he had been urged by someone with ulterior motives, but he decided to go to the newly built altar of praying to the heavens and ancestors. Speaking of which, Li Feng's subordinates were a bunch of corrupt officials and sycophants. They specifically chewed on his country and his country. He was like a poor little cabbage that no one cared about or loved. When he celebrated his birthday, no one even gave him a bowl of noodles. He even had to confess his mistakes in governance in front of the world. It was so depressing. Other than a bunch of white beards and rotten officials, no one said a word of praise behind his back. It was truly a tragedy. When the emperor left the palace, the officials naturally followed him. The imperial guards opened the way, majestically heading toward the altar of praying. The imperial astronomer was waiting in formal attire, and a large bell rang throughout the city. There were 800 stone steps leading to the top of the altar of praying. In the middle was a narrow path called the imperial path, which was only for the emperor to walk on. On both sides were the royal path that accompanied the emperor. It only led to 400 steps and stopped halfway to the altar. The Emperor Long An walked up the imperial path, and the civil and military officials sent him off. One civil and one military official accompanied him to the top of the royal path, to the top of the 400 steps. However, at this time, Gu Yun and Yan Wang were not in the capital. The people accompanying the emperor could only be temporarily replaced by the Grand Councils Jiang Chong and the Southwest Taidu Shen Yi, who happened to be in the capital. Li Feng was usually busy, so he neglected riding and shooting. Wearing the oppressive formal attire of the emperor, climbing the 3,000 steps was really a bit strenuous. As he walked, he was lost in thought, recalling the events of his youth. It was the first time Gu Yun had followed the old marquis former subordinates to the south to suppress bandits. Dexing returned victorious, and Li Feng, as the crown prince, followed beside the late emperor to welcome the army back to the capital. Li Feng remembered that the young general was high-spirited when he left. His face had some childishness that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. After returning from the battlefield, his entire person seemed to have grown 10 years older. His eyebrows had not been tempered by the passage of time. Because he could not see clearly, his somewhat blurred eyes began to calm down, like a real cutting wind blade, vaguely showing an awe-inspiring aura. He dismounted from his horse and returned, shouting "Long live" with the other generals. The armor on his body shone faintly like fish scales under the sunlight. Li Feng, who rarely left the capital and the palace, accompanied the late emperor. He looked at Gu Yun, who was dressed in armor, with some envy. Taking advantage of the time when the commander-in-chief and the late emperor were asking and answering questions, Gu Yun suddenly raised his head and winked at the crown prince, who was not yet 20 years old. They looked at each other and smiled. Now, Li Feng was on the bright prayer altar. Thinking of the past, the corners of his mouth involuntarily revealed a smile. He returned to his senses and looked back. He saw a large group of people kneeling at the bottom of the stone steps. As far as the eye could see, they were all at the back of their heads. The 2 people accompanying the emperor were also well behaved. No one dared to raise their heads and offend the emperor. There was probably no more young people in the world who would wink at him. Li Feng suddenly felt a sense of loneliness in his heart. The imperial astronomer had already prepared the sacrificial ceremony. Just as he cleared his throat and was about to speak, suddenly, there was a commotion at the bottom of the bright prayer altar. Li Feng wanted to issue an edict of guilt. He also wanted to use the reputation of being diligent and loving the people. On this day, the capital was not completely under martial law. They only used the imperial guards to separate the people on both sides of the road. The road was crowded with people, and there were quite a lot of people watching the commotion. With this commotion, something happened. A small group of masked people who moved like the wind suddenly rushed out from the crowd of people watching the commotion. They were all top experts. In an instant, they tore a hole in the Imperial Guard's line of defense and headed straight for the bright prayer altar. "Be careful. It's the Dongying people." The officials were in a mess. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu Chongshan, shouted, "Protect the emperor." In a hurry, he directly led people to the bright prayer altar. He knelt 2 steps away from Li Feng and quickly said, "Your Majesty, this place is dangerous. This general will immediately escort your Majesty out of here." Li Feng was furious. He kicked Lu Chongshan's shoulder and said, "Trash." Lu Chongshan suddenly raised his head. A few of the Imperial Guards beside Lu Chongshan pulled out their swords at the same time. Li Feng's heart trembled. He suddenly realized that there were no Dongying assassins. This was a rebellion. This set of methods was exactly the same as the Black Iron Battalion that the previous emperor had connived with the barbaric concubine. Li Feng was shocked and angry. He pointed at Lu Chongshan and said, "How dare you?" Lu Chongshan chuckled and stood up. He stretched out his hand and swept the dust off his shoulder. He walked closer to Li Feng and said, "Your Majesty, for your own good, this general will escort you out of this place." Before Lu Chongshan's voice faded, a Japanese assassin had already broken through the Imperial Guards and rushed towards Yudao. Lu Chongshan sneered and pulled out the long sword at his waist. He pointed at Li Feng and said, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will not let these bastards touch Your Majesty." A scream came from behind Li Feng. He hurriedly turned around and saw the official of the Imperial astronomer was killed by the assassin. The blood on his neck flowed down the stone steps. The scream was like a command, and Lu Chongshan immediately slashed at Li Feng. Li Feng had practiced martial arts for a few days when he was young, but unfortunately, he did not have any talent. His level was really sloppy, and he had long since returned it to his master. In order to dodge the attack, he panicked and took a few steps back. In a moment of carelessness, he tripped on the stone steps. He stretched out his hand to support himself, and touched a handful of warm blood. The ceremonial robe was immediately stained. In this situation, if it was a timid person, perhaps they would have already fainted from fright. Fortunately, Emperor Long and stinky and stubborn donkey temper, not only did he not faint, he even dared to point at Lu Chongshan and angrily said, "Rebel, aren't you afraid of your whole family being executed?" The Emperor of Heaven did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. There was no one around to protect him. Wouldn't he just stretch out his neck and let others cut him? Lu Chongshan's saber missed its target. The fear of rebellion in his heart had long disappeared. He immediately chased after the enemy and said, "Then, for the sake of my family, there is no turning back." Under the attack of weapons, the Emperor of Heaven was also a mortal body. Li Feng could not avoid the attack. He still did not want to lose the dignity of the imperial family. He did not say anything on the surface, but he only felt miserable in his heart. He did not die because of his brother who wanted to usurp the throne. He did not die in the siege of the Western rebel army. Now that the world had just settled down and he needed to rest, he died inexplicably in the hands of the rebels. He did not even know why they rebelled. At this moment, a strong wind came from the side and scraped the tip of Li Feng's nose. The steel sword in Lu Chongshan's hand that almost hurt the emperor's body was knocked aside by a 2.5-inch long silk in the sleeve. Halfway through, Xianxia, who accompanied the emperor, finally arrived. The generals who followed the emperor to the altar did not carry swords. The armor was just for show. No one expected that Xianxia's iron wrist buckle actually left a handful of silk in the sleeve. Lu Chongshan saw that he was about to succeed, but suddenly Xianxia interrupted. He could not help but curse in his heart. Before coming, Lu Chang had clearly said that he had tested the Shen family's reaction. He absolutely would not cause any trouble. He would only shrink his head and watch with the surnamed Feng. Why did he suddenly create a new problem? Xianxia leaned over and helped the emperor along and up. He and Jiang Chong, who had trotted all the way over, stood in front of the emperor Long and protected him in the middle. They looked very isolated and helpless. Li Feng's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He sighed in embarrassment and said, "The two officials are very considerate." Jiang Chong did not have any martial arts skills, so he could not help but feel nervous. General Shen had fought all the way back to the capital from the southwest. His expression did not change as he said, "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. There are many people today. In order to prevent any mistakes, many officials have sent imperial bodyguards to mix in with the common people. They are enough to deal with them. No matter how useless this general is, I can still take care of this group of young master soldiers. I will definitely protect your Majesty." A while ago, Fang Qin secretly went to Beiding. He brought with him a letter written by his Shu sister to his concubine mother. The matter mentioned in the letter was very frightening. One of Madame Fang's maidservants, who had just been bought, was not familiar with the rules. She accidentally barged into the study and was beaten to death. This was not the worst. Madame Fang, who was officially married, was actually placed under house arrest in the inner courtyard because of this matter. She had no choice but to ask her mother's family for help. The letter mentioned that there were many guests that day, including the commander of the Imperial Guards, Li Chongshan, and several other people. It just so happened that the Emperor Longan had just announced that he would go out of the palace to offer sacrifices to the heavens on the emperor's birthday. At this critical juncture, it was impossible not to overthink. However, this was only a vague letter, so it could not be reported to the emperor. Otherwise, if nothing happened, wouldn't it be a groundless accusation to frame an important official of the imperial court? Li Feng hated the tendency of partisans to attack those who did not agree with him. The imperial censorate had been repeatedly humiliated by the emperor because they could not get to the point every time they accused Yan Wang. No one dared to rashly take this risk. However, Beiding could not enter the palace without being summoned. If something really happened to the emperor when he left the palace, distant water would not be able to quench the immediate thirst. Thus, Fang Qin came up with an idea. He had Beiding wait outside the 9th gate. Once there was any movement, he could force his way into the palace and come to the rescue within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Before this, they had borrowed a group of strong generals from the Shen family, Marquis Fu, and other military families to mix in with the crowd. If something happened, they only needed to delay for a while until Beiding came to the rescue. Although Xianxia did not like Fang Qin very much, he had to admit that this old thing was quite thoughtful. Lu Chongshan could not bear to see Xianxia's calm and unruffled appearance. Hearing this, he sneered and said, "Then I'll have to experience great general's ability." After he finished speaking, the several rebel imperial guards and assassins behind him swarmed forward. The generals that Fang Qin had arranged to be below also came to their senses. They ran up the altar from both sides and fought with the rebel army. Shini pulled Li Feng behind him and pulled down an assassin's wrist. With a snap, the assassin's arm was broken. In the blink of an eye, he took the strangely shaped Japanese sword from the assassin's hand. Then, he flicked the heavy Japanese sword out of his hand and slashed it towards Lu Chongshan's face. Experience my ability? Shini shook his head and sighed like a good old man. I'm afraid Commander Lu is not worthy. Lu Chongshan and Shini were both descendants of aristocratic families. The family tree on top of their heads was about the same size. They both passed the imperial examination in the same year. However, Shini studied literature while Lu Chongshan passed the military examination. Later on, he relied on his family background to enter the Imperial Guards. He had a very glorious life. When did he ever put Shen Jiping, who was famous for not doing his job properly, in his eyes? However, after all these years, the Imperial Guards were full of influential people. Lu Chongshan had worked hard until now and only managed to become a small commander. What was Shini to him? He was just an Imperial long-arm commander who had stepped on Dog *T luck and got on the Gu family's boat. Unexpectedly, he was also able to become a commander. Lu Chongshan was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were almost flashing red. He pursed his lips and whistled. More rebel soldiers rushed up from below the altar. The people on the street were scrambling to escape. Lu Chongshan said, "It's said that 30 black armor can defeat 18 Bei man. I wonder how many nails can the General Shen twist with his mortal body?" At this moment, the whistling sound of heavy armor came from below the field. Several heavy armor tore through the line of defense and surrounded them. Like the leaves of a fan, they surrounded the retreating family generals and the emperor in the middle. The deadly snow-white steam rose to the sky, and they did not bend even once. Since the martial emperor era, there were standards for lighters and steel armor carried by the imperial guards all over the country. No one was allowed to exceed the standards. Only the imperial guards were allowed to carry heavy armor. Today, the evil dog of the Imperial Guards finally devoured its master. Shini cautiously held the Japanese sword in front of his chest. He only hoped that the beidang would be faster. After this interruption, Li Feng took a breath. He took off the blood-stained robe and threw it to the ground. He stepped forward and questioned, "Lu Chongshan, with your many years of inexperience, it's difficult for you to take on such a big responsibility. Because of the loyalty of the Lu family, I promoted you to the commander of the Imperial Guards. I've treated you well. Are you betraying me and colluding with outsiders to repay me?" Lu Chongshan had always been arrogant. He always felt that his career was not smooth because of his parents' incompetence. He was angry and resentful. Therefore, he was not close to his own family. Instead, he was in the same boat as the Lu family. When he heard Li Feng's words that he was not even worthy of being a commander, he laughed bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, what is written in the edict? You are ignorant of people's talents and have no achievements in governing the country. You have been in politics for 9 years. You have done many muddle-headed things, and even brought disaster to the country and the people. Since you said it so clearly, why don't you abdicate and give it to a better person?" Li Feng almost ground his teeth to pieces. "Tell me, who should I give it to? Who should I give it to?" Shini and Jiang Chang's hearts tightened at the same time. Shini sent an assassin flying with his sword. In a moment of nervousness, the Japanese sword, which was not easy to use, flew out of his hand. He knew that the man surnamed Feng was not so kind. When Lu Chongshan said these words, it was impossible for people not to associate it with King Yen. They could not think too deeply about this matter. Otherwise, Gu Yun would be implicated as well. Otherwise, why did he have to leave at this time instead of earlier or later? Did he and Yan Wang conspire together? A few thoughts flashed through Xinyi's mind, and he broke out in a cold sweat. At the beginning, Xinyi's thinking was very simple. He thought that Yan Wang went south to deal with Yang Ronggui. It was impossible for him to get involved with the LV family, which was a group of villains who could not do anything right. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, he could not let Lu Chang's group of rebels succeed in their conspiracy. It was not until this moment that Shini realized that he had been made a fool of. Was the initiator of this matter really Lu Chang? If Madame Feng was really grounded because her maid heard something that she should not have heard, how could she, a young lady who grew up in a big house, send out the letter, most people would think that the aristocratic families were of the same breath and branch. If the LV family was confiscated, his family's in-laws would not be any better. But what if someone put righteousness before family? Fang Qin took a letter from his sister and quietly sent it to Beidang. At the critical moment, he stood firm. The emperor was frightened but not in danger. He had made a great contribution. For this, if Madame Fang was willing to divorce, even if the LV family was executed, she would be able to get herself out of trouble. Fang Qin seemed helpless, but in fact, he was abandoning the pawn to protect the chariot. He treated the LV family as a disposable cannon to target Yan Wang. Shani protected the emperor in the chaos for half of the time. Suddenly, he did not know how to end the situation. Should he continue to protect the emperor, wait for Beidang to come to eradicate the rebels, and then kill Yan Wang and Guyun? Or should he immediately show favoritism, turn around, and send Li Feng to see the king of hell? Should he simply confirm that Yan Wang was a rebel? Old Mother Shen had never been in such a dilemma in her life. As soon as he let go of the Japanese sword in his hand, Lu Chongshan immediately seized the opportunity. He took a few steps forward and slashed 3 times in a row. Xingyi's feet were in a mess, and he almost had his stomach cut open. He dodged in a panic, but his court uniform was cut open in front of his chest. The heavily armored rebel army closed in and bombarded the bright prayer altar. Behind him, Jiang Chong shouted, "General Shen." Shani barely managed to stand still. He suddenly turned around and saw a rebel army in heavy armor killing 3 of his family's generals. The cannon was already aimed at Li Feng and was about to blow the emperor up into the sky. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry came from the sky, piercing people's ears. Then, an iron arrow fell from the sky. It almost brushed past Li Feng's arm and pierced through the chest of the heavy armor. The heavy armor exploded into fireworks a few feet away. Jiang Chong pushed Li Feng to the ground. Sheni gasped. His hands and feet were numb. The next moment, he suddenly realized something. Ever since the altar was built, the no-fly zone in the capital had been restored. Unless the emperor gave a personal order or the Xiantai tiger talisman to send an order to the Lingshu temple, how else could the eagle fly in? Guyun was back. 3 eagle armors flew straight down from the sky. They had an obvious advantage in the air. They quickly took care of the assassins by the Emperor Long An's side. The leader of the eagle armors landed. He was wearing an iron mask, so no one could see who he was. He landed not far away and half knelt on the stone steps to help Li Feng up. At this time, Beidang, who had been waiting for a long time, finally arrived. The altar was in a mess. Beidang and the rebel army were fighting. Those who tried to take advantage of the chaos were all taken down by the eagle armors beside Li Feng. Once they knew that Guyun was back, or at least the Xiantai tiger talisman was back. The Marquis of Stability already knew about this matter. Xingyi's unconditional trust in Guyun immediately calmed down. He caught a wind blade thrown to him by an eagle and directly twisted one of Lu Chongshan's arms, capturing him alive in front of the emperor. The imperial guards were no match for Beidang. In just a short while, the dust settled and the rebel army's leader was captured. Li Feng was not that stupid. He knew that there was someone behind Lu Chongshan. He immediately ordered people to seal the city gates and prepare for a thorough investigation. The blood on his body had not dried, but his complexion did not look better because he had escaped danger. Li Feng's gaze swept across the rebel army's corpses that were strewn all over the ground. The imperial guard's attire that was exceptionally ironic. He thought of his subordinates who could not escape responsibility and Lu Chongshan's words of abdicating the throne just now. It was like an ice thorn across his chest. Li Feng's mind could not tolerate such a trivial question as how did the eagle armors enter the capital. His mind was filled with the word betrayal. The aristocratic families who had received the emperor's favor had betrayed him. The imperial guards who had been raised by his trusted aides had betrayed him. Guyun, who had grown up with him, whom he missed, had betrayed him. Even his own younger brother, after Yan Wang entered the court, he had done many shocking things. Since the establishment of the Grand Council, the impeachment memorials against Yan Wang had never stopped. They were all suppressed by him. Li Feng was indeed worried, doubtful, and even jealous of this overly capable younger brother of his. However, he had never touched a single hair on Li Min's head. He thought that he had already done his best. Could it be that he had raised a mountain wolf who wanted his life? Jiang Chong saw that Li Feng's expression was not right. He hurriedly said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, there are too many people here. Let's return to the palace first." Li Feng looked at him blankly. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly bent over. His fingers twitched in the air and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding people shouted, "Your Majesty," together. Li Feng's ears were buzzing. After a long time, he realized that he was grabbing the arm of Xianxia who had just saved him. The blood between his fingers dyed Xianxia's iron arm red. And this matter was clearly not over yet. The Beidang commander quickly grabbed a person and brought him in front of Li Feng. He reported, "Your Majesty, this person took advantage of the chaos to sneak out of the city to the south. This general has detained him. I'm afraid that there is something that cannot be revealed." That person trembled. From time to time, he would glance at Lu Chang. At this time, someone pointed out, "Your Majesty, this official recognizes this person. This person is Assistant Minister Lu's family carriage driver. Every day, when the court is dismissed, he would wait outside for Lu Darren. This official has personally seen him." Lu Chang's face was ashen. With a putong sound, he knelt on the ground. Li Feng held onto Xianxia's iron shoulder to steady himself. He tried his best to straighten his back and hoarsely said, "Beloved Minister Lu, you sent someone out of the city at this time. Who are you informing?" The Beidang commander fiercely pressed the Lu family servant to the ground. The sword at his waist was unsheathed with a clang sound. The Lu family servant was also a coward. He was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. He kowtowed like he was pounding garlic and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. This lowly one was forced." This lowly one was Lu Darren. He privately instructed this lowly one to take advantage of the chaos to inform Yang Darren. Li Feng was surprised and asked, "Which Yang Darren?" The servant swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Eldest son-in-law. Yang Rongui Darren." Li Feng's hand that was holding onto Xianxia's body tightened. His voice suddenly became louder. "Yang Rongui is the governor of Liangjiang and a high-ranking official. How could he dare to enter the capital without an imperial order? You're speaking nonsense." "Servant, Your Majesty, please spare my life." Eldest son-in-law had already secretly arrived at the south gate of the capital. He was just waiting for my family's master's signal. As long as Commander Lu succeeds, then. Li Feng, then what? Servant, he will escort the new emperor into the capital. Li Feng's vision darkened. If it wasn't for Xianxia beside him supporting him, he would have fainted on the spot. Shani was once again stunned by this unexpected development. If he could still use the words "groundless accusations" to absolve Yan Wang, then what was going on now? Was the evidence conclusive? For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether Gu Yun had really come back or not. His heart was filled with countless terrifying possibilities. His armor was soaked in cold sweat. Fang Qin lowered his head in a place where others couldn't see him. There was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Yan Wang was the emperor's younger brother. It was hard to shake him unless he was guilty of treason. Wasn't this treason? "Go and invite Yang Rongui and the new emperor in." Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I want to see." Just as Li Feng was at a loss for words, the eagle-armored man next to him finally pushed up his iron mask and calmly revealed an earth-shattering face. "Your Majesty, the rebels and traitors have been captured. Please take care of your body. The Son of Heaven has worked his heart out for the country. Why should he hurt himself for a few rebels?" The voice was too familiar. Li Feng turned his head and was stunned. The eagle-armored man supporting him was Gu Yun, who was supposed to be in the south. Gu Yun's sudden appearance scared the group of people. Lu Chang's mind buzzed. Yang Rongui had promised him that they would be very careful. The Marquis of Stability had been completely fooled by them. In his original plan, all the arrangements had to be completed during the time Yan Wang was away from the capital. Lu Chongshan, that idiot, was a chess piece. As long as he lured him to kill Li Feng, Yang Rongui didn't have to take the lead. Lu Chongshan would push Yan Wang out. At that time, whether Yan Wang was willing or coerced by Yang Rongui, as long as he showed up, the crime of treason would be immediately committed. Once the Beidang in the suburbs of the capital reacted, they would immediately enter the capital to quell the rebellion and wipe out Yan Wang and Lu Chongshan. They would die in the chaos and there would be no evidence. There was no Empress Dowager in the palace. The Empress was a sickly person who couldn't be exposed to the wind. She couldn't even lift the phoenix seal. The Crown Prince was still drinking milk, and Consort Lu's eldest son was already 11 years old. It went without saying who owned the country. Gu Yun was far away in Jiangbei. By the time he found out, the emperor and the rebels were dead. The dust in the capital had already settled. Unless he ignored the danger of the 4 territories and risked universal condemnation to raise an army for 2 dead people, even a villain like Lu Cheng didn't believe Gu Yun could do it. If Gu Yun wanted to betray the country, he would have betrayed the country when Beidang rebelled, or even before that, when he knew the truth about the Black Iron Battalion's rebellion. How could that old bastard Wang Bao survive until today? There were only 2 key points in this matter. First, it depended on whether Yang Rongui could cut off the connection between the capital and Jiangbei in his own territory and hide it from Gu Yun. Second, it depended on whether Lu Chongshan could successfully kill Li Feng. The former had Yang Rongui's life as a guarantee. The latter was supposed to be foolproof. Who knew that someone leaked the news that there were many experts and bodyguards among the people? Beidang arrived in advance, and Gu Yun also fell from the sky. At this point, Lu Cheng finally realized that someone among the people he trusted the most had betrayed him. If it wasn't Yang Rongui, then it was Fang Qin. Yang Rongui didn't end well this time. Could it be Fang Qin? If it was really Fang Qin, then he was too vicious. He took advantage of the situation and leaked their whereabouts to Beidang. He also dragged Gu Yun into fish in troubled waters. Not only could he fight for the first merit of protecting the emperor, but he could also get rid of the Lu family. In the future, there would be no one in the aristocratic families in the capital who could compete with the Fang family. As Lu Cheng thought about it, his mind went blank. He thought in shock, could Fang Qin have been part of Yan Wang's party from the beginning? And Master Fang, who had inexplicably become part of Yan Wang's party, saw Gu Yun. His expression changed, and he couldn't laugh anymore. He originally thought that with Yang Rongui's ability to cover the sky with one hand, he could at least take advantage of the time when Gu Yun rushed to the front line to settle the matter. From the beginning to the end, this killing god wasn't in his plan. Although Beidang saved the emperor, whether Gu Yun came or not wouldn't affect his plan. But inexplicably, Fang Qin suddenly had a premonition that everything was out of control. This group of people each had their own ulterior motives. Only Sheni heaved a huge sigh of relief when he saw Gu Yun acting as if he had seen his savior. Little Liang Feng burrowed into his torn court robe and swept directly onto his sweaty skin, making him shudder. However, he was relieved too early. The bloody storm wasn't over yet. Gu Yun handed Li Feng to the eunuch who had rushed over, took a step back and knelt on the stone steps. Without waiting for Li Feng to ask, he took the lead and methodically reported, "After I separated from Yan Wang and Lord Su in Yangzhou City, I left the bodyguards with Yan Wang and went to Jiangbei Dang with Go Lingshu to check on military affairs. Unexpectedly, when I was in Jiangbei Dang, I suddenly received a secret letter from the bodyguards asking for help, saying that Yang Rongui dared to privately raise troops and hold Yan Wang hostage with ill intentions. In a moment of desperation, I had no choice but to transfer several eagle armors from the Jiangbei garrison with General Cheng. When I rushed to Yangzhou City, I found that Yang Rongui had surrounded Yangzhou Prefecture in the name of quelling a riot. I led people to investigate the surroundings for a long time, and even took advantage of the night to sneak into the governor's mansion. Only then did I discover that this person had deliberately created a fog. Yang Rongui's whereabouts were unknown, and Yan Wang's whereabouts were unknown. When I thought of the rebellion that the bodyguards mentioned, I was afraid that the capital would be lost, so I had no choice but to rush back. I was unable to protect Yan Wang thoroughly and failed to fulfill my mission. As soon as Gu Yun said this, the soul-stirring part of it caused the surroundings to fall silent. Fang Qin quietly gave Wang Bao a meaningful glance. Wang Bao understood and interjected, "Your Majesty, this subject has something I don't understand and would like to ask Marshal Gu." Marshal Gu's eagle armor chased him all the way from Jiangbei to the capital, but why couldn't they stop Yang Rongui? This sentence could be said to be Uncle Wang's extraordinary performance. It seemed to be unintentional, but in reality, it aroused a lot of Li Feng's doubts. Was it Yang Ronggui who was so resourceful, or was it Gu Yun who deliberately let Yang Ronggui and the others into the capital? Did the Marquis of Stability rush all the way here to rescue the emperor, or did he have other plans? When he arrived in the capital and saw Beidang, he was already prepared and changed sides at the last minute, not to mention the missing Yan Wang. If he was really with the rebels outside the city, it was unclear whether he was kidnapped or if there was some other inside story. Everyone's gazes fell on Gu Yun, but Gu Yun seemed to be ignorant and calmly replied, "I am ashamed." When this subject received the news, I had already lost track of Yang Ronggui. Looking for Yan Wang in Yangzhou City and searching for the rebels along the way, I was delayed for a long time and almost messed up the important matter. The civil officials present did not understand this sentence, but Zhang Fenghan, who was supported by two people, timely interjected, "Your Majesty, you may not know, but the eagle armors are extremely fast in the sky. They can only search for the target in front of the army or in a small area. The distance from Jiangbei to the capital is so far. If they don't know in advance which path the target took, and if the target is not a large group of people, 2 or 3 eagle armors looking for someone is simply like looking for a needle in a haystack." However, the matter had already reached this point. Fang Qin's party was not willing to let Gu Yun off so easily. In a hurry, Uncle Wang pressed, "Since you know the situation is urgent, why didn't Marshal Gu borrow more people from Jiangbei Dang?" Gu Yun turned his head and glanced at them. From Fang Qin's point of view, the curve of the Marquis of Stability's peach blossom eyes was particularly obvious. The corners of his eyes were almost hooked. Coupled with the small mole, there was a hint of a smile that was not a smile for no reason. Fang Qin's heart suddenly jumped. Wang Bao said the wrong thing and slapped himself. Sure enough, the first sentence was an extraordinary performance. This sentence was Uncle Wang's level. However, Gu Yun usually did not compete, but he was not stupid. At this time, he would definitely not give him a chance to make up for it. "I don't understand what Uncle Wang means," Gu Yun said calmly. "Is Jiangbei Dang my private army? If I say transfer, you transfer? You don't care about the tight frontline supplies and the covetous foreigners? Dare I ask Imperial brother-in-law, other than His Majesty, who else in our dynasty can mobilize a large force and bring the Jiangbei barracks to the capital? I'll have to trouble you to point it out to me. I'll personally behead that traitor." His murderous words brought Li Feng back to his senses. He suddenly realized that he had almost been led into a ditch by Wang Bao's small heart. Gu Yun had the Xiantai tiger tally. Even if he wanted to rebel, was it worth it to follow behind trash like Yang Ronggui to pick up scraps? Gu Yun said, "Your Majesty, I did not react in time and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. When I found Yang Ronggui and the others, I was already close to the capital. I knew that King Yan might have been kidnapped by this rebellious official, so I did not dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. Originally, I wanted to ask for help from the northern military camp, but who knew that the northern military camp was waiting outside the 9 gates? Only then did I know that something might have happened in the capital. Fortunately, the northern military camp received Fang Daren's warning in advance. In a hurry, I could only order the 9 gates to temporarily set up a no-fly net and at the same time, let the northern military camp enter the city." Fang Qin's face twitched. He felt that Lu Chang's gaze was about to burn through him. From the beginning to the end, he had pretended to be sick and remained anonymous. He even let Wang Bao rush to the front to act in a low-key manner. Hiding behind others was the safest. It would be best if he could make Lu Chang not think that he was involved in this. Who knew that Gu Yun would stab him with a soft knife and directly roast him over the fire? Lu Chang was just casually suspecting, but this sentence confirmed it. He was shocked and hated Fang Qin so much that he wanted to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. Only then did Li Feng realize that Beidang didn't run fast. Instead, he had been waiting outside the 9th gate for a long time. For a moment, he was even more confused. What's going on with Beidang? Fang Qin had no choice but to temporarily put aside the huge accident that was Gu Yun. Together with the deputy general of Beidang, he chose his words carefully and began to talk about the letter from his younger sister, Madame Feng. Next to him was a Lu Chang, whose eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Li Feng was also very suspicious. Although Fang Qin was confident that this matter was well planned and that he didn't leave behind any evidence, if he didn't handle it well, he could still get himself into trouble. The more Li Feng listened, the more his head hurt. The more he listened, the more frightened he became. This matter involved a wide range of people and the complexity of the inside story was unprecedented in Along'an. The civil and military officials didn't even dare to breathe loudly and knelt down. Beidang had already temporarily placed the streets under martial law to prevent rumors that shouldn't spread to the marketplace. Before Fang Qin could finish expressing his loyalty, Beidang had already dealt with Yang Rongui and the others. Yang Rongui didn't wait for Lu Cheng's report of victory at the agreed place. Instead, he was surrounded by Beidang. At that time, he knew that the situation was hopeless. At first, he wanted to take Yan Wang as hostage. Who would have thought that the new commander of Beidang was incorruptible? He thought that Yan Wang hadn't been cleared of suspicion, so he shot an arrow at the traitor holding Yan Wang and brought him into the city without caring about anything else. Other than Yan Wang, a relative of the imperial family, who received special treatment, everyone else was tied up and escorted to the altar of prayer. Yang Rongui had been thinking about what to do the entire time. At this time, his knees hadn't even touched the ground yet, but he had already begun to preemptively shout that he had been wronged. Jiang Chong stepped forward and shouted, "You colluded with traitors to start a rebellion. What face do you have to shout that you have been wronged?" Yang Rongui hit the ground with his head and howled, "I have been wronged, Your Majesty. This guilty subject has received Your Majesty's grace for generations, how could I dare to betray Your Majesty?" From the very beginning, Yan Wang's faction in the imperial court slandered this subject. This guilty subject's family doesn't have more than 100 taels of gold and silver. When the country was in danger, all of it was exchanged for fire beacon tickets. The so-called embezzlement brings disaster to the country and the people is complete nonsense. If you don't believe me, you can order this guilty subject's family to be confiscated. This subject's loyalty to Your Majesty can be demonstrated by heaven and earth. Your Majesty, please understand. Li Feng's voice was so low that it seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. Oh? According to what you said, you came to the capital without permission. Could it be that you came here to rescue the emperor? Yang Rongui immediately reversed black and white and said, "In the imperial court, Yan Wang's faction covered the sky with one hand, deceiving the emperor and forming a faction. They did everything. This guilty subject is innocent and was slandered by lowly people. Even my brother-in-law, Assistant Minister Liu, refused to believe this guilty subject. He sent several letters to interrogate me, but lowly people took advantage of this and was incited by the traitor Wang's faction to commit a grave mistake. This subject was far away in Jiangbei. When I found out about this matter, it was already too late." Li Feng cut him off. "Who is this lowly person?" Yang Rongui loudly said, "It was the Minister of Revenue, Fang Qin, who offered my brother-in-law the yellow gown attaining the crown." Fang Qin angrily said, "Your Majesty, the traitor harbors a grudge in his heart. He has no evidence. He is clearly making slanderous accusations." Wang Bao hurriedly chimed in, "If official Yang really came to the capital to rescue the emperor, would he only bring these few people with him? Just now, the Marquis of Stability clearly said that soldiers were gathering in Yangzhou." Lu Chang wept bitterly, "This subject is innocent." Shani. The layer of cold sweat on his head had just been blown away by the cold wind. He had witnessed the largest dog-eat-dog fight in Along'an. His entire body was stunned. A second layer of cold sweat hurriedly lined up. He simply didn't know how he, who was dizzy and confused, managed to pass through all these layers of conspiracies and machinations. "Li Feng, all of you, shut up. Bring Yan Wang along." The long-forgotten Yan Wang and Su Ling were pushed to the front of the emperor. Li Feng gloomily stared at the people in front of him and coldly said, "Amin, I want to hear what you have to say." That Yan Wang hunched his shoulders and shrunk his neck. His entire body was trembling. His usually handsome and deep facial features had changed. Out of nowhere, there was a hint of wretchedness. He was so scared that he looked like a human quail. The others didn't feel anything, but Zhang Fenghan was the first to become anxious. He went forward and pushed Yan Wang's shoulder. He anxiously said, "You should say something." At this time, something strange happened. Yan Wang, who had stepped on the back of the Black Eagle and killed the Japanese spy with an arrow, was pushed by the old man, Duke Feng Han. He staggered and crawled on the ground. One of his shoulders was deformed, everyone was stunned. They didn't know if Duke Feng Han had drunk the purple flowing gold or if Yan Wang had turned into mud. After a long while, the Beidang commander gathered his courage and took a step forward. He tentatively reached out his hand and touched Yan Wang's deformed shoulder. He replied, "Your Majesty, this thing seems to be, Li Feng, what?" The Beidang commander said. "It's a shoulder pad." As he spoke, Yan Wang raised his head. His face was covered with tears and snot. His nose and chin were split in 2 directions. His handsome face was split in 2 directions. How was this Yan Wang? It was clearly a demon from who knew where. Shocked, the commander of the North military camp quickly pulled open the man's robe. He saw that the man's shoulders, chest, and back were stuffed with soft cushions that could pass for real. There were at least 5 or 6 inches of cushions hidden in the boots on his feet. His fake nose, fake chin, and human skin mask were pulled down. It was clearly a short, strange man with the head of a rat and the eyes of a rat. Li Feng had never seen such a big change in a living person in his life. He gasped, Who are you?" Shani felt that for a moment, the emperor probably wanted to shout, "What kind of demon are you?" The man opened his mouth, but he couldn't speak. His tongue had been cut off. He looked at Su Ling next to him. When his hair was pulled back, a layer of human skin mask could be seen on his scalp. Lu Chang, Yang Ronggui, those 2 people were sent by Yang Ronggui to guard Yan Wang and Su Ling. When did they become like this after their tongues were cut off? What about the real Yan Wang? Could it be that for such a long time, the real Yan Wang and Su Ling had been pretending to be his attendants? Yang Ronggui hurriedly turned around to look for them. Sure enough, 2 people were missing from the group of Beidang escorts behind him. He didn't even know when they were gone. For a moment, even Fang Qin didn't know what to say. Master Fang, who was full of conspiracy, couldn't help but suspect that Yang Ronggui had really broken up with Lu Chang long ago, right? Li Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his foot to leave, but he didn't know when his foot had gone numb. He swayed as soon as he took a step. If it weren't for Gu Yun beside him, the current emperor would have fallen to the ground like a dog eating mud. "Your Majesty," Gu Yun whispered in his ear, "let this official carry you down." Li Feng's heart trembled violently. When he looked at Gu Yun, he was almost dazed for a moment. The person beside him didn't seem to have changed much after so many years. It wasn't that Gu Yun still maintained the appearance of a teenager, but his eyes. Over the years, everyone had been involved in countless schemes and deep thoughts. Only that pair of familiar peach blossom eyes still vaguely contained the mischievous and flirtatious smile that year when he secretly smiled at him from behind a piece of scale armor. Li Feng shook his head. He wasn't willing to show weakness and be carried away in front of everyone. He only supported Gu Yun by one arm and slowly walked down the messy altar. The eunuch shouted in a shrill voice, "Set off, return to the palace." The boundless sunset slowly hung down to the edge of the imperial city, reflecting the rows upon rows of glazed tiles in a blood-red color. Finally, it still fell. This was destined to be a sleepless night. The Lu family's party was taken down like a whirlwind and all of them were sent to prison to await trial. Although Fang Qin and the others were meritorious in rescuing the emperor, they were not implicated for the time being. However, the result was very different from what they had planned, and they were disgraced. As for the center of the whirlpool, Yan Wang, he was still nowhere to be found. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The next day, it was the day of the imperial court meeting, so it had to be cancelled at the last minute. The Imperial Academy of Medicine rushed in and out of the palace like ants on a hot pan. Gu Yun and Shani stayed in the palace for the night and left in the early morning of the next day. The tip of Gu Yun's nose still seemed to be lingering with the smell of the medicinal soup in the depths of the palace. His nose was exceptionally sharp, and he enjoyed appreciating all kinds of scents. The sweet but not greasy fragrance of cosmetics on a beauty's body, the rich and fragrant smell of grass and trees in the midsummer wind, the fresh and tranquil smell of herbal incense on a handsome young man's body. The only thing he didn't like was the smell of medicinal soup. Especially when the doors and windows were closed, the smell of medicinal soup was stagnant in the room. It was oppressive and lingering, like a quagmire that could drag a living person into it. After this battle, the two walked side by side. They were both mentally and physically exhausted, and neither of them said a word. Along the way out of the palace, Shani asked worriedly, "How are your eyes?" Gu Yun shook his head. Shani didn't know if Gu Yun shook his head to say I'm fine or not so good. After thinking about it, he felt that there was no one in Gu Yun's house to take care of him, so he ordered the coachman to rush in the direction of his house. The martial law in the capital had not been lifted yet, so there was no one on either side of the Bluestone Road. When he lifted the curtain, he could only hear the sound of the carriage rumbling. Shani breathed a sigh of relief tiredly and held the slightly swaying gas lamp above his head. The light cast a large shadow on Gu Yun's face. His eyes were faintly green, and his cheeks were slightly sunken. After getting into the car, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and closed his eyes to rest. He did not ask where Shani was going to take him. It was not until the car reached home that Shani woke him up. In just a short while, Gu Yun actually fell asleep. The moment he opened his eyes, he was a little confused. He only woke up after getting out of the car and being blown by the morning breeze. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the door of the Shen residence. He said, "It was noisy just now. I think I heard someone say that old Master Shen is sick." Shani coughed dryly. It was not good to tell the truth in front of the gate, so he winked at him and smiled. Gu Yun understood. "I'm here to visit the patient empty-handed today." Shani forced a smile and said, "That's not a problem. You brought his son back with all his arms and legs intact. That's already a big gift." "You shut up." The last sentence was directed at the mysterious door bird in front of the Shen residence's door. Today, the door bird seemed to be in a good mood. It did not intend to show off its power. It stretched its neck and stared curiously at Gu Yun. Who knew that it would be reprimanded after just flapping its wings a little? It immediately became angry and shouted to welcome the guest, "Bastard! Little bastard! You look so unlucky. If you die today, you'll be buried tomorrow." Shani, their family's ancestor, only recognized Old Master Shen. When it saw Old Master Shen, it said, "Old Master, may you prosper." To other two-legged living creatures, it had the attitude of "Bastard, come and fight." Gu Yun's expression did not change. It seemed that it was not the first time he had been scolded. He clasped his fingers together and flicked them skillfully. A strong wind hit the bird's beak. The bird was hit by his slap and flipped twice in the cage. Its feathers fell to the ground. It immediately shriveled up and was speechless for a long time. Then, it said in a soft and aggrieved voice, "Lang Jun, you're so lucky. You're on the top of the imperial examination." General Shen was so ashamed that he was unable to show his face. Gu Yun smiled and turned to walk into the courtyard. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, the bird's face immediately changed like flipping a book. It said fiercely, "Pay. Pay." Logically speaking, an adult who weighed more than 100 caddies shouldn't lower himself to the level of a two-tail feathered beast. Unfortunately, the Marquis of Stability was unreasonable. He immediately took 2 steps back and reached out to take down the birdcage on the door beam. He opened the iron cage and took out the door god. He said to Shani, "Tell your old master that I'm taking this thing with me. I'll give him a new one another day." Shani had had enough. He hurriedly said with tears of gratitude, "Okay, no problem. I can't thank you enough for your kindness." The door god was shocked. Its feathers stood up and it screamed, "Murdering your husband, Ga." It was strangled by Gu Yun. This scream woke up the dozing old servant. The old servant rubbed his eyes. When he saw Gu Yun, he hurriedly led the way to welcome the guest. It was chaos again. After entering the inner courtyard, Shani looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he lowered his voice and asked, "Where is His Royal Highness Yan Wang?" Gu Yun slowly shook his head. Shani was shocked, "You don't know? We lost contact in Yangzhou." Gu Yun held the bird with one hand and pinched his forehead with the other. Soon, his forehead turned red. He first briefly told Shani the itinerary, then said, he found Xiao to pretend to be himself and pretended to be polite to Yang Ronggui. He secretly went to another place. According to the personal guard I left by his side, he seemed to have gone to a Jianghu gang to find a refugee witness. On the way, he only sent a short letter saying safe and sound, don't worry. He also told us not to worry about him when we returned to the capital. After that, he didn't contact him again. Yang Rongui rebelled in his name. I really had to come back to deal with him. I left a few people there and asked General Zhong to secretly send people to investigate, but so far. After a long time, the other side was still worried. Shani didn't know what to say for a moment. He reached out and pressed Gu Yun's shoulder. Don't you know about Yan Wang's ability? You saw that he didn't show his face. He knew in his heart that he must be fine. Besides, he followed Elder Zhong and the others around the world since he was young. What hasn't he seen? He's fine. Gu Yun's knitted eyebrows didn't have any intention of relaxing. Shani could only change the topic. How is the emperor? Gu Yun sighed. He's not injured. The imperial physician only said that his heart was attacked by anger and he needs to rest. But to be honest, I've heard the word rest so many times that my ears have grown calluses. The physician seemed to use this word on everyone. If he could really rest, who wouldn't? Shani asked cautiously. When he asked you to go in, he didn't say anything, right? Gu Yun was silent for a moment. He said. He asked me, if there is a torrential rain and the river rises, can the flood dragon grow horns? Shani immediately held his breath. The flood dragon's horns were the sign of a dragon. It was self-evident who this implied, you. Gu Yun said, flood dragons and dragons are close relatives in folklore. They can summon clouds and summon rain, and moisten the earth. They are all the same. But even if it's a divine flood dragon, if it makes the river rise because of its horns and abandons the banks, wouldn't that be stirring up trouble? It must be an evil flood dragon that has a lot of criminal records and brings disaster to the countryside. Shani. Is that what you said to the emperor? Gu Yun, oh. In fact, Li Feng also said something else to him. When the man, who was in the prime of his life, leaned against the headboard of the bed, he suddenly felt like the sun was setting in the west. Li Feng asked without warning, what did the late emperor say to you before he passed away? The late emperor said a lot. Even now, Gu Yun still remembered everything vividly. When he heard Li Feng's question, he thought for a while and chose the safest sentence. The late emperor instructed this subject, everything goes too far is as bad as falling short. One must cherish one's blessings and know when to advance and when to retreat. Li Feng was stunned when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Xianxia, who had just woken up. He repeated the words going too far is as bad as falling short a few times, and then said something irrelevant. Min told me that he was abused by the barbarian girls when he was young. Does Imperial Uncle know? Even though Gu Yun was very alert, he was still a little confused for a moment. He didn't understand what Li Feng meant. At that time, a bird outside the window accidentally stepped on a branch and broke it. It was so scared that it fluttered into the sky. Li Feng was awakened by the movement. The blank and tired expression on his face suddenly disappeared. He looked back at Gu Yun. His eyes seemed to contain a lot of things, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and let him leave. Shani sighed in his ear and said, it's hard to fathom a ruler's heart, but it's also hard to fathom a person's heart. Gu Yun came back to his senses and said, I'm tired. Isn't that so? Shani agreed, lawless, desperate, and fishing in troubled waters. I think it's better to fight at the border. In fact, being a long-armed master in the Lingshu temple was the most worry-free. Zishi, sometimes I feel that the capital is really like a cave. It's dangerous everywhere. Why don't we just give up and find a place to open a small shop and do a small business together? We won't starve to death, and we won't have to look at anyone's face. What do you think we should sell? Anne, let's sell long-armed masters' tools and oil. Are you crazy? Gu Yun rolled her eyes at him. I don't want to make myself oily all day long and serve a bunch of oily and smelly guests. I won't do it. If I want to sell, I'll sell rouge and face powder. It's also good to see beauties come and go every day. When Shani heard this, his hypocritical heart immediately overflowed. He put on a fake smile and said sarcastically, you have such big ambitions. Does His Royal Highness Yan Wang know about it? Gu Yun also laughed, but it was only for a moment. Soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. In front of Shenyi, he didn't bother to hide his worry. Where was Chang'ing now? Even if he could really return safely, what would Li Feng say? After this battle, would the two brothers still not have any grudges against each other? Shenyi looked on coldly from the side. Seeing that the topic was back to Yan Wang, Gu Yun couldn't even pretend anymore. He had never seen Gu Yun put so much effort into anyone. For a moment, he was a little scared and didn't dare to continue speaking. In recent years, the world was actually very chaotic. Some people were very bold and unrestrained. There were signs of imitating the Westerners and throwing away the barriers between men and women. At the same time, some great scholarly families became even more strict in adhering to the old traditions. They complained about the collapse of etiquette and music and tightened restrictions on their children. But for some reason, Shenyi always felt that this world was a little ruthless. The former lasted for 3 days and broke up after 2 days. Putting aside the orders of parents and matchmakers, when it came to marriage, everyone had their own plans. Even if others didn't care, they would still make their own plans. In the end, they still pinched their noses and made do with matching families. As for the latter, there was no need to talk about it. Marriage of suitable age was just going through a process according to ancient etiquette. Two completely unrelated people were forced to be together. It was no different from the mating of pigs, horses, cows, and sheep. The flowers were round and the moon was round, and they were as perfect as jade. It was like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. There was only so much affection in the world. Lunatics took some, fools took some, and there was very little left. How could it be enough to share? People like Yan Wang and Gu Yun were really rare. Although the two didn't show too much in front of outsiders, based on Shenyi's understanding of Gu Yun, if it wasn't for the fact that Gu Yun couldn't part with her, she would never step on the line of being a father and son. Shenyi couldn't help but tremble in fear when he thought about it. His old hen disease was acting up again. Hence, he asked softly, Zishi, it's not that I'm a jinx, but have you thought about it? If there's a problem between the two of you in the future, how do you plan to deal with it? Gu Yun didn't say anything for a long time, but this time, he didn't try to change the topic. When they were about to reach the backyard, Gu Yun suddenly said almost inaudibly, I've thought about it, but I don't know. Shenyi was speechless for a moment. Even if it was an earth-shattering vow of eternal love, in his ears, it probably wasn't as earth-shattering as these 5 words. When they entered the backyard, they saw old Master Shen, who was rumored to be bedridden, practicing martial arts in the backyard. He didn't seem to have any intention of dying. Gu Yun's visit made the old man quite happy. He pulled Gu Yun to talk about his health and even cordially invited General Gu to come and have a handshake with him. Shenyi was afraid that his father would be pushed to the top of the wall by General Gu. He hurriedly stopped this invitation with a head full of cold sweat and brought Gu Yun to rest. Gu Yun slept until the afternoon. Before she could wake up, she was pulled up by Shenyi, who barged in. The emperor urgently summons you to enter the palace. Gu Yun hurriedly rushed to the palace. The first thing she saw was a personal guard she sent to Chang'ing's side. That personal guard looked like he had just traveled a long distance. He was in a sorry state with injuries and bloodstains on his body. Gu Yun's heartbeat suddenly sped up. She moistened her lips with difficulty and forced herself to restrain her emotions. She quickly bowed to Li Feng. Imperial uncle, please dispense with the formalities. The haggard Li Feng supported his sick body and got up. He turned to the personal guard. What do you think is the situation on Yan Wang's side? The personal guard lowered his head and said to Gu Yun, this subordinate was ordered by General Gu to accompany and protect His Royal Highness Yan Wang and Lord Su to secretly investigate the epidemic situation in Jiangbei. That traitor Yang Ronggui had evil intentions. We went to Jiangbei Dang to report and lost contact with Yan Wang for a while. Later, Yang Ronggui escaped and went north. General Gu wasn't sure if Yan Wang was held hostage or if he had other ways to escape. On one hand, he brought people back to the capital. On the other hand, he left us in Yangzhou to try and search for Yan Wang's traces. These words were given by Gu Yun in advance. In fact, the personal guards were left in Yangzhou when Chang'ing joined the Sanxi gang. Later, Gu Yun went north to the capital. He was really worried about Chang'ing, so he left them in Yangzhou and let them continue to search for Chang'ing's whereabouts. Gu Yun frowned. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. The person in Yang Rongui's hands is fake, Li Feng interrupted, so you have Min's whereabouts? The personal guard took out a letter from his chest. Your Majesty, please take a look. On the letter was Chongging's handwriting. Compared to his usual neat handwriting, it was a little messy and stained with blood. Gu Yan's fingertips were slightly numb. He suddenly understood how Chongging felt when he fainted when he came to bandage his wound when he was defending the capital. Li Feng took the letter. The more he read, the tighter his frown became. After a while, he actually sighed and didn't say anything. He turned his hand and handed the letter to Gu Yun. Gu Yun probably used all his strength to make himself not look so panicked and impatient. The beginning of the letter was still normal. It was basically nonsense. He made up a story about how he cleverly escaped from Yang Rongui's hands. Later, he fell into the hands of the Xianxia gang by accident. He also found out that some of the refugees in Jiangbei were secretly imprisoned and persecuted by Yang Rongui, and some of them joined the bandit gang. In order to find witnesses, Yan Wang decided to sneak into the bandit gang with Lord Su to investigate this matter. It seemed that the bookworm Su Ling had been coaxed by Chongging. However, the content after that was wrong. With just a few words, Chongging described everything he saw and heard in the Xianxia gang. Yang Rongui's lawlessness was a little exaggerated. However, just as he persuaded a group of Xianxia gang bandits to follow him to the capital to meet the emperor, there was an internal problem in the Xianxia gang. Although they took in a lot of refugees, the bandit gang was still a bandit gang. They were born with malice toward the government. Some of the bandits suspected that Yan Wang entered the Xianxia gang with bad intentions and came to recruit them. The arguments became more and more intense, and there were even conflicts between various forces in the gang. There were also many shit-stirrers in the bandit gang who loved to sow discord. The local people's grievances were already deep. Soon, they picked up the matter and caused a mob rebellion. In the letter, Chongging warned that although the mob seemed to be powerful, there was a limit to their firepower and steel armor. They might not be able to withstand the Jiangbei Dang's regular army. However, in this way, the situation would inevitably escalate and the people's grievances would become deeper. Using force to suppress the situation was the last resort. Therefore, he tried his best to prevent the Jiangbei Dang from intervening. He said that he would deal with the situation and try his best to calm the people's grievances. When Guyan saw this, he really had the intention to kill someone. Wasn't this mother-faster messing around? How could this be called safe and sound? The personal guard said, Grand Marshal, this subordinate dares not disobey His Highness's orders, but the situation is getting worse. After Yang Rongui left, the city defense officers and soldiers under him were like a group of dragons without a leader. They were tormented by the rioters, and some of the rioters had relatives and friends who had died in Yang Rongui's hands. They hated the local government, and their methods were cruel. They often tortured the captives to death. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, General Zheng ordered us to quickly report to the imperial court and ask for the emperor's orders. Li Feng asked, then what about Min? The personal guard knelt down. Replying to Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Yan Wang. After His Royal Highness Yan Wang sent this letter, there was no more news. At that time, the person who secretly sent the letter was a monk. The monk's temple was burned down the next day. Gu Yun almost couldn't catch his breath. Li Feng was also stunned by this series of unexpected events. When Chongging opened his eyes, he was surrounded by darkness. The only thing that could reflect light was Master Liao Ran's bald head. As soon as he moved, the battered and exhausted Su Ling rushed over and shouted, Your Highness! Your Highness, you're awake! Your Highness, do you still recognize me? Your Highness! Before he could finish, Lord Su began to choke with sobs. He looked at Chongging and fiercely wiped away his tears like a filial son. Unexpectedly, the more he wiped, the more tears fell. In the end, he just sat on the side and began to cry. Chongging, this ear-piercing sound was very similar to his General Gu's flute. Chongging's ears were buzzing from the sound. At this moment, he was very glad that Master Liao Ran was a mute. Not only did the mute not make a fuss, he even considerately coaxed Lord Su, whose nose was dripping with snot and tears, to stop. He moved closer to the Chongging and gestured, This place is close to Jiangbei Dang, so it's very safe. The wooden birds have been released. Brother Sun's subordinate has also found a way to bring your highness's token to Jiangbei Dang. If there are no accidents, General Zhong will find us soon. Your highness, don't worry. Although the monk often pretended to be mysterious and didn't like to bathe, he was worthy of being a disciple of Lin Yuan Pavilion. Out of the 360 days of the year, there were always 2 days when he could be relied on. Chongqing nodded with some difficulty. He deeply understood what it meant to fail miserably at an easy task. He couldn't help but want to laugh bitterly. That day, after Chongqing left the guards behind, he took Su Ling and went to the desert gang alone. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't very good and they came at the wrong time. They had just followed Boss Sun to the desert gang's branch and were halfway to the headquarters when the motley crew of rebels came out in full force. They just happened to be on the opposite side. In fact, Chongqing's heart skipped a beat, but he wasn't too nervous. Based on his current understanding of the situation in Jiangbei, this rebellion was not beyond his expectations. A cornered dog would jump over the wall and a rabbit would bite back when cornered. Everyone knew that rebellion was a serious crime punishable by beheading and the execution of 9 generations of the clan. However, if all 9 generations of the clan were killed, one would be in a precarious situation and could not even survive. What else could one do? Dying a cowardly death was still death. If they failed, they would be beheaded. In any case, it was impossible to kill them twice. In that case, they might as well start a rebellion. At least they would die a worthy death and leave their names in history. The refugees from Jiangbei had indeed reached the point where they wanted to rebel. However, Chongqing was not an immortal. He could deduce that the refugees were likely to do something like this, but he did not know when and how they planned to rebel. However, at that time, Chongqing only felt that he had come at a bad time. What kind of storm had Yan Wang not experienced? It never occurred to him that he might not be able to control the situation. Chongqing knew that it wasn't difficult to deal with this kind of mob rebellion that was forced out. First of all, the imperial court and the rebels knew that a war in the era of violet gold was not something that could be achieved by 2 or 3 masters killing 1 person every 10 steps. The flaming machine steel armor was the key. Even a famous general would not be able to do anything when he ran out of ammunition and food. No matter how big the desert gang was, as long as they did not have the flaming machine steel armor and their own source of violet gold, they would not be a match for the Jiangbei Dang. They had no choice but to rebel. It was nothing more than asking for a way out from the imperial court. Chongqing had already prepared this way for them before he came. Even the most fearless people would be reluctant to part with a chance of survival. With this chance of survival, who would be willing to fight against the Jiangbei Dang? Who would be willing to be an egg against a rock? Although Mr. Sun, who brought Chongqing and the others into the desert gang, spoke harshly and had a bad attitude, he was a sensible person and did not act recklessly. Seeing the situation in the gang, he made a prompt decision to hide the identities of Chongqing and Su Ling. In this kind of situation where the crowd was agitated, if Yan Wang fell from the sky, not only would he not be able to calm the people, but he would also ignite the anger of the rebels. If there were really blind people who did not distinguish between right and wrong and detained Yan Wang to threaten the Jiangbei Dang, it would be difficult for both sides to end the situation. Mr. Sun and Chongqing happened to have the same idea. They did not want to use these poor people's lives in vain to fill the muzzle of the Jiangbei Dang that was supposed to be aimed at the foreigners, just to let the imperial court hear a hoarse voice. Therefore, Chongqing and Su Ling still pretended to be righteous merchants from the south. Mr. Sun helped to cover it up. At the same time, the monk from Liaoran, who had been living among the refugees in Jiangbei, also happened to be in the desert gang. Relying on the relationship that Liaoran had established before, they smoothly contacted the leaders of the rebels. As everyone knew, Yan Wang had a silver tongue. Except for when he was facing Gu Yun, he always acted abnormally, but at other times, he was very effective. As long as he was willing, he could fool anyone. In just over a month, Chongqing had basically controlled the situation. Originally, the people in the gang were excited, but later, everyone could sit down and weigh the pros and cons. Except for one thorn that was absolutely irreconcilable with the imperial court, the other 3 of the 4 kings in the desert gang, including Mr. Sun, were all persuaded by Chongqing. They were willing to send people to try to contact the imperial court. But at this time, the Jiangbei Dang, who had been secretly searching for Yan Wang's whereabouts, suddenly moved. The atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Chongqing knew that the fake Yan Wang had probably already arrived in the capital. His disappearance in Yangzhou was something that everyone knew. Since it involved the prince, the Jiangbei Dang had no choice but to go from the dark to the light and show an attitude. On one hand, Chongqing appeased the rebels in the desert gang. On the other hand, he personally wrote a memorial, wanting the Jiangbei Dang to not act rashly for the time being, so as to prevent him from falling short of success. Who knew that there would be a problem at this time? Unforeseen circumstances could happen. When people were unlucky, they could even stuff their teeth with cold water. Yan Wang and his men had not had a smooth time since they entered the bandits' lair. After the desert gang plotted a rebellion, for the sake of safety, they implemented the strategy of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. They changed the location of their headquarters every 10 to 15 days. At this time, the headquarters just happened to be in the middle of a group of small hills in Jiangbei, with the back of a mine. In the Jiangbei area, such mines were not very rare. If Chongqing had a specialist with long arms at this time, he would have warned him to pay attention to these small mines, because it was very likely that the wooden birds could not fly out of the mountains. Some mines could also make the compass and other things ineffective. Even though the Linyuan wooden birds were exquisitely made, their cores were actually just special magnets in their bellies that could establish a connection with the magnets carried by the people in the Linyuan pavilion. The wooden birds could only pass through height or avoid interference when they were flying in the air. When they were not flying, the magnets in the wooden birds' bellies would immediately become useless after circling around the mines. Since the birds could not fly out, Chongqing had no choice but to use a stupid method. He had the monk Liao Ran personally run an errand to send a letter. The letter that was sent out was the one that Gu Yun's personal guard sent to the capital. Who knew that there would be another problem at this time? The 4 rebel leaders generally did not read many books. Their level of appreciation was very similar to that of the old farmers who loved to listen to books in the city god temple. They called themselves Heaven, Earth, Man, and Ghost respectively, and called themselves Heavenly King and Earth King. When they were called out, it gave people goosebumps. Ba Sun was the human king. Among them, the Heavenly King was the particularly vicious Thorn who had a deep hatred for the imperial court. The Thorn was a man of his word. Everyone wanted to follow him in the rebellion. Suddenly, he inexplicably changed from the leader to the stubborn minority. After thinking carefully, he felt that there was a problem with Ba Sun, the human king who was unwilling to go against the Jiangbei Dang. Therefore, he had a grudge against Ba Sun, who was greedy for life and afraid of death. He bribed one of Ba Sun's trusted subordinates and prepared to catch Ba Sun's weak point and kill him. In the end, he did not know how it was so coincidental. The person who was bribed did not catch Ba Sun's weak point for 5 or 6 days. Instead, he saw the monk Liao Ran sneakily leave the headquarters in the middle of the night to meet with people from the imperial court. When the Heavenly King saw that the good brother who had been calling them brothers for such a long time was actually a dog of the imperial court, he immediately went mad with anger. The little trust they had in him to begin with also collapsed in an instant. Chongqing made a prompt decision. As soon as he realized his identity had been exposed, he immediately invited all the important people in the bandit gang over before the Heavenly King could come to his door to question him. He admitted his identity as an imperial envoy. Although the time was not very ripe, it was still better than being exposed by others noisily. Of course, Chongqing could kill the Heavenly King, but Jianghu people had Jianghu people's way of living. These people who threw cups and butchered dogs were not as sensible as the people in the imperial court. If they did not handle it well, it could lead to a backlash. In the beginning, the bandit nest had exploded under the Heavenly King's intentional instigation. They were all talking at once and denouncing each other. Yan Wang took out a hatchet and stabbed it on the table. He said coldly, "Then we'll do it according to the rules. 3 knives and 6 holes." This move stunned most people, but it could not fool the real bandits. The Heavenly King was provoked by him. Without another word, he picked up the hatchet and stabbed Chongqing. Chongqing knew that if he did not take it, he would not be able to end the situation, so he did not dodge. Seeing the blood, the rebel soldiers were stunned, especially the big leaders. They all knew that Yan Wang could not die in the Sansi gang for no reason. Otherwise, they would have to rebel even if they didn't. If they didn't die, they would die. At that time, there would be no room to maneuver. Thus, they all tried to smooth things over and stop him. The Heavenly King was even angrier. He immediately announced that he would take his people out of the Xianxia gang. With the internal strife in the gang, the rebellion would not be settled. Boss Sun sent people to escort Chang'ing and the others out of the gang. On the way, they were intercepted by several waves of the Heavenly King's subordinates. The men that Boss Sun left for him were almost all killed. It was clear that this kind of person who could lock himself up in heavy armor was half a burden. Su Ling, on the other hand, was a complete burden. To an expert, even charging into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den alone was easier than escaping with several burdens. Chang'eng's body was already injured, and it had been many years since he had been in such a sorry state. In order to protect Lord Su, another knife wound had been added to his chest. Fortunately, he was half Miss Chen's disciple, so he was able to stop the bleeding. The monk Liao Ran used a leaf to wrap some water from the stream and fed it to Chang'eng. Then, he took out the wound medicine that Chang'eng carried with him and bandaged the wound again. Chang'eng drank the water and let out a sigh of relief. He gathered some strength to speak and forced himself to be alert. He patted the side of his body and joked to Su Ling, "Mingyu, come here. Sit here. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. My condolences while I'm still breathing." Su Ling wiped his tears with his sleeve in a refined manner. He repeatedly said, "I'm ashamed," and choked out, "I'm a burden to the prince." Chang'eng heard this and laughed softly. Last time, when the foreigners besieged the city, Brother Mingyu worked hard in private and learned a foreign language. What do you want to do this time? Go back and learn the martial art of breaking a rock with your chest? Su Ling, Chang'eng said, "Look at Master Liao Ran. He's not crying. He's very calm." The monk shamelessly gestured with his hands and said, "I can't carry anything on my shoulders. I'm relying on the prince's protection. When I go back, I'll personally light a longevity lamp for the prince and pray for you every day. Then I'll have to thank Great Master. You're so dignified. Once you open your mouth, I'm afraid I'll die young." Chang'eng adjusted his posture with difficulty. A line of cold sweat immediately flowed down his ears. He took a few quick breaths and said to Su Ling, "These days, the news has been spreading like wildfire. That matter, the bandits of the desert gang have begun to talk about it. Yang Ronggui rebelled in my name. Even though we're innocent and they definitely won't be able to find any evidence against us, but..." Melon Fieldly. Hiss. "Great Master, you don't know how to speak. Are you blind?" Hearing this, Liao Ran, who didn't have good eyesight, hurriedly pressed down on Chang'eng's left and right with Su Ling. They carefully avoided his wounds and turned him over. "Oh, Melon Fieldly. I can't explain it clearly." Chang'eng endured the pain and added the second half of the sentence, "The matter of the refugees in Jiangbei has already come to this point. We can't give up halfway. Instead of rushing back to the emperor to explain, it's better to completely stay here and solve the matter. When the time comes, I can use this minor injury to temporarily avoid arousing suspicion and leave for a while." Su Ling saw blood seeping out from under the bandage that King Yen had just wrapped, and heard the nonchalant mention of a minor flesh wound. His admiration for King Yen had reached a point where it could not be any greater. His admiration for King Yen was comparable to that of Duke Feng Han in the capital. He was about to express his sincerity when Liao Ran's expression suddenly changed. He waved his hand to stop Lord Su and put his ear to the ground. After a moment, Chang'eng gestured and said, "There are at least dozens of people coming." "Who are they?" No one could tell whether they were General Zhong or the mad dogs of the Heavenly King. Chang'eng pressed one hand on Su Ling's shoulder and forced himself to stand up. Su Ling was shocked. He was about to open his mouth to stop him, but Chang'eng raised his hand and interrupted him. "Shu." His deliberately relaxed face was completely gone. His eyes were extremely bright. His gaze was like an injured king of beasts. Even if the ground was covered in blood, he still had fangs that could kill at any time. Chang'eng grasped a long knife in his hand that he had snatched from a bandit. The veins on the back of his pale hand were exposed. He didn't look weak from a serious injury at all. It only made people feel terrified. Su Ling couldn't help but hold his breath. Suddenly, Chongqing slightly tilted his ear. Then, his cracked mouth showed a faint smile. He reached out and tidied his messy clothes. He threw the knife in his hand and said to Su Ling with certainty, "Go and see which general is coming. Go out and welcome him. Tell him I want to see him." Su Ling was stunned. "How did you know, Your Highness? How could the desert gang have such neat horse hooves and footsteps?" "It must be one of the Jiangbei Dang's generals." Chongqing calmly used his tattered outer robe to cover the terrible wound on his chest and abdomen. He still elegantly said, "Forgive this king for being slightly ill and being rude." Liao Ran, Yan Wang's ability to put on an act could be said to have been taught by Gu Shuai. Su Ling was completely convinced by him. At this time, even if Yan Wang farted, he would unconditionally believe him. He immediately went out to greet him. Chongqing reached out and touched his pouch. Other than the Xianxia, there was also some emergency medicine. His fingers trembled as he took out a hemp leaf. He secretly held it in his hand. If he really couldn't stand the pain, he would chew on it. Then he would decline Liao Ran's help and stand up with the long knife. At this time, he heard Su Ling call out, "Your Highness, it's..." Before he could finish, the person had already rushed in with large strides amidst the sharp neigh of a horse. Chongqing, the person who came against the light, was actually Gu Yun, who was supposed to have returned to the capital. Chongqing lost his footing, and the long saber let out a shrill clang-clang. His whole body fell forward, and was caught by Gu Yun. His Royal Highness Yan Wang, who had been leisurely strolling through a bloody storm, was suddenly injured like a collapsing mountain. The calm and composed king of beasts had turned into a delicate and sick cat. One of his hands fell limply from Gu Yun's shoulder as he softly whimpered, "Zishi, it hurts." After Chongqing finished speaking, it was as if he had spat out all the pain in his body. His entire body felt empty, and he almost fainted. The moment he saw Gu Yun, his stiff spine went limp, as if it had been pulled out. He could not muster up any strength. However, even so, he was not willing to close his eyes. He leaned on Gu Yun's shoulder and tried his best to calm down for a moment. Intentionally or unintentionally, he grabbed the cloth on Gu Yun's shoulder. There was too much blood. Chongqing's body was cold. Only a little warmth from Gu Yun's body and the familiar bitter smell of medicine made him absent-minded. He could not help but recall the scene when he was young and was carried back to the Guanyi by Gu Yun wrapped in a cloak. For a moment, he did not know what time it was. He muttered, "Is there any more wine?" Only then did Su Ling catch up with him. He hurriedly offered to help. "Marshal, let me help." Unfortunately, Master Liao Ran, who heard the whole scene, grabbed him. The master was outside the threshold of the secular world. He could not help but be shocked. Gu Yun did not say a word. He steadily carried Chongqing to the carriage. He frowned and ordered, "Call the military doctor." After that, he took out a water bottle. During a rapid march or expedition, the water bottle beside the soldiers was not filled with pure water. It was mixed with a little salt. This was first learned from the traveling merchants in the desert. Gu Yun let Chongqing rest on his body. He lied through his teeth, "The wine is here. Open your mouth." Chongqing was only a little absent-minded, but he was not completely confused. If it was not Gu Yun who came, he might be able to kill another group of ferocious rebels. He drank a few mouthfuls cooperatively. He chuckled, "You lied to me." Not only did Gu Yun lie to him, but he also wanted to hang him up and beat him up to let him know the principle of the son of a rich family should not sit under the awning. However, when he saw the real person, his heart ached so much that his chest went numb. How could he still be angry, no matter how much trouble the Wild Goose King had caused outside? He had never been injured like this before. Gu Yun sat stiffly for a moment with an expressionless face. He carefully lifted the front of the Wild Goose King's shirt and took a look. A ferocious smell of blood immediately rushed towards his face. Gu Yun's chest heaved violently. For the first time in his life, he knew what it felt like to have his hands trembling. Chongqing seemed to be able to feel his fluctuating emotions. He had tasted the sweetness of acting coquettishly. He refused to give up and added oil to Gu's ears. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to see you again." Gu Yun closed his eyes slightly. His cheeks were taut and his movements were extremely gentle. He suppressed his anger on the tip of his tongue and said coldly, "Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't see how His Royal Highness Yan Wang, who is so meticulous with every conceivable possibility, is afraid." Chongqing did not seem to hear him. Under the cover of the carriage curtain, he used the side of his face to gently rub against Gu Yun's neck. His voice was a little muffled as he whispered, "If that's really the case, the last thing you say to me will be get lost. I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die." Gu Yun, he felt that the person in his arms was like an abominable vine, with a deadly little branch, endlessly poking at his heart. The sound of horse hooves came from afar outside. A man shouted with the loud voice of a messenger, "Marshal, the military doctor is here." Chongqing seemed to be in extreme pain, but he did not dare to make a sound. He maintained his original position and took a deep breath very gently, revealing his abruptly pale neck. Gu Yun was angry and distressed, so he lowered his head with a sullen expression. Under the cover of the carriage curtain, he angrily kissed him. His lips were as gentle as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, but his expression was as if he was here to seek revenge. Chongqing suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes, which were a little scattered because of his effort to focus, suddenly focused again. He looked at Gu Yun eagerly. Gu Yun whispered in his ear, "I'll settle this with you later." After he finished speaking, he suddenly lifted the carriage curtain and shouted at the military doctor who was trotting over, "Hurry up." The military doctor originally wanted to get rid of the irrelevant people, but when he met Gu Yun's gaze, he was instantly frightened. He did not dare to chase away Marshal Gu even if he had the courage to do so. He could only brace himself and treat the two terrifying wounds on the Wild Goose King's body while trembling with fear under Gu Yun's gaze that made people sweat profusely. With outsiders around, Chongqing was absolutely unwilling to make a sound. Only when the military doctor clumsily tore the gauze and pulled the wound, did he endure it and twitched slightly. Gu Yun's expression became more and more unsightly. Suddenly, Chongqing placed an ice-cold hand on his palm through his loosened robes. Chongqing seemed to know that he was in a bad mood, so he did not dare to hold it firmly. He only dared to stick close to him and steal glances at him. Gu Yun lowered his head and glanced at him. He saw that his cold sweat had already rolled down from his forehead to his eyes and stuck to his eyelashes. In the blink of an eye, it rolled down. His gaze shone through the cold sweat, appearing dense. Gu Yun, when Chongqing was young, he was very good at acting coquettishly. Now, he was not only good at acting coquettishly. He was almost at the level of becoming an immortal. Gu Yun could not do anything to him. After being stared at by that small gaze for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he probably would not give the stars to the moon. He could only accept his fate and hold Chongqing's hand. He pulled him into his embrace and whispered, "Close your eyes." Chongqing closed his eyes without saying a word. His trip this time was like a swift knife cutting the Gordian knot in a tangled knot. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted off his shoulders. At this time, his heart was almost without any worries. Listening to Gu Yun's heartbeat, he felt that even if he died here, he would have no regrets. Thus, he fell asleep peacefully. The internal strife of the desert gang could no longer cause any big waves. General Cheng obeyed the promise given by Yan Wang and did not move a single soldier. He sincerely wrote a letter of amnesty and sent it over. A group of the remnants of the Heavenly King's subordinates were dealt with by Chongqing. The rest were dealt with by the other three bandit leaders. A rebellion that should have flowed with blood like a river disappeared without a trace. 3 days later, Yao Zhen rushed over from Jiangbei Dang and temporarily took over the position of governor of Liangjiang. He had full authority to deal with the matters of Jiangbei. Yao Zhen first took down Yang Rongui's henchmen. Then, he led people to the place where Yang Rongui had imprisoned the refugees. He released them one by one and properly comforted them. He recompiled documents for the refugees and assigned people to be in charge of registering the relatives and friends who had been separated from each other. He sent people to search for them, and he personally came out to compensate the families of those who had unfortunately died. After a few more days, the large quantities of medicine sent by the imperial court arrived. Li Feng issued an edict that a portion of the confiscated stolen money would be taken back to the capital. The rest would be allocated to the families of the victims of the disaster. In the future, they would go back to the Ministry of Revenue to make up the paperwork. Su Ling resumed his identity as an imperial envoy and thoroughly investigated Yang Lu's party. He displayed his unworldly and upright character to the fullest. He confiscated everything neatly. However, Yang Rongui's family, as he said, had almost no gold or silver in cash. They had all exchanged it for fire beacon tickets. Su Ling was at his wits' end. He could only ask the bedridden Yan Wang for advice. Chang Gung explained, I know how many fire beacon tickets have been issued and who has taken them away. The National Treasury is not supported by that Yang guy. You can check which private merchants he usually has close contact with. Most of them are colluding with government officials. If you can't understand the account books or can't distinguish between real and fake accounts, don't worry. I'll find someone to help you. He should be here in 2 days. He's the son of fortune god he grew up with an abacus and has a good personal relationship with me. Su Ling repeatedly nodded his head. Also, Chongqing leaned against the head of the bed and slightly raised his eyes. His eyelids seemed to be carved with a knife and had a biting coldness that couldn't be erased even by serious injuries. The imperial court has decreed that fire beacon tickets are equivalent to gold and silver. They can be circulated among the people. The price is set and can be used for disaster relief. Is there a problem? Su Ling said in a low voice, Xianxia, the second batch of fire beacon tickets has just been sent out. There aren't too many people who have subscribed. Other than the Darren, the people who have subscribed to them are generally wealthy families who don't lack money. They usually keep them at home and rarely circulate them on the market. I really don't know if the merchants will accept them or not. Chongqing reached out to grab the edge of the bed and propped himself up a little. I don't care if the holder is willing to keep them at home or take them out to spend. However, if the merchants refuse to accept the fire beacon tickets, it's a serious crime. Starting tomorrow, count all the fire beacon tickets in Yang Rongui's residence and enter them into the account books. Then use these fire beacon tickets to buy disaster relief food from the big grain merchants. I want to see who dares to treat the imperial court's decrees as waste paper. Borrow some people from Jiangbei Dang to go with you. Do you understand? He understood. He went to the door and acted like a hooligan. Starting from Jiangbei, he intimidated the whole territory and forced people to admit that the fire beacon tickets were gold and silver. He would start with the big merchants. As the saying goes, those who wear shoes are afraid of those who are barefoot. These people who wear shoes didn't want to offend the imperial court, so they had to pinch their noses and admit it. After the matter was over, they either had to admit their loss or find a way to turn the fire beacon tickets into real gold and silver. Add more fuel to the fire, Chongqing said in a low voice as if he didn't have enough energy. Have Brother Zhongzhe write a decree in the name of the governor of Lianjiang. No matter the size of the merchants, if they refuse to accept the fire beacon tickets, everyone can report it to the Yangzhou government. If they find out the truth, they will be punished with a stick. If they don't change, they will be directly imprisoned. Su Ling had learned a lot about His Royal Highness Yan Wang's when it's time to be soft, when it's time to be hard, when it's time to be hard. He hurriedly responded and ran back to work. Before he reached the door, Chongqing suddenly called out to him, Mingyu. Su Ling turned his head. The stern look on Chongqing's face faded away. In the blink of an eye, His Royal Highness Yan Wang was gentle and elegant again. This matter is all up to you. Su Ling was puzzled and asked, What do you mean, Prince? Chongqing said, I'm afraid that I will be delayed on the road for some time. I'm afraid that I won't be able to accompany you back to the capital to report. When the time comes, there is a memorial that I hope you can bring to the emperor for me. A while ago, he was pressuring him step by step. Now, it was time for him to retreat a little. The pace had to be controlled by Zhang Yuqi. He could use the opportunity of being injured to let go of his power. Unfortunately, the upright Lord Su obviously didn't understand his meaning. He cupped his hands and said in a serious manner, That's right. Prince is seriously injured, so you should take care of yourself. You must rest well. Leave the errands to me. If I have anything I don't understand, I will ask you. Chongqing smiled. Seeing that Su Ling didn't understand, he simply didn't explain and waved his hand to let him leave. When Su Ling walked out, he bumped into the Marquis of Stability, who was coming in from outside. He hurriedly stood still and greeted him. Gu Yun politely nodded at him and brushed past him. Su Ling was suddenly stunned. He saw that Gu Yun was holding a handful of fresh osmanthus flowers behind his back. The flowers were golden and had a sweet fragrance. Su Ling stared blankly as he brought the vines to Yan Wang's room. He rubbed his nose that was filled with the fragrance of the flowers and thought in surprise, Marshal Gu is too attentive to His Highness. Gu Yun entered the room and hung the vines on Chongging's bed curtain. The osmanthus flowers have bloomed. I'm afraid that you will be stuffy lying down. You don't dislike the smell, right? Chongging's gaze was glued to his body, unwilling to tear it off. Gu Yun met his gaze. What are you looking at? Chongging reached out to pull him back. Gu Yun was afraid that he would move his wound, so he hurriedly bent down and held his hand. Didn't I tell you not to move around? Chongging unrelentingly grabbed his clothes and pulled him closer. Zishi, the wound hurts. Gu Yun said woodenly, go away, I'm not buying it. Now that he was injured, Yan Wang didn't seem to care about his face in front of him anymore. As long as there were no outsiders around, he would often say, the wound hurts, kiss me. What a spoiled child. He would hit wherever he was pointed and would never stray. Gu Yun stretched out a finger and flicked his forehead. Then, he turned around and went to change his clothes. Chongging kept staring at him until he went behind the screen. Only then did he pick up a small osmanthus flower and put it in his mouth to chew carefully. Then, he stood up with the help of a wooden cane. He couldn't straighten his back yet, so he walked step by step to the side of the table. He moistened the tip of his brush with some residual ink, spread out the paper, and began to write. This was really physical work. After a while, sweat seeped out of his forehead. Suddenly, the brush was taken away from behind. Chongging had just turned around when a pair of hands pulled him up and carried him to the bed without any explanation. Gu Yun frowned. What is so important that you have to write it yourself now? Lie down, don't be a demon. Chongging calmly explained. This time, the Lu family's party was implicated. The Feng family also didn't get any benefits. It's a good time to implement the new policies. Although I'm not on the stage, I still have to prepare for this in advance. Gu Yun sat on the edge of the bed. Are you still thinking about the special approval of the purple gold? The emperor won't agree. I also don't really want to realize it, Chongging said. It's not time yet. The confiscated fields along the canal can be used to settle the refugees. The best land for fish and rice can be left for farming. As for the other places where factories are built, let Old Man Du's Chamber of Commerce and the Imperial Court each take half of the money. The factories won't be considered as owned by the civilian merchants. It will be considered as run by the Imperial Court. Under the Grand Council and the 6 ministries, a special department will be set up to provide the purple gold. They will strictly control the flow of the purple gold. The daily affairs of the factories will be handled by the Chamber of Commerce. 6% of the profits will go directly to the national treasury, and 4% will go to the righteous merchants who set up the factories. This way, not only will the refugees be settled, but the emperor won't have to worry about the purple gold leaking out. It can also fill the national treasury. It can also be considered as benefiting the righteous merchants. Gu Yun listened and was speechless for a long time. He could tell that Chongging had probably thought about it a few times before he went to Jiangbei. However, if he proposed it at that time, it was equivalent to creating a large number of lucrative jobs out of thin air. The aristocratic families would inevitably rack their brains to get a share of the profits. Yang Ronggui and the others even dared to secure the disaster relief funds in their pockets. Not to mention this kind of thing, in the end, this plan of killing many birds with one stone would inevitably lead to a consequence of not benefiting the national treasury at all, the merchants being held back by the complicated officials in the imperial court, the refugees being treated as livestock, and only the big and small vermin filling their own pockets. Therefore, he deliberately intensified the conflict between the aristocratic families and the new nobles in the imperial court. He used this as an excuse to go to Jiangbei to stir up a pool of water and divide the aristocratic families who were of the same breath and branch. He beat them at their own game to see how lawless they could be. He pushed the chess pieces, smoothly ended the game, and retreated behind the scenes to temporarily avoid the spearhead. There were a few uncontrollable accidents in the middle, but who knew that after going around in circles, he still managed to achieve all the set goals. Chongging blinked his eyes. What's wrong? Gu Yun came back to his senses and sneered. he said without rhyme or reason. Those who don't know would think that you are really an evildoer who fell from the sky. Chongqing inexplicably understood what he said. He dawdled to Gu Yun's side and held Gu Yun's shoulder. Do you believe that Daliang's luck is standing behind me? When Gu Yun turned around, Chongqing seized the opportunity and pounced on him, just in time to let Gu Yun's lips brush past his cheek. Chongqing, you kissed me. Gu Yun, weren't they talking about serious matters? Chongqing hugged his neck and entangled him back without any explanation. He forcefully pressed the osmanthus fragrance between Gu Yun's lips and teeth. Gu Yun had no objection to this soft and fragrant warm jade throwing herself into his arms. Unfortunately, His Royal Highness Yan Wang was unwilling to obediently pretend to be soft and fragrant warm jade at times like this. The beauty's lips and tongue were like honey, and the taste of the person in the heart was the best delicacy in the world. The sweet and fragrant should be tasted from shallow to deep, but Chongqing was not very cooperative. Even if he was very obedient at the beginning, after a while, he revealed his ferocious nature. It did not seem to be lingering, but it seemed like he wanted to eat someone. It made Gu Yun feel that this delicacy was a little prickly. The two separated with great difficulty. The tip of their tongues was numb, but Chongqing was still not satisfied. He gently nibbled on Gu Yun's neck and chin passionately, as if he was looking for a place to eat. It was more like he wanted to eat someone. Gu Yun's throat was used as a teething stick. He could not help but feel a little tense instinctively, but he could not bear to push him away. He felt itchy amidst the tension. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Were you bitten by a dog when you were young? Chongqing stared at him with burning eyes. Miss Chen's ban on me is about to expire, right? Gu Yun reached out and gently stroked the side of Chongqing's waist. It didn't make people feel that he was intruding, but it was just right to tease. The temperature of his palm gradually passed through the clothes, as if he was rubbing a fire that wasn't hot, and it stuck to Chongqing's body neither lightly nor heavily. Chongqing missed him too much. When they were in Jiangbei, he had always wanted to be intimate with him, but it had been delayed until now. No matter how much he had in his heart, Chongqing's body was only in his 20s. It was fine when he had not tasted it, but when he had just tasted it, he was interrupted by Miss Chen. If it were not for the fact that he had a lot of work to do and did not dare to let go of the string in his heart, he would have gone crazy from holding it in. At this moment, half of his body was numb from Gu Yun's gentle touch. After panting a few times, Chongqing whispered with a tinnitus in his ears, "Godfather, do you want to take my life?" "Gu Yun, your wound doesn't hurt anymore?" It still hurt, but it was a different kind of pain. His Royal Highness Yan Wang's wound usually hurt normally, but when he acted coquettishly and asked for a kiss, it was very painful. Now, even if his wound burst open and blood flowed like a river, he must have a body of copper skin and iron bones, and would not feel pain or itch. "It's good that it doesn't hurt anymore." Gu Yun calmly grabbed Chongqing's hand that was digging into his clothes, pulled it out, and threw it aside. She smiled and said, "Then let's settle the score." Chongqing, Gu Yun calmly put one of her hands behind her head and lay on the bed very relaxed. Her other hand was still gently supporting Chongqing's waist. Her tone was not strict, but the content of her words made one sweat. "Gu Yun, tell me, what were you thinking when you brought Lord Su, a scholar who can't carry anything, into the bandits' lair?" "Chongqing, Zishi, there's no need to call me Zishi," Gu Yun said calmly. "You can continue to call me Godfather." Chongqing smiled embarrassedly and kissed her ingratiatingly. Chongqing had recently discovered that Gu Yun liked this kind of sticky kiss very much. She would peck him a few times and stare at him carefully for a while. Basically, no matter what he said, Gu Yun would agree. However, this trick didn't seem to work now. Gu Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. "You don't have to be so polite. My wound doesn't hurt." The resourceful Yan Wang was finally at his wit's end. He had no choice but to speak honestly. "I didn't expect them to really start an uprising." Gu Yun smiled indulgently and rubbed Chongqing's cheek with the back of her hand. Then, she said mercilessly, "Nonsense, you must have thought of it." Chongqing's throat moved slightly. Lord Su and I were on the way to the headquarters at that time. We didn't know beforehand that they would choose this time." "Oh," Gu Yun nodded. "Then, you saw that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It wasn't easy for you to seek death, so you hurriedly went up." Changping listened to her and felt that this trend wasn't quite right. He quickly admitted his mistake. I was wrong. Gu Yun put his hand down. His expression was unreadable. His pair of peach blossom eyes were half closed. Changping couldn't figure out what he was thinking for a moment and couldn't help but feel nervous. However, after waiting for a long time, Gu Yun didn't vent his anger. Instead, he suddenly asked, "Is it because I asked you that day, when can you settle the refugees and when can you recover Jiangnan? Did that give you pressure?" When he said this, there was a faintly discernible crease between his eyebrows. His expression was almost lonely. Changping had only seen such an expression once on the red-headed kite on New Year's Eve. At that time, Gu Yun offered 3 cups of wine as a sacrifice to the thousands of dead souls. His face also had this kind of indifferent loneliness. Even the lights in the capital couldn't illuminate the side of his face. Changping almost panicked for a moment. He said incoherently, "I'm not. Zishi." When Gu Yun was young, he didn't like to talk about his feelings with others. It wasn't for any other reason. He felt that if he wore all his emotions on his face, it would be like lifting his clothes to show others his flesh at any time. It was very indecent and others might not like to see it. It was inappropriate. This had nothing to do with whether he was happy or not. It was purely due to his upbringing. During the day, when everyone sat together to eat big pieces of meat and drink big mouthfuls of wine, there was no difference. Only when they were drunk could the difference be seen. Some people would wantonly cry and make a fuss, while others would at most clap their chopsticks and sing. The inappropriate words rolled around the tip of Gu Yun's tongue a few times. They floated up and sank down. Finally, he tried to say, "I was on my way here from the capital." Changping was very good at reading people's expressions. In an instant, he sensed what Gu Yun wanted to say. His pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. He looked at Gu Yun in panic and expectation. Gu Yun had probably never said such difficult words in his life. He almost flinched at the last minute. Changping asked, "How was your journey?" Gu Yun said, "I was burning with anxiety." Changping looked at him blankly. Back then, when the Jiangnan Navy was completely wiped out and more than half of the Black Iron Battalion was lost, did Gu Yun say the words "burning with anxiety" when he was hurriedly released from prison by Li Feng? He didn't. Gu Yun seemed to always be calm and never panic. If he panicked, it was most likely an act. His strength was a little fake. It made people feel uneasy. They wondered if he would suddenly collapse one day like the tall 9 gates of the imperial city. Gu Yun seemed to have opened a gate that had been closed for a long time. Once those words came out, the rest of his words flowed smoothly. "If something really happened to you on this trip, what should I do?" Changping looked at him and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Gu Yun said, "Changping, I really don't have the strength to put someone else in my heart." Changping was shocked. Gu Yun still had the strength to pacify the north and south. He also had the strength to die with remaining grievances. He also had the strength to argue with General Cheng day and night about the establishment of the Jiangbei Navy. But he didn't have the strength to love someone else. Over the years, other than Shenyi, a friend who had gone through fire and water with Gu Yun, it seemed that there was only the Marquise Fu left. Every bit of effort he squeezed out was placed on this sensitive and overthinking youth that the previous emperor had handed over to him. In officialdom, flattery was unavoidable. When it came to Marshal Gu, it was mostly dedicated and selfless. But in fact, Gu Yun wasn't purely selfless. It was just that when he thought about it, he really didn't have anything to be selfish about. Gu Yun didn't feel this kind of loneliness very deeply when he was young. At that time, he was the Marquis of Stability of the Xiantai 3rd Division. Even if he had thousands of grievances and indignation, after drinking a pot of hot wine, he could get up in high spirits and forget everything the next day. Now that he was getting older, his thoughts were getting heavier. He realized that the carefreeness of his early years had unknowingly worn away. Especially recently, he felt that he was particularly easy to get tired. When one's body was tired, one's heart would often feel dull. If it wasn't for the fact that he had Yan Wang, who was sometimes meticulous and sometimes crazy, to worry about, then there would be no meaning in living. The tiredness and loneliness on Gu Yun's face flashed past. In the blink of an eye, he put it away and gently put Chang'ing down. He pulled a thin blanket that was spread out to the side and draped it over Chang'ing's body. He sighed, "Lie down properly. You can't even straighten your back, yet you're still thinking about that. Are you serious?" Chang'ing held his hand. Gu Yun's hand could never warm up. It was always as if it had just been removed from a cutting wind blade. It was dry, cold, and hard. "Zishi, lie down with me for a while, okay?" Gu Yun took off his coat without saying anything. He leaned against the side and hugged Chang'ing through the thin blanket. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. Chang'ing then quietly opened his eyes. He only felt that every hair on his body was trembling. He wanted to drag the person beside him over and fiercely entangle himself with her. However, he couldn't bear to destroy this quiet and warm atmosphere. He could only stay motionless and let the fire of desire roast him. He endured it unbearably and blissfully. It had been almost 11 years since Gu Yun picked him up in Yanhui town. In these 11 years, Gu Yun spent most of her time at the border and the battlefield. She spent more time with Chang'ing than with him, but she never left his heart for a single day. Chang'ing sometimes didn't know how he should love her. He always felt that it would be difficult to repay her even if he gave up his life. Suddenly, he realized that rather than saying that Gu Yun was the only good thing that he had encountered in his life that was worth looking forward to, it was better to say that all the difficulties he had suffered since he was born were to accumulate enough luck to meet this person. When he thought about it this way, the many years of grudges were miraculously let go. Yan Wang was injured in Jiangbei. Su Ling took care of all the major and minor matters. Lord Su was a bear man who wouldn't be moved by force or persuasion. He also poached wealth god Du's son, Du Lang, from who knows where. Young Master Du didn't talk much, but he was very difficult to fool. It was too difficult to make friends with him. Their family was too rich. The emperor gave them a lot of IOUs. They didn't dare to take advantage of some trivial benefits in front of this person. At the end of September that year, with Yan Wang's guidance and the support of Jiangbei Dang, Su Ling quelled the mob rebellion and resettled the refugees in Jiangbei. Then, Yao Zhen temporarily took over the position of governor of Liangjiang. Su Ling returned to the capital to report on the completion of the mission and took Yan Wang's memorial with him. At this point, a big case that caused a sensation throughout the country came to an end. Yan Wang himself was still taking his time to recuperate while strolling to the capital. He didn't show his face, and the vigorous long canal corridor movement that he initiated had already taken root. His memorial was only kept in the Palace of Political Affairs for 2 days before the imperial court was over. The Grand Council led and supported it, and the 2 courts were quiet. Several aristocratic families were busy consolidating their internal forces and didn't have time to care about other things. Feng Qin was temporarily dormant, and the Emperor Long and approved it on the same day. The Grand Council, who already had a plan in mind, showed incredible ability to take action. In 2 days, they came up with a complete plan, making people almost suspect that they came prepared. In less than a month, the Canal Office was set up outside the 6 ministries. The Canal Office had full authority to contact Du Wanquan and other people from the Chamber of Commerce on behalf of the imperial court. That god of fortune Du transformed into a real imperial merchant. All kinds of resources and materials that had already been privately allocated were sent to the factory in a steady stream. The entire imperial court didn't sleep or rest for a month, and a large number of civil officials who usually only hunched over their desks were exhausted. The entire Daliang was set on fire, as if to make up for all the dead positions of the 2 dynasties. Finally, before the midwinter, the refugees of Liangjiang were gathered under the preliminary construction of the factory shacks. Yan Wang and Li Min had just returned to the capital. The reason why they were so slow was that even though Gu Yun had hurriedly made a round trip between the capital and Jiangbei, there were still many unfinished business at the front line. It was just right for Chang'ing to recuperate during this period of time. Only when Chang'ing's daily activities were no longer hindered did the 2 of them head back. On the way back, they happened to encounter a busy scene along the canal. The factory that was being built did not look too good. Dust was flying everywhere. Regardless of whether it was the craftsmen, coolies, or the civil officials and imperial merchants, all of them were covered in dust and grime. However, it was still considered orderly. The workers were provided with 2 meals a day. After noon, a group of young and strong refugees who had just put down their butcher's knives gathered together and fished out a nest of coarse grains from a large iron cart. Gu Yun had once disguised herself incognito to take a look around. She saw that the inside of the nest was very solid after breaking it open. Millet was millet, flour was flour, and it was very heavy in her hands. It could not be compared to the precious meat and jade plates that flowed freely in the capital's Yuanlu. It could not even be considered simple tea and plain food. However, when a group of men who had just finished work gathered together, each holding a piece of dry food and dipping it in the sauce that the foreman brought from home, it looked very reassuring. As they neared the capital's suburbs, Gu Yun rode a horse and followed Chongging's carriage. Along the way, they chatted about this matter. Chongging smiled and said, the craftsmen and whatnot were probably hired from outside to be foremen and lead everyone to work. Most of the remaining laborers were directly recruited by Duke Du from the refugees who were recruited. In the future, wherever they moved bricks, they will stay there and continue to hold on to this bowl of rice. For this reason, I heard that Duke Du requested an imperial edict from the canal office as a guarantee in the name of the imperial court. Unless they want to leave, the factory will not chase them away. They will stay here for the rest of their lives. No one was more eager to settle down and take root than the displaced people. If these refugees were allowed to build their own new homes, they would be able to work steadily and happily. There were very few who would cheat. Du Wangquan only needed to take care of their meals and even saved a lot of money. Old Madam often called him Good Samaritan Du behind his back. When they prayed to the Bodhisattva, he was always included. This person was really shrewd. It's a good thing, Gu Yun thought for a while and asked, in this way, other than the family members not reducing the rent, it's a bit like a military household. It's just that the civilians are different from the military. What if there are people who don't do their jobs or commit crimes? The Grand Council, Chongging said, before I left, I told Xianxia and it has already been issued along with the imperial edict. Do. Gu Yun was stunned, then she laughed and said, why? Is there a way? Yes, Chongging said, as long as more than half of the old people who have worked in the factory for more than 10 years are willing to be his guarantor, that person can stay and can also report to the higher level canal office. In fact, even if this is the case, there may not be no problems after a long time. When the time comes, we can slowly change it. There's no reason to do it overnight. Gu Yun asked, how long have you been planning this? This is not what I thought, Chongging said with a smile, it's just that when I first came into contact with Duke Du, I had such a vague idea. After such a long time of paving the way and constantly discussing with them, I only came up with this little idea after more than a year. Duke Du and his group have traveled all over the world in their lives. They have even traveled to the Western Hemisphere many times. They are experienced and knowledgeable, and their reactions are fast. However, they lack a way out. I built a way out for them, and they can choose Daliang. A scholar has the pedantry and feelings of a scholar, and a businessman has the cunning and skills of a businessman. In essence, there is no good or bad. It only depends on where the person at the top is willing to go and take advantage of the situation. Oh right, Zishi, I also heard Duke Du say that the Westerners have a very, very long type of carriage. Chongging poked his head out of the window of the carriage and said with a bit of excitement, it's placed on the railroad tracks and runs very fast. However, it's different from a large eagle and a giant kite. It can pull many sections behind it. Then, wouldn't it be able to transport as much as it wants? It's much better than the canal, but it takes up a lot of space. It's not easy to plan for a long route. I can use this opportunity of acquiring land to build a factory to set aside a place for that thing. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Yang Lu and his party for being diligent in buying land and buying land. It saved me a lot of trouble. Duke Du plans to start along the canal and ask people to build one to try. Now that the Jiangnan front line is in a stalemate, it's rather troublesome to transport provisions, purple gold, and lighters back and forth from the capital. If it can be built one day. Gu Yun didn't have much insight into the national economy and people's livelihood, but he was extremely sensitive to defense and military matters. He only heard a few words and understood the meaning. He hurriedly said, "Speak more carefully." Chongging didn't continue speaking. He waved his hand at him as if he wanted to whisper something. Gu Yun urged his horse to catch up a little. He bent down slightly and asked, "What is it? Is there something that can't be revealed right now?" "It's not that I can't say it, but..." Chongqing hesitated slightly. Gu Yun was a little confused for a moment. He didn't know how to keep this secret. At this moment, Chongqing suddenly poked his head out of the car and quickly took advantage of him on the lips. "Gu Yun," Chongqing's gaze turned. When he saw that the carriage was blocking and no one was paying attention, he whispered, "Let me do it again when we get home tonight, and I'll show you the blueprint." Gu Yun held the reins and leaned back slightly. "How many times have I let you do it? You're either acting coquettishly because you're injured or acting shamelessly with me." "No way." Chongqing was good at everything except for one thing. He was too controlling, especially when it came to Gu Yun. He hated that he couldn't even dress and feed him. Usually, he would deliberately restrain himself and try his best not to make Gu Yun uncomfortable, but when they were in bed, he couldn't care so much. Chongqing whispered softly, "Godfather, if I don't serve you well, I can learn diligently." "Gu Yun. Son, you don't have to work so hard." They had already passed Beidang's encampment, so Gu Yun didn't wear any armor. He only wore a casual robe with sleeves that were wider than his waist. Chongqing reached out and grabbed his sleeve, shaking it left and right without saying a word. When they passed by a village on the road, they happened to see a 3 or 4-year-old child crying and pulling an adult's sleeve, making a scene and asking for candy. Since then, Chongqing didn't know what went wrong, but he learned it verbatim and wanted to carry it forward. When he was young, there wasn't a single sleeve in the world that he could pull. Now, even though he looked indomitable, he always seemed to have regrets and wanted to make up for it by taking Gu Yun's body. Gu Yun laughed and had goosebumps. "No means no. Let go." "Your Highness, do you have any shame?" Chongqing wasn't willing to let go. He looked like he wouldn't give up until he was publicly called a homosexual. When Shini and Jiang Chong brought people out of the city to welcome them, they saw Yan Wang sitting in the carriage from afar. He was poking his head out and talking to Gu Yun. Gu Yun let his handsome horse wander around lazily. There was a smile in the corners of his eyes, but the corners of his mouth were tight and he ignored him. Yan Wang said something for the first time. Gu Yun knocked on the back of his hand, forcing him to involuntarily let go of his hand. Yan Wang didn't seem to give up and said something again. Gu Yun pulled down the curtain of his carriage, as if he didn't want to see, so that he wouldn't be upset. When Yan Wang pulled open the curtain and poked his head out for the third time, Gu Yun finally couldn't hold back his laughter. He waved his hand as if he was afraid of him, seemingly compromising. Jiang Chong stared blankly. Shani sighed and said, "Fortunately, the Grand Marshal does not have any children of his own. Otherwise, he would definitely spoil a devil incarnate who would surpass his father. I think he can't even say no 3 times to His Highness King Yen. If you can't do it twice, you can ask him for the 3rd time and he will definitely agree." Jiang Chong still hadn't recovered from his shock. "I thought that Marquis hasn't been in the capital for a long time, so he and Yan Wang are only foster father and son. It seems that their relationship is really deep." As soon as Shani heard the word relationship, his thoughts went astray. Just now, he lamented that Gu Yun couldn't be a strict father, but in his heart, he cursed, "Zishi, this thing who is blinded by lust, has never been serious in his life. What kind of morality is he spreading in broad daylight?" The blinded by lust Gu Yun's nose felt a little itchy. He turned his head and sneezed. As soon as he turned his face, he saw the Lord Jiang, who had a face full of "I'm very relieved to see you," and Commander Shen, who had a face full of "Pay attention to your image, don't you feel ashamed?" Yan Wang, who had regained his composure, was invited into the palace before he could get off the carriage. Shani stared at Gu Yun with condemnation. Gu Yun, who had just agreed to a humiliating matter, was now regretting it. He asked in a bad mood, "What are you looking at?" The old keeper, Commander Shen, reproached righteously, "It's not that I want to say this, but sometimes you are too outrageous." "Gu Yun, what's wrong with me?" Shani, like a pervert whose soul has been seduced by a vixen. Gu Yun, this was really a winter thunder or a summer snow grievance, yet he still couldn't defend himself. He really wanted to cut off all ties with Shani. Fortunately, before he could do anything to Commander Shen blocked his mouth with proper business. I calculated that you should arrive in a few days, so I didn't send anyone to deliver a letter to you. There are two important things I have to tell you. First, Bayman's Calais Ingho has sent someone over. Gu Yun's expression changed. Ever since the Black Iron Battalion took a breather and quelled the chaos in the west, they had been eyeing the north covetously. To a large extent, they had relieved the pressure on the defense of the north border. The Black Iron Battalion was Calais Ingho's lifelong nightmare. With them around, the 18 Wolf King didn't dare to act rashly. However, the north border had always been barren. They had to look at God's face to raise some cattle and sheep. In this battle, Daliang had already exhausted his family's resources, let alone Calais Ingho, who had been focused on revenge and had neglected production. In the long run, it was natural that they couldn't afford it. Gu Yun, to negotiate? Yes, Shani nodded. This matter didn't have time to go to court. The emperor summoned a few of us to the palace to discuss the other party's conditions. Do you know how I feel? Gu Yun's eyebrows twitched. Shani said, it's just like when the old Wolf King increased the supply of purple gold and proposed to use himself as a hostage. The wording and tone were familiar. They were humble and sincere. The conditions were very straightforward. Zishi, do you believe them? Gu Yun pondered for a moment and slowly said, I don't really believe them. The barbarians are different from the Westerners. The Westerners are just greedy, but the barbarians are feuds. Especially Calais Ingho. Shani hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Since Calais took over the 18 tribes, he hasn't done anything other than taking revenge on the Central Plains, Gu Yun said. Now that they are here to negotiate, there are only two possibilities. Either Calais has been usurped by someone in the 18 tribes, or he has some bad ideas. Shani said, we can't rule out the possibility that the 18 tribes really can't hold on. No, it's not winter yet. I don't believe that they are at the end of their rope, Gu Yun said. Listen to me, Calais is a mad dog. A mad dog doesn't care if it eats meat or grass. It only cares about biting people. Oh right, what did the emperor say? The emperor. Shani paused for a moment and lowered his voice. This is the second thing I want to tell you. The emperor might not be doing well recently. Gu Yun was stunned. Now, the imperial court meeting has been changed to once every 15 days, on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month. Other important matters that need to be discussed will be brought to the small imperial court meeting and handed over to the Grand Council to be hosted and uploaded to the Warm West Pavilion, waiting for the emperor's approval. I feel that the emperor is becoming more and more unable to stand the noise of a group of people at the imperial court meeting, Shani whispered. On the first day of the lunar month, during the imperial court meeting, the emperor stood up and stepped on his dragon robe. He almost rolled down from the imperial throne hall on the spot and was caught by the imperial guards in front of the hall. As a result, here, Shani pointed at his calf, he directly fell and broke it. He can't get out of bed until now. I feel that this might be the reason why he hurriedly summoned Yan Wang to the palace. Gu Yun was taken aback. Can you break your bones if you fall? This is too much. The imperial physicians didn't dare to speak and couldn't find a reason. Later, they asked Miss Chen to take a look. Miss Chen said that he was overworked for many years and his diet was not good. His bones were loose and broke when he fell. Some people said that the previous emperor was. No wonder the imperial physicians were all tight-lipped. Only Xianxia, who often ran outside the borders, dared to speak the truth. This country was too torturous. Shani looked around and saw that the people who came out to welcome Yan Wang had left with Jiang Chong. Gu Yun left the personal guards in Beidang and only had a few family guards by his side. He lowered his voice and said to Gu Yun, because of the Liu family's matter, the imperial consort was also implicated and was directly stripped of her position. Although nothing happened on the surface, she was basically banished to the cold palace. The crown prince is so young and his mother's family doesn't have much help. If the emperor really... What do you think he means by urgently summoning Yan Wang to the palace? Is he entrusting me to him or... Gu Yun glanced at him and Shani automatically shut his mouth. That year, when the imperial city was about to fall, Li Feng had mentioned passing on the throne, not to the crown prince, but to Yan Wang. Back then, when the country was destroyed and the family was destroyed, the little crown prince indeed couldn't support a country with the surname Li. Although the country was not recovered, Beiman had already sent people to ask for peace. After recuperating for a few years, he would definitely have the strength to fight. Would the emperor still pass on the throne to his younger brother and not his son? Gu Yun suddenly remembered the time when the imperial guards rebelled. Li Feng suddenly mentioned something unrelated to him. Yan Wang was abused by Nubi when he was young. Li Feng did not seem like someone who would take the initiative to ask. It was very likely that Chongqing took the initiative to ask him. What kind of occasion would it be? Although Chongqing and Li Feng were brothers, they were not close. Gu Yun knew that Chongqing was a little wolf cub. He would never take the initiative to confess his childhood wounds to gain sympathy, unless... A thought flashed through Gu Yun's mind. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Oh right, Prince Yan had been an adult for several years. Why did no one care about his marriage? Even if it was inconvenient for others to mention it, could it be that Li Feng had forgotten? Therefore, the Emperor Long An's mindless words that day probably had a second half to it. He harbored a grudge and was unwilling to marry and have children. If Yan Wang didn't have an heir, it meant that in the future, no matter what, no one could shake the position of the little crown prince. Therefore, he might be able to hand over the important task to Chongqing. Li Feng had been letting the little crown prince interact with her. On one hand, it was to ease the relationship, and on the other hand, it was to pave the way for his son. The thoughts of these people. Shen, do you think there is a possibility that the emperor will pass the throne to Yan Wang? Shoo, don't mention it again, Gu Yun said, don't get involved. Remember what we are doing. Shen hurriedly responded, actually, I still have one more thing. Oh, it's a private matter. Gu Yun looked at Shen in surprise, what? Shen scratched his ears and cheeks for a moment, are you very familiar with Miss Chen? Gu Yun was still immersed in the news of Beiman's envoy and Li Feng's broken leg. He didn't react for a while and asked inexplicably, Miss Chen? I can't say that I'm familiar with her. She doesn't like to talk to people. Why? Shen felt indignant and said, she worked hard as a military doctor for you in that damned place in the northwest for so long. How can you say that you can't say that you're familiar with her? The 4 words heartless and fickle had already escaped from Commander Shen's eyes. Gu Yun. Ah? Shen looked at him angrily. One of them wasn't in the right state, while the other was extremely angry. They looked at each other in dismay for a while. Gu Yun finally reacted and said, ah. He looked at Shen with a strange expression, what do you mean? Shen, who was usually chatty, suddenly shut his mouth. His cheeks were tense, and he looked like a martyr who wouldn't open his mouth. He heroically welcomed Gu Yun's malicious gaze and became a gourd without a mouth. Gu Yun raised his eyebrows innocently and poked Shen Yi's chest with a finger. I say, Lord Shen, didn't the saint tell you that don't inquire about indecent things? In broad daylight, you and I are bachelors, is it appropriate for us to gather together and inquire about a young lady's matters? He remembered Shen Yi's rude scolding just now and immediately took the opportunity to put the knife back, dirty. Shen Yi, for no apparent reason, Gu Yun had picked up such a huge weakness of Shen Yi's and was in a very good mood. His waist was no longer sore and his back was no longer hurting. He strolled out of the room and even whistled a tune that was quite similar to his flute skills. Zishigu. Shen Yi gritted his teeth and chased after him, you bastard. In order to not insult his superior in broad daylight on the street, Shen Yi used all his strength to hide the latter part of his sentence. Gu Yun had entertained him enough. The two of them had already shaken off the guards and were walking towards the imperial city together. Only then did Gu Yun say seriously, Miss Chen's character is unquestionable, and she is also very capable. For people like you, I reckon that she would have no problem beating up 3 to 5 people at once. Although this sentence was asking for a beating, Shen Yi didn't feel offended when he heard it. Instead, he listened with relish. Especially when Gu Yun talked about how he met Chen Qingshu for the first time on the pirate ship in Jiangnan many years ago. Shen Yi. As for her temperament, likes and dislikes, and so on. It's not convenient for me to know. Maybe Chongqing is more familiar with her. Gu Yun paused, but I want to tell you about her family background. I know about the Chen family in Xianxia, Shen Yi continued, they have produced divine doctors for generations. They practice medicine to help the world. Their family is very upright. Guyun sneered, you've inquired about it clearly. Are you planning to go to their house to propose marriage? Xianxia said seriously, the 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts are indispensable. Guyun, this brother of his was a weirdo. In his early years, he had read a basket full of books and was deeply influenced by the traditions of the aristocratic families. However, the aristocratic families only talked about etiquette to outsiders and treated people with strictness. Behind closed doors, they were a group of hypocrites who had a tacit mutual understanding. Only this one from the Shen family was different. In the eyes of outsiders, he abandoned the Hanlin Academy and entered the spiritual pivot school. Later, he degenerated and became a wanderer. It could be said that he was known for deviating from the orthodoxy. On the inside, he was a see no evil, hear no evil person. He was so serious that he mingled with a group of old ruffians all day long. During this period of time, Xianxia stayed in the capital and went through big and small disturbances. This Qin family member from the Linyuan pavilion probably had a lot of contact with Xianxia. However, under these many contacts, he didn't dare to say anything to her face. He only dared to come to Guyun to inquire about her behind her back. Listening to this, he probably didn't even understand the relationship between the Qin family and the Linyuan pavilion. Until now, he still felt that Xianxia was purely devoted to serving the country. Guyun sighed secretly. Xianxia was such a blockhead. He simply didn't seem like someone who worked under him. Then I'll tell you something you don't know. Don't spread it. The Qin family of Xianxia Prefecture isn't an ordinary family that practices medicine. They are the mainstay of the Linyuan pavilion, Guyun said in a low voice. I heard from Elder Zhong that Miss Qin seems to be the head of the Qin family. If that's the case, it's unlikely that she will marry you to be the wife of the admiral. Xianxia was immediately stunned. Guyun thought for a moment. How about this? I'll find someone to talk to you and see what she thinks. No, don't, Xianxia hurriedly said. It's too abrupt. Guyun, he felt that he was a little anxious. However, according to Xianxia's personality, it was very likely that he would never be able to get a wife in his lifetime. Thus, he gave advice with experience. You can't be anxious about this kind of thing, Brother Jipping. If you don't do it right, someone else will beat you to it. At that time, you won't have anyone to reason with. Xianxia thought for a moment and shook his head. Don't do it first. Let me think about it. Guyun shook his head after hearing this. He knew too well that if a man hesitated after hearing about the woman's identity and background, it was mostly to the extent of being a little interesting. It wasn't to the extent that he had to marry someone. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to comment on this kind of thing. He just said nonchalantly, all right, you think about it first. If you need me, just tell me. Xianxia didn't hear this sentence. He was still immersed in his own thoughts. He seriously analyzed it to Guyun. I really didn't understand this situation before. However, after hearing what you said, I also feel that it's not appropriate. Guyun, Xianxia, then there's no other way. I can only wait until this war is over. Then, I'll hang up my seal and resign. I won't be a general anymore. Guyun, he almost fell off his horse. Xianxia said with a frown, it's just that I feel that it's ominous to propose marriage before the war is over. For people like us, if we're too concerned, it'll be easy to be restrained on the battlefield. It'll be dangerous. If something happens, won't we delay the other party? Sigh. I'm afraid that if we go after the war, we won't be able to wait for each other. It's really hard to satisfy both sides. Zixi, what do you think we should think of to make irrelevant people retreat? You don't have to worry about this. As far as I know, Miss Qin has this ability. Guyun paused for a moment. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. Xianxia was baffled. What are you laughing at? Guyun, I'm laughing at you. You passed the exam with literary talent, but the next day, you went against the Hanlin Academy and entered the Spiritual Pivot Academy. You only made some achievements in the Spiritual Pivot Academy. Just as people were guessing that you were going to be the successor of Duke Fenghan, you bid farewell to the Spiritual Pivot Academy and entered the Black Iron Camp as an armorer. Step by step, you got to where you are today with outstanding military achievements. Finally, in the eyes of others, you've taken a step to reach the heavens. You saved the emperor from the siege of the capital and rendered meritorious service. You might even be conferred the title of Marquis immediately. Shani continued to smile miserably. He originally didn't have great ambitions. All these years, he had been adhering to the heart of a nanny, taking care of this and that. He just followed Gu Yun blindly. Unfortunately, there was too much bloodshed around the Marquis and he accidentally made a name for himself. He didn't get what he wanted, so there was nothing he couldn't bear to part with. Some people's hearts changed and changed beyond recognition in 3 to 5 years. There were also people who were like still water, walking 108,000 miles, but their original heart didn't change. Gu Yun looked at him and suddenly felt a little emotional. The slight depression that rose slightly when he heard about the matters in the palace disappeared without a trace. He intimately hooked Xinyi's shoulder and patted it. If you need Mischan in the future, let me run errands. Xinyi didn't notice the ups and downs of the Marquis's mood at all. He was still worried and unknowingly started to ramble endlessly. It's just. Sigh, don't you think it's not good for me to always look for people who don't have a status? In the future, will they think I'm not too decent? Sigh, Zishi, say something. Forget it, you don't need to say anything. You're not too decent in the first place, I think. General Shen entered the process of repeatedly arguing and doubting himself. Gu Yun, although there was no need to change his original heart, it would be good if he could change this point when he nagged endlessly. Gu Yun's ears were filled with Xinyi's endless chatter. He had a splitting headache from his nagging and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He whipped Xinyi's horses but and took the opportunity to escape. At the same time, the news that King Yan had been invited into the palace even though he was still in the suburbs spread like wildfire. It did not take long for the news to reach the ears of the people in the capital. Fang Qin was at home. A few of his aides and henchmen sat around him. Due to the turmoil in Jiangbei, Fang Qin felt like he had been forced into this mess. To Fang Qin, Liu Yang's party was a bit like a bad tooth. Although it grew in his mouth, it was often inflamed and painful. Not only was it difficult to chew, but it was often hindered. Pulling it out wasn't a bad thing. But he didn't expect that Yan Wang had so many tricks up his sleeve. The bad tooth he pulled out now had too many implications. Yan Wang wasn't in the capital, but he had taken advantage of the fact that he hadn't come back to his senses and took the initiative to gain the upper hand by taking the canal into his pocket. Now that the canal office had been established, factories all over the country sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain. It was already an irreversible fact. With Fang Qin's many years of experience in the officialdom, the next step was a series of reforms such as the land tax, civil commerce, and so on. He wanted to be the man to stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But he didn't expect that Yan Wang had already built one path in the open but secretly moved another in the dark when dealing with him. He took one step and calculated 10 steps. In the end, he was still one step behind. Previously, when Fang Qin first took charge of the Ministry of Revenue, which was full of diseases, he had a honeymoon period with Yan Wang's Grand Council. At that time, the country had fallen into enemy hands. It was difficult to move forward, and there were many things waiting to be done. No one had yet to fight with anyone. The whole court was friends in adversity. They used to be hard-pressed together to find a way to turn the situation around for the country. They respected and admired each other's talents. Who knew that they would part ways so quickly? Sometimes, Fang Qin couldn't help envying Jiang Hanqi. If the two of them were in each other's shoes, Fang Qin believed that he would be much more capable than people like Jiang Chong and Su Ling. If his surname wasn't Fang, even if he was just a 7th-level minor official who had bitterly studied for 10 years, but it was useless to think about these things now. Yan Wang was determined to wash away the old power. After the turmoil in Jiangbei, the butcher's knife had been exposed. Now, they were like fire and water. One of the aides carefully said, "Sir, I heard that when the foreigners invaded, the emperor mentioned passing on the throne to Yan Wang. This time, he was in such a hurry to summon him to the palace. Even if the world is peaceful and the emperor doesn't want to do that, the important minister who entrusted the crown prince to him when he was young can't run away. Should we make plans early?" Feng Qin came back to his senses and narrowed his eyes. Another person said, originally, when Yang Rongui rebelled in Yan Wang's name last time, the emperor might not have no grudges. However, he played the trick of injuring himself to gain the emperor's confidence and used the opportunity of being injured to temporarily avoid the danger. After being silent for such a long time, now that the emperor has dispelled his doubts, he is taking advantage of this opportunity to return to the capital to take up his post. I'm afraid he is going to start making big moves. Feng Qin was actually a bit hesitant. He gently stroked his beard and said, Beiman sent a messenger. Jiangnan is still preparing for war. I'm afraid there will be another war in 2 or 3 years. The canal is in the ascendant, and the refugees in the entire territory have just settled down. If we move against Yanwang now, will it harm the country? If that is the case, I'm afraid I will bear the infamy of a sinner for all eternity. The aide smiled and said, Your loyalty to the court is evident and admirable. However, the court may be able to continue without Yanwang. Merchants are despicable. The so-called righteous merchants can't escape their profit-seeking nature. As long as it doesn't harm their interests, what does it have to do with them who has the final say in the court? With Master Feng's concern for the country and the people, even without Yanwang, we can still settle down the refugees and continue fighting. However, you have to think clearly. Yanwang's ambition is obvious. He is in a high position. Sooner or later, he will find a way to place his own henchmen in order to suppress us. If we let him eat away at us without any regard for the law and the heavens, one day we won't be able to protect our lives. Everyone immediately chimed in. Although Yanwang is talented, his actions are too radical. If we let him continue like this, I'm afraid he will bring disaster to the country and the people. Master Feng can't back down anymore. If we let him take the position, I'm afraid he won't be able to tolerate us, Feng Qin sighed. He stretched out his hand and pressed down, suppressing the noise in the hall. He turned to his trusted aide and said, Go and bring that person here. A storm that had been brewing gathered once again. Chongqing, who was completely unaware, left the palace and returned to the Marquis Fu. He didn't know what Li Feng said to him, but he seemed to be in a good mood. As soon as he returned home, he looked for Gu Yun to be lovey-dovey. He pestered him and didn't want to let go. Gu Yun didn't ask him what Li Feng said to him when he invited him into the palace. He could roughly guess from his expression. He used his chopsticks to knock away Yan Wang's hand that was not holding the bowl and chopsticks properly and was climbing onto his leg. He pretended to mention inadvertently, When do you plan to return to the imperial court to take up your post? Chongqing rubbed the back of his hand and tried to curry favor with Gu Yun. He looked at him absent-mindedly and said, I'll go back after resting for 2 days. His Majesty said that he doesn't have enough energy right now and wants me to return as soon as possible. Zishi, you should eat more. Gu Yun waved his hand, It's too late. Just eat something to fill your stomach. It's uncomfortable to eat too much. Have you heard that Calais Ingho sent someone over? Chongqing nodded. He held down Yan Wang's hand that was reaching for the teacup and poured him a bowl of soup. It's up to Marshal Gu to decide how to discuss this matter. When a wild beast is seriously injured, it will often pretend to be dying to lure the enemy to lower their guard. Then, they will suddenly attack. You must be careful. Gu Yun said this and glanced at Chongqing. He blew open the vegetable leaves in the soup and drank it in one gulp. Chongqing was stunned. He suddenly felt that Gu Yun's words were not only about the barbarians, but also seemed to be reminding him of something. During this period of time, Chongqing's life had been too smooth. First, he had perfectly resolved the matter in Jiangbei and achieved all the set goals. Then, he had Gu Yun to accompany him on the way back. Other than the time when they were young in Yanhui, Daliang had always been in a state of war. Gu Yun rarely had the chance to stay by his side for such a long time. Along the way, it gave people the illusion that they would grow old until the end of autumn and the beginning of winter. Chongqing was once extremely uneasy and cautious of everything around him. Even the slightest clue could alarm him. At that time, although he was tense all day long, he was indeed meticulous and rarely made mistakes. However, at this time, he was trapped in the land of warmth and tenderness for many days. After Gu Yun's words, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten himself. Chang Gung steadied his mind and silently recalled for a moment the scene of Li Feng summoning him to the palace. He sensed a bit of a different meaning. The present emperor was sullenly stifled in a room full of the smell of medicine. The heavy palace room and the silent palace servants all seemed so lethargic. The entire room was suffused with the bitter smell of someone on the verge of death. Li Feng was in the prime of his life and was not truly old and weary of the mortal world. So, what kind of feeling would he have in his heart? Some people would feel disheartened and take the initiative to give in when they felt that they were powerless. However, Li Feng was definitely not that kind of person. If he gave in so easily, he would not have rushed out angrily during the Beidang mutiny, nor would he have mounted the red-headed kite when the soldiers were at the city gates. Gu Yun was indeed reminding him. Chang'ing quivered and a little cold sweat seeped out from the back of his neck. The excited and restless heart on his face calmed down. Gu Yun knew that Chang'ing had hurt her. This person was too smart. Sometimes, one sentence was enough. There was no need to say more. She reached out and touched Chang'ing's head. Chang'ing grabbed his hand and pulled it down. Gu Yun calmly waited for him to reflect on himself. She thought that she would at least get him to say something like, "What would I do without you?" Unexpectedly, Chang'ing held him for a while. Not only did he not reflect on himself, but he also made trouble for no reason. "It's all your fault. You made me dizzy." Gu Yun, it hadn't even been half a day since he arrived in the capital, but he was already playing the roles of lecher and troublemaker. He was really busy. His Royal Highness Yan Wang was so shy and introverted when he was young. Why was he becoming more and more shameless as he grew up? Gu Yun shook off Chang'ing, who was becoming more and more unfriendly with him. He casually picked up the wine jug hanging by the side. Chang'ing jumped up in a well-trained manner and reached out to snatch it. "You're not allowed to drink cold wine on such a cold day." Gu Yun raised his hand and threw the wine jug from his left hand to his right hand. He caught it lightly. His empty left hand just happened to grab Chang'ing, who had bumped into his arms. He quickly pinched his chin and kissed him. Without waiting for Chang'ing to react and retaliate, he turned around and put on his coat. He smiled and said, "I'm going to Beidang. You can sleep by yourself tonight. Before you sleep, recite scriptures twice so that you don't get dizzy again." Chang'ing, what about what he promised on the way here? The dignified Marquis of Stability actually went back on his word. Although Gu Yun was teasing him, he really had something to do. He should have stayed in Beidang directly, but because he was really worried about Chang'ing, he returned to the Marquis's residence first and waited for him to come back for a meal. Now that he had a rough idea of the situation in the palace, he left home without stopping to rush to Beidang. Beidang was not only the commander of the capital's external defense, but it was also the transit station for emergency military information from various places to the capital. Beiman's envoy came suddenly, so Gu Yun felt uneasy. It could be said that after worrying about his family's affairs, he began to worry about the country's affairs. It was already late autumn in the capital. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he couldn't hold back the smell of midwinter, and the gloominess hit him in the face. The small cold wind in the night had taken shape. When Gu Yun went out, he still wore his many years of habit, only an unlined garment. However, on this day, Gu Yun had already mounted his horse. Before he stepped out, he suddenly felt that the wind inside the pass was a little bone-piercing. He sighed inwardly and turned back. He hung the cold wine pot in the stable and asked Huodan to get him a cloak to wear before he hurriedly left. During this period of time, although Gu Yun was tormented by the rebellious people in Jiangbei and the rebellious people in the capital who forced him to abdicate, his contact with Kaibin in Beijiang was not cut off. If Jiangnan was already in the miserable state of the remnant people weeping in the dust, he didn't need to think carefully to know the situation in Beijiang. The blood feud between the barbarians and the Central Plains might really have to wait for a long 100 years to pass and for these 2 or 3 generations to all die before it could be slightly alleviated. Gu Yun's front foot had just stepped into Beidang. He sat down and didn't even have time to drink his water when Kaibin's letter arrived. The explanation in the letter was very simple, but there was a lot of information in the few words. The 2 armies had been in confrontation for so long that each side had scouts and spies. Their spies in the enemy's ranks reported that in the spring, Calais Ingho seemed to have fallen seriously ill. Since then, he hadn't shown his face. What was even stranger was that his eldest son was nowhere to be seen all day in the name of filial piety. Calais' second son temporarily took over his duties. Calais had 3 sons, all of whom were born of the same woman. Imitating the Han system, the eldest son was the heir apparent. When their father was seriously ill, it wasn't unusual for the sons to compete with each other to show filial piety. However, the heir apparent was filial to the point that he didn't care about proper business and let his younger brother do it for him. Was this appropriate? According to this description, the story of the barbarians seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. The talented second son was unwilling to rely on his brother just because he was born a few years later. He used some method to put Calais and the heir apparent under house arrest and usurp the throne and power. The current commander of Beidang said, Grand Marshal, other than the 13 conditions, the 18 tribes also agreed to send Calais' youngest son over as a hostage. This will set our minds at ease for the next step of the peace talks. Just now, General Kai sent news that the young barbarian's carriage is preparing to enter the pass. He has submitted a document to the capital and is waiting for the imperial court's approval. I was just about to send someone to deliver it to the Marquis mansion when you came over. As he said this, he handed another memorial to Gu Yun. Bei Man's matter involved the military affairs of the border. Before it was delivered to the Grand Council, it could first be reviewed by the commander-in-chief who held the Xian Tai and the Tiger Tally. The memorial handed over by the barbarians was indeed very sincere. It described in detail who the third prince and his entourage were. The third prince was only 15 years old. It was said that he was a weak and sickly child. He was accompanied by 1 envoy and translator, 10 young male and female slaves, and 12 imperial bodyguards. Everyone's surname and name were written clearly. Even the slaves' ages and positions were clearly stated. It was strictly following Daliang's customs clearance procedures. Gu Yun read it 3 times from beginning to end, but she didn't see anything that was out of line. Shini crossed her arms and said, It seems to be true. The ambitious second prince imprisoned his father and elder brother. He also wanted to kill his younger brother and throw him as a hostage so that he could dominate the 18 tribes. What are the benefits of dominating the 18 tribes? Gu Yun threw the memorial aside. He sat by the stove in the tent for a long time, but he still couldn't warm up. At this time, intentionally or unintentionally, he still put his hands close to the heat source and gently rubbed them. If we lose this time, the barbarians won't have the power to fight back in the future. Every year, they don't eat or drink outside the border. They have to pay tribute to the little purple gold they dig. They can't even protect the goddess and the Wolf King's daughter. The feud between the barbarians and the Han people of the Central Plains wasn't just a day or two. As early as a few dynasties ago, the nomadic tribes in the north had the custom of going south to take advantage of the bad weather. The north had the fierceness of all its citizens, while the south had the backbone of many famous generals. The two sides had been in a stalemate between plundering and fighting back in the south. For 100 years, no one had really conquered the other, until Daliang took the lead in developing steam technology. Today's people could only glimpse the scene of those years from historical records. That was the golden age of the long-armed barbarians. The fertile Central Plains was like a giant beast that had awakened. Layers of fire engines and steel armor sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Light fur coats, heavy armor, giant kites, flying eagles. Steam was like a tide. Iron puppets ran rampant in the capital, and the range of long and short cannons changed almost every day. In the beginning, Daliang, who opened sea transportation and developed fire engines and steel armor, was despised by the uncivilized barbarians as a southerner who focused on extravagance and heterodoxy. The Wolf King of the North was too trusting of his minions. He arrogantly missed the opportunity and failed to ride on the thick cloud of purple gold. Later, he was defeated by the Central Plains people and had no power to rise again for decades. The purple gold in his territory was forced to pay tribute to the Central Plains people. Even though he tried hard to catch up, he didn't have his own steel armor technology. Until now, he had to rely on the support of the Westerners for his equipment. The 18 tribes couldn't ignore this kind of bloody lesson. They couldn't watch Daliang's factories flourish and the ban on the commandment law being lifted. It was about to set off the second peak of the development of fire engines and steel armor. If Daliang was allowed to survive the winter and slowly recover, perhaps the northern barbarians would really have no room for survival. I'm not sure what kind of person the second prince is, Gu Yun said. But I know Kalaingho. That old man would rather die than wait for death. Not to mention that he just sent us a son. Even if he sent us a father, we still have to hold back. Go and get my seal. That night, more than 10 fire beacons were sent from Beidang. The level was the same as when the Westerners attacked Daegu Harbor. All the courier stations from the northwest to the capital increased their military strength as if they were facing a great enemy. The Lingshu Temple sent a group of people to the Northern Defense Army Station to inspect the fire engines and steel armor, ready to fight at any time. Daliang entered winter with the coming rain. Soon, it would enter a new year, but the imperial court was very calm. Yan Wang held the Grand Council and was almost the center of the whirlpool. His return made the entire imperial court secretly pay attention to him. But Yan Wang surprised everyone. Unlike Fang Qin, he didn't start the follow-up reform as soon as he came back. Instead, he cooked a small fish. After King Yan returned to the capital, he was no longer as busy as he used to be. First, he stayed at home for half a month before he quietly appeared in the Grand Council. He did not say anything during the court meetings. It was as if he had returned to being the invisible person he was before the war. Usually, he would handle some daily affairs in the Grand Council. He would write summaries when he needed to write summaries, send them to the palace when he needed to send them to the palace. He would do his job carefully and strictly so that no one would gossip about him. He was not slacking off. Other than that, he would not have to worry about anything else. In any case, based on the number and quality of the memorials Li Feng received in the palace, it didn't matter if Yan Wang came back or not. Previously, Yan Wang didn't appear among the people in the Grand Council who held candlelight until late at night. He came in during the day and left in the evening. He left the imperial court on time and rested on time. He didn't see anyone if he didn't have to. He even built a small garden in the suburbs of the capital. When Gu Yun was Beidang and didn't go home, he strolled over to plant flowers and play with birds. In less than half a month, he trained the pestilence Mina from the Shin family to be as sweet as honey and praised everyone it saw. But its tail was bald. He had the servants make a shuttlecock out of its feathers and sent it to the crown prince to play with. Li Feng's legs were almost able to walk. Every day after he finished reading the memorials, he could walk around the room a few times with the help of the eunuchs. One day, he happened to remember and went to the crown prince's study. The crown prince was very obedient and never slacked off when he was studying. Li Feng didn't disturb him and stood at the back door for a while with the help of the eunuchs. However, his gaze was attracted by a small decoration on the crown prince's desk. He saw that it wasn't an ordinary clay embryo. It was a metal frame with thin steam coming out of its tail. On the metal rails on both sides of the frame, there was an exquisite little carriage. The body of the carriage was a Western clock. It was running back and forth on the rails. In the middle of the carriage was a small flower pot. The pot was still empty, and he could see the special air holes at the bottom. It was probably because the crown prince hadn't decided what to plant. Li Feng slowly walked over and picked it up to take a closer look. The crown prince was shocked and hurriedly stood up to greet him. He secretly glanced at his father, fearing that he would be scolded for wasting one's time on playthings. Li Feng was probably in a good mood and didn't see any anger. He only asked, "The Imperial Household Department is increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. In the past few years, didn't they not allow them to buy these luxurious toys? Where did it come from?" The crown prince didn't dare to breathe loudly. He carefully replying to Fu Huang, "This was not bought by the Imperial Household Department. It was given to me by fourth imperial uncle." Li Feng slightly frowned. "I haven't seen Amin for a long time. Is he busy with these things?" The chamberlain stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, didn't His Royal Highness Yan Wang ask you for a garden last time? Recently, he wasn't busy with official business, so he set up a greenhouse in the garden and cultivated many rare flowers and plants. He also studied many pots with Gulingshu. Now that it's almost the new year, every family is willing to put up flowers. Your Highness's fresh bonsai is hard to find even with money. You see, this little carriage has water in it. It will water itself at a fixed time every day. If the light is good, it will run a few laps and there will be little rainbows where the water droplets pass. The crown prince said in a low voice. Royal uncle said that he only bought ordinary grass and flower seeds. 1 copper coin for a handful. He bought them from the countryside and put them in a pot to cut their shape. It's just right to fool the cultured rich people. Li Feng, nonsense, outrageous. Last time, I told him to help the crown prince more. Did I tell him to teach the crown prince how to play with flowers and birds to fool people? As soon as he put down his face, the crown prince was scared and stood quietly on the side. Li Feng put down the pot heavily and asked with a straight face, I told you to learn the ways of governing a country from Yan Wang. What did he teach you? Tell me. The crown prince quickly glanced at him. His heart was scared, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He softly replied, replying to imperial father, 4th imperial uncle taught me that governing a country doesn't require one to work day and night and exhaust one's mind. The most important thing is to make the best use of everything and people. Laws and systems are the foundation of a ruler's governance. As long as a perfect system and laws are established, civil and military officials can perform their duties, and the national treasury can be stable. Li Feng's expression eased a little. Hearing his son's words, he couldn't help but ask, what? The crown prince braced himself and said. Once and for all, I can laze around and eat the imperial food. Li Feng, the crown prince tightly pursed his lips, afraid that his father would fly into a rage after hearing these outrageous and rebellious words. However, after waiting for a long time, the expected scolding and punishment didn't fall on his head. He fearfully raised his head and glanced at Li Feng, only to see that the emperor, who always meant what he said, had a calm expression. After thinking for a long time, he sighed and said, he is right. Amin sees things more clearly than I do. The crown prince looked at him in confusion. He felt that his father was in a good mood today. There were some ignorant idiots in the imperial court who thought that Yan Wang was silent because of Yang Rongui's rebellion. Because he had lost the emperor's heart, he didn't dare to make any moves. They felt at ease and boldly submitted memorials to accuse Yan Wang, listing several crimes. It was rare for long an emperor to show his face in the imperial court. His intention to protect Yan Wang was obvious in his words. Not only that, the next day, the stingy emperor made an exception and allowed the Ministry of Internal Affairs to spend a large amount of money. He bought a bunch of new and exquisite metal bonsai plants from Yan Wang's garden and sent them to the various palaces. It could be said that Li Feng used his own money to give special treatment to his younger brother. The feng shui of the Grand Council was hard to understand. Fang Qin and the others had been writing and editing the impeachment memorials that they had prepared. Even until the new year, they had not had the chance to send them to their superiors. Fang Qin could not help but wonder, could it be that there were really people in this world who left without any ambition after receiving an order in the face of danger? These peaceful days lasted until the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, when Beiman arrived in the capital as a hostage. At the end of the first year, Guyun was still at the northwest border. The whole territory of Daliang was gloomy, ready to be destroyed at any time. This year, the whole country came back to life with an amazing vitality. Although the singing and dancing of the past could not be seen, the monkey children lining up in the streets to buy caramel candy were wearing new clothes one after another. A few firecrackers could be heard during the day. Every household was busy preparing for the new year. The collapsed city walls rose up once again, and the forbidden sky net on the bright prayer altar also opened up a strict line of sight. Rows of rainbow iron bows and silent iron puppets on the wall watched as the uninvited guests entered the city. The North military camp escorted them and stopped outside the 9 gates. The silence was like a spirit that had been tempered by blood and fire. This year was full of ups and downs. Just this merit of reviving the dead would be written in the annals of history in the future. Prince Yan. The barbarian prince's carriage slowly passed through the long street. The biting cold wind lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, vaguely revealing a thin and pale face. Then, a hand reached out from the carriage and pulled the curtain, blocking the two sides from spying on each other. At this time, Guyun was sitting on the Wangnan Tower in casual clothes. There was a glass mirror on the bridge of his nose. It was not the one he usually used when he was blind. It was a kind of clairvoyance used for long-distance aiming on the battlefield. Chang'ing and Shini were both there. A moment later, the door of the private room was pushed open and a figure flashed in. It was Chao Chunhua, whose whereabouts were a mystery after the Jiangbei incident. After Chao Chunhua entered the room, he simply bowed and sat down. "I'm so thirsty." Chang'ing habitually took a big bowl and filled it with wine. Chao Chunhua took it without blushing and drank it in one gulp. Those who did not know would probably think that he was pouring cold water. Gu Yun, the drunkard, was stunned. He felt that he had met a drunkard. Another bowl. Chao Chunhua sighed comfortably. After I parted ways with Marshall in the capital, I went all the way back to the north. I followed him all the way through wind, frost, rain, and snow. It can be said that I suffered a lot. Chao Chunhua was very skilled in the art of disguise since he was young. He learned to speak foreign languages and could blurt them out in 10 days or half a month. He was sent by Chang'ing to hide at the border of Beijiang for a long time. He was called back because he needed a perfect substitute when he went to Jiangbei to investigate a case. Chao Chunhua took the second bowl of wine and winked at Gu Yun, who was a little greedy. He successfully evoked Gu Yun's unbearable memory of this person twisted his waist while wearing Chang'ing's face. Gu Yun silently patted away the goosebumps and looked away with a pale face. "Chang'ing, why are you in such a sorry state?" "Don't mention it." Including the male and female slaves, there were a team of masters. I couldn't even get within a mile of them. I had to crawl and roll while chasing after them. Chao Chunhua said in a sweet and delicate voice, "Alas, to tell you the truth, when I was in Beijiang, I once sneaked into Calais Ingho's guards. I even pretended to be the second prince's favorite female slave and wandered around in front of him for a day and a night without being discovered. However, in the past year, I have never gotten close to the third prince. I haven't even seen his real face." Chang'ing asked, "When he goes out, you can't even see him from afar?" "He doesn't go out at all. The 18 tribes all say that the third prince has a terrible disease and can't be exposed to the wind." Chao Chunhua sighed and said, "Other than Calais Ingho himself, no one else can see him. The third prince himself is forbidden by the 18 tribes. His residence is guarded by 3 layers of guards. I tried to sneak into the outermost layer and was able to get in, but I couldn't get past the second layer. The people inside are like iron puppets. They don't communicate with each other, but they are all top masters and men of sacrifice." As Chao Chunhua pointed with his chopsticks, everyone looked over and saw the middle-aged man turn around and talk to the guard. He didn't look amazing, but there was an indescribable temperament about him. He was as strong as a mountain. Chao Chunhua said, "That person is Calais Ingho's personal guard captain. He is one of his most important confidants. He is very powerful. I won't mistake him for someone else." Everyone present was taken aback. Shini frowned and said, "If that's the case, General Kai Bin's information may not be accurate. The usurpation of the throne may be a show of internal strife for us to see. The hostages sent this time may not come with good intentions." Gu Yun didn't say anything. He suddenly had a feeling of extreme uneasiness. The two countries were at war, so it was conceivable that the arrival of this group of hostages and envoys would not be treated with any courtesy. The third prince's party did not even have a decent person to receive them. Li Feng's order to the Honglu Temple was to do as you see fit. The Honglu Temple official really understood the emperor's order and hastily placed the barbarian hostages in an envoy station to dry under the sun. On the day they moved in, the capital's internal defense was updated. The newly formed imperial guards surrounded the station with 3 layers inside and outside. They changed shifts every hour and patrolled 12 times a day. Everything in those 2 days was unusual. First, there was a strange and mysterious hostages from the barbarian tribe. Then, Chang'ing fell ill at an untimely time. He actually had a fever after being exposed to a cold wind. Chang'ing practiced martial arts all year round. He knew some medical skills and was very good at maintaining his health. He was only in his 20s. Normally, strong winds wouldn't be able to hurt him. But that day, he didn't know what happened. He had a fierce fever. Gu Yun rushed back from Beidang in the middle of the night. Chang'ing had already taken medicine and was lying down. His cheeks were a little red from the fever. Gu Yun touched Chang'ung's forehead and lay down next to him. No matter whether he came home or not, Chang Gung would always take up half of the bed. Even if he had nightmares, he would always sleep well and never roll around. Gu Yun was afraid that Chang'ing had a high fever at night, so he didn't dare to sleep soundly. Therefore, he immediately woke up when the person beside him moved. He reached out and touched Chang'ing's body. He felt that Chang'ing's body was as hot as burning charcoal and his breathing was very rapid. It was normal for Chang'ing to have nightmares at night. Gu Yun was already used to it. Most of the time, as long as he reached out in a daze to comfort Chang'ing, he would calm down by himself. But this night, probably because he was sick, Chang'ing's face suddenly showed a painful expression. He instinctively grabbed Gu Yun's wrist. His 5 fingers clasped tightly and he groaned unbearably. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't wake up. Gu Yun could only reach out and pinch a silver needle from the small medicine bag at the head of the bed. He pressed down on Chang'ing and gently pricked his wrist. Chang'ing trembled violently and woke up. Gu Yun's pupils contracted slightly. He had double pupils. But compared to the chaos caused by Wu Ergu's attack last time, Chang'ing was obviously more restrained this time. He didn't make any excessive movements and just stared blankly at Gu Yun. His eyes were slightly red. Gu Yun called out to him in fear, "Chang'ing, do you still recognize me?" Chang'ing blinked quickly. A layer of cold sweat rolled down his eyelashes. He said hoarsely, "Why are you back?" As he spoke, the double pupils in his eyes slowly merged into one. The red mark also gradually disappeared, as if it was just Gu Yun's illusion. Gu Yun kissed him, wiped his sweat and coaxed him to sleep. In the end, she was still worried. The next morning, she sent someone to the palace to give him sick leave. Then, she found Xianxia. "It's nothing," Miss Chen diagnosed after taking a look, "His Highness is in good health. It's just that the weather has changed a bit recently and he's slightly cold. 2 doses of medicine should be enough." Chang'ing smiled and said, "I said so too." He didn't believe me and even made a fuss over a small issue and troubled Miss Chen. Although Miss Chen said those words coldly and politely as usual, in her heart, she really didn't want to see King Yan's complacent face anymore. Even a newlywed who had just given birth to her first child wouldn't be as complacent as him. Unable to bear it any longer, Miss Chen bid farewell to the two in an ethereal manner. Gu Yun personally sent her out. When they passed through the long and cold corridor of the Marquis Fu, Gu Yun suddenly said in a low voice, "I didn't invite Miss Chen here today to see if he caught a cold. Last night, when he had a fever, his double pupils suddenly appeared in his eyes. I feel a bit uneasy." Chen Qingshu immediately became serious and frowned. "Marquis, please explain in detail." Gu Yun recounted the scene of Chang'ing suddenly having a seizure and immediately waking up. She asked, "What do you think is the situation?" After listening, Chen Qingshu muttered to herself for a long time. She lowered her eyes slightly, as if she was carefully recalling the pulse just now. When Gu Yun was a little nervous, she said, "His Highness has a firm will. It's really admirable." Gu Yun immediately reacted, "You're saying that his current clear-headedness is completely suppressed by his will. Yesterday, he was muddled by the fever, so he showed it for a while?" Chen Qingshu nodded, "His Highness has been tortured by Wu Ergu since he was young. He should be used to it. Even when he's asleep, he still retains some clear-headedness. I'm just worried. He's now young, strong, and full of energy. In the future, when he grows older and his physical strength gradually declines, will he still have this kind of spirit?" Gu Yun thought of something and asked doubtfully, "Then according to what you said, Miss Chen, once he's sick, injured, or mistakenly takes some medicine that makes him delirious, will he have this kind of symptom?" Chen Qingshu, logically speaking, it depends on whether the situation is serious or not. "But there's one thing I don't quite understand," Gu Yun said, "A while ago, he was injured in Jiangbei. I was the one who went to pick him up. At that time, he lost too much blood from the wound and was unconscious for a day and a night. However, he was very stable in the middle. Not only did Wu Ergu not act up, he didn't even seem to have the symptoms of being awakened by nightmares." Chen Qingshu was suddenly stunned. "Gu Yun, Miss Chen?" Chen Qingshu murmured, "Impossible, so could it be his qi and blood? Did I completely misunderstand?" Gu Yun's head was filled with fear and confusion. Chen Qingshu did not explain. It was as if she had opened up her Conception and governing vessels. She turned around and left without saying a word. Gu Yun, hey. Miss Chen, let me think about it. After Xianxia said this, her feet did not touch the ground as she floated away. In the blink of an eye, she was already several feet away and disappeared in an instant. Shen Yi, who happened to be visiting, was originally chattering non-stop with Hua Dan about Gu Yun. When she walked in from the main entrance, she was breathless for a while. Commander Hua was thinking about how to get rid of this person, but before he could think of a way, Shen Yi suddenly shut up without warning. Hua Dan looked up and saw a white figure floating in front of his eyes like a ghost. General Shen stood like an indomitable wooden plank and said very sparingly, Miss Chen. Xianxia was a person of few words, so she also replied very sparingly, General Shen. After the two greeted each other, they stared at each other for a while. Only then did Shen Yi realize that she was blocking the way. She hurriedly retreated to the side in fear and trepidation, Miss Chen, please. Xianxia originally thought that he had something to say. She looked at him inexplicably and then walked away like a white wind. Commander Hua pulled his ears and led a strange and mute General Shen to Gu Yun. Gu Yun responded and changed Chongging's ice bag. The ice bag made him grimace in pain. Only then did she go out to receive the guest. What's the matter? He had not yet recovered from his silent meditation. He watched Gu Yun's mind wander without saying a word. Gu Yun was very surprised. She turned to ask Hua Dan, what's wrong with him? Hua Dan guessed, he suddenly can't speak. Maybe Dr. Chen gave him a mute drug. Shen Yi came to find Gu Yun for a serious matter. Shen Yi said, the emperor has been waiting for the barbarian envoys for a few days. He planned to meet the barbarian envoys at this year's palace banquet and give them a show of strength. However, the barbarians are skilled in witchcraft. He is afraid that there are still remnants of the barbarian women left behind. In order to prevent the imperial guards from rebelling on the altar of prayer, the defense of the palace will be jointly handled by the Beidang guards, the imperial guards and the newly formed imperial guards. Gu Yun nodded. Li Feng was once bitten by a snake, twice shy. This year's palace banquet was so grand that it was almost luxurious. It was a show of strength. The guards on both sides were strict. The generals were all wearing armor and carrying swords. They stood on both sides. Even their own people felt that they had entered a Hongmen banquet. Gu Yun also saw for the first time the legendary barbarian third prince, who could be blown to death by a gust of wind. The boy was about 14 or 15 years old. He looked very delicate, but his face was pale and his expression was wooden. He didn't raise his eyes from beginning to end. Everything he did needed his attendants to remind him. He was led to the front of the emperor as if he couldn't walk. The envoy said to Li Feng, Emperor Daliang, please forgive him. The third prince is congenitally deficient. If there is anything that was rude during the banquet, please forgive him on account that he is only a child. Li Feng waved his hand and asked them to rise. However, the boy turned a deaf ear. It was as if he didn't understand official language. The envoy bent down and coaxed him in a low voice. The third prince was still wooden and ignorant. The envoy held his hand and half supported and half carried him to the banquet. Gu Yan's hearing was very good. She keenly heard someone whispering next to her, is the third prince a fool? What did Calais Ingho mean by sending his foolish son to the capital as a hostage? Gu Yan and Shen Yi looked at each other from a distance. Both of their expressions were a little dignified. Perhaps he was thinking too much, but Gu Yan always felt that there was something creepy about the boy. At this time, the exchange of official language between Li Feng and the barbarians came to an end. The barbarian envoy suddenly said, before I came from my hometown, I heard that there are two people under the Emperor of Dalian that I have to pay a visit to. One of them is the undefeated great hero Gu Marquis. I have the honor of meeting him today. However, there is another one. I don't think he is in the banquet? Li Feng asked, who is the envoy talking about? Beiman's envoy smiled and said, it is the young leader of the 6 divisions of your country. His Royal Highness Yan Wang is quite related to my tribe. The corners of Gu Yan's eyes twitched slightly. Li Feng looked around. Chongging was indeed not in the banquet. Thus, he asked the people around him, where is Amin? While the palace banquet was in full swing, Changing was helping Miss Chen collect herbs in the courtyard where she temporarily stayed in the capital. His cold came and went quickly. After taking 2 doses of medicine, he was almost fully recovered. The reason why he did not cancel his leave was that his background was sensitive and Gu Yun wanted him to stay away. Secondly, he heard that Chen Qingshu had new clues about Wu Ergu. You mean that Wu Ergu is in my blood? Chen Qingshu's hands were filled with all kinds of yellowed old books. She often had to save the pages that fell. Although she was in a hurry, she did not speak carelessly. Wu Ergu damages one's mind. I always thought that its root was in the brain. If it were not for Marquis's reminder, I would not have thought of this. Look here, the barbarian's earliest record of the evil god Wu Ergu. It was born dangerous. It ate the flesh and blood of its brothers to strengthen itself. It had 4 legs, 4 arms, 2 hands, and 2 hearts. A sea of blood flowed in its chest. It was especially brutal. I thought that the sea of blood flowed in its chest was just a metaphor, but it was actually referring to the mechanism of Wu Ergu's attack. It was only when she talked about these things that she could spit out so many words at once. Flesh and blood. Changing was silent for a moment. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Miss Chen, do you mean that my whole body is poisonous unless I follow the example of the myths and scrape my flesh? It seemed that it was better to have a brain injury. Changgang unhurriedly sorted out the herbs and placed them neatly into containers. The gears on the shelf screeched as they slowly rose to a higher position, revealing the empty space below. This was a meticulous job, and an impatient person would not be able to do it. Chen Qingshu looked at him with some admiration. There was no one in history who had Wu Ergu and was clear-headed until adulthood, let alone maintained such a calm temperament. She did not know whether it was because he was born with perseverance or because he had Gu Yun more than others. Changing said, to tell you the truth, I haven't been feeling well recently. Wu Ergu attacks are becoming more frequent. Chen Qingshu said casually, Marquis told me. Zhang Zhen was stunned. Gu Yun seemed to have always carried the attitude of a mere shaman's voodoo. She had never taken his little illness seriously. She rarely talked about it and never showed any worry in front of Changing. So it turned out that she had always been worried about him. Chen Qingshu paused and realized that he had said too much. He changed the topic as if nothing had happened and said, Your Highness, if you don't have any other orders, I plan to go back to the old house of the Chen family in Xianxia. It will be much easier to find the route. There will always be a way. Oh, Changing responded and cupped his hands. Thank you. And Zixi's antidote. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by someone from the palace. The medicine boy led in a servant and bowed respectfully to Changing. Your Highness, His Majesty heard that your Highness was sick and specially ordered this servant to come and take a look. He also brought an imperial physician, but the imperial physician did not dare to enter Chen Qingshu's courtyard and is waiting outside. Changing frowned. Thank you for your concern, imperial brother. It's just a cold. It's not a serious illness. The servant smiled and said, Yes, I also think your Highness is in good spirits. Your Highness, there is a banquet in the palace tonight to invite the 3rd Prince of Beiman and the envoy group. The envoys of the 18 tribes mentioned your Highness to the Emperor. His Majesty ordered this servant to pass on a verbal order. He said that if your Highness's body is not in good condition, you don't need to work. If your Highness is in good spirits, you can come out and get some fresh air. Chen Qingshu was stunned for a moment and quickly looked up at Changing. If no one said anything, it would be fine. But since Beiman's envoy had mentioned it, Changing really couldn't refuse. There was a layer of awkwardness in this. Beiman was Daoyang's enemy and His Royal Highness Yan Wang's maternal family. Of course, he couldn't deliberately get close to him, but it was also not appropriate to deliberately avoid him. It was very subtle. The envoy group had called his name, but the key to whether or not to see him was Li Feng's attitude. That was the direction he should go to avoid arousing suspicion. Changing's attitude was very good. He took out a pouch from his pocket and gave it to the servant. He asked, Sorry to bother you, but what did my imperial brother say? The servant thought about how generous Yan Wang was and laughed until his big round face turned red. He said incoherently politely, I don't dare, I don't dare. Ah, Your Highness, this servant doesn't deserve it. This I'm really ashamed." While saying that he was ashamed, he happily put the pouch away. Then he said to Chang'ing, "What kind of person is your highness? You don't need to give face to those barbarians who drink raw meat and drink blood. The emperor said that if your highness is willing to go out, you should go to the palace and pay him a New Year's visit so that you won't be bored out of your wits. You don't need to socialize with those idle people. It's almost the end of the year. The emperor will be relieved to see you." Chang'ing understood and said, "Let me rest and change my clothes. I'll go to the palace with you." The servant cheerfully responded, "Then I'll prepare a carriage for you." Chang'ing smiled and watched him leave. When he turned around and entered the room, his smile immediately turned cold. Xianxia followed him in and asked, "How can I help you?" Chang'ing shook his head and said, "The palace banquet this year is very strict. Zishi is there. Everyone who enters and leaves has to go through several inspections. The barbarians, except for the third prince and the envoys, are all detained in the relay station. Even if the third prince's skin is purple gold, I guarantee that he won't be able to do anything. You just need to lend me a side room to tidy up your clothes." Xianxia didn't understand these things, so she didn't say much. She asked the medicine boy to lead the way. Chang'ing walked to the door with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around. "Miss Chen, do you have a silver knife?" Wang Bao was among the civil officials. He listened to a group of eloquent Daliang civil officials venting their hatred for their country and criticizing the Bayman envoy. The Bayman envoy wasn't very eloquent, but he knew when to advance and when to retreat. Once the topic was too sharp for him to answer, he would just smile and say nothing. It seemed that he really endured the humiliation and came to negotiate. Wang Bao's eyes also stopped on the third prince, who was silent with his head lowered. However, he quickly shifted his attention. He wasn't interested in that fool. He had already arranged a better show. Wang Bao was not the same as Fang Qin and the others, who often talked about the national economy and the people's livelihood. He knew in his heart that no one thought highly of him. Even Sir Fang and the others only called him this and that when they needed him. Behind his back, they also called him eunuch imperial uncle and said that he was responsible and diligent as the imperial uncle. He even acted as the imperial uncle's representative. Wang Bao used to be an insignificant person who ran errands for the former emperor. He was destined to be a jester and a scapegoat for those in power. Since the incident between the former emperor and the barbarian concubine broke out, he had been living in fear. He didn't have any opinions about Gu Yun and the Gu family. In terms of interests, the civil and military officials of Daliang rarely interacted with each other. As long as one of them wasn't so ambitious that he wanted to cover the sky with one hand, even if they fought for power, they wouldn't be on the same side. What's more, the Gu family was the real aristocratic family. It was just that they were few in number and the marriage partner was too special. Wang Bao himself didn't have any differences of opinion with Gu Yun. He didn't have any opinions about the national affairs. His only opinion was how to serve the emperor well. All the important figures in the imperial court, both civil and martial, all had their own ideas. There had to be a few people who could make the emperor relax a little when he was fighting a battle of wits and courage, right? If he could, he wouldn't do anything to the Gu family even if he had eaten too much rat poison. But it was hard to change the destiny of heaven and the emperor. Now that the old sage had blown out the lamp and pulled out the candle to end all his troubles, he still had the fallacious logic of the emperor wanted his minister to die. He just had to leave him behind to be the scapegoat for the world's curses. Now, the emperor long and cherished old friendships. He was willing to protect this good-for-nothing as his uncle and let him struggle at death's door to earn a living. What about the future? It wasn't scary how much Yan Wang reformed the land tax and the civil and commercial laws. What was scary was what would Yan Wang do to him once he ascended the throne. Yan Wang had a close relationship with Gu Yun since he was young. As the son of the late emperor and the barbarian consort, it was impossible for him to pursue his parents' sins. When the time came, in order to further rope in Gu Yun and win the hearts of the army, the first thing he would do was to take down this unlucky guy and offer him as a sacrifice to the ancestors of the Gu family. Master Fang and the others were worried about Yan Wang's reshuffling of the cards in the court. It was just fame and fortune and the future of the family. Uncle Wang's life was hanging by a thread. He was always worried about his own head. He had to be alive to enjoy a high position and generous salary. When the barbarians first arrived in the capital, they were very honest. They didn't blindly bribe anyone. There were nobles everywhere in the capital. No one was so poor that they were willing to bear the charge of treason for a little benefit. Before the palace banquet, the envoys of the 18 tribes stretched out their tentacles for the first time and contacted a person. It was Uncle Wang, the seemingly insignificant bootlicker. The envoys of the 18 tribes swore to Tingri and gave Wang Bao two promises. First, Yan Wang would no longer be the sword hanging over his head. Second, no matter whether this matter was successful or not, they wouldn't call Wang Bao out. In the future, if Wang Bao had no way out, the 18 tribes were willing to save his life. The mobs of the 18 tribes were uncivilized. They were cruel and bloodthirsty. They were good at playing with poison. But there was one good thing about them. They were very serious about their promises. And what they asked for was just a little help. Yan Wang probably didn't show up to avoid suspicion. This time, Uncle Wang had to make sure that Yan Wang appeared at the palace banquet. The barbarians didn't say what they wanted to do. Wang Bao planned to wait and see. In case the barbarians failed, he also prepared a backup plan. This was thanks to Master Feng. In order to bring down Yan Wang, Feng Qin secretly raised a person in the Feng family's courtyard. When the barbarian consort fled, she implicated a large number of palace servants, bodyguards, and imperial physicians. Many of them died unjustly. The real problem was that they were prepared in advance. The old imperial physician in the Feng family's courtyard was one of those who fled in fear of punishment. His son accidentally killed someone. Because of his son's debt, he had to sell a secret. When the pregnant barbarian consort fled, Princess Xiao, who was with her, was unmarried and pregnant. Xiaonyang, who colluded with the barbarians in Yanhui town. She hated Daliang to the core. Would she honestly raise the son of her enemy? Was the person Gu Yun brought back from Yanhui the son of the former emperor or the illegitimate child of Hu Ge or whose biological father was unknown? Feng Qin took the imperial physician in and didn't act rashly. He learned from the lesson of not being able to bite Yan Wang to death last time. This time, he planned to kill him in one strike. He was still slowly brewing the plan, but Wang Bao didn't plan to cooperate and wait for him. Adults had their ways, and villains had their ways. They didn't need to be skillful, and it didn't matter how despicable they were, as long as it was effective. When the envoys of the 18 tribes asked to see Yan Wang, Li Feng didn't answer immediately. He only asked the eunuch to run an errand and take a look at Yan Wang after hearing that he was sick. Li Feng's original words were, "Bring an imperial physician over and let Min recuperate. If he gets better in 2 days, don't stay in your room all the time. Come to the palace and give me a New Year's greeting. There's no need to socialize with irrelevant people." After saying this, the Emperor Long fulfilled his obligation to appear at the palace banquet and left. Uncle Wang didn't hold the title of Uncle Eunuch for nothing. He had already bribed a group of seemingly insignificant eunuchs to run errands. As long as the messenger misrepresented Li Feng's words a little, Yan Wang would definitely come. After the emperor left, Yan Wang, who had asked for leave, made a special trip to see Beiman's envoys. Then, in front of everyone, he would reveal a story that mixed up the royal bloodline and his origin. How would he end up? Ever since Li Feng left, more than half of the palace banquet had passed peacefully. Seeing that the banquet was coming to an end, Gu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He picked up the wine cup and dabbed his lips. Before he could taste the wine, a chamberlain suddenly came to report that King Yen had arrived. Gu Yun didn't have time to sort out his thoughts. His heart skipped a beat. Feng Qin was a little surprised, but Wang Bao lowered his head. The envoys of the 18 tribes turned to the outside of the hall with a smile. The third prince of the barbarian tribe, who had been eating and drinking with his head lowered in the corner, suddenly stopped eating. After Chongqing walked into the hall, he saw that there was no one on the throne at first glance. At that time, he knew that he had been schemed against. However, it was too late to go back now. Chongqing didn't stop walking. His slightly sickly face was calm, and he still maintained a gentle and elegant smile. He walked in unhurriedly, took off his cloak, and passed it to a servant. He glanced with the corner of his eyes. The eunuch who had tricked him into coming here was gone. Although one of the aristocratic families didn't know why Yan Wang appeared here, he didn't want to give up the opportunity to hit him when he was down. He immediately smiled meaningfully and said, His Royal Highness Yan Wang had already asked for leave from today's palace banquet. It seems that the guests of the 18 tribes have more face. They actually invited Prince Yan here with just a few words. Another person continued, These words should be punished with wine. It's fine if it's someone else, but why is it an ordinary guest today? The 18 tribes are His Highness's maternal family. Naturally, they should be treated differently. Chongqing's loose court robe almost reached the ground. He calmly returned the greeting and said, I've troubled the emperor to send someone to ask. I specially came to the palace to give His Majesty a New Year's greeting. It's just that I came at a bad time. Has His Majesty left first? His Royal Highness Yan Wang came at a bad time, but we came at a good time. Today, we can see Daliang's twin jade annulus. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. My prince also wants to give a toast to His Highness. While speaking, the envoys of the 18 tribes supported the third prince to stand up. Guyan quickly gave Xianxia a look. A few guards who were hiding in the dark suddenly revealed their killing intent and locked onto the barbarian envoys and the third prince. The third prince walked out of the banquet table. He seemed to be very nervous. His hand that was holding the wine cup trembled violently. Before he reached Chongqing, half of the wine had spilled out of the cup. As the young man approached, Chongqing's body suddenly had a trace of heat that could not be suppressed. The fever that had already subsided came back to him again. His ears were ringing. The blood in his body was like purple gold that was ignited and fiercely boiled. Chongqing's hair stood on end. There were countless pairs of eyes around him that either had been plotting for a long time or were gloating over his misfortune. But none of them gave him as much pressure as the young man. He almost resisted the intense discomfort and struggled to maintain the dignity of a prince. He forced himself to smile and said, What's wrong? Do all the princes of your tribe not say a word when they give a toast? Bayman's envoy suddenly smiled and slowly retreated to a spot 1 foot behind the third prince. The trembling third prince stopped without any warning. His hands, which were suspended in the air, were pale and suffused with a lifeless light. Then he raised his head and looked straight into Chongqing's eyes. The young man's pale face had a pair of red eyes. His cold double pupils were like an icicle, piercing towards Chongqing without warning. This young man was actually a Wu-Ergu. No one knew what would happen when 2 evil god kings faced each other. There had never been any records of it. How crazy was a Wu-Ergu? How much hatred and how much luck did it take to create one? How chaotic did an era have to be for 2 Wu-Ergu to meet each other face to face? There seemed to be some kind of indescribable connection between the 2 of them. For a moment, the whole palace hall was reduced to ashes in front of Chongqing's eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if it was about to explode. All the hallucinations and reality were in a mess. The poison that had been suppressed in his blood and bones for many years was like hot oil that had been poured onto a raging fire. All the indigestible hatred and anger rushed to Chongqing's heart. All the restless nightmares in the abyss came out and opened their bloody mouths, wanting to swallow him whole. End of chapter 103. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.